being able to see the sunlight again. How wonderful. Standing by the window, Guo murmured to himself as a ray of sunlight fell across his sorrowful face. He had truly never expected that he would have another chance to feel the warmth of the sun. A moment ago he had been on the hospital rooftop, sitting quietly in a wheelchair between his parents, watching the distant sun slowly sink below the horizon. His eyelids had grown heavier and heavier until they finally closed completely. As his eyes shut, he vaguely heard his parents' anxious cries echoing beside him. In the very next instant, he opened his eyes and found himself in this new world. Now he stood before the window as a chaotic flood of unfamiliar information poured into his mind. Martial artist. Basic sword technique. 18 basic calisthenics. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his mind, he chose not to lie down on the bed or collapse into a chair for relief. In his previous life, he had suffered from a terminal illness. Though chemotherapy had preserved his life, it had robbed him of the ability to move, and he could no longer remember how many years he had been confined to a bed. Now he wanted nothing more than to stand to savor the sensation of being upright again, that solid, grounded feeling beneath his feet. Father, mother, forgive your son for no longer being able to stay by your side. Second brother, third sister, I hope you can take good care of our parents. As the world beyond the window grew gradually brighter, Guo Xiao spoke softly to himself. After a long while, the torment in his mind slowly ebbed away and he completely absorbed the memories belonging to this body. It was now the 500th year of the martial Dao era. 500 years ago, a meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers had without any warning hurtled straight toward Earth. Humanity had no time to respond before it struck. People had thought the Earth would be torn apart, mountains collapsing and floods drowning the land. Yet the result was the opposite. The air became noticeably fresher and the planet's habitable space expanded in a way that could be clearly felt. In the days that followed, countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky and on the ground. From them descended hordes of terrifying, grotesque beasts. From that moment on, the trajectory of this world's development was completely altered. At first, with hot weapons still in play, humanity managed to hold the line, but as time passed, firearms gradually lost their effectiveness against the ferocious beasts. Of the more than 600 cities in Huaxia, only fewer than 100 remained unconquered. The population plummeted to a fraction of what it had been. Only when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fully revived did martial Dao truly flourish, its power gradually beginning to manifest in full. In particular, Master Li, who created Jeet Kune Do, held the capital alone. Not a single beast dared approach within 100 li of the imperial city. There was also Grandmaster Ma, known to the world as the Sword Saint. During a beast tide that besieged the magic metropolis, he beheaded the beast lord from 1,000 li away, frightening the entire tide into a full retreat. And there was Master Hua as well. It was precisely because of the existence of such masters that humanity survived at all. Though humans remained at a great disadvantage, and news of towns overrun by beast tides still surfaced almost daily. Overall, things were slowly moving in a better direction. So you were also called Guo Xiao? It really must be He had fully assimilated the original owner's memories and now understood everything about him. 10 years ago, this Boda's parents had died in action during a beast riot while on a mission, leaving behind an 80-year-old child. It could be called both fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunate because he had become an orphan. Fortunate because his parents had died defending the city. The house he lived in was guaranteed for him by the government. No one dared harbor ill intentions toward it. The monthly relief stipend he received had barely allowed him to scrape by over the past few years. A few months ago, when he turned 18, that assistance came to an end. From then on, his life could only depend on himself. Without his parents' support, every single expense had to be meticulously planned. He did not dare spend recklessly. Yesterday, due to overtraining and a body starved of proper nutrition, he collapsed in a faint. That was when Guo Xiao from Earth arrived. Pitiful and lamentable, clearly alive yet utterly powerless. After a long silence, Guo Xiao let out a breath. Next month is the martial entrance exam, isn't it? In my current state, I probably can't even get into the lowest-ranked martial university. He sighed. Still, as long as I'm alive, there's hope. A momentary fall from grace does not mean a lifetime of failure. He gave a carefree smile. Oh, after all, simply being able to live again was enough for him. Ding. Host conditions met. System binding initiated. 10. 9. 0. System binding successful. A moment later, a mechanical electronic voice resounded in Guo Xiao's mind. Immediately, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes, accompanied by a stream of information pouring into his mind. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Disciple, Tier 3, 110, 2000. Cultivation Arts System Technique Max Level. 18 Basic Calisthenics Beginner 663, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Arts Beginner 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Beginner 81,000. Basic Movement Technique Beginner 51,000. Current Experience Points 0. Martial Disciple Tier 3 automatically gains 3 experience points per minute. A system. So what the novels said was true. Every transmigrator has a golden finger. If you don't have one, it's only because the time hasn't come yet. Staring at the panel before him, Guo Xiao exclaimed in wonder. This Bodhi's original owner truly went through hardship. Under such harsh conditions, he still managed to cultivate to martial disciple tier 3. This system's cultivation art can absorb experience points and even increase them automatically. It might as well be called beaming divine art. Looking at the panel, Guo Xiao muttered to himself. So you also think system technique sounds terrible, huh? Seeing that the system technique had already been renamed beaming divine art on the attribute panel, he was left utterly speechless. Just then the old battered phone on the table suddenly rang. Student Guo Xiao, did something happen? Why didn't you answer the phone yesterday? When he answered, it was the anxious voice of his homeroom teacher Su Qing. Teacher Su, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling very well yesterday, so I went to bed early. I must have slept too deeply and didn't hear the phone ring, Guo Xiao replied with a casual excuse. As long as you're fine. Hey Race, the situation starting today, the school is giving all third-year students a break until the college entrance exam. But don't worry, you can still come and use the school's training equipment at any time. Perhaps afraid that a student from a family like his would have nowhere to train, she hastened to add those words. All right, Teacher Su, I understand, Guo Xiao answered. Student Guo Xiao, I know your family situation is a bit difficult. If you need help, you can always come to me. I may not have much money, but I can at least provide you with a few packs of body tempering powder. Thank you, Teacher Su. If I run into trouble, I'll come to you. Good. Remember, don't be afraid of troubling your teacher. I still have some matters to handle, so I'll leave it at that for now. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Holiday. Heh. From the memories Hong Hai know. 7 Middle School was exactly like the private aristocratic schools in his previous life. Anyone who could attend this school except for him was essentially from a family of wealth and privilege. He had always wondered how he could get into a school like this. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out, so in the end he concluded it must have been a government placement error. Otherwise, with his circumstances, how could he possibly set foot in such an aristocratic school? As for the month-long holiday, it wasn't hard to guess. The school simply wanted the students to spend more time at home consuming body tempering powder or even the higher-grade body tempering paste for one final sprint before the exam. Across Honghai City, besides Honghai No. 7, which school would dare to give a holiday at this time, and a full month stretching right up to the college entrance exam. Other schools wished they could keep every student on campus 24 hours a day. Although he rather looked down on the other students, what could he do? He was poor. No matter how Honghai No. 7 managed things, he was still very grateful to it. After all, since the 3rd year of high school, it had arranged for students to receive a packet of body tempering powder every month. Otherwise, his cultivation would never have reached the 3rd rank of the martial disciple realm. A packet of body tempering powder cost 3,000 yuan. In all of Honghai City, only a school with as much money as Honghai No. 7 could arrange something like this. It was said that at other schools, only the top 100 students in each grade could receive a packet of body tempering powder before the college entrance exam. Speaking of body tempering powder, I just got mine yesterday and haven't taken it yet. This is a perfect chance to test the beaming divine art. A packet worth 3,000 yuan. I wonder how much experience it can absorb. Guo Xiao looked at the palm-sized packet of body tempering powder in his hand and murmured to himself. A surge of suction erupted from his palm and began to draw from the packet. The packet slowly shrank, and in the blink of an eye the whole thing vanished, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. Experience 500. If I had 4 more packets, wouldn't I rise directly to the 4th rank of body tempering? That can't be right. If I used the body tempering powder normally, I wouldn't necessarily gain 500 experience points. The beaming divine art must have absorbed it completely, without wasting a single bit of energy. How wonderful. Too bad I'm poor. If I had money, I could break through to the martial artist realm in no time. Guo Xiao thought a little greedily. Sigh. Even money wouldn't help. After all, this body has been malnourished for so long that it has too many deficits. I don't dare break through casually. Otherwise, this packet of body tempering powder wouldn't have been left for me to use. After a long silence, he stopped dwelling on the problems with his body. He casually tied his hair back and headed out to work at the nearby slaughterhouse. Without the relief allowance, he had to rely on himself for everything, and he still had school to juggle. Fortunately, the nearby slaughterhouse happened to fit his needs. If the slaughterhouse weren't so filthy and reeking of blood, someone with his frame wouldn't have gotten this job. From time to time, martial artists in protective suits or armor could be seen along with scholars dressed in ancient Hanfu. Although he already knew from his memories how diverse the clothing in this world was, seeing it with his own eyes was still a... After walking for about 10 minutes, Guo Xiao saw the slaughterhouse sign Yongxing Slaughterhouse. The place covered 2,000 square meters and mainly sold chicken and duck meat. Wang Yong, the slaughterhouse owner, had just arrived at the entrance. When Guo Xiao got closer, he asked in confusion, Xiao, aren't you going to class today? Uncle Yong, the school announced a holiday, so I came over early. That's right. Your Honghai No. 7 does this every year. You Uncle Yong was just about to tell him to use the time to train, but then he suddenly remembered Gua Xiao's family and physical condition and didn't continue. Uncle Yong, I can train here too. He'll go in and get to work. Gua Xiao replied with a smile. Oh. Wang Yong looked at Gua Xiao's retreating back and let out a sigh. Then Xiao Lu recounted everything that had happened before in detail, and then turned to the bald man with concern and said, Big brother, those girls recognized me as a member of the Black Lotus sect. I'm afraid they will call for help after. He changed into his work clothes in the locker room, took a dagger, and started working. He had originally planned to pick up a cleaver, but then he suddenly thought of his basic sword technique and wondered if he could use a dagger to raise his proficiency while killing chickens and ducks. This should probably work right, he muttered, looking at the dagger in his hand. Following the instructor's basic sword technique, he thrust at the old hen in the cage. I missed. He watched the dagger graze past the edge of the cage and was speechless. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The old hen called out twice as if mocking Gua Xiao. Point the tip of the sword straight at the target. Extend the arm from bent to straight, keep the sword in a straight line, and channel all your strength to the tip. Staring at the dagger, Gua Xiao's mind unconsciously recalled the martial arts instructor's lesson in class. After a long moment, he snapped back to himself. Facing the old hen that was still clucking, he used the basic sword technique again. This time it pierced straight through the hen's body. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The old hen called out a few times before dying completely. Although he had killed the old hen in the cage, he felt quite helpless. He had actually been aiming at its head, but somehow he had hit its body. He looked at the basic sword technique on the panel, beginner, 91,000. Unexpectedly, his idea had let me try a few more times. If every attempt increases proficiency, then even without using experience points, I can at least raise the basic sword technique to minor mastery before the exam, perhaps even greater mastery. He opened the cage, grabbed the dead hen, and put it into the basket beside him. His job at the slaughterhouse was only to kill the chickens or ducks in the cages and place them in baskets nearby. Every once in a while, other workers would come and take them away to handle the rest. Unfortunately, he had wanted to use the beaming divine art to absorb experience points, but Wang Yong happened to walk by, so he didn't dare absorb anything in front of others. Xiao, that was the basic sword technique you used just now, right? Yes, Uncle Yong. I wanted to practice more. He felt rather embarrassed, guessing that Uncle Yong had probably seen him miss the first time. You used it well. When you're off work this evening, come to my office. I have something to talk to you about. Okay, Uncle Yong. Watching Wang Yong turn and leave, Gua Xiao figured he was going to his office. Gua Xiao didn't worry about what would happen in the evening. Thinking about it too much now wouldn't help. When the time came, he would know soon enough. His most important task now was to kill a few more, test whether his proficiency would rise, and secretly absorb a few chickens and ducks to see how much his experience points increased. Only after knowing the range of experience points a chicken or duck could provide would he be able to decide how many he needed to absorb. As for Wang Yong, he had already apologized to Wang Yong several times in his heart and promised to repay this karmic debt twice over in the future. After several discrete tests, the experience gained from the chickens and ducks was around 10 points. After all, they are ordinary poultry. Oh, I wonder how much experience the beasts outside the city are worth. Basic swordsmanship, entry level 110-1000. Experience points 1801. Throughout the morning, the proficiency of basic swordsmanship increased by 101 points, and the experience points reached 1801. If I were to invest all of it into basic swordsmanship, I would immediately achieve a small success. After finishing lunch at the slaughterhouse, Gua Xiao was preparing to head home for a rest. Every swing of the basic swordsmanship placed a certain burden on his body, and the more he swung, the more fatigued he became. If he didn't lie down to rest at noon, he wouldn't believe he could be reborn. Outside the slaughterhouse. Kai, weren't you in confinement? Kai rolled his eyes and said, Don't mention it. After coming out today, I won't be able to enjoy myself for a month. My old man is preparing body refining ointment for me this afternoon, saying that I won't be let out until the day before the college entrance exam. Body refining ointment. Body refining ointment. Several classmates around exclaimed in unison. After all, body refining ointment is not the same as body refining powder. The powder only costs 300 yuan a packet, which is as easy as drinking water for them. They can buy it anytime. However, body refining ointment is different. A box is worth at least 300 yuan. For their families, that amount is still bearable. But body refining ointment belongs to the kind that is valuable, but hard to find. Without a certain background, it cannot be purchased unless one goes to the black market. In the black market, the price of body refining ointment at least doubles, making it a costly affair. From Kai's words, it seems he needs to use body refining ointment continuously for nearly a month. That cost is certainly not trivial, which explains their astonishment. Actually, it's not that useful. Whether it's body refining powder or body refining ointment, using too much will lead to resistance. Kai, that's true, but the effect of using it is definitely better than not using it at all. That's also true. Of course. Right now, the effect of the body refining powder I use is pitifully low, but it's still better than just exercising on my own. I feel the same way. Stop talking, at least you all can use it. Just think about who in our class can't. Kai looked at the classmates around him, sighing. True. Several people echoed Kai. Kai, speaking of the devil, isn't that our classmate? One classmate with better vision suddenly pointed at Guo Xiao in the distance. Oh, it really is him, Kai said, looking in that direction and confirming it was indeed Guo Xiao. That place is the slaughterhouse. Looking at Guo Xiao coming out of the slaughterhouse, a classmate asked curiously. He wouldn't be working at the slaughterhouse, would he? Oh, it's possible. A look at the scattered bloodstains on his feet and pants. Then he's become a butcher. What a disgrace to our Honghai No. 7 high school. So unlucky. Let's hurry and leave. It would be embarrassing to be recognized. After a few people left, news spread on the school forum about Guo Xiao working as a butcher at the slaughterhouse, further elevating his already notable reputation at Honghai No. 7 high school. At this moment, Guo Xiao was sleeping soundly at home, completely unaware of the happenings on the forum. Even if he knew, after all, earning a living for oneself is nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, there are experience points and proficiency to gain, making it a triple benefit. In the future, when he succeeds, his experience at the slaughterhouse will be one of his achievements. After the lunch break, he felt significantly better than in the morning. By the time he got off work at 6 o'clock, he had already slaughtered a total of 200 poultry, nearly doubling the amount from the morning. Basic Swordsmanship Entry Level 310-1000. Experience Points 3207. Basic Swordsmanship has now reached a third of the entry level, and he could noticeably feel his proficiency increasing. The key point is that his experience points had now reached 3207 and were increasing by 3 points per minute. He could elevate his realm to Martial Disciple Level 4 at any time, but before that he needed to prepare his energy. The process of advancing from Martial Disciple Level 2 to Level 3 left a deep impression in his memory. He nearly died during that breakthrough. That day he ate everything edible at home just to barely survive without starving to death. Ultimately, it was due to a long-term lack of food that he was in such dire straits. Therefore, he was now cautious about breaking through casually, since each upgrade brought exponentially greater effects. Standing in front of Wang Yong's office, Guo Xiao knocked on the door. Come in. Seeing Guo Xiao enter, Wang Yong pointed to a seat by the tea table and smiled. Ah, Xiao, come sit. Uncle Yong, did you call for me today? Regardless of his past or present, he was not a reserved person and preferred to speak directly. Though he knew this habit was not ideal, he was unwilling to change. Wang Yong then took a bottle from the drawer beside him and handed it to Guo Xiao. Looking at the bottle being handed to him, he did not take it immediately, but asked, Uncle Yong, what is this? Blood boosting and chi replenishing pill. Blood boosting and chi replenishing pill. Guo Xiao exclaimed. It was no wonder he was surprised. The blood boosting and chi replenishing pill was one of the most needed elixirs for him at the moment. The blood boosting and chi replenishing pill is a grade 1 elixir, and its main function is to replenish the body's depleted chi and blood. Just one pill could help his body recover from the problems caused by malnutrition. However, it is also horrifically expensive, costing a full 2 million. Even if he sold his house, he wouldn't be able to buy a single blood boosting and chi replenishing pill. Guo Xiao looked at the pill bottle, hesitating for a moment, and said, Uncle Yong, this is too precious, I can't accept it. To be honest, he really wanted the blood boosting and chi replenishing pill in the bottle, but his conscience wouldn't allow him to accept such an expensive gift without reason. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao's conflicted, yet ultimately resolute expression and smiled. Just take it. Consider this pill a loan from me. Uncle Yong, you trust me this much. Aren't you afraid I'll take your pill and run away? I don't believe you would do that. After all, you are their son. You know my parents? Hearing Wang Yong's words, Guo Xiao was a bit surprised. He had fully accepted his memories and knew nothing about Wang Yong from them. At this moment, Wang Yong's words indicated that he knew Guo Xiao's parents and appeared to have a good relationship with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually offer a 2 million yuan blood boosting and chi replenishing pill. 19 years ago, I was part of the same martial artist team as your parents. At that time, I was still at the 8th level of a martial apprentice, while your father was at the 8th level and your mother was at the 4th level. On that day, we encountered a severely injured level 3 monster, the iron-armored rhino, in the wild. It looked like it was on the brink of death, yet after being sold, a level 3 iron-armored rhino could be worth 1 million. After all, a level 3 monster is still a level 3 monster. Even when severely injured, it was far beyond what mere martial artists like us could handle. It was only when the iron-armored rhino began to slow down due to excessive blood loss that we could finally catch our breath, and fortunately we managed to kill it in the end. As we watched the iron-armored rhino fall, the spirits of the 5 of us and the team relaxed, but then an unexpected event occurred. A hidden team ambushed us, leaving only me and your parents to escape. Though we managed to escape, we paid a heavy price. Wang Yong looked at Guo Xiao as he recounted the past, finally smiling bitterly as he said, though we escaped, my meridians were damaged, preventing me from advancing to the martial artist stage. Your parents suffered similarly, their martial artist rank plummeting back to martial apprentice stage. Guo Xiao understood why his parents had remained at the martial apprentice stage for so long. After that incident, we recuperated for a while before we could move freely again. Once we recovered, we planned to report the ambushing team to the Martial Artist Guild only to find out we were wanted. The reason for the wanted notice was that we had attacked them from behind. Since then, apart from Beast Tides, we have not returned to the Martial Artist Guild, and even I and your parents gradually lost contact. Why? Do you know who the captain of the team that ambushed us was? Wang Yong continued with a mocking expression. He is now the mayor of our Honghai city, Lin Feiguang. How could that be? Haha, that's just how it is. With no background, we stood no chance against them. Unfortunately, we underestimated Lin Feigang's cunning, thinking he could search the entire city for us due to his connections. Fortunately, he didn't see our faces clearly in the wild. The sketches and ranks they drew during the search didn't match us, which allowed us to escape a disaster. Wang Yong looked at Guo face and suddenly asked, "Do you know how your parents died?" "They were killed in battle during a mission due to a monster riot." Guo answered truthfully. "That was the last time we gathered. Your parents told me they were going to investigate the cause of the monster riot. Do you know? For them who were only at the martial apprentice level, it was a suicidal mission, and the Martial Artist Guild would never arrange such tasks. That year I secretly investigated and discovered it was a conspiracy orchestrated by Lin Feiguang. He thought he was being discreet and that no one noticed. During a business meeting with me, he accidentally let it slip after drinking. Boom. Guo was stunned. When I learned this, I intended to adopt you, but your name was not even on the publicly listed names by the martial artists. I had to pull some strings to find out that you had already been arranged by the government. At that moment, I realized you were under Lin Feigang's arrangement, and even those around you were watching you closely. But next month you will be taking the martial arts exam. If I don't help you now, it will truly be too late. That is your only chance to change your fate. This blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill is something I obtained by chance. It can help improve your current physical condition, and even help you break through to the 5th level of martial apprentice within a month. At that time you will have the opportunity to attend the upper martial academy. Quickly put away the pill. Seeing Guo still in a daze, Wang Yong directly placed the pill bottle into Guo's pocket. He then pressed a series of numbers on the landline, and after connecting he said, "Shall Li come in for a moment?" After a while the Shao Li Wang Yong mentioned came in. "Go to the finance department and withdraw 3,000 yuan. "Okay, boss." Shao Li subtly glanced at Guo and said to Wang Yong. After watching Shao Li leave, he quietly said to Guo, "In this world the only one you can trust is yourself. I can no longer help you. Remember, this 3,000 yuan is an advance from the slaughterhouse. Boss, I've got the money. Here, this is the 3,000 yuan you borrowed, which will be deducted from this month's salary." "Thank you, boss," Guo gratefully said to Wang Yong. "Alright, it's time to get off work. You can go. Shao Li, arrange the car. We are going back." "Okay, boss." What a world. After watching Shao Li leave, Wang Yong suddenly sighed. Boss, Wang Yong has been in contact with the target for about 30 minutes. Reason: the target is in financial difficulty and borrowed 1,000 yuan from his salary. Received, keep monitoring. Beep beep beep. He's just a poor kid, is it necessary to pay such attention to him? Shao Li thought as he left the garage and waited for Wang Yong at the entrance. Back home, Guo stood before the memorial portrait of his parents, lost in thought for a long time. After a long while, Guo firmly said to the portrait on the table, "I don't know why Lin Feiguang must kill you, but don't worry. When I have the strength, I will investigate everything and avenge you. I swear." After saying that, he returned to his room. He took out the bottle containing the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill. No wonder Uncle Yong takes such good care of me. This time I owe Uncle Yong a big favor. Should I maybe absorb less experience when I go to work tomorrow? Sigh. He then stopped thinking too much and directly poured out the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill from the bottle. As the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill landed in his hands, Guo could distinctly feel that every cell in his body was filled with a yearning. It was a desire to absorb the pill he held. "Even before taking it, I can feel this way. Truly a first-grade pill is extraordinary," Guo murmured as he looked at the pill in his hand. He then placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to absorb this pill for experience points. "I don't feel anything. This pill won't." Before he could finish, he suddenly let out a soulful moan. Seeing himself emit such an enchanting sound, he quickly covered his mouth, but it felt too good, and he couldn't control himself. As the blood-enhancing and chi-increasing pill melted in his stomach, pure energy enveloped his body. Guo felt that every cell was crazily absorbing the energy, and as he gradually reached saturation, he couldn't help but shout out. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the room was quite good, and the noise wouldn't carry too far. Otherwise, with such enchanting cries, people would surely misinterpret it. About an hour later. Name: Guo. Rank: Martial Apprentice Level 4, 1265400. Cultivation Method: Biming Divine, Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry 6631000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Entry 151,000. Basic Swordsmanship Entry 310100. Basic body techniques, entry, 51,000. Current experience points, 3927. Martial apprentice level 4, automatically increasing by 4 points per minute. Seeing the experience points soaring to 3,927, he did not hesitate and directly raised his cultivation level to Martial Disciple Stage 5. With the infusion of experience points, a surge of energy suddenly erupted within him, growing stronger with each moment. Before long, a loud boom echoed. He successfully advanced to Martial Disciple Stage 5. I feel like I could kill a cow with a single punch right now. Wait, Martial Disciple Stage 5 should at least possess 500 gene of strength, so killing a cow with one punch should be quite normal, right? Martial Disciple Stage 5 barely meets the requirements of the Martial University, but it is still not enough. To be recognized in the ranking 1 would need at least Martial Disciple Stage 7. I wonder how much the 18 basic exercises can increase my cultivation level. Suddenly he remembered that he hadn't used his foundational cultivation technique up to this point. He then began practicing the 18 basic exercises on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn, are the 18 basic exercises really this exhausting? Guo sat on the ground gasping for breath and muttering to himself. Name Guo. Cultivation level Martial Disciple Stage 5, 28,000. Technique Northern Underworld Divine Skill Max Level. 18 basic exercises entry level 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Fighting Technique entry level 1, 51000. Basic Sword Technique entry level 310, 1000. Basic Body Technique entry level 51,000. Currently holding experience points 1342. Martial Disciple Stage 5, automatically gaining 5 experience points per minute. Damn, after practicing the 18 basic exercises for half an hour, I only gained 1 point in cultivation level and 1 point in proficiency and am exhausted. This seems a bit unworthy. Looking at how the Northern Underworld Divine Skill increased by 150 points in half an hour, I feel more and more that I don't need to practice the 18 basic exercises right now. After resting for a while, he picked up the 500 questions of martial theory and began to browse through it. He felt completely awake and had no trace of drowsiness. As for why he was reading, the martial exam also has a theoretical test. All the questions and answers are in the 500 questions of martial theory. As long as one studies diligently, they can generally score high, even achieve full marks. It would be a shame to lose this. The next day, Guo, who had read an entire page of the book, stretched lazily. Habitually, he glanced at his attribute panel. Experience points, 4042. Not bad, not bad. Even if I do nothing today, I can still raise my cultivation level to Martial Disciple Stage 6, which feels great. In the Yongxing slaughterhouse, after changing into his work clothes, he walked to his station. Now he felt no trace of the previous weakness. Ah Shao. Uncle Yong. With the martial exam approaching, make the most of your time to practice. The slaughterhouse won't miss you. Okay, Uncle Yong. Guo blinked and replied. Alright, you go back to work. Seeing Guo's expression, he knew that he had taken the blood-replenishing and energy-boosting pill, and he felt relieved. He then left as well. As the boss of the slaughterhouse, there were many matters to attend to daily. After seeing Wang Yong leave, Guo continued with his killing plan. As his proficiency in the basic sword technique increased, his killing efficiency also became higher, and he could now accurately strike wherever he aimed. Killing, placing the hens or ducks from the cage into the nearby basket, he secretly absorbed a bit of experience. It was not dull at all, though in fact he found joy in it. Immersed in his killing plan, Guo had completely lost track of time. Boom. As he finished off the hen in front of him, a rush of information suddenly flooded his mind, leaving him stunned in place. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a space where he saw figures wielding the basic sword technique. He widened his eyes, trying to see who the figure before him was. As the figure gradually became clearer, he could soon pierce through the fog. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his body. An elderly lady passed by Guo's workstation and reminded him, Xiao, it's time to get off work. Xiao. She called again, and noticing that Guo still did not respond, walked in and gently pushed him. As Guo's consciousness returned to his body, he noticed someone pushing him. Turning his head, he saw it was an ant from the slaughterhouse, saying, Aunt Wang, what's wrong? Xiao, are you alright? I called you several times, and when you didn't respond, I came in to see if something happened to you. I'm fine. I probably didn't rest well last night, and feel a bit tired, so I didn't hear you. That's good. Then I'll head out first. My husband is still waiting for me to cook. Okay, Aunt Wang. I'll rest for a bit and leave later. Aunt Wang looked at Guo, seeing that he appeared normal, felt relieved, and went home. After watching Aunt Wang leave, Guo stretched out his hands and looked around. Time flies so fast. I was only inside for a while, and I didn't expect it to already be evening. And where was that just now? Was it my consciousness space? Who was that figure? Could it be me? Confused, he pushed those thoughts aside. He would ultimately find out later. There's no use in overthinking now. He picked up the dagger that had fallen on the ground and casually performed a few moves from the basic sword technique. Fluid. Smooth. The basic sword technique of minor accomplishment is indeed incomparable to mere entry level. I wonder what it feels like at major accomplishment and perfection. Name Guoxiao. Cultivation level martial disciple stage 5, 28,000. Technique Northern Underworld divine skill max level. 18 basic exercises entry level 664, 1000. Martial skills basic fighting technique entry level 1, 51000. Basic sword technique minor accomplishment 110000. Basic body technique entry level 51,000. Currently holding experience points 9712 martial disciple stage 5, automatically gaining 5 experience points per minute. It only takes 1000 points to advance the basic sword technique from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. That's so little. With over 9,000 experience points, I will promote to martial disciple stage 6 when I get home later. After tidying up a bit, he left the slaughterhouse. Guoxiao, eager to break through at home, ran all the way back after exiting the slaughterhouse. When he saw his home, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, a figure stood by his doorstep. It was dark, making it hard to see, but judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman. Who was that? Are they looking for me? He thought no more and walked over. He was not afraid of anyone in the city. Teacher Su. As he approached, he realized it was his homeroom teacher Su Qing. I thought I had come to the wrong place again. After seeing her student Guoxiao return, she breathed a sigh of relief. In the entire school, surprisingly, not a single classmate knew where Guoxiao lived. This was truly unbelievable to Su Qing. According to one student's account, they said they had seen Guoxiao nearby. Before coming here, she had looked for several places, but no one recognized Guoxiao. Fortunately, an elderly lady nearby said she knew Guoxiao, which led her here. She had been waiting for nearly an hour with no one showing up, thinking she had gone to the wrong place again. Guoxiao, could you please check your phone? I've called you so many times, can't you just return one? Teacher Su, I left my phone at home today and didn't bring it out. Hearing Guoxiao's words, Su Qing also felt helpless. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Oh, I'll open the door right now. After entering Guoxiao's home. Clean. Neat. Cozy. This was the first impression upon entering the room. Many of the appliances appeared outdated and the putty on the walls had peeled off in several places, yet everything seemed to fit together without any discord. It gave a very comfortable feeling. The restlessness from waiting suddenly calmed down. Guoxiao didn't mind the faded sofa and directly sat down. At this moment, Guoxiao came out of the kitchen holding a cup of water, placing it on the table in front of Su Qing, then said, Teacher Su, my home is quite simple. I only have plain water. It's fine, plain water is enough. Then Su Qing sternly said to Guoxiao, do you know that there are only 28 days left until the martial arts exam? Even if there's only one day left, you shouldn't give up. Teacher, I haven't given up. Su Qing had intended to continue speaking, but upon seeing Guoxiao dressed in a modern style of coarse linen, she couldn't help but soften. This style of clothing was also one of the cheapest in this era. Su Qing took out 10 packets of body refining powder from her backpack and gently said, Teacher, my salary isn't much, I can only support you with these. Try to avoid the slaughterhouse for now and aim to break through to a small realm. Teacher Su, there's really no need. Alright, let's leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, no need to see me off. As long as you achieve good results in the martial arts exam, that will be the best reward for me. After saying this, she got up to leave. Watching Su Qing leave, Guoxiao looked at the 10 packets of body refining powder on the table, feeling both amused and helpless. Is this considered giving money? Having such a good teacher is also a kind of blessing, I suppose. Haha, I'll surprise you then. He picked up the body refining powder from the table and began to absorb it. Experience points 5,000. Nice, it's time to break through. As the experience points flowed and waves of energy began to surge within his body, increasing in intensity. Boom. He felt no hindrance whatsoever as his realm broke through to martial disciple level 6. The effects of the blood replenishing and chi increasing pills still lingered in his system, and he felt perfectly fine after the breakthrough. He even felt a slight sense of refreshment. A first-grade pill truly lived up to its name. One pill saved him from a lot of unnecessary trouble. He silently thanked Wang Yong once again in his heart, repeatedly expressing that he would definitely repay Wang Yong well in the future. Name Guoxiao. Realm Martial Disciple Level 6, 116,000. Martial Art Biming Divine Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles Entry 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Fighting Technique Entry 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Minor Achievement 110000. Basic Movement Technique Entry 51,000. Currently has experience points 7,014. Martial Disciple Level 6, automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Sitting on the sofa looking at the attribute panel, he seemed lost in thought. A night passed without a word. The next day Guoxiao got up early. Downstairs he said to the breakfast shop owner, Boss, I'll have 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. 3 meat buns, and a bowl of soy milk coming right up. The shop assistant shouted while carrying a tray. It had the atmosphere of an ancient inn. Isn't that mine? Seeing an egg among the order, he asked the shop assistant. It's from the boss wife. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao turned to look at the busy boss and his wife. Not knowing if they sensed something, they both smiled and nodded at Guo Xiao before returning to their work. A desk breakfast shop was located right downstairs from his home. He would come to eat occasionally. In the past, when money was tight, he could only buy steamed buns to get by. After coming for a while, he became familiar with them. As long as he frequented a desk breakfast shop, the owners would treat him especially well, always giving him extra dishes, either buns or eggs. Moreover, they never charged him for so many dishes. Guo Xiao was very grateful to them. After finishing his breakfast in the shop and paying, he left. Now he no longer needed to be frugal. A few days ago, he borrowed 3,000 yuan from his salary, which was barely enough. If he didn't practice martial arts, 3,000 yuan could last him at least 2 to 3 months. But for a martial artist, 3,000 yuan was far from enough. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly on 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. After all, such a simple breakfast cost 10 yuan. With the system, would he still need to worry about going hungry in the future? He was already at Martial Disciple Level 6, and could reach Martial Disciple Level 7 tonight, already meeting the requirements of those higher martial arts universities. With 27 days remaining until the martial arts exam, it wasn't impossible to break through to the martial artist realm. Would he still be short of this little money then? At Yongxing Slaughterhouse, Guo Xiao looked at the chickens and ducks in front of him, his gaze sharpened instantly. After all, the chickens and ducks in front of him represented experience points and proficiency. Swish, swish. He wielded the sharp dagger skillfully, hitting the 2 ducks in the cages, which could be either old hens or old drakes. Seeing the 2 ducks slowly fall in the cage, he looked at the dagger in his hand, murmuring in disbelief. So this is the power of the minor achievement in basic sword technique. After breaking through yesterday, I only felt smooth and fluid. Trying it today truly shows the natural gap compared to the entry-level sword technique. Seeing the power of the minor achievement in basic sword technique was so impressive, he was even more eager to see the great achievement level of basic sword technique. Now that Guo Xiao had broken through to Martial Disciple Level 6, his movements became increasingly swift. After all, every breakthrough in realm not only increased strength, but also enhanced all aspects. Is Xiao Xiao acting strange today? Why does he look so hostile towards the poultry? Why kill so fast? Killing 500 a day is enough to meet the requirements. Really overdoing it. A few nearby onlookers were also baffled by Guo Xiao's frenzied behavior. Outside Yongxing Slaughterhouse. Hello, audience friends. At this moment, several youthful and beautiful girls were greeting the photographer in front of them. Goddess Xian, the sun is so bright, hurry and hide under the tree. Goddess Xian, I love you. Wife Jingya, I love you. Watching the barrage refresh crazily, the girls looked at the disappearing comments and nodded in satisfaction. The lead girl continued, guess where we are? The young photographer pointed the camera around the environment this place looks a bit familiar. Isn't this where that butcher works? Indeed, this is where our school's butcher works. The girl at the forefront replied with a smile. Wow, the new goddess has such a beautiful smile. What goddess, what beauty. Clearly it's goddess Xiao Yu who is the most beautiful. I checked the time but should be close to off work. Let's wait for him a bit, then we can interview him. So envious. The 3 of them nodded in satisfaction while watching the number of viewers in the live stream. They are the president and vice president of the news department at Honghai No. 7 Middle School, but Guo Xiao's popularity on the forum has been so high that they couldn't ignore it, otherwise they wouldn't deserve their positions. Since all 3 of them have reached the 7th stage of martial apprenticeship, they won't have a chance to reach the 8th stage in these 20 days, so they came to interview him. At this moment, Guo Xiao, immersed in slaughtering poultry, had no idea that someone was waiting outside the slaughterhouse to interview him. Level Martial Apprentice 6th stage, 116,000. Martial Art Miming Divine Skill Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles Beginner 664, 1000. Martial Techniques Basic Combat Skills Beginner 151,000. Basic Sword Techniques Minor Accomplishment 398, 10000. Basic Movement Technique Beginner 51,000. Current Experience Points 97, 20. Martial Apprentice 6th Stage automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Not bad, not bad. In just half a month my basic sword techniques can reach great accomplishment. Looking at the proficiency, I calculated the progress, nodding in satisfaction. Checking the time, I organized my work, preparing to go home and rest for a while before continuing my efforts in the afternoon. Look, he's coming out. The goddess is coming out. At that moment the camera was focused on Yongxing Slaughterhouse. As the live comments went wild, the 3 of them understood that Guo Xiao had emerged. Guo Xiao, seeing someone calling his name, turned to look. 3 youthful and beautiful girls stood there, although their makeup was a bit heavy, especially that lipstick, which was too bright. Especially the one on the side whose head was held so high, did she think she was a peacock. In my heart, I silently criticized the three girls and asked, do we know each other? Upon hearing Guo words, the three of them rolled their eyes simultaneously and replied in unison, of course we know each other. We are all from class 5 of the senior year. Oh, so it's you. I was blinded by the sand just now and didn't see clearly. I'm really sorry. Haha, who would have thought there would be someone who doesn't recognize the goddess? Is this guy a bit slow? This boy actually looks quite handsome. If only he changed his hairstyle, it would be even better. With a glance, I noticed someone on the side holding a phone, continuously pointing it at us, unsure if they were taking pictures or recording video, and asked, are you looking for me? Guo, I am Wang Xin, the president of the school's photography department. These are the vice presidents, Chun Jingya and Lin Yu, and this is the photographer Li Si. After introducing the people around her, Wang Xin continued, we heard that you have been working at the slaughterhouse recently, so we wanted to come and interview you. Interview me? Yes. Looking at the few of them, Guo seemed to recall something, and said, well, this issue is quite serious. Let's start over. This guy really knows how to play. I'm dying of laughter, and it's serious. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached nearly 1,000. Watching Guo walk back to the entrance of Yongxing slaughterhouse, slightly adjusting his clothes, the comments went wild. Seeing Guo come out again, the news department members laughed and called out, Guo, get lost. Guo coldly told them, then turned and left without looking back. After Guo left, the news department members were instantly frozen. After all, no one had ever spoken to them like that, especially since the three of them were well-known beauties online. What the heck? Wow, that's awesome. Watching Guo bold move, the comments instantly went into a frenzy. The news department members snapped back to reality, looking at Guo, who had already left. Their expressions turned a bit ugly. They wanted to go beat Guo up, but there were nearly 1,000 viewers in the live stream. If they really acted, their carefully built goddess image would be ruined. Maybe it's because we three aren't good looking. He doesn't care about our interview. It's really sad. Just so. As the president and vice president of the news department, they quickly reacted, pretending to be sad as they spoke to the phone in front of them. Next time I see him, I will definitely beat him up and make him kneel down to apologize to you. That's right, next time together. The viewers in the live stream just eat this up, successfully diffusing the awkwardness of the three girls while stirring up a wave of hatred for Guo. However, they never expected that such a simple joke would quickly spread across the internet. The news department became popular, and so did Guo. Lin family. Just a useless person. Let you live a little longer. Meanwhile, in a room at the Lin family. Brother Kai, I just sent you a video. You need to watch it quickly. On my sister-in-law, the one being called Brother Kai, hearing that his designated girlfriend was bullied, quickly hung up the phone and get lost. That's really sad. Wang Xin in the video only showed a sad expression, which made Brother Kai's heart tighten. Guo, you little brat, you are really seeking death. After a while, you will pay for this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he made a call. Brother Kai, find an opportunity to teach Guo a lesson, but remember not to cause any fatalities. Don't worry, Brother Kai, the martial arts exam is coming soon, so we won't dare to go too far. Then he called Wang Xin to comfort her, assuring her that he would make Guo pay for this. Uncle Yong, did you offend someone? Offend someone? I don't think so. I've been quite honest lately. Oh, what's going on then? Just now, several friends from the Martial Artists Guild and the prosecutor's office told me to get you out quickly to avoid trouble. Suddenly remembering the incident with the news department this morning, I told Wang Yong and asked, it shouldn't be about this morning's matter, right? Wang Yong sighed in response. Do you have any idea how powerful the background of the news department at Honghai No. 7 High School is? I don't know. Guo answered honestly. Anyone from the news department at Honghai No. 7 High School is typically either a spoiled rich kid or someone with a strong background. Your comment today was basically an offense to them. It shouldn't be, right? Why are they so petty? For those with wealth and power, face is the most important. You didn't give them any face today. What do you think? Alright, Uncle Yong, then I won't trouble you. Please calculate my wages. I'll bring you the missing amount this after all, last time I borrowed 3,000 yuan, and this month I've only worked a few days, so I asked. No need, it's not much. Let's leave it at that. A call came in. If you're free recently, try to stay indoors. Just as Guo wanted to say something, Wang Yong hurriedly finished and hung up the phone. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, what a mess. Hearing the sound from the phone, Guo felt helpless. He had only taken a nap at noon, and when he woke up he had lost his job. What if I leave the city? He originally planned to reach the 7th level of martial disciple and master the basic sword technique before heading outdoors. Although going into the wild was filled with danger, it also offered opportunities. Having made up his mind, Guo no longer hesitated. However, before leaving the city, boss, how much is this sword? In the weapon shop, seeing a Longquan sword hanging on the wall, he asked the boss at the counter. The sword has a label. It's a 90 refined Longquan sword, 1.2 meters long, 0.08 meters wide, weighing. I can't afford it. Seeing the price of 2,000, he lost interest. Meteor hammer, 0.8 meters long, weighing 30 kilograms, priced at 3,000. Willow leaf sword, priced at 2,000. In the shop the weapons dazzled Guo, but he could only look at the weapons in the hall. He couldn't afford most of them. Boss, do you have anything cheaper? Over there, go take a look. The boss didn't even look up, just pointed in a direction. Following the direction pointed by the boss, he walked over. Passing through a door, he entered a much larger area than the hall, where more people were gathered. Those in the hall heard the footsteps, looked up to see a young man, and then casually lowered their heads to continue looking at weapons. Hello, may I help you? A girl in work attire approached Guo and said, I want to buy a sword. Is it for practicing basic sword? Come, let me show you. Although Guo attire was rather shabby, she didn't mind and spoke to him. Guo followed the salesgirl to the sword area. In the area, the most common was, how about this iron sword, only 1200 yuan? Do you have anything cheaper? This sword is only 7000 yuan. Anything even cheaper? The cheaper the better, Guo said a bit embarrassedly. Then wait a moment, I'll go find out. After a while the salesgirl returned holding a sword that was inserted into a wooden sheath. It was hard to tell what material the sword was, but it appeared quite ordinary. This bronze sword is only 3000 yuan, the cheapest sword we have. Then I'll take this one. After leaving the weapon shop he sighed again. At this moment, he had less than 500 yuan left in his pocket. He needed to leave the city quickly to hunt monsters and earn money, otherwise his funds wouldn't last long. Kill the Gale Wolf 100 miles outside the city. Oh, anyone interested? Collecting herbs outside the city requires several martial artists. Pays, well, come quickly. Purchasing Gale Wolf and three-eyed fox pelts. Inside the city gate, it was bustling like a market with various calls echoing. At that moment a man with his chest exposed, wearing dark brown long pants, holding an axe over his shoulder, shouted to Guo, little brother, wanna hunt monsters together? No, I'm waiting for a friend. Ahaha, no problem. Next time we can hunt monsters together when there's a chance. After speaking he left. Captain, that kid looks like a martial disciple. If he agrees, won't we be dragging a burden? No worries, he hasn't agreed, and don't you think that little brother resembles us from before? Indeed. He does look quite similar, both are so poor. Watching them leave, Guo murmured to himself. Actually joining a team is nice, after all it's my first time leaving the city. Having a guide would be great. Unfortunately, with the ability of North Ming divine art, he was destined to act alone. He had no intention of staying here any longer, and directly left the city. Near Guo's house. Boss, how much longer do we have to wait? Why don't we just rush in and beat him up? The leader smacked his little brother's head hard with his hand, and said, are you stupid? The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Do you want to take action against those students now? Isn't that courting death? Alright. He then fell silent, staring intently at Guo's building. Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the bad news first. Guo is not home, we waited in vain. Then what's the good news? We don't have to keep watching. The leader, hearing this, had a dark expression, and once again smacked his little brother's head. Boss, it's not me who said that. Why are you hitting my head? Can I find you annoying? If you dare to talk back again, do you believe I'll hit your head? The little brother, who had already been smacked twice on the head, immediately shut his mouth, even shifting his position to the side, fearing that the boss would be capricious again and hit his head. Where is that kid? The boss asked the little brother who reported the news. According to reliable sources, he went outside the city. Outside the city? Yes, boss. Which outside the city? East City, West City, South City, or North City? Seeing his boss rambling again, the little brother quickly said North City. The leader glared at his little brother displeased, and said, then let's go, we'll head to North City. Boss, we're just martial disciples, do we really need to leave the city to look for him? Are you stupid? Why wouldn't we wait in North City for him to return? Not far ahead there was a creature with a neck joined to its head, a long nose, a large mouth, short legs, and a fat body, all covered in white, and its long ears resembled a fan. The most peculiar feature was its mouth, which had two curved tusks. It was a first-tier demon beast known as the Tusk Pig. The most valuable parts of the Tusk Pig were its two tusks, which could be ground into powder, yielding remarkable effects in both alchemy and weapon crafting. The Tusk Pig's strength was roughly at the 5th level of the first tier, corresponding to a martial apprentice of the 5th stage. However, within the same tier, demon beasts absorbed spiritual energy much more efficiently than humans. Despite being only at the 5th level of the first tier, its strength was comparable to that of a martial apprentice at the 7th stage. Memories of the Tusk Pig surfaced in his mind. That's right, it's you. He had already decided to make the Tusk Pig his first kill. If the Tusk Pig could understand his thoughts, it would probably feel deeply honored. After all, it was his first time. To be safe, Guo crouched down, lightening his steps as he gradually approached seemingly sensing something. The Tusk Pig lying on the ground lifted its head to glance around. Not finding anything, it lowered its head again to rest. Phew. At this point, Guo was within 3 meters of the Tusk Pig. Seeing it raise its head startled him momentarily, but fortunately the surrounding bushes were tall, and he was crouching, so he went unnoticed. Seeing the Tusk Pig lower its head again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Crack. Creak. He failed to notice the dry branches beneath his feet, and stepped on one. The sound of snapping would instantly echoed around. Upon hearing the noise, the tusk pig instantly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. It never expected Guo to be so close. Had it not stood up, it would not have seen him at all, especially when it noticed the bronze sword in Guo left hand still sheathed. Although it did not know what it was, a chill surged from its heart. It was the aura of danger and death. This instantly enraged the tusk pig. It scraped its left foot on the ground twice, fixed its gaze on Guo and charged forward. Damn it! Seeing the tusk pig charging at him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Watching the tusk pig draw near, panic surged in his heart, and he quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Just as he hit aside, the tusk pig brushed past him in an instant. A fierce wind accompanied by a foul odor blew toward Guo. Ignoring the stench that wafted into his nose, he stood up and looked at the tusk pig's back. Gripping the hilt of the bronze sword, he drew it from its sheath. Whoosh! The tusk pig slowly turned around, its eyes wild with fury as it stared at the bronze sword in Guo's hand. It recalled its friends who had been killed by this very weapon. Their precious tusks severed, their skins peeled, and it did not want to die. It wanted to live. Its beautiful mate had yet to be found. How could it die? At that moment it abandoned all other thoughts, fixating solely on one idea. That was to kill Guo. Only by doing so could it survive. Scraping its feet on the ground again, it fixed its gaze on Guo and charged forward. As it neared Guo, it jumped high, its mouth agape, tusks aimed directly at him. Just as the tusk pig was about to close in, Guo swung the bronze sword with great force, striking its tusks. Both man and beast were sent flying in opposite directions. However, the tusk pig fared slightly better, only being pushed back 2 meters, while Guo was thrown back about 4 meters. After getting up from the ground, his right hand, holding the bronze sword, trembled slightly. When you encounter a demon beast in the future, never panic. Always remain calm, utilize your surroundings and martial skills, and find the right moment for a killing blow. Looking at the tusk pig before him, he couldn't help but recall what the martial arts instructor had taught in class. At this moment, the tusk pig stared at Guo, who was facing it. It did not rush to attack. The last strike had caused an aching sensation in its tusks, making it feel distressed. Moreover, that strike had further stoked the flames of its anger. Had Guo merely struck its body, the resulting pain might have made it abandon the desire to fight and seek an opportunity to escape, but its tusks were its treasures. It could not rest easy without killing its adversary before it. And looking at this human, it seemed capable of defeating him. Oh, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for revenge? The human before it suddenly froze, presenting an opportunity for an attack. Scraping its feet on the ground, it let out a furious roar and charged at Guo again, its speed noticeably faster than during its previous charges. Hearing the tusk pig's roar brought Guo back to his senses. When the tusk pig was still 2 meters away, it pushed off the ground and leaped towards him. This time he did not panic as before, but watched as the tusk pig drew near. Just as it was about to reach him, he jumped back a step, narrowly avoiding its attack. He brought the bronze sword down upon the tusk pig's head. The sword pierced into the tusk pig's skull with no resistance. The tusk pig struggled for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It couldn't comprehend how Guo, who had seemed weaker moments ago, could so effortlessly slay it, and then it lost all consciousness. Yet its eyes remained fixed on Guo, desperately hoping its gaze could somehow kill him. Ignoring the tusk pig's eyes, Guo spoke to the fallen body. Brother pig, don't blame me. Remember to be reborn into a good family next time, even if it's as a pet pig. Then recalling something, he murmured, I wonder how much experience I can gain from the tusk pig. Looking around, and seeing no one, he approached the tusk pig's corpse, placing his hand on its head, and activated the beaming divine art to absorb the energy. The tusk pig's corpse gradually shrank as all its blood and flesh were absorbed into experience points, leaving only its hide behind, seemingly telling a tale. Experience points 5,000. 5,000 points of experience. This efficiency, while risky, is still many times faster than killing chickens or ducks. Glancing at the hide on the ground, Guo smacked his forehead in frustration. I should have removed the 2 tusks first, they are worth quite a lot. Oh well, at least I still have the hide, but should fetch a good price. The sky gradually dimmed at this moment. Nighttime is when the demon beasts are most active, and he did not wish to spend the night outside. After rolling up the skin and fur of the tusked boar, he looked in the direction to return and left the area. The traces left by the tusked boar also indicated that a considerable battle had taken place here, within the bustling market inside the city gates of Honghai City. Don't miss out freshly made hemostasis powder and detox pills. We sell various medicinal materials, a must for friends who refine pills. We buy all kinds of materials from more and more people returned to the city from the outskirts, gathering in the bustling market to sell the materials they had obtained. Many business owners often sent people here to purchase some materials. He casually chose a stall that was buying materials and asked, Boss, do you buy the skin of the tusked boar? The young man at the stall saw that Guo was holding the skin and fur and knew it was from a tusked boar. However, he did not show any disdain considering that there were quite a few peers in the bustling market. What is the price? We buy the skin and fur of the tusked boar at a price range of 1,000 to 5,000 depending on the integrity of the skin. Seeing that Guo was relatively young, he added, rest assured this price is the market rate. We wouldn't dare to raise the price indiscriminately as we are in this for the long haul. Guo remained silent after hearing this and directly handed the tusked boar's skin to the young man, indicating for him to take a look and then make an offer. The young man took the skin handed over by Guo and laid it flat on the table behind him, displaying the integrity of the entire skin before everyone. So intact. Young man, how about I buy it for 5,000? He'll offer 5,500. Several peers nearby saw such an intact skin and came over to bid for Guo. Previously they had not paid attention to Guo, thinking he was just a young guy with no significance. Now seeing such a good item, they couldn't hold back. 10000. Boss, the young man at the stall called out at the right moment. Old Chen, that's a bit unreasonable. It's worth at most 8,000. Why are you offering so high? Hey, what can I do? Money is abundant. If you have the ability, raise your bid. I want to compete with you. Can't provoke. Can't provoke. The several bosses around saw the high bid of 10000 and gave up on the idea of purchasing, returning to their own stalls. 10000. Didn't you say the range was 1,000 to 5,000? How come? Guo was also surprised by the price of 10000. The stall owner, seeing Guo's astonished expression, smiled and explained, normally the skins and furs stripped from demon beasts have some flaws, so the regular price is 1,000 to 5,000. Yours, however, is definitely worth a bit more. 100. Are you going to take it? My surname is Chen. You can call me Boss Chen. We have been purchasing skins here for a long time. If you have more in the future, I hope you will continue selling them to us, and we will definitely offer you the best price. Shaolin, take care of the skin. He instructed his attendant, then turned to Guo and said, bank transfer. Guo had never had anything like a bank. He had never even applied for a card as he was so poor that the most money he had ever possessed was 5,000. Can you give cash? Boss Chen, seeing Guo's attire, seemed to understand something and nodded at him. He took out a stack of cash from the drawer and handed it to Guo, saying, you should go to the bank and get a card sometime. In this day and age, carrying too much cash on you is also unsafe. Seeing Boss Chen's kind reminder, Guo replied, thank you, I will go when I have the chance. Boss, look over there, isn't that the kid? Guo. Following the direction pointed by his subordinate, he opened the photo on his phone and gestured to Guo affirmatively, saying, that's right, it's him. Boss, look quickly. Guo was seen taking a stack of cash from the stall owner's hand and putting it into his pocket, instantly capturing the attention of several people. The leading boss reacted and said to the several subordinates beside him, let's go, we will wait for him at his house, give him a beating first to take that stack of cash, and afterward, we can go to Brother Long to collect a reward. Boss, what if we can't beat him? What are you joking about? That kid is only at the 3rd stage of martial disciple. Your boss, am already at the 5th stage of martial disciple, plus you all are also at the 3rd stage. How could we possibly lose to him? All right. Exactly. At this moment, Guo was completely unaware that someone had already gone to his house to wait for his return. After taking 100 from Boss Chen, he bid farewell to him. He did not rush home as he had just heard that there was a place selling hemostasis powder and detox pills. It was his first time going to the outskirts, and he had left in a hurry without preparing anything, so he rushed out of the city. After all, he would be staying in the outskirts for a long time in the future, and he needed to prepare some supplies. After wandering nearby for a while, he found the stall he had heard about earlier. How much for the hemostasis powder and detox pills? 2,000 for a pack of hemostasis powder and 100 for a bottle of detox pills with 10 pills in each bottle. What are these pills? The black one is the pseudo-blocking pill. Taking 3 can keep you full for a day. Each bottle contains 21 pills and costs 1,500. This one is the strength recovery pill. Taking 1 can restore a certain amount of strength, priced at 5,000 each. Guo listened to the stall owner explaining the various pills and potions on the table amidst the crowd. Looking at the different pills and potions, he realized he could basically not afford any of them. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to buy 2 packs of hemostasis powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-blocking pill, just enough to spend all the money he earned from selling the tusked boar's skin. The attendant at the stall counted the 100 that Guo had handed over and then handed him the items, saying, young man, here are the 2 packs of hemostasis powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-blocking pill you purchased. This small shoulder bag is a gift from our store, no charge. What is the difference between the pseudo-blocking pill and the blocking pill? The efficacy of the pseudo-blocking pill is not as good as that of the blocking pill. The real blocking pill only requires 1 to be taken a day to keep you full, while the flavor of the pseudo-blocking pill is also not as good as that of the blocking pill. Guo still wanted to ask something, but he saw the attendant running to the side to check out other customers and lost the boss. Where's that kid? I'm already getting drowsy. And he's so broke. Not even a bottle of drink to— Yeah, boss. And why do voices sound from inside? Just as he pulled the key from his pocket, and prepared to insert it into the lock. Faint murmurs of conversation drifted out from within the room. He paused outside the door and listened for a moment. And are these thugs? They seem oddly dim-witted. He lingered at the threshold, piecing together their intent to teach him a lesson, and learned from their banter that none were particularly formidable. The strongest among them stood only at martial cultivation rank 5. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. And he himself had reached martial cultivation rank 6, and his foundation sword art had already attained minor mastery. Subduing a few street thugs posed no real challenge. After all, few upright individuals ever became thugs. And he slid the key into the lock and swung the door. Before him sprawled a chaotic living room. For figures lay slouched sideways across the sofa. Startled upon seeing Gua Xiao enter, they leapt up with feigned delight and advanced toward him. With a swift motion, he raised his bronze sword scabbard toward the doorway. The door clicked shut behind him. Eyes steady, he regarded them in. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Boss, is this kid stunned? Why'd he close the door himself? In. You little brat. We've been waiting long enough for you. Yeah. Hand over the money. And they leered at Gua Xiao, cracking their knuckles with cruel anticipation, ready to pummel him mercilessly. As the thugs drew nearer, Gua Xiao did not draw his bronze blade, but swept the unsheathed hilt horizontally in one fluid arc. And snap. The lead thug, a rank 3 martial cultivator, flew backward, violently colliding headlong with another who tumbled down beside him. The two sprawled on the floor, clutched their bodies, writhing in agony, desperate for relief. In, boss. It burns. In, you insolent whelp. You've truly enraged me. In his estimation, Gua Xiao was merely a rank 3 cultivator. The earlier blow had succeeded only through weapon advantage and surprise, toppling 2 underlings. He signaled silently to the 2 remaining thugs beside him. And shink. And shink. In 2 sharp metallic whispers echoed clearly, the sound of daggers drawn. Indeed, they each withdrew a dagger from their waistbands. And the gang leader glared venomously at Gua Xiao and, drop your sword. Now, if you value your life. Seeing Gua Xiao remain motionless, the leader assumed he was paralyzed with fear. None like his fallen underlings, the boss knew better. He flicked his eyes toward his closest thug, issuing a silent command. The thug understood instantly. Years of shared streets had forged unspoken synchrony. A glance alone sufficed to convey intent. Once the thug nodded in acknowledgement, the leader lunged forward, dagger raised high. His followers surged after him, closing in fast. A seasoned street veteran, he bore no such hesitation as his downed men. Regardless of whether his opponent remained capable of resistance, he would strike first twice. Gua Xiao watched their charge with detached curiosity. Gripping his bronze sword, he swung again. This time unleashing his full strength, for the gang leader stood at martial cultivation rank 5. Snap. And snap. And both thugs dropped their daggers midair and flew backward, landing exactly where they'd stood moments before, bent double, and collapsed onto the floor. The gang leader lay trembling on the ground, pointing a shaking finger at Gua Xiao. You're supposed to be only rank 3. How? Gua Xiao stepped calmly toward the fallen men and addressed the leader in. Who told you I was rank 3? As Gua Xiao drew nearer, terror seized the prone thugs. Their boss, rank 5, had been effortlessly defeated. Reality crashed upon them like ice water. The gang leader snarled from the floor in. Release us. Immediately, and pay our medical fees. Or Long Brother will never let you live. Gua Xiao feigned tremulous fear in. Oh, I'm so scared. Unaware of the subtle smirk dancing in Gua Xiao's eyes, the boss mistook his act for genuine terror and snapped in. If you're afraid, then help us up now. Gua Xiao drove a hard kick into the boss's ribs, sending him crashing face down once more. And you still want to speak? Gua Xiao cut him off. And, who is Long Brother? Who sent you here? And kid, let us go now. What if I refuse? And, Long Brother knows we came to discipline you. If we don't return, you'll regret it. If I release you, you'll just gather more thugs. If I keep you in prison, Long Brother will send others. Either way, he paused, then continued coolly in. So tell me, should I set you free, or not? NIV, no patience left for games. Speak, who is Long Brother? Why does he target me? In silence followed. The thugs only groaned, curled in pain, refusing to answer. Gua Xiao's patience evaporated. Refused to speak. Then this is your fate. And he crouched, placed a hand atop one thug's skull, and activated the Bei Ming divine art to absorb. The thug convulsed, clawing at empty air, crying out in agony. And boss, save me. What's happening to me? And boss, help me. And in 2 others, whose legs he'd gripped, also began shrieking uncontrollably. The gang leader froze, utterly petrified, as warm liquid trickled steadily from his trousers. And before his eyes, his underling's flesh receded, leaving only skin stretched taut over brittle bone. His gaze locked onto them, living men slowly wasting into skeletal husks. Their eyeballs liquefied, slipping from sockets until only hollow cavities remained, revealing with grotesque clarity the brain's intricate folds and vessels. None by one they faded from sight. And their cries dwindled, softened, then ceased entirely. Only several warm crumpled garments remained on the floor, mute testament to lives extinguished. Inexperienced 9,000. And speak. I don't know. Only that long brother ordered us to discipline you. Ni's voice shattered mid-sentence. He began babbling wildly. Demon, stay away from me. And no, don't come near. The gang leader stared mind-shattered, witnessing firsthand how the demon drained his men dry. Those discarded clothes were irrefutable proof. He'd gone utterly mad, muttering incoherently at his own lips. Seeing the boss beyond reason, and useless for interrogation, Guo placed a hand upon his skull and reignited the Bei Ming divine art. Within moments more garments lay scattered on the floor. Inexperienced 5,000. Gag. Gag. After witnessing the gang leader dissolve into nothingness, once again Guo could no longer hold back, and hurried to the bathroom to vomit. It was truly terrifying, even nauseating. This method of death was more horrifying than dissecting a corpse. Especially when he faced the gang leader directly, everything within his mind was laid bare before him, and the ugliness, particularly after being absorbed by the Bei Ming divine art, became even more pronounced, making it utterly revolting to behold. After expelling everything he had eaten for lunch in the bathroom, he ended up heaving bile when there was nothing left to throw up. Only after the nausea subsided considerably did he finally emerge. He took out a pseudo-emptiness pill from his small bag and swallowed it. Swallowing the pseudo-emptiness pill caused Guo to furrow his brows, but it did provide him with quite a bit of comfort, completely alleviating his feelings of nausea. The pseudo-emptiness pill had a somewhat foul and sour taste, not particularly pleasant, yet its effects were indeed remarkable. After swallowing it, he felt no hunger whatsoever. He glanced at the positions of the gangsters from earlier. The ground was littered with the clothes they had worn. He certainly did not want to wear someone else's used clothing, even though the few items on the floor were of better quality than what he was wearing. He tidied up the house again, throwing away the things that needed to be discarded into the trash bin outside. Looking at the now organized living room, he nodded in satisfaction, grateful that the gangsters had only made a mess of the place. What a nice guy. He even left behind a phone. Holding the phone that the gang leader had dropped on the ground, it was clear, just by its appearance, that it was vastly superior to his old device. I love you just like. Suddenly the phone rang. Seeing the name Long Gu displayed on the screen, Guo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. Xiaozhang, how's the situation? On the other end of the line, Long Gu waited for a while, without hearing any response, sensing that something was off. Who are you? What happened to Xiaozhang? Didn't you send them to find me? Why are you asking who I am? Guo. Impossible, he's just a poor kid at the 3rd level of martial disciple. How could he possibly defeat Xiaozhang and the others? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me who wants to teach me a lesson? It seems you really are Guo. I never expected you to hide so deeply, trying to make a spectacular debut on the day of the martial examination, right? Do as you wish. Before Guo could finish speaking, Long Gu on the other and hung up the phone. Guo tried to call back, but the number you have dialed is turned off. Realizing he had been blocked, he stopped fiddling with the phone, took out the SIM card, and tossed it into the trash, replacing it. I never expected that kid to play dumb while hiding his strength. He must at least be at the 6th level of martial disciple. Otherwise Xiaozhang, who is at the 5th level, and a few others at the 3rd level, shouldn't have trouble dealing with him. If it weren't for the upcoming martial examination and the intense scrutiny from the prosecutor's office, I would have sent other people. Otherwise, it's a pity for Xiaozhang and the others. Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile during this time. After contemplating for a moment, he called Lin Kai. Lin Kai, upon receiving the call from Long Gu, thought that Guo had been successfully dealt with, and asked over the phone. How did it go? That kid is at least at the 6th level of martial disciple. The people I sent might have already been eliminated. How is that possible? Lin Kai on the other end of the line was somewhat shocked. The 6th level of martial disciple was merely average to him, but Guo was recognized in school as being at the 3rd level. Now suddenly becoming at least at the 6th level was hard to believe. Long Gu fell silent for a moment before saying, 1 at the 5th level of martial disciple, and at least 3 at the 3rd level. Their fates are unknown. Lin Kai remained silent for a long while after hearing this. Let's just leave this matter for now. With the martial examination approaching, have your men keep a low profile. Recently the prosecutor's office has teamed up with the Martial Artists Association. If anything goes wrong, not even my father can protect you. Understood. Name Guo. Level 6th level of martial disciple, 116,000. Martial art, Bei Ming divine art, max level. Basic gymnastics, 18 styles, beginner 664, 1000. Martial skills, basic combat technique, beginner 151,000. Basic swordsmanship, minor achievement, 410100000. Basic movement technique, beginner 351,000. Currently possessing experience points, 32,686. Level of martial disciple automatically increases by 6 points per minute. Lying on the sofa in a relaxed manner, Guo glanced at his attribute panel, where the experience points line now reached a staggering 32,680. He did not rush to raise his level, but instead looked at his basic movement technique. He remembered that it was only at 5 points earlier in the afternoon, yet it had now jumped to 35 points. The martial skills instructor was right. Practical combat is the most effective way to enhance one's abilities. However, today there were indeed some issues in the battle against the boar beast. Reflecting on the battle with the boar beast earlier today, he took a deep breath. Today I was actually afraid when facing the beast. After all, I had died once in my past life. How could I still fear death now? The beast truly lives up to its reputation. At the level of martial disciple, its physical strength is astonishing. Even though I am at the 6th level of martial disciple, my strength is still inferior to a 1st level 5th grade boar beast. Sai was reckless today. He felt that his performance this afternoon was quite poor. However, if others knew this, they might have different feelings. After all, when facing a beast for the first time, being able to pick up a weapon and fight it, ultimately killing the boar beast, is already an impressive feat for a newcomer. There are even many who, when facing a beast for the first time, were so frightened that they wet themselves. After a long time, he looked at his attribute panel again, and the experience points had jumped to 32,806, increasing by another 126 points. This feeling of gaining experience points anytime and anywhere is wonderful. Without further hesitation, he directly injected the experience points into his level. As the experience points were injected, the energy within his body surged, and every cell was frantically absorbing the energy that flowed out. Until, boom. When the energy within his body reached the critical point for a breakthrough, there was not a hint of obstruction, and it shattered that thin barrier effortlessly. His level successfully reached the 7th level of martial disciple. TSK Tisk. There was completely no mention of the level barriers others spoke of, and he wondered if breaking through to the martial master level would be just as smooth. The breakthrough in realms should have brought joy, yet Guo Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He took out a fake pill from his small bag and swallowed it. Indeed, even after consuming a fake pill, he still felt a hint of hunger. After a while, the hunger subsided. Perhaps his body had grown accustomed to this sensation. I estimate that after breaking through to martial disciple level 9, or the martial artist realm, the effects of the blood replenishing and increasing pills would be completely exhausted. Each breakthrough signifies a reinforcement of the body, and since it is a reinforcement, it requires corresponding energy. The infusion of experience points only reduced the time Guo Xiao needed to cultivate, but did not replace the energy required by his body. The saying that knowledge is poor while martial strength is rich is indeed true. Without a certain amount of wealth, cultivation is genuinely infeasible. He shook his head, setting aside these thoughts, and looked at his attribute panel again. Seeing that he had 17041 experience points, and not intending to save any after all his strength was growing, and this over 10,000 points of experience was not something easily obtained. He directly infused experience points into the basic sword technique and basic movement technique. Information about various basic sword techniques and basic movement techniques surged into his mind, as if he had possessed them before. Suddenly his consciousness entered a mysterious space akin to a slaughterhouse, where shadowy figures practiced either the basic sword technique or the basic movement technique. He widened his eyes again, and focused on one shadow practicing the basic sword technique. It was clearer than last time, though still a bit blurry, yet Guo Xiao felt an odd familiarity with this shadow. In the next moment his consciousness returned to his body. Why does my head feel a bit dizzy? With his consciousness back in his body, Guo Xiao felt his head heavy and somewhat. Is it because of the information I just received and entering the mysterious space? It seems I must be cautious during breakthroughs. If I get immersed in that space and get ambushed by an enemy, it would be disastrous. Guo Xiao felt the dizziness intensifying, and he began to feel faint, collapsing onto the sofa and drifting into a deep sleep. The next day, name Guo Xiao. Realm Martial Disciple Level 7, 132,000. Skill North Sea Divine Skill Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry 664, 1000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Entry 151,000. Basic Sword Technique Great Achievement 110000. Basic Movement Technique Minor Achievement 110000. Currently possessing experience points 9846. Martial Disciple Level 7, automatically increasing by 7 points per minute. Looking at his attribute panel, he noted that the basic sword technique had broken through to the great achievement realm, while the basic movement technique had also reached a minor achievement. 100,000 points. He exclaimed upon realizing that it required 100 points of proficiency to advance from the great achievement realm of the basic sword technique to the next realm. 100 points is no small sum. To break through to Martial Disciple Level 8, he only needed 300 points. And even for Martial Disciple Level 9, it likely wouldn't take that much. I wonder what it feels like to have a great achievement in the basic sword technique and a minor achievement in the basic movement technique. After washing up in the bathroom, he looked at his disheveled hair in the mirror, contemplating whether to get a haircut. As if recalling something, he found a rope at home and tied it into a makeshift hair tie resembling a flamboyant bow. I must say I look quite handsome like this. Though I'm still wearing that coarse cloth outfit looking like a servant, I didn't expect that changing my hairstyle would enhance my charm so much. After gathering his things, he planned to head to the bank in the city to apply for a bank card, as carrying cash around was inconvenient. Guo Xiao. Hearing someone call his name, Guo Xiao turned towards the source of the voice. It was his homeroom teacher Su Qing, standing next to a girl who appeared to be around Guo Xiao's age. Guo Xiao didn't mind and greeted Su Qing. Hello, teacher. Call me Qing Jia outside of school. Oh, I prefer you all calling me sister. All right, teacher. Su Qing glanced at Guo Xiao and curiously asked, why aren't you cultivating at home? Where are you headed? I'm going to the bank to apply for a bank card. Carrying cash makes me worried about being targeted. Uffed. The girl beside Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. After all, judging by Guo Xiao's attire, he didn't seem like someone worth robbing, yet he claimed to worry about being targeted. Su Lin. Su Qing scolded the girl beside her sternly. So her name is Su Lin, she seems a bit Guo Xiao thought as he watched the girl giggle. I'm sorry, sister, Su Lin said to Su Qing beside her. Seeing her sister acknowledge her mistake, Su Qing turned to Guo Xiao with an apologetic expression and said, Guo Xiao, I'm really sorry, this is my sister Su Lin, she didn't mean it. It's fine. Sister, grandpa is almost here, if we chat longer we'll be late. Su Qing glanced at the time, realizing it was almost 9 o'clock, and said to Guo Xiao, we have things to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. After saying that, she was dragged away by her sister Su Lin, but not long after Su Qing turned back to Guo Xiao and said, Guo Xiao, once you finish with the bank card, hurry home and continue cultivating. I look forward to your excellent performance in the martial arts examination. Guo Xiao nodded at his homeroom teacher's reminder and said, sure, teacher. Guo Xiao's words were cut off as his homeroom teacher had already turned away and quickly left with her sister. What's with the rush? As a teacher, she shows no sense of maturity or composure. Sister, was that your student just now? Yeah. Looking at his attire, I estimate he's at most a martial disciple level 3. About right. That kid is also quite pitiful. If not for his poor family background, he could be better off. Who knows, maybe your realm wouldn't even be as high as his. Impossible. Just that kid. Besides, if I push myself a bit over these few days, I can break through to martial disciple level 9. At that time, this young lady might even have the chance to become the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination. Such grandiose claims. We already have 2 students in our senior class who have broken through to martial disciple level 9, and you know them both. I know them. Yi Luo and Yi Tian. How did they reach martial disciple level 9 so quickly? If you weren't so fond of playing around, you would have broken through to martial disciple level 9 by now. Su Qing and her sister Su Lin's conversation was unknown to Guo Xiao. If he had known, he would likely have been astonished to exclaim, this silly sister actually possesses the realm of martial disciple level 8. Is it really this complicated to get a bank card in this world? Guo Xiao thought helplessly after coming out of the bank. He originally thought that getting a bank card would be a quick process, just handing over his ID card, and it would be completed in no more than 10 minutes. However, he did not expect there to be pupil scans and fingerprint scans. The fingerprint scan was one thing, but what caught him off guard was that all 10 fingers had to be scanned. What left him speechless was that when he casually mentioned whether toe scans were necessary, the bank staff actually suggested that if he didn't mind the hassle, it would be best to scan those as well. He was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder there are so many staff inside. If it were like in my past life, there would probably only be a few people in the entire morning. However, there was no denying the quality of service. On the way out of the city, Guo Xiao couldn't help but reflect. He also checked his experience points, 11,526. As noon approached, Guo Xiao finally arrived at the north gate of Honghai City. It wasn't that he enjoyed walking, the crucial point was that he had only brought 200 yuan when he left in the morning, and he ended up spending over 180 yuan on bank card fees, leaving him unable to afford a ride. Well, I guess it's good exercise. The place he was heading to was where he encountered the tusked boar yesterday. He had heard through the grapevine that in the territory of the tusked boar, there were the fewest martial artists. Although the tusked boar was a level 5 demon beast, its strength was comparable to that of a level 7 demon beast. While the tusks could be sold for money, their cost-effectiveness was too low. The key point was that tusked boars usually appeared in pairs. It was already a stroke of luck that he encountered a lone one. Martial artists above level 7 generally looked down on demon beasts like the tusked boar, which meant that under normal circumstances martial artists at that level seldom sought to kill tusked boars. But did he need to hunt easily killed demon beasts? No. What he needed was a place with few people. He was not after money, but primarily for experience points. Fewer people meant it would be easier to absorb experience points using the Biming divine art without attracting unwanted attention. Thus he had already decided yesterday that before the martial arts examination he would stay within the territory of the tusked boars. On the main road outside the city, cars occasionally drove by from a distance. Tisk, anyone driving must have at least a martial artist level. I wonder when I will reach the martial, Guo Xiao thought with a hint of longing. After all, the higher his level, the higher the demon beasts he could hunt, and the more experience points he would gain. Shaking his head, he realized it was not the time to be overly ambitious. He needed to take things step by step. For example, set a small goal break through to the martial artist level. This should be the place. The grass that had been trampled during his battle with the tusked boar had already regrown today. It must be said that after the revival of spiritual energy, the growth cycles of many plants and animals had changed significantly. He wandered around hoping to encounter a tusked boar. He was not the same as he had been yesterday. Not only had he broken through to level 7 martial disciple, but his basic swordsmanship had also reached a major success, and even his basic body technique had improved to minor success. It could be said that his overall strength had grown tremendously in just a day. He urgently needed a battle to validate his strength. And the tusked boar was the best way to do that. Hey, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In front of Guo Xiao were 2 tusked boars lying on the ground. A sudden burst of mischief arose within him, and striking a flamboyant pose, he shouted at the distant tusked boars, "Come over here. Come over here." What the heck? He had expected the 2 tusked boars to stand up and rush towards him. But to his surprise, the tusked boars lying on the ground merely raised their heads lazily to look at him, showing no intention of getting up. He even felt that the way the 2 tusked boars looked at him seemed to suggest he was a big fool. Being mocked by 2 pigs was something he never anticipated. He then picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them forcefully at the 2 tusked boars. Smack! Smack! His aim was slightly off, hitting only 2, but it was just enough to successfully provoke the 2 tusked boars. Humph. Now that's more like it. Seeing the 2 tusked boars get up in anger, Guo Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Gripping the hilt of his bronze sword, he charged first at the tusked boars. When the tusked boars saw Guo Xiao rushing towards them, their already furious hearts instantly flared up. With a few thuds on the ground, they charged towards Guo Xiao as well. Seeing the 2 tusked boars rushing over, he bellowed, "Good timing." A serious scene suddenly became infused with a juvenile spirit. Luckily, there was no one around. He unleashed his basic swordsmanship, thrusting, slashing, and sweeping. Before long, the tusked boars were covered in tiny cracks. Guo Xiao did not rush to finish off the tusked boars. Instead, he used them to practice his recently mastered basic swordsmanship. The tusked boars' attacks were all evaded by Guo Xiao. The minor success in his basic body technique was indeed far superior to the entry-level technique. Had he encountered 2 tusked boars yesterday, although he could have dodged them, it would have been quite a struggle. Unlike today, he could completely toy with the 2 tusked boars. The minor success in his basic body technique made his movements increasingly agile. Although his speed had only increased by 2 or 3 levels, it felt entirely different. After carefully reflecting on the basic swordsmanship he had mastered and the minor success in his body technique, he looked at the 2 tusked boars beside him and muttered, "It's time to finish this." After speaking, Guo Xiao dodged the tusked boar's attack with a sidestep and then thrust 2 swords into their head. After being pierced by Guo Xiao's sword, the tusked boar fell heavily to the ground, its 4 legs twitching slightly. After a while, the tusked boar lying on the ground completely stopped twitching. Cautiously looking around, he found no one, and he simultaneously activated the beaming divine art with both hands. If only I could absorb from a distance. After all, it was just his self-named beaming divine art, and there must be a difference from the genuine version. He had to make contact with his hands each time to absorb experience points. Experience points 10,000. He didn't even want the tusks. After all, just the pigskin could be sold for a decent amount of money, but experience points were more important. After collecting the pigskin from the ground, he began searching for more tusked boars in the vicinity. "Young one, this is no place for you." A voice suddenly echoed from all around. Guo Xiao glanced left and right, but saw no one. He assumed it was a hallucination. "Above you." The voice rang out again. Following its direction, Guo Xiao looked upward, where an elderly man stood calmly atop a thick tree branch, stroking his beard while observing him with quiet scrutiny. In the elder's perception, Guo Xiao was merely a 7th-rank martial apprentice. A youth likely still in high school, dressed in modest worn clothing that suggested humble origins, and certainly lacking any formal combat techniques. Without effective martial arts, and without allies, he should not have appeared here at all. "Why may I not be here? Why do you believe you belong here?" The elder did not answer Guo Xiao's question. Instead, he countered with one of his own. "Because of my strength. By virtue of your 7th-rank martial apprentice cultivation." The elder gazed upon Guo Xiao's unshaken, self-assured expression and smiled faintly as he continued questioning. Though puzzled by the elder's inquiry, Guo Xiao sensed no malice. After all, the man had appeared silently overhead. Had he wished harm, he could just as silently have ended Guo Xiao's life. Thus Guo Xiao remained composed and engaged the elder in calm dialogue. "And this sword in my hand." The elder studied the blade. It bore minute nicks along its edge forged crudely, clearly the work of an apprentice smith. That rusted scrap of metal. It depends on whose hand wields it. In mine it is a fine sword. The elder fell silent. He found no ready rebuttal, because deep down he knew Guo Xiao spoke truth. To refute would betray his own sword heart. Yet to remain silent felt like conceding to Guo Xiao's audacious sword-in-hand arrogance, the very posture declaring, with this blade the world is mine. Seeing the elder pause, Guo Xiao pressed on. If civilian martial artists at the martial apprentice stage may hunt monstrous beasts, why not I? A true martial cultivator strives ceaselessly to strengthen the self. Well said. Gazing down at Guo Xiao's impassioned declaration, the elder was stirred by profound emotion. 5 centuries ago, when the first monstrous beasts descended upon the world, humanity stood fragile and small. Yet through relentless step-by-step ascent, they forged their present glory. Back then he himself had been but an ordinary man, yet he too slew monstrous beasts. Today's students by contrast face ruin with even a single misstep. The modern world has grown too comfortable. As the elder lapsed into reverie, Guo Xiao grew weary of waiting, and simply stood beneath the tree watching him in silence. Yet inwardly his heart raced wildly. Is he pondering how best to kill me? Should I flee now? Shall I feign death and collapse onto the ground? Guo Xiao's brow furrowed in indecision, until the elder, snapping back to awareness, caught the shifting expressions on his face and abruptly halted his rhythmic stroking of his beard. I am no bloodthirsty butcher. This vexes me greatly. With that he produced a manual from nowhere and tossed it downward. It landed precisely at Guo Xiao's feet. Staring at the manual at his feet, Guo Xiao looked up and was utterly stunned. What the? Flew away. Flew away. Indeed, the elder had already soared skyward, vanishing into the air. Guo Xiao bent down, retrieved the manual, and opened it. Sword drawing art. As his eyes traced those 3 characters on the cover, Guo Xiao involuntarily recalled a certain man, whose power surged the lower his head bowed. He shook his head sharply, dispelling the fanciful thought. Tucking the manual securely into his chest, he turned and walked home. Now was no time to study. It would be disastrous to lose himself in its pages only to be ambushed and slain by nearby monstrous beasts. The manual was safely in his possession. There would be ample time to read it later. In the bustling marketplace of Honghai City, a vendor called out, "Young sir." Recognizing Guo Xiao, he offered a friendly greeting. "Xiao Lin." "Yes, that's me. You seem quite young. Why are you working here?" "No need to laugh. I'm short on funds. Fortunately, Boss Chen took me in, so I come whenever I'm free." At the sight of Xiao Lin, Guo Xiao's urgent desire to return home suddenly cooled. "Here, could you appraise?" Xiao Lin expertly examined the 2 boarhide pelts. These bear slightly more sword punctures than ideal, but overall integrity remains excellent. "We'll offer 3,000 credits." "Accepted." Guo Xiao felt indifferent. Slaying those 2 tusked boars had cost him barely any effort. "Cash again." "Bank transfer, please." Xiao Lin's hand froze mid-reach toward the cash drawer. He instead seized a handheld device from the desk. He aimed it at Guo Xiao's face. Instantly, Guo Xiao's banking details appeared on screen. Then he handed the device to Guo Xiao for verification. Since it was his first time using such technology, Guo Xiao scrutinized the screen carefully, confirmed the data was correct, and nodded. "Yes, that's accurate. Though outdated in design, this model remains highly precise." Xiao Lin added, "Rumors say the newest devices can instantly extract full personal profiles with just truly convenient. They've reportedly developed other breakthrough technologies this year, though no one yet knows." "Done. The transfer's complete. You may check your phone now, or the notification should have arrived." As Xiao Lin finished speaking, Guo Xiao's compact bag vibrated softly. He pulled out his phone. Sure enough, a bank alert message glowed on the screen. Remarkably swift. After a brief, lively exchange about emerging technologies, Guo Xiao returned home. Settling onto the sofa, he eagerly withdrew the sword drawing art manual from his chest. Page by page, he turned its leaves. Then unexpectedly his consciousness slipped once more into the enigmatic space. Surveying the shadowy figures surrounding him, he murmured aloud, "What is this? Did reading the manual trigger this? Could mastering sword drawing art alone have broken me through?" Watching the spectral figures practice the art, Guo Xiao wondered uncertainly. This time he did not fixate on their faces, but focused intently on their movements, the sword drawing art itself. Each figure repeated only 2 motions. Draw the sword, sheath the sword. And as time flowed onward, their hands moved faster, ever faster, until draw and sheath became a single instantaneous blur, the blade fully unsheathed, yet instantly retracted back into its scabbard. Thereupon Guo Xiao's awareness snapped back into his physical body. Guo Xiao glanced at his attribute panel and found a new skill, sword drawing technique, listed under martial arts, which had also reached the minor accomplishment stage. How did it suddenly reach minor accomplishment? He wondered, could it be because my foundational sword technique has reached great accomplishment combined with the simplicity of the sword drawing technique that it directly advanced to minor accomplishment? Guo Xiao speculated that it might be related to his foundational sword technique, but without any other sword technique manuals, he had no way to verify. Standing in a relatively empty spot in the hall, he gripped the hilt of the bronze sword. He aimed at a small component on the wall. Whoosh! The small component was instantly struck and fell to the ground, while the bronze sword returned to its sheath. Let's not discuss the power for now, just the speed of the draw has clearly increased several times. Seeing that his experience points had reached 23206, he hesitated not, and spent them all. He upgraded both the foundational movement technique and sword drawing technique to great accomplishment, and the foundational combat technique also advanced to minor accomplishment, allocating all remaining experience points to his realm. A surge of information flooded Guo Xiao's mind like a raging tide, crashing into his consciousness. Oh no, I forgot everything. After absorbing the information, his mind once again entered the mysterious space. He felt extremely tired, his head heavy, and he had no interest in watching the mysterious figure practice martial arts. Right now, all he wanted was to take a nap. He had no idea how much time had passed when his consciousness returned to his body. He lay directly on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Have I really slept for 2 days? When Guo Xiao woke up, 2 days had already passed, and he had been in a deep slumber for 2 days. This time I really was reckless. I wonder if there are any techniques that enhance mental power. There should be. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Disciple Level 722243200. Technique: Biming Divine, Art Max Level. Foundational Gymnastics, 18 Forms, Entry 664-1000. Martial Skill: Foundational Combat Technique, Minor Accomplishment 110,000. Foundational Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Foundational Movement Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Sword Drawing Technique, Great Accomplishment 110,000. Currently has experience points 13440. Martial Disciple Level 7, automatically gains 7 experience points per minute. With this standard configuration, I ask who in Honghai 7th High can withstand me. He confidently believed that no classmate from Honghai 7th High was his opponent. As for the high schools in all of Honghai City, he dared not exaggerate. After all, there are always stronger individuals. He understood this principle. Looking at the 3 fallen saber-toothed pigs, Guo Xiao muttered to himself, turns out I am already this strong. I had no pressure at all dealing with these 3 saber-toothed pigs, and easily took them down. With the sword drawing technique unleashed, one fell instantly, but unfortunately his realm was not high enough to unleash the full power and range of the technique. Even though the 2 saber-toothed pigs were so close to each other, he only managed to kill one. The other merely sustained some superficial injuries. The great accomplishment of the foundational movement technique is indeed exceptional. Using it has at least increased my speed by 60. In the realm of Martial Disciple, I can proudly call myself the strongest. Experience points, 15000. No longer showing off, he absorbed the 3 saber-toothed pigs on the ground, and continued on his way. After the earlier test, he roughly understood the scope of his strength. He was essentially invincible in the realm of Martial Disciple. He no longer had to be as cautious as before. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a second-level monster, one word could describe his current state: reckless. At this moment, he was about 500 meters away. A young girl was battling a saber-toothed pig, but her attire was already somewhat disheveled and her face was... It was evident that she was in a bit of a predicament. Not far from her, a group was watching her, and one female archer had already aimed her weapon at the saber-toothed pig. Should the girl in the arena find herself in danger, the archer would immediately take down the saber-toothed pig At this moment, a man in the crowd shouted toward the girl in the arena, "My dear sister, haven't you eaten enough? How can you be so flustered against just a first-level 5th-stage monster?" Damn. Hearing the mocking voice, the girl in the arena felt the urge to hit him. "Yin Shan, after all, this is your sister, won't you guide her a bit? It's nothing if she's already a Martial Disciple Level 8, struggling against a measly first-level 5th-stage monster is quite a feat. It's a miracle I haven't scolded her." Beside Yin Shan, a rugged strong man looked at the girl in the arena, and commented, since this is her first time facing a monster, her performance is already quite commendable. Just as Yin Shan was about to speak, the rugged strong man continued, "The battle is over, Xiao Jing. You can put..." Hearing this, the archer Xiao Jing obediently lowered her weapon. At that moment, the saber-toothed pig in the arena collapsed, but it wasn't killed by the girl, it was simply too exhausted to move. Seeing the saber-toothed pig down, the girl knew the opportunity had come. She quickly approached the saber-toothed pig and stabbed her weapon directly into its head. After watching the saber-toothed pig die, the girl sat on the ground without any semblance of grace, but her expression revealed her joy. After all, being able to defeat a monster in her first battle was something worth celebrating. The few people outside watched as the girl killed the saber-toothed pig and approached her. Her brother even couldn't resist mocking, saying, "It's truly rare to see someone tire a saber-toothed pig to the ground like that." The girl now sat on the ground, utterly exhausted after more than 2 hours of fighting the saber-toothed pig, and simply rolled her eyes at Yunshan. The archer Xiao Jing, who followed behind, spoke up, "Don't listen to your brother. He was quite nervous just now." The rugged strong man ignored the bickering of the group and said to the girl sitting on the ground, "Xiao Yun, that's enough for today. Out tomorrow you should rest and take some time to reflect on today's battle. The day after tomorrow we will go out to train again." "All right, Uncle Lu." Upon hearing the girl call him Uncle Lu, the originally stern expression vanished, and he angrily said to the girl, "Yin Shui, you should call me Brother Lu, understand?" "Brother Lu." "Oh, okay, Brother Lu." Ha, ha. The few people watching the rugged strong man being teased also laughed happily. After a while, seeing the girl was nearly rested, the archer Xiao Jing helped the girl Yin Shui up, and they followed someone is ahead. The rugged strong man suddenly stopped and gestured. After all, this area of saber-toothed pigs rarely had anyone come by, and sensing someone ahead made him nervous. "Monkey, go check the tree." "All right, Captain." Then the one called Monkey jumped up, soaring over 4 meters high, and as he was about to land, he stepped on his left foot and pushed off his right foot, propelling himself upward once more. Monkey's cloud ladder must be nearing perfection. The archer Xiao Jing said with a hint of envy, "My cloud ladder has just reached minor completion. I didn't expect Monkey to progress so quickly. I'm just a beginner, but my shadow step has already reached minor completion." While the others were conversing, Monkey landed and said to the rugged strong man at the forefront, "Captain, it's a young boy, and we've seen him before." "We've seen him. Yes, he's the young brother you mentioned a few days ago who resembles us, but unfortunately, he has 2 tusked wild boars right in front of him." He completely overlooked the pigskin in Guo Xiao's hand. Had he noticed, he probably wouldn't have said that Guo Xiao was unlucky. The captain immediately realized who it was and said, "Oh, it's him. Then let's go take a look. We have to pass that way anyway. If he needs help, we should lend a hand." The girl Yin Shui, who had been listening to their conversation, asked curiously, "Is he also here for training?" Monkey recalled the moment he saw Guo Xiao and said, "His realm is probably similar to yours. In any case, he seems quite poor. Maybe he's here looking for death." Yun Shan added, listening from the side. Yun Shui was filled with curiosity at that moment. A young boy, and his realm was similar to her own. She had just fought a tusked wild boar, so she knew how difficult it was to deal with a demon beast. Achoo! Guo Xiao, walking along the road, suddenly sneezed. "Is someone thinking of me?" he wondered, rubbing his nose. "Wow, what luck! I've encountered 2 more." Seeing the 2 tusked wild boars in front of him, he was ecstatic. After all, this meant an increase in experience points. How could he not be happy? He kicked a stone underfoot forcefully at the tusked wild boar lying on the ground, perfectly hitting its head. "Not bad, not bad." Watching the 2 tusked wild boars lying on the ground, Guo Xiao nodded in approval. Seeing Guo Xiao's flashy move, Yun Shui and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Is this kid out of his mind? Instead of retreating, he's provoking them. At this moment, Yun Shan said with a hint of smugness, "See, I told you so. He's looking for death." But Yun Shui at this moment addressed the team's captain, saying, "Brother Lu, that's my classmate. He's only at the 3rd level of martial disciple. Can we save him?" As a well-known figure at Honghai No. 7, especially since he was her classmate, she wouldn't mistake him. Moreover, Guo Xiao was only at the 3rd level of martial disciple, clearly looking for death. Seeing Guo Xiao's joyful expression, her heart was filled with a complicated feeling. Even though they had never exchanged a word, as the class monitor of the senior year class 5, she felt obligated to save Guo Xiao and give him a serious lesson afterward. "Xiao Jing." The rugged captain suddenly shouted at the archer Xiao Jing. "Understood." She raised her weapon, but then lowered it. It wasn't that she didn't want to save him, but Guo Xiao had actually run towards the tusked wild boars. In this situation, unless she advanced to the martial master realm, she would have no chance to kill the 2 wild boars first. Not to mention, she was only at the 3rd level of martial artist. "It's over." Yun Shui closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear to see Guo Xiao being torn apart by the tusked wild boars. "Damn. Xiao Yun, are you sure he's only at the 3rd level of martial disciple?" Guo Xiao was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched nearby, even thinking that he was looking for death, and that they intended to save him. He saw the tusked wild boars moving slowly, and took the initiative to charge at them. As he got closer, he swiftly gripped the bronze sword's hilt, and executed the sword-drawing technique. The bronze sword flashed past the neck of the tusked wild boar, and with a quick pull, the other tusked wild boar was also killed in a single blow. He then sheathed his sword handsomely. "Damn, someone's here." Originally intending to let go of the sword's hilt, his hand tightened again as he looked toward the source of the sound. Seeing Guo Xiao effortlessly kill the 2 tusked wild boars, Monkey couldn't help but curse, and even the rugged captain couldn't help but ask Yin Shui, "Is this strength really that of a 3rd level martial disciple? He must at least be at the 9th level of martial disciple." The rugged captain, seeing Guo Xiao's hand that was about to release the sword, tightened it again, and cautiously looked at them, saying, "Little brother, we mean no harm." Hearing Brother Lu mumble something, she opened her eyes and found that Guo Xiao was still alive, while the 2 tusked wild boars lay dead on the ground. She had closed her eyes earlier and hadn't seen Guo Xiao's swordplay, so she dumbly asked, "Sister Xiao Jing, was it you?" "It wasn't me, he killed them himself." Yin Shui was stunned. She had just battled the tusked wild boar and knew how troublesome they were, yet she hadn't expected this. Yun Xiui came back to her senses, and seeing Guo Xiao's vigilant demeanor popped her head out from behind and shouted at Guo Xiao, classmate. Guo Xiao looked at everyone contemplating whether to abandon the dead tusked wild boars and flee. After all, the rugged captain clearly had the strength of a martial artist, and he felt inferior. Suddenly a girl popped out from behind the strong man, calling out to her. Who is this? Not finding any information about the girl in his memory, he asked, who are you? Yun Xiui was instantly stunned, and even the people around her turned to look at her in confusion. She could clearly sense that it was a question implying, didn't you say he was your classmate? Class monitor. I'm your class monitor. Impossible, I remember my class monitor is Ning Shuer. I know. She's the class monitor of the second year. This year's class monitor of the third year is me. It's me. It's really me. Yun Xiui shouted angrily. She and Ning Shuer were both well-known beauties at Honghai No. 7. How could you only recognize Ning Shuer and not me? Moreover, having been classmates for 3 years, even if I'm not the class monitor, you should recognize me too. Why do you act like I'm a stranger? Guo Xiao looked at Yun Qi's expression, frantically searching his mind. Damn, it really is my classmate. What is this original owner? How could he not recognize his own classmates, and the girl in front of him was quite good-looking, yet he had no information about her? Could it be that he had a problem? Contemplation. Helplessness. Release. These emotions flashed across Guo Xiao's face repeatedly. It was the first time everyone had seen such a vivid change in expression. After a while, Guo Xiao, feeling apologetic, said to Yun Sai, class monitor, I'm sorry. The wind was too strong earlier, and it blinded my eyes, so I didn't recognize you. Was there even wine just now? Clearly there wasn't. Is it really appropriate to lie openly like that? Where did that look of not recognizing me go just now at? Everyone was internally mocking Guo Xiao for his shamelessness as he spoke without a script. At this moment, the burly leader Lu let out a hearty laugh and said to Guo Xiao, ah, little brother Guo, you are really interesting. Hearing such a bold voice, he felt a flicker of recognition and asked, Uncle, have we met somewhere? Hearing Guo Xiao call him Uncle Leader, Lu frantically corrected him. It's brother. You should call me brother, or Lu Go. If that's not possible, you can call me by my name, Lu Hong. I'm only 20 this year. I just look older than my age. A few days ago I invited you to hunt the demon beast together, but you rejected me then. Oh, it's you, Uncle. It's brother. All right, Uncle. Leader Lu Hong was truly at a loss. No matter how he corrected it, Guo Xiao still called him Uncle. He resigned himself to it, but shot a fierce glare at Yun Xiui, as if to say, if you dare to call me that, you're done for. Seeing Lu Hong's pretended fierce gaze, Yun Xiui believed it to be true and repeatedly expressed her fear. Only then did Lu Hong nod in satisfaction. Well, I have to go now. I have other matters to attend to. However, everyone did not believe Guo Xiao's words at this moment. Clearly he was just trying to avoid seeing them. Except for Yun Xiui, they still had some sense. Yun Xiui, however, did not know or understand this. She asked the question that was on her mind, which everyone was also curious about. Guo Xiao, can you tell us what level you are at? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Among them, the highest level was only the 5th stage warrior with insufficient spiritual power to leave their bodies, and they couldn't sense the level of a martial apprentice. Unlike the warriors or those above, as they had already generated true chi and could sense a general level when this is no secret, just a 7th stage martial apprentice. 7th stage martial apprentice. 7th stage martial apprentice. Everyone exclaimed simultaneously. Except for Yun Xiui, they had been watching closely just now. The speed of that sword strike was not something a mere warrior could achieve, yet they were surprised to find out that Guo Xiao was only a 7th stage martial apprentice. Then how come during the school test you were only a 3rd stage martial apprentice? Oh, I had a cold that day. I couldn't exert any strength, and when I tested my strength on the Force Stone, I only showed about 300 pounds of force, resulting in them mistakenly believing I was only a 3rd stage martial apprentice. Looking at Guo Xiao's serious explanation, everyone believed him. With this expression, even I think it's fake. How did you all buy into it? Guo Xiao originally thought he would need to work harder to convince them, but unexpectedly everyone actually believed him. Am I too naive, or are the people in this world too naive? It's no wonder he thinks this way, or after all, who would expect a 3rd stage martial apprentice to rise to a 7th stage martial apprentice in such a short time? So everyone just thought he had a severe cold. They were aware of the Force Stone in the school, which could only test the most basic strength, and could only judge a person's level based on strength. In reality, it was not accurate, but during the martial exams there would be a specialized level stone to test them, which was the most accurate. Even if one had a severe cold and couldn't exert strength, their level could still be accurately measured. However, the production cost of the level stone was too high, so it was only used in significant events. It was said that it contained special materials, so it could only be used on a small scale. Well, I'm really leaving now. Everyone saw Guo Xiao quickly leave while carrying 2 boar tusks, and felt, are we really that scary? Did we scare him earlier? Xiao Yin, you didn't offend him at school, did you? Yun Xiui watched Guo Xiao flee, listening to everyone's words, and couldn't help but ask herself, Did I offend him at school? I shouldn't have. Moreover, with my beauty, he didn't even glance at me. It's infuriating. After a distance, Gua Xiao also sighed in relief. He thought he was about to lose the juicy meat he had caught, but unexpectedly he regained it. How could he not be happy? How could he not hurry to leave them? Absorbing experience points is the key. No matter how beautiful Yun Xiui is, can she provide experience points? Experience points 10,000. Hey, it smells good. Looking at the two pelts on the ground, he truly found it appealing. I just came from that direction. Just as he wanted to go back, he suddenly didn't know how to get there. Earlier he had rushed off in any random direction, while carrying two boar tusks eager to absorb experience points. Now when he turned back, he was completely at a loss. He took out his phone to check the time. It was after 5 p.m. Soon it will start to get dark and the demon beasts will become active. Imdoom. Suddenly an odd thought struck him. Wait a minute. No matter how far I walk, I can't be more than 100 miles away from Honghai City. Since I'm still within 100 miles, what is there to fear? Every 3 years the Warriors Association organizes a demon beast clearing mission. Within a 100-mile radius of Honghai City, any demon beast will be exterminated. From memory, the last demon beast extermination organized by the Warriors Association was just 2 months ago, so at this stage there are relatively few demon beasts. Moreover, most of the demon beasts are not at a high level, but it doesn't rule out the possibility of encountering a second-tier demon beast. I can't fight a second-tier demon beast, but I can run. My foundational movement technique has already reached a perfected level. Even if I can't fight, I can still escape using my movement technique. If only I had a movement technique manual. I wonder how many experience points I could gain from a second-tier demon beast. He didn't know why, but he hadn't seen a single figure. Is no one camping outside the city? Are they that timid? He thought that if he encountered someone he would ask for directions. If the distance were short he would go back, because sleeping at home is definitely more comfortable than in the wild. If the distance were far he would find a safe place to hide. If he was lucky at night he might be able to absorb some more experience points. At this moment. He inadvertently caught a glimpse. Not far away on a tree a faintly visible tree hollow was revealed, but it was too distant, obscured by branches and leaves, making it impossible to see the specific situation. I hope I am not mistaken. It would be best if that were a tree hollow, then he would have a place to hide in the wilderness at night. Nighttime is when the demon beasts are most active, as many of them hide during the day and only begin to move at night. Demon beasts like the tusked boar won't actively attack unless provoked during the day, but things are different at night. This is also why during the day, when one sees a tusked boar, most are lying on the ground. In front of him stood a tree with a diameter of at least 2 meters, and its height was estimated to be around 20 meters. The tree hollow he had seen earlier was probably located somewhere in the middle. He would have to climb at least 10 meters high, but he had never learned any martial arts or climbing techniques. I guess he'll just have to climb carefully. Under normal circumstances, without any tools, he could not climb barehanded. If it were just a tree with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, he might have found a way. Fortunately, this tree has grooves carved out at regular intervals, probably made by predecessors. I wonder how the previous person carved these grooves. They are truly impressive. Guo sighed after climbing near. After a while, Guo successfully stood on a branch. He could see that at the junction of the branch and the trunk there was indeed a tree hollow. Looking around, it was nothing but green. He could see no distant scenery, let alone Honghai City in that direction. Unless he climbed higher. But as soon as this thought appeared, he extinguished it. Because he couldn't climb any higher. Resigning to the idea of not returning today, he walked towards the tree hollow. The space inside the tree hollow wasn't very large, but it could easily accommodate one person, and surprisingly there was even a bed inside. It could be called a tree bed since it was connected to the trunk. This must have existed for quite a long time. He touched the tree bed with his fingers covered in a thick layer of dust, murmuring. He put down the fur of the tusked boar he had on his back, and randomly chose a piece to lay on the tree bed. Tisk tisk, why am I so clever? Sitting on the tree bed, Guo thought proudly. Fortunately, the fur of the tusked boar had no trace of odor, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do this. Sitting on the bed, Guo looked at his attribute panel. Name Guo. Realm Martial Disciple Level 722243200. Cultivation Method Biming Divine Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles Entry 6641000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Minor Achievement 110000. Basic Sword Technique Major Achievement 193100000. Basic Body Technique Major Achievement 145100000. Sword Drawing Technique Major Achievement 131000000. Current Experience Points 40960. Martial Disciple Level 7. Increasing automatically by 7 points per minute. The experience points come quite fast. It's over 400 now. This place is quite safe, though I might as well level up to Martial Disciple Level 8 right here. Thinking of it, he directly injected all his experience points into his realm. Without any hindrance, he smoothly reached the realm of Martial Disciple Level 8. After breaking through the realm, he felt a hunger. He ate a pseudo-refinement pill, and after a while that feeling gradually faded. Sigh. Based on this consumption rate, the effectiveness of the healing and energy replenishing pills would completely end after breaking through to Martial Disciple level 9. It's a pity I have no money. If I had money I could go to the Martial Artist Guild to buy some, but alas I have no money. Realm Martial Disciple level 8, 111-846-4000. I still need 52,816 experience points. After calculating the experience points needed to break through to Martial Disciple level 9 in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he was only at Martial Disciple level 3, yet in such a short span he broke through to Martial Disciple level 8. Standing outside the tree hollow, he looked up at the sky lost in thought. Dad, Mom, can you see me? I have made something of myself now. He didn't know whether he was referring to his parents from before his rebirth or his current ones, perhaps both. What a beautiful night. The sky filled with stars seemed to swirl around Gua Xiao, breathtakingly beautiful. In his past life apart from high mountains and sparsely populated areas, he could hardly see such a colorful and brilliant starry sky. A woo, crack, oomph. Many sounds of demon beasts echoed around him, completely different from the dead atmosphere of daytime. Borrowing the moonlight, he looked down at the base of the tree. A wind wolf and a tusked boar were facing off against each other. It was just one character away from the storm wolf, yet their strengths were worlds apart. The wind wolf was merely a level 6 demon beast, while the storm wolf was a level 5 demon beast. Although the wind wolf was only one level higher than the tusked boar was completely no match for the wind wolf. He saw the wind wolf bite into the neck of the tusked boar, which fell to the ground, its forelegs twitching for a moment before it died completely. Yet before its death it let out a furious roar, possibly lamenting the unfairness of fate. After the wind wolf saw the tusked boar die, it eagerly opened its mouth and bit into the tusked boar. It was clearly very hungry. At that moment the wind wolf was completely unaware of Gua Xiao's presence. After all, it was just a level 6 demon beast lacking strong perception, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Is the opportunity here? Watching the wind wolf gorge on the meat it had just caught, Gua Xiao knew the chance. He gently drew the bronze sword in his hand, aiming at the wind wolf below. With a whoosh, Gua Xiao jumped down from the 10-meter high tree. A height of 10 meters is nothing for a Martial Disciple level 5 practitioner, let alone Gua Xiao, who was already at Martial Disciple level 8. The wind wolf seemed to sense something. While still chewing on the meat, it looked up at the sky. But it was too late. Its head had already been pierced by Gua Xiao's sword. From its expression, it was clear that it maintained a look of enjoyment, satisfaction, and confusion. It was obvious it died without feeling any pain. Humph. A woo. Just as Gua Xiao was about to pull the bronze sword out of the wind wolf's head, more sounds began to resonate around him, but from the sounds it was clear that the majority were from the tusked boars. What's going on? Something feels wrong. The noises of the beasts around him drew nearer, and an inner voice urged him to leave at once. As he drew the bronze sword, he instinctively absorbed the wind wolf's experience. Experience 565. Reluctantly, he glanced at the two fallen beasts, then turned and climbed up along a groove in the tree. Just as Gua Xiao reached the branch, a pack of tusked boars arrived nearby, grunting and snorting. They stared at the tusked boar slain by the wind wolf and howled mournfully toward the sky. The thick branch shielded Gua Xiao from the boar's sight. Even if they had seen him, they likely would have paid him no mind. The height was too great. They could not climb trees. Although it was unclear how the wind wolf lying nearby had died, the bite marks on the fallen boar's neck and body were unmistakably the wind wolf's doing. Now they glared furiously at the wind wolf, entirely unconcerned with Gua Xiao hidden in the branches above. He thought bitterly that at least 10,000 experience points had just vanished. Perched on the branch, Gua Xiao felt a hollow ache. His fat prize had slipped away. Why has it suddenly? He poked his head out, suddenly afraid yet puzzled. He feared the swarm of beasts below, and was grateful he had trusted his instinct and not lingered to siphon more experience. Their numbers were simply too many. He was puzzled by the two factions below, wind wolves and tusk boars, both bristling as if on the verge of war. Could they be about to fight a war for the ages? As expected, after a tense standoff, they could no longer restrain themselves and burst into savage combat. Although the wind wolves were individually of higher rank, the tusk boars outnumbered them, and the wolves found themselves no less disadvantaged. Mass numbers prevailed. No, pig-tied tactics made all the difference. Gua Xiao watched with keen appetite, his earlier fear forgotten. Carcasses multiplied beneath them more and more. When the fighting ended, a little scavenging would make him rich. Other beasts in the vicinity steered clear of the melee. After all, it was wiser to endure and keep the peace. Dawn was gradually breaking. Gua Xiao stretched atop the tree as the sounds of slaughter below began to subside. He knew the main event was about to conclude, and craned his head downward. Exclamations rose from below, warnings, complaints, the last scraps being claimed. As they withdrew, every beast, wolf or boar alike, carried off a corpse in its jaws, whether kin. He still did not dare descend. The beasts had only just left, and danger lingered. After a long while the area fell utterly silent. No beast remained in sight. When he saw they had all withdrawn, he leapt from the tree and landed heavily, leaving 2 clear footprints. He then rubbed the ground carefully to erase them. Having read so many past life novels, he knew such details. He sighed at the mess they had left behind and muttered at their lack of decency. Heaped corpses lay about, though any reasonably intact body had already been carried off, leaving only torn limbs and fragments. Shinchi seized a wind wolf leg and absorbed it with the beaming divine skill. Experience, 400. His eyes lit up. He had not expected a single leg to yield 444 experience points. With so many remains in the area, how much could he siphon? He hastened his absorption. If he did not hurry, other beasts would return. Such a strong scent of blood would soon attract scavengers. Experience 2,599. Experience 1,644. He grinned at the thought of over 2,000 experience from a single piece. This was promising. One in each hand, he worked busily. Few finally done. This is exhausting work. He converted any sizable remnant on the ground into experience. The tiny scraps he left alone too lazy to bother, since they would yield almost nothing. Dawn had fully broken, and he could faintly hear beasts in the distance. That's enough for now, time to go back. Having bundled the pelts, a serious problem suddenly occurred to him. He did not know which direction led home. Suddenly a sound. Who's there? From the bushes to his left came the clear snap of a branch being broken. Unsure whether human or beast, he called out tentatively. If it were a beast, so be it, but if it were human. A voice hissed, "Xiao Wu, I told you to be careful, and yet you made noise." The man in the brush heard Guo Xiao and knew they had been exposed. A man with a blade scar across his face stepped out with a lackey at his side. The scar-faced man eyed the packed pelts beside Guo Xiao and said greedily, "Little brother, quite the harvest you've. Want Scarborough to help you carry it back. Make him come out of the bushes, I saw him. Little brother, good eyes you've." The scarred man then clapped his hands and ordered, "Men out with you." At his command the others poured from the brush. They saw the pelts by Guo Xiao, and their eyes went wide. Until now the branches had blocked their view. Now emboldened they spoke arrogantly, "Kid, leave all the valuables here. Drop the sword, and put your hands on your head, or you'll regret it. Kid, we are the Menghu Mercenary Corps, obey us, or. Kid, we are the Menghu Mercenary Corps, obey us, or. The Menghu Mercenary Corps did have real strength. Rumor said they had 3 martial masters, about 10 martial warriors, and hundreds of martial apprentices, prominent figures within the martialist guild. Yet the Corps' reputation was ill-favored. Within Honghai City, constrained by the prosecutor's office and the martialist guild, they dared not act too brazenly, though outside the city was another matter. They indulged in arson, plunder, and countless acts of robbery. With no evidence to prove their crimes and a compliant public face in Honghai City, they carried on untroubled. Rumor had it that someone powerful sheltered the Menghu Mercenary Corps from behind the scenes. The scarred man noticed Guo Xiao's pupils shrink back, and he laughed as he said, "Kid, it seems you have heard of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. If you know what's good for you, leave behind everything valuable. Today we are in a good mood, so we'll let you off this time." The scarred man's smile was quite frightening, but upon hearing his words, Guo Xiao felt a cold sneer in his heart. He was well aware of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps from his last visit to the bustling market, and they never left witnesses. Otherwise they would have been wiped out by the Martial Artist Guild long ago. "Oh, all of it is yours." Hearing Guo Xiao's stammering tone, everyone thought he was genuinely scared, and they all laughed at once. The scarred man saw that Guo Xiao was already so frightened and walked straight towards him, showing no concern that Guo Xiao might suddenly attack, especially after seeing his attire. In his heart he had already formed a one-word evaluation of Guo Xiao: poor. If he was poor, how high could his cultivation be? As for the fur beside him, it was just the remnants of the nightly skirmishes with the beasts. Coming to the outskirts of the city early to pick up a bargain was quite normal. It must be said that sometimes one's appearance could easily deceive others. Watching the scarred man approach, he didn't rush to make a move, as his few underlings had yet to close in. If they escaped, it would also become a troublesome matter. He understood the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Seeing the few approaching him, he thought to himself. In the eyes of the others, Guo Xiao, who was trembling and looking down, suddenly raised his head and glared at them coldly. Not good. The scarred man felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing Guo Xiao's cold smile. But it was too late. Before he could react, Guo Xiao's bronze sword had already beheaded him. Sword drawing technique. Guo Xiao's bronze sword swiftly sliced through the scarred man's throat. He felt no pain and was without even looking at the corpse of the scarred man, he charged towards his few underlings. Upon seeing their leader beheaded, the underlings were instantly dumbfounded, completely shocked. It wasn't until Guo Xiao killed one of them that warm blood splattered on their faces that they reacted. The remaining few revealed terrified expressions and knelt down begging for mercy. Which direction is Honghai City? The already terrified few thought answering the question would save their lives, pointing in one direction simultaneously. After getting the answer he wanted, he immediately slaughtered them all. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, he dragged them into the nearby thicket and converted them into experience points. After all, it was daytime. Who knew if anyone nearby was watching the scene? If someone saw the corpses captured by Guo, they would slowly shrink until disappearing and then return to boast about it. The whole city. No, it should be said that the whole world would know about him absorbing corpses, or wouldn't that mean he would also be doomed? Experience points 12,000. Experience points 7,000. Phew, this scarred man actually had over 1,000 experience points. He must at least be at the martial artist level. Thankfully, I managed to ambush and kill him first. The remaining few based on the absorbed experience points are roughly at the martial apprentice levels 5 to 7. He himself is only at the martial apprentice level, and his mental strength isn't strong enough to sense the realms of others. Brother, have you struck it rich today? Guo, now back in Honghai City, was selling the furs he had obtained. At this moment, Boss Chun happened to arrive at the stall. Seeing the furs in Shaolin's hand, he gave Guo a thumbs up and praised, "Little brother, impressive skills. Although the integrity of these furs isn't great, the quantity makes up for it. Luck. Don't say that, as sometimes luck is also a part of skill." Seeing Guo being so modest, he couldn't help but think to himself, if only my son were as humble as this. He causes me trouble every day. Sigh. The quantity you provided is a bit much. It will take some time to tally it up. Please wait here. Okay. Guo then sat down on a nearby chair to wait. He also went to the back to tally up with Shaolin. It was rare for someone to sell such a large quantity in the morning, so only Shaolin came during the day. After a substantial period of time, they finally completed the tally. Fong Tooth Boar Fur 11400 Yuan, Wind Wolf Fur 1580 Yuan, totaling 266000. To make it a round number, let's say 270000. After Boss Chun finished speaking, he handed the list and price he had just tallied to Guo. Hearing the total of 2700, Guo was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that what he had picked up could actually be worth 2700. He pushed the list back to Boss Chun and said, "I still trust your integrity, Boss Chun." He had no idea how many pieces of fur he had bought. Looking at the list was useless. It was impossible for him to check each item on the list one by one. It was better to sell him a favor, even if that favor might not be of much use. After the transaction was complete, his phone in the small bag vibrated at the right moment. It indicated that the 2700 yuan had been credited. Seeing that the money had arrived, he no longer lingered and said, "Boss Chun, I'll be leaving now. If you have furs to sell, remember to look for me, Boss Chun. The price is negotiable." Watching Guo leave, Boss Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "They're all young men. Oh, why is my own one so young?" After leaving, Guo headed to the stall where he had sold pills last time. He wanted to see if they had any for sale. Even if not, he could at least gather some information. After all, he was still a pauper with less than 300 yuan. "Brother, what kind of pills do you need this time?" The owner of the pill shop recognized Guo at a glance. For Guo, he could really be said to have left a deep impression, especially since cash transactions were rare these days, particularly one for 100 yuan. "Boss, do you have any pills that replenish qi and blood?" "Pills that replenish qi and blood?" "Yes. Come with me to the shop to take a look. This stall sells items needed to leave the city." Oh, Shaoli watched this for a moment. Guo was delighted to hear this. He had only come to try his luck. After all, this stall sold only common pills, none of which were for cultivation. He only wanted to understand the market prices before going to the Martial Artist Guild to purchase. Otherwise, if he didn't have enough money, it would be a waste of time. He didn't expect that they would actually have some for sale. The pill shop is located behind a row of storefronts. After entering, the shopkeeper pointed to the pills on the counter and said, "These pills can replenish qi and blood. Do you have a first-grade blood replenishing pill?" Upon hearing Guo's request for a first-grade blood replenishing pill, the shopkeeper was left speechless. "Young man, are you making fun of me? In the Martial Artist Association of Honghai City, it's unlikely to find a first-grade blood replenishing pill. How could I possibly have it in this small place?" Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Guo asked curiously, "Does the Martial Artist Association not have it?" Perhaps due to the lack of customers in the morning, the shopkeeper explained to Guo with a smile, "Sometimes we have them, sometimes we don't. It depends on luck. After all, Honghai City is a small town, and many graded pills need to be reserved and shipped from other cities." "Oh, I see." He continued, "A first-grade blood replenishing pill usually costs at least 2 million. If your finances aren't particularly good, I personally wouldn't recommend purchasing it." The shopkeeper gently advised Guo as he didn't look like a wealthy person. He then began to introduce the pills available in the shop. Pointing to one of the pills in the counter, he said, "Lower-grade blood replenishing pill made from the flesh of a first-level monster." He added, "Dinkuan pill can nourish qi and blood, regulate menstruation, and ease distress. The complete restoration pill can also be used to replenish qi and blood. Among these, the one with the best efficacy is the lower-grade blood replenishing pill, but it is also more expensive, priced at 3,000 each." Efficacy. He continued, for a 5th grade martial disciple, as long as you consume one you won't feel discomfort when breaking through to the 6th grade martial disciple. Of course, the higher the realm, the more you need to consume. Of course, if you're willing to spend some time eating more monster meat, that can also replenish your chi and blood. However, monsters are meant to absorb experience, so eating them is out of the question. Besides, with his cooking skills, he might as well consume pills, which saves time. After a moment of hesitation, he said to the shopkeeper, "Give me 9 lower-grade blood-replenishing pills." The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Buying 9 lower-grade blood-replenishing pills at once is quite rare, usually customers buy them one by one. Although he was filled with doubts about whether Guo could afford it, he still greeted him warmly, saying, "All right, please wait a moment." After receiving the money from Guo, the shopkeeper became even more enthusiastic. "Here you go, young man, these are your pills." After taking the pills, Guo had no desire to linger and turned to leave as he was already out of money. Besides, he had already asked what he needed to know, and staying longer would be pointless. He now needed to return home to break through to the 9th grade martial disciple. Back at home, sitting on the sofa and looking at the lower grade blood replenishing pill in his hand, he muttered, "This thing costs the same as a body refining powder. I wonder how effective it is." After saying that, he tossed it into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, but it's much better than the fake body refining pill. At least it doesn't smell foul or sour. After swallowing it, the effect of the pill began to manifest. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Not long after, the effect of the lower-grade blood-replenishing pill completely dissipated, and he felt significantly more comfortable, as if a hint of satisfaction lingered within. Unable to resist, he consumed another one, and then checked his attribute panel. Name: Guo. Realm: 8th grade martial disciple, 111-846-4000. Cultivation technique: Biming divine, art max level. Basic gymnastics: 18 forms, entry 664-10000. Martial skills: basic combat technique, minor success, 110000. Basic sword technique, major success, 51210000. Basic movement technique, major success, 388100000. Sword drawing technique, major success, 104100000. Currently, he has 134,527 experience points. 8th grade martial disciple automatically gains 8 experience points per minute. 130000. He had been busy all day and hadn't paid attention to his experience points. He originally estimated it to be around 8000 or 9000, but never expected it to exceed 1300. This certainly gave him a pleasant surprise, and he exclaimed, "The wind wolf and the tusked pig from last night were truly generous. No, they should be called good monsters." He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Still, breaking through the realm is more urgent. He then injected the experience points into his realm, and a mysterious power began to surge within him. Just like every time he broke through a realm, when his body stopped absorbing the mysterious energy, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th grade martial disciple. Not long after, the barrier of the realm was shattered. This meant that Guo had reached the 9th grade martial disciple. The feeling of hunger returned. He took out 2 lower grade blood replenishing pills from his small backpack and swallowed them directly. The feeling of hunger vanished. These lower grade blood replenishing pills are quite useful. I wonder what the middle grade ones feel like. He thought, in just this short time I've consumed 4 lower grade blood replenishing pills, and 100 has vanished just like that. It's true what they say, the poor are cultured and the rich are martial. Xiaoyan, why have you been in low spirits since you returned yesterday? Yinshan spoke up, saying, "Dad, don't mind her. She's just feeling down after being criticized by her classmates." Oh, seeing his daughter so affected, he felt quite pleased, as she had always been very strong-willed. If she was impacted by her classmates, they must be exceptionally talented. This made him curious, because his daughter had mentioned that aside from that girl Shuer and the 2 brothers from the Yi family, she didn't regard anyone else highly. "Xiaoshan, tell me about it." Yun Xiui spoke up. "Didn't you go out of town with your brother's classmates to hunt monsters?" "I struggled a lot, but I barely managed to kill a tusked pig." She didn't dare to admit that she had to exhaust the tusked pig to the point of exhaustion before killing it, as it was a bit embarrassing. "That's great, daughter. To be able to kill a monster on your first encounter, you truly are my daughter." Yun Qi's mother, hearing that her daughter had hunted a monster, quickly pulled her over, examining her from left to right, and asked, "Xiaoyan, you weren't hurt, were you?" "No, Mom." Yun Qi's father suddenly interjected, "Isn't this a joyful occasion? Why do you feel down after being criticized by your classmates?" Yun Qi's father smiled, and said to little Yun, "Once you master your own powers with your martial apprentice level 8, you will be able to do this effortlessly." At that moment, Yinshan mysteriously said to his father, "Dad, do you know his level?" "He claims to be at martial apprentice level 7, but I suspect he may be hiding something, conservatively estimating he is also at level 8. I see that you are worried about this." He tapped Yun Qi's forehead and said, "That's because you have never encountered demonic beasts. Once you face them more, your heart won't tremble, and you will naturally be able to unleash your full strength. Your classmate must often go outside the city to confront demonic beasts, so he is not afraid. It's also my fault for protecting you too well. I let you grow up without facing demonic beasts. Yun Xiui listened to her father's earnest teachings, and her frustrations diminished considerably. However, one thing still troubled her, as she distinctly remembered how Guo looked at her yesterday, as if she were an ordinary person. Was she not a beauty in her own right, not even catching his eye? Dad, can you teach me other martial skills? Wait until your martial examination is over. You know your father is the vice president and must lead by example. Moreover, have you mastered the basics of swordsmanship yet? Almost there. The basics are the foundation of all martial arts, which is why only basic martial skills are taught in high school, and not others. Seeing her father begin to lecture her again, Yun Xiui helplessly sat on the chair and listened. All right, dear daughter, you are still young. Besides, the martial examination is coming up soon. Inside the study of the Lin family, a burly middle-aged man incredulously said to the butler beside him, "That kid has broken through to martial apprentice level 7 right under our noses." The butler's face was also filled with disbelief. He knew what that kid's life was like. Logically, he should only have broken through to level 5 at most. Although he had learned this news in advance, he still felt surprised. The butler, who had lived with the family for a long time, knew the master's thoughts well, and said, "This information is undoubtedly accurate. They witnessed it with their own eyes." Hearing his butler's certainty, he fell silent. He knew the butler's style was very meticulous. Since he was so sure now, it meant the news was true, and perhaps even conservative regarding the level. A scoundrel truly is a scoundrel, can't even handle a person. The middle-aged man slapped the table heavily. The main issue is that kid is too cunning. The butler naturally understood why the master was so angry. After all, master, what if? The butler made a gesture across his throat, indicating to the master. Meng Hu and Xiao Yu have gone to the wild city and taken most of the combat power. There shouldn't be anyone left, right? Ask around. If someone is available, break that kid's limbs and send him to me. Although puzzled as to why they wouldn't just kill Guo, he complied and said, "Understood, master. He'll take my leave." The middle-aged man, lost in thought, waved his hand at the butler, signaling that he understood. Scarface actually got ambushed by a martial apprentice level kid. What a waste. Fourth brother, should we report this to the boss? How can we report? The boss and the others have gone to the wild city and can't be contacted at all. At that moment, fourth brother's phone rang. He immediately recognized who was calling, gestured for his little brother nearby to be quiet, and then answered the phone. "Butler Su, what brings you here today?" "Fourth, how many martial artists do you have left?" "2, with the highest being martial artist level 5. "That's enough. They'll send you a photo. If possible, break all 4 limbs and bring him over." "Alright, I understand." Beep, beep. After hearing the call, fourth brother put down the phone and turned to the little brother, who had also heard the sound, and said, "You heard that right?" "Fourth brother, I heard it." Since the phone was on speaker when he answered, he wasn't deaf and could hear clearly. Not long after the phone vibrated, it was the photo Butler Su had just mentioned. "Come over and take a look. You have also broken through to the martial artist level and need to get involved in some matters." Fourth brother looked at the little brother in front of him with great trust, as he had followed him for several years and posed no issues regarding identity. This person. The little brother looked at the photo in his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "Fourth brother, this is the one who killed Scarface and the others." "Are you sure?" "Sure, the photo shows him looking younger, so I didn't recognize him at first." "What a coincidence. How many people has this kid offended that Butler Su dares to offend him?" "Fourth brother, who is Butler Su?" Fourth brother shook his head at the little brother beside him, indicating, "I don't know." Fourth brother's words puzzled him. After all, he had been so familiar just a moment ago, now claiming to not know. "Aside from the leader, does anyone know who Butler Su is?" Fourth brother then spoke earnestly to the people beside him. "Little 3, but there's something you need to know. No matter how big a commotion we make, as long as there's no clear evidence pointing to our Meng Hu mercenary group, Butler Su can protect us." Upon hearing this, little 3 was instantly stunned. He wasn't foolish. Since fourth brother could say such a thing, it meant that Butler Su truly had an extraordinary background. Butler Su. The title of butler surprised him the most. If the butler was this powerful, then the person behind him must be extraordinary. Little 3, fourth brother saw the shock on little 3's face and knew his inner turmoil. He had also been shocked for a long time when he first found out. Fourth brother, tell the brothers below to keep a close watch. We will act together when the time comes to avoid prolonged troubles. Fourth brother, I understand. It's even more rudimentary. After breaking through to the 9th rank of martial apprentice, he couldn't wait to leave the city. Indeed, during the night, it truly belonged to the realm of the beasts. There were very few humans to be seen in the entire forest. Of course, it might also be because he was currently within the safety zone. Perhaps as he ventured 100 miles away, more people would gradually appear at night. Just as expected, he had only just arrived for a while and had already absorbed quite a bit of experience. Some careless beasts were no match for him. Experience 7,000. Experience 6,000. After absorbing a few small green snakes that ambushed him, he complained, "I don't know who came up with this ridiculous name calling them small green snakes. Why not just call them large green snakes?" Measuring 6 meters long with a snake waist of at least 1 meter, they were absurdly called small green snakes. After the revival of spiritual energy, many wild beasts had evolved. Even ants had evolved, yet they were still called ants, remaining the weakest probably around level 1 to 3. However, after so many years combining with the monsters emerging from the spatial rifts had given rise to many bizarre and strange beasts. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name Guoxiao. Realm Martial Apprentice 9th rank, 110-0000. Technique, Biming Divine, Art Max level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Beginner 664-10000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Minor Success, 1100000. Basic Swordsmanship Major Success, 599-1000000. Basic Body Technique Major Success, 451-1000000. Sword Drawing Technique Major Success, 122-1000000. Currently possesses Experience 122-411 Martial Apprentice 9th rank automatically, gaining 9 experience points per minute. It's a pity there aren't any safe places nearby, otherwise I could have raised my realm first. At this moment his experience had once again broken through to 100, reaching as much as 12000. He had already met the required experience for breaking through to the warrior realm. He could choose to go back to break through, but it took too much time to return outside the city. Moreover, this time, he had come from the south gate, which was much further than the north gate. It was also more dangerous. The frequency of beast appearances in this area was significantly higher than that on the north side. Not long after he left the city, he had already encountered several beasts. Of course, they had all become souls under his sword. Crack. What was that sound just now? He looked around, but found nothing unusual. I must have misheard it. I thought it was just the sound of my foot stepping on a branch, so I ignored it. He completely failed to notice that a small crack had already formed on the blade of the bronze sword in his hand. He sheathed his sword, tidied several pelts, and casually chose a direction to walk. Quack quack. The shouts of the beasts in his ears became clearer and clearer. Guoxiao halted through the pelts on the ground, and slung the bronze sword on his back. Listening to the sounds, it was evident that there were many beasts. For safety, Sake, he randomly chose a sturdier tree, took out a dagger from his small backpack, and slowly climbed up the tree. Damn! After climbing the tree and looking towards the source of the sound, he couldn't help but curse. In his line of sight about 50 meters away in an open space, a group of small green snakes and a species resembling a toad were facing off. It looked like the wind wolves and tusked boars from last night. They were probably about to engage in a fierce battle. Due to branches from other trees blocking his view, he couldn't see their exact numbers. However, he estimated that there should be no more than 100. I thought there was something very familiar about this. Unlike others who were fearful and cautious to avoid trouble, he felt no such dread. Instead, he was filled with excitement. After all, this meant he could take advantage of the situation, which would definitely lead to a surge in his experience. Brothers, hurry up and start fighting. Why are you just staring at each other? Watching the beasts ahead, he continuously cheered them on in his heart. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to go down, and after all, it was harder to climb up. If this tree were a bit sturdier, he might even consider breaking through to the warrior realm first. The next day, finally, it's almost over, it's my turn to act now. At this time, after a night of fighting, there were only a few beasts left on the battlefield, and Guoxiao knew it was time for him to take action. While it was still dark, he needed to act quickly to deal with them, lest the warriors come, and he wouldn't be able to absorb any experience. Just thinking about experience made him instantly alert. He jumped down from the tree, leaving clear footprints in the ground. According to his usual habit, he would have to deal with things, but he was too lazy to do so now. He ran towards the battlefield of the beasts at his fastest speed, and before they could react, a green snake was the quack quack, hiss hiss. Just as the green snake was killed, the surviving beasts on the scene instantly stopped fighting and turned to look at Guoxiao. They could fight among themselves, but when it came to dealing with enemies, they had to unite against them, especially when it was a human. At that moment, their hearts seemed to be connected as they all charged towards Guoxiao. However, the remaining beasts did not match Guoxiao in realm, and after a night of fighting, their combat power had diminished to only about 30 of their usual strength. Even if the number of beasts present doubled to Guoxiao, they were merely a disorganized mob. Soon, all the beasts on the battlefield were eliminated. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Ping! The bronze sword, which had already been slightly cracked, could no longer withstand the final blow after killing the last beast. Guoxiao's sword seemed to have been struck by an invisible force, and with a bang it snapped in two. The quality is unacceptable. If the female shop assistant who sold him the weapon knew what he was thinking, she might come to kill him. The bronze sword he held was only suitable for beginners to practice sword techniques. Although the bronze sword had been unsealed, it could only slay beasts around level 1. After all, the physical strength of the beasts increased significantly with their realm. The fact that the bronze sword had lasted this long was due to the skill of the craftsman, who forged it along with not. Now that it had been used for so long, he could smile slyly. Little did he know that the sword had cost him 3,000 coins to purchase. He sheathed the broken bronze sword and hurriedly focused on absorbing experience. While it was still just dawn, he needed to finish absorbing it quickly. Hee. Guo Xiao back in Honghai City couldn't stop laughing. Passers-by on the street looked at Guo Xiao carrying a large bundle of furs seemingly unbothered, and they gazed at him with envy, for the amount of furs he carried was truly substantial. Though they couldn't see the full quality of the furs, even if they were of lesser quality, it was still a sum of money they grabbed. Despite their jealousy, no one dared to snatch them. Every town had its rules, and anyone who dared to act would find themselves trapped for years. Had they encountered him outside the city, the situation might have been different. After all, there were many martial artists present, all watching him with bright, greedy eyes. Yet none dared to act. However, this did not affect Guo Xiao's current mood. He was exceedingly happy. After all, his experience points had reached an astonishing 58000. How could he not be elated? His face could not hide the joy within, and those on the street assumed he was smiling because of the enormous fortune he was about to reap. Guo Xiao, my young brother. Guo Xiao, my young brother. After several calls, Guo Xiao finally reacted, realizing someone was calling him. Lost in his delight and surrounded by the sounds of vendors he had not heard. Boss Chun, what is it? Seeing the look of confusion on Guo Xiao's face, Boss Chun understood his thoughts. I sent someone to collect materials in the bustling market on the north side of my actual business is located nearby. Boss Chun pointed in a direction and continued speaking, his pride evident. Look, it's right there. Guo Xiao followed the direction pointed. Chen's Apparel. The store was located at the corner, exuding an old Beijing charm. Especially the two stone lions at the entrance, which complemented Chen's apparel, giving the whole establishment a harmonious aura. Guo Xiao gazed at Chen's apparel, and it was no wonder Boss Chun wore an expression of pride. He probably would too in his position. Moreover, in such a location, one needed a solid background to run such a large shop. Old Chen, impressive skills. I'm just a minor shareholder. The major shareholder is someone else who is not keen on man. That's still quite impressive. Alright then, would you like to sit in my shop? By the way, Boss Chen said, glancing at the fur bundle behind Guo Xiao. Understanding what Boss Chen was hinting at, Guo Xiao smiled and replied, isn't this a coincidence? I was just looking for a place to buy this, and here you are. That's great. I assure you the price will satisfy you. Come on, let's step inside my shop. Standing outside is quiet. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, Boss Chen's demeanor softened even more. Fortunately, he came here today, otherwise this business would have slipped away. After all, the quantity was hard to resist. Xiao Wang, take these to get an estimate, and give me the price based on the highest valuation. Upon entering Chen's apparel, Boss Chen called over a staff member and pointed at the furs behind Guo Xiao. Alright, boss. Xiao Wang acknowledged his boss, and then turned to Guo Xiao respectfully, saying, Sir. Handing over the rolled-up furs, Guo Xiao politely said, Thank you. Not a problem, please wait a moment. Saying that, he took the large bundle of furs into the adjacent room. That room is specifically for purchasing and appraising beast furs. Guo Xiao, my young brother, see if you need anything. Me? What could I possibly need? I'm not saying this just for fun, but once you have money you should at least buy yourself some decent clothes. He picked up a piece of armor from the side, and continued, like this one, though it looks quite heavy, it is made with special techniques, and once worn it is actually only slightly heavier than what you currently have on. It really is. Guo Xiao took the armor from Boss Chen, weighing it in his hands. Indeed, it didn't feel much heavier than his current attire, and he wondered how it was made. Seeing Guo Xiao curiously examining the armor, Boss Chen continued with a smile, the key point is this armor can withstand significant damage from any beast below level 2. Is it really that impressive? Some martial artist teams have their frontliners wear this type of armor to absorb damage. If you don't like this style, we have others such as from the Qin Shang or Han dynasties. If you don't like any of those, we also accept custom orders. Boss Chen talked animatedly, successfully making Guo Xiao feel he should upgrade his outfit. Do you have this style in my size? Yes, we have 3 tiers, high, medium, and low. What do you require? What's the difference? The high-end ones are made from top-grade furs capable of withstanding about 50 of level 2. The mid-range ones can withstand about 30, and the low-end ones around 10. Are they expensive? He felt a bit tempted. After all, being able to withstand 50 of attacks from beasts above level 2 was quite remarkable. If it's too expensive, he would have to lower his standards. Not expensive of this style, even the high-end ones are only 500 yuan each. Alright then, get me 2 sets. Let's go over there to try them on for size. After nearly staying until noon in Chen's apparel, the estimates were finally completed. At this moment he was dressed in his newly bought clothes. It must be said they were indeed much more comfortable than his previous ones. The money spent was worth it. Leaving Chen's apparel, he didn't rush home. First he needed to stop by a weapon shop. The bronze sword he had bought for 300 had already broken. After all, having a weapon made a significant difference in combat. It's you. What are you buying this time? As soon as he entered the store, he ran into a girl in work attire. It wasn't because Guo Xiao was handsome, but rather because during his last visit to buy the bronze sword, his pained expression, while paying, had left a deep impression. I remember there was a level 90 Long Quan sword left, right? The last one sold out this morning. We currently have no level 90 Long Quan swords in stock. The girl in work attire seemed to remember something, and continued, do you need a level 101 Long Quan sword? However, it's quite expensive, priced at 4,000. The level 90 Long Quan sword was only 2,000. Why is the level 101 so expensive? Yes sir, a weapon forged 100 times is considered a fine weapon, so its price is far beyond that of ordinary. Weapons forged less than 100 times are generally referred to as ordinary items. Those forged up to 499 times are called fine weapons, and those that exceed 499 times are regarded as treasured weapons. What lies above treasured weapons? The girl in work clothes did not continue, possibly thinking it unnecessary. Can I take a look at the dragon spring sword forged 101 times? Please follow me. As Guo Xiao walked behind, he pondered the classification of weapon grades: ordinary, fine, treasured. According to my experience from reading novels, the next levels should be named weapons and divine weapons, right? I apologize, I was just lost in thought. This is the weapon forged 101 times. You can hold it and feel if it suits you. He grasped the hilt of the dragon spring sword, slowly drawing it out and examining it closely. The patterns on the sword were unique, resembling a kind of naturally formed artistic texture. Moreover, the sensation of holding it was completely different from that of a bronze sword. Is this sword 400,000? Yes, sir. I'll take it. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted. Oh, isn't this our classmate Guo Xiao? When did you become so full of... Hearing that familiar voice, Guo Xiao involuntarily frowned and spoke up. Yang Wei. What? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you don't recognize your brother anymore. Yang Wei was the person who left the deepest impression on him. Although his talent seemed lacking, with the help of his family, he had managed to reach the cultivation level of a martial disciple of the 5th rank. However, for the noble school of Honghai 7th Middle School, being a martial disciple of the 5th rank was just barely. In Guo Xiao's memory, whenever he saw Wu Wei at school, he was always following a classmate named Lin Kai, acting like a servant. A typical small person gaining a little success. When the news of his cultivation level of martial disciple of the 3rd rank spread, Yang Wei would come to boast and mock him at every opportunity, as if that made him superior. He was also one of the people Guo Xiao disliked the most. Yang Wei looked at the girl in work clothes, his eyes brightening, and said, Beauty, don't waste your feelings on him. He's just a poor guy who can't possibly have 400,000. Beauty, I'll take this sword. Are you free tonight? After saying that, he posed flirtatiously and winked at the girl in work clothes. The girl in work clothes looked at Wu Wei's frivolousness, and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. She was not that superficial, and besides, she wasn't short on money. I'm sorry, but this sword has already been reserved by this gentleman. If he can't pay, you may consider buying it. Hearing the beauty refuse him, Wu Wei was not angry, and continued, Look at my classmate. The clothes he's wearing don't even cost 100. Do you really think he can come up with that much money? What Yang Wei failed to notice was that when he said Guo Xiao was dressed in clothes worth less than 100, a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. If someone had said that to her last time, she might have believed it, because Guo Xiao had indeed been dressed very poorly then. But at this moment, although his outfit was not much different from the last time, she was not someone who couldn't tell good from bad. Clearly this was made of high-quality leather. Without saying much, it was at least worth over 60,000. Yang Wei thought Guo Xiao was calling him, and responded, What? Impotent classmate, haven't you taken your medicine today? Yang Wei was caught off guard by Guo Xiao's question, completely unaware of the slight emphasis in her tone when she called his name, and blankly replied, I have. Since you've taken it, what's your problem? Whether I can afford it has nothing to do with you. The girl beside looked at Yang Wei, who was trying to stifle his laughter, as she had truly never seen someone so foolish. You. Seeing the store clerk's stifled expression, Yang Wei recalled what he had just said, and was instantly left speechless with anger. I want to see how this poor guy plans to pay later. After saying that, he walked to the counter, preparing to watch Guo Xiao's. What a brainless person. Your classmate really doesn't seem to be using his brain. The store clerk beside also nodded in agreement. After all, it was the first time she had seen someone so foolish. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nangong Jing, a first-year student at the Modu Military University Weapons Academy. Guo Xiao, senior year 5 class of Honghai 7th Middle School. Does Military University still have a weapons academy? There are many colleges within the Military University, such as the Alchemy Academy, Weapons Academy, Research Academy, Martial Arts Academy, etc. Each college imparts different knowledge. You'll naturally understand once you attend the Military University. Nangong Jing answered Guo Xiao's question, and then stopped speaking. Let's go calculate the money. Nangong Jing led Guo Xiao to the counter to check out, while Yang Wei's gaze returned to the counter. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the dragon spring sword placed on the counter, immediately quoted the price. The dragon spring sword, forged 101 times, is 400,000. Bank transfer. Yang Wei was prepared to watch Guo Xiao make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly he watched in shock as Guo Xiao successfully paid 400,000. After all, it was well known throughout the school that Guo Xiao was a true poor boy. Even being able to scrape together 4,000 was considered an achievement. He never expected he would actually have 400,000. After paying, Guo Xiao looked at Yang Wei and asked Yang Wei, "Do I look like someone who is broke?" "You." Yang Wei fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. "Consider yourself lucky today." After saying that, Yang Wei left the weapon shop with a sullen face. He had initially wanted to see others embarrass themselves, but unexpectedly, he was the one who ended up humiliated. "By the way, boss, do you accept broken swords?" After saying that, he handed the already shattered bronze sword to the boss. "We don't accept it." The boss didn't even look up, mumbling with his head down, "You've already spent 400,000. Why do you still care about this broken sword? This bronze sword can't even be reforged. It's just a piece of junk now. Come on, no matter how you put it, this is still a sword, just broken in half." The girl beside looked at Guo Xiao's stingy demeanor, and a series of black lines seemed to appear on her face. If the dragon spring sword were broken, it could still be reluctantly accepted. Ew, as for the bronze sword, just consider it trash and throw it away. The boss suddenly interjected before lowering his head again. Not sure what he was looking at. Fine. He casually tossed the bronze sword into the nearby trash bin and left the weapon shop with a disappointed expression. He had originally thought he could sell it for a little money, which was why he had specifically brought it back, but unexpectedly it was worth nothing at all and was treated as garbage. After Guo Xiao left the shop, the owner, who had been resting his head on the counter, raised it and said to Nangong Jing, "Miss, that brother just now gave me a very dangerous vibe. If his origins are unclear, I advise you to keep your distance. Mo Lao, you are overthinking it. He is at most a martial disciple of the 9th rank, while I am already at the 3rd rank of a martial artist. If we really fought, I doubt I'd be afraid of him. My intuition tells me he is very dangerous, but I can't pinpoint exactly why." Nangong Jing, hearing Mo Lao's words, once again fell silent. Mo Lao was once a powerful figure at the martial spirit level. If he hadn't been severely injured and fallen to the martial artist level, he might have already broken through to the martial king level by now. Although he had lost his rank, he was still a strong martial spirit master from back then, so his credibility was quite high. "Mo Lao, I understand. Besides, there can't be that many dangers in the city." Little did Nangong Jing know Mo Lao was currently in shock. Even though he had fallen to the martial artist stage, he was not an ordinary martial artist. However, when he faced Guo Xiao earlier, he felt an unsettling tug in his heart, especially when Guo Xiao held the sword. It was a feeling that only emerged when he faced danger. Yet seeing Guo Xiao so young, he couldn't understand why he felt that way. To be safe, he reminded Nangong Jing. Guo Xiao, who had already returned home, was completely unaware that the weapon shop owner considered him a dangerous person. Currently, he had accumulated 591392 experience points. Glancing at the experience points on the attribute panel, he had successfully reached 5900 thanks to an increase of 9 points per minute. He still remembered that his experience points had only been over 5800 in the morning. "This is simply the peak of my life." Seeing so many experience points, he decisively chose to break through his rank first. The experience points rapidly decreased. It stopped at 491393, just subtracting 99999 points. As the experience points were injected, a mysterious power surged within him, and his strength began to grow slowly but steadily. From the early to the mid to the late stages of Martial Disciple 9, about 2 hours passed until his rank reached the peak of Martial Disciple 9, and the mysterious power within him was fully absorbed. Just when Guo Xiao thought it was over, he felt his mind gradually becoming ethereal, as if his consciousness had left his body. "Where am I?" In his perception, it felt as though he had entered a wondrous world. In this world, strands of white light continuously emerged. Is that light possibly spiritual energy? That must be spiritual energy. After all, we live between heaven and earth, and we also breathe in spiritual energy to maintain our oxygen needs. It's just that we can't see it most of the time. Now that I'm in this unknown state, I can see it so clearly. Soon Guo Xiao realized that he had not learned any techniques for absorbing spiritual energy. The basic exercise routine of 18 forms was merely to strengthen his physical body at the martial disciple level, and it contained no information about spiritual energy. "Come here, baby. Sweetheart, hurry over here. Come, baby." He called out with various phrases, but the spiritual energy in the air showed no response. If anyone outside heard what Guo Xiao was saying, they would surely think he was a weirdo. After calling for a long time with no response around him, he began to feel disheartened. Just when he was about to give up, a strand of spiritual energy in the air seemed to be moved by Guo Xiao's persistence. It automatically drifted into his body. As the first strand of spiritual energy was absorbed into Guo Xiao's body, he couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. This feeling was even more pleasant than consuming a top-grade blood replenishing pill. After absorbing the first strand of spiritual energy, it was as if the energy in the air had become a guide actively flowing into Guo Xiao's body. As the spiritual energy continued to flow and it felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought, causing Guo Xiao to tremble on the sofa, as every cell in his body began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy. This feeling was incredibly marvelous, akin to flying at the peak of clouds, immensely relaxing and pleasing, making him unable to resist becoming immersed in it. As the spiritual energy continued to be absorbed, his cells feasted on it, and his physical body grew stronger. Black impurities began to emerge on his skin, accompanied by waves of foul odor. Guo Xiao, who was completely immersed in the breakthrough, had no awareness of the abnormalities on his skin. This state persisted until the following morning. He successfully broke through to the first rank of martial artist. At the same time, Guo Xiao opened his eyes and the sensations throughout his body made him unable to resist shouting again. This shout was more soul-stirring than any previous shout. Crack, 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 crack. After shouting, he stretched lazily and a series of crisp sounds emanated from his bones reminiscent of frying sugar beans. How stinky. Is someone next door eating snail rice noodles? Suddenly feeling a bit sticky on his body, he looked down. What is this black stuff on my skin? Guo Xiao raised his arm and sniffed it. Ugh, ugh. As a foul odor continuously entered his body through his nose, he couldn't help but gag. Could this be the impurities in my body? Ugh. He couldn't care less about the joy of his breakthrough and hurriedly dashed to the bathroom, quickly shedding his clothes to start cleaning. 2 hours later, Guo Xiao emerged from the bathroom, even pinching his nose and disdainfully holding a bag. Inside the bag was the outfit he had bought for 500 yuan, which now seemed like a plague to him. Although it could be washed and worn, it reeked too much, and he simply couldn't stand that smell. Why didn't the teacher mention that breaking through the martial artist level would be this stinky? After tossing the bag into the trash bin outside the door, he grumbled. After all, he had spent 500 on that outfit, and now it was wasted after just 1 day. If he had known, he would have definitely hidden in the bathroom to break through. If the teacher knew, he would surely cry out in injustice. They couldn't have known that someone could break through to the martial artist level in high school. For 100 years, no student had ever broken through to the martial artist level during high school. The highest record was just the peak of Martial Disciple 9. Typically, students began to break through to the martial artist level only after entering martial universities, and the teachers at those universities would specifically address this issue once classes began. Upon returning home, the air was still permeated with a nauseating stench. Without needing to say more, he knew it was the impurities expelled from his body during his breakthrough as a martial artist that had stained the sofa. He could only endure the foul smell and start cleaning again. Fortunately, there wasn't much of the black impurity on the sofa, otherwise he would have considered throwing it away. This task is even more laborious than hunting beasts outside the city. Those housewives must be truly exhausted. After merely cleaning the sofa, he was already this tired. Thinking of those housewives, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. After all, they had to do housework every day and persisted for 20 or 30 years. That was indeed hard work. After finishing the cleaning, Guo Xiao sat exhausted on the other sofa and took out the last 4 low-grade blood replenishing pills from his small bag, swallowing them directly. Surprisingly, I don't feel full. Is the effect insufficient? After breaking through to the martial artist realm, it was evident that he required more energy. However, after absorbing the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he hadn't consumed much, so he only started eating after finishing his tasks. Being a martial artist is indeed a costly profession. The higher the realm, the more money it burns. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that with a higher realm one could also earn more money. He had only earned about 800 yuan from selling those furs, and after buying clothes and weapons, he was left with around 300 yuan, not enough to buy even a slightly better pill. Fortunately, he had the Bei Ming divine art gifted by the system, otherwise he would still have to think about the pills needed for cultivation. After sighing, he decided not to dwell on these matters any longer and looked at the attribute panel. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm: Martial Artist, Level 1 not upgradable. Technique: Bei Ming Divine Art, Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Styles, Entry 664100000. Martial Skills: Basic Fighting Technique, Minor Achievement 110000. Basic Sword Technique, Major Achievement 612100000. Basic Body Technique, Major Achievement 488100000. Sword Draw Technique, Major Achievement 231100000. Current Experience Points 493673. Martial Artist Level 1 automatically increases by 10 experience points per minute. Not upgradable. Guo Xiao thought he was seeing things due to mental fatigue, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The words "not upgradable" still appeared behind the realm. What is going on? Is it because I don't have a technique for the martial artist stage? Is that why I can't upgrade? Then there's nothing to be done. Anyway, there aren't many days left until the martial examination. Techniques for the martial artist stage are usually not revealed. Even the lowest level common techniques are not available on the market. Not to mention the yellow grade techniques, which are one level above the common. He had no idea what the reason was. If he wanted to obtain techniques for the martial artist stage now, he would either have to sign a contract with those groups, or acquire them from the Martial Artists Guild. However, the Martial Artists Guild is not that simple. At least a year is needed to gradually complete tasks and accumulate points. The final method is to take the martial examination and successfully enter a martial university. Even the lowest and worst martial university will provide a free technique manual, let alone those renowned martial universities, which can offer techniques of much higher quality. Not being able to upgrade is fine. After all, if I advance too quickly, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. He then thought of the benefits of not being able to upgrade. After all, the higher the advancement, the greater the chance of suspicion. What if he advances to martial artist level 2? When others ask how he obtained the techniques for the martial artist realm, he certainly couldn't say. He picked them up. After all, he had no money, no power, and his parents died early in battle. Aside from this house, he had no other assets left. Not to mention any martial techniques. With this realization, he no longer became entangled in the issue of realm advancement. Since he couldn't advance his realm, he would focus on leveling up his martial skills. With 4900 experience points left, he had no habit of saving for the new year. Basic sword technique, basic body technique, sword draw technique. First, he would elevate the basic sword technique to perfection. He didn't dare to upgrade all three at once. Just upgrading one from minor achievement to major achievement was already a bit overwhelming for him, let alone improving from major achievement to perfection now. As expected, as experience points flowed in, his mind was filled with a barrage of information being force-fed into it. It made his head feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was somewhat stable. If it were 3 martial skills, no, even 2 martial skills, it would likely be too much for him. He was even concerned that his brain might explode from it. After a long while, the swelling sensation in his brain gradually faded away. His consciousness once again entered the mysterious space. Looking around, he saw figures practicing the basic sword technique everywhere. However, this time upon entering, it felt completely different from before. From entry to minor achievement, then from minor achievement to major achievement, every time he entered the mysterious space, he couldn't see the mysterious figures clearly. It was as if the mysterious figures were pixelated. But this time he entered the mysterious space, he felt something different from usual. He noticed that the pixelation on those practicing the basic sword technique was gradually disappearing. Guo Xiao's eyes were fixed on them, unblinking. Just when he thought he could see clearly, the mysterious figures in the space began to spin wildly. Moreover, the number of figures was decreasing, until countless mysterious figures gradually converged and stood before him. They looked exactly like Guo Xiao, even wearing the same clothes. Gazing at the figure in front of him, Guo Xiao muttered, "Is this me? So handsome, so charismatic." When he first saw the mysterious figure, he had a feeling that the person practicing the sword was him. However, at that time he was obscured by a layer of mist and couldn't see if it was truly him. Now that he could see clearly, he surprisingly didn't feel astonished. In fact, looking at this figure, his first impression was to praise himself. Just as Guo Xiao was about to approach the figure for a closer look, he saw another Guo Xiao in the space, slowly. In the spot where he vanished, a sword was still stuck in the ground. He recognized this sword. It was the Balian Longquan sword he had just bought. What is going on? He couldn't understand why the figures in the space had disappeared while he hadn't returned to his body. Confused, Guo Xiao stepped forward to grasp the hilt of the Longquan sword embedded in the ground. The moment he held the Longquan sword, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He couldn't articulate what this feeling was, but it felt as if the sword had suddenly come to life. Before he could ponder it further, he felt a flash around him, and his consciousness left the mysterious space, returning. What's going on? Upon seeing the familiar scene in his home, he realized that his consciousness had returned to his body. Just now did the sword come to life. He would not forget that in the mysterious space, when he grasped the Longquan sword embedded in the ground, it seemed to possess a life of its own, as if wanting to convey some message to him. Noticing the Longquan sword beside him, he instinctively picked it up. The sword measures 105 centimeters in length, 0.9 centimeters in thickness, and weighs 2.3. The moment Guo Xiao grasped the hilt, a surge of information flowed from his mind. All this information was about the Longquan sword in his hand. He was truly dumbfounded. He could swear that he only knew the Longquan sword was forged from 101 refined steel, but he had never actually considered details like the sword's length or width. At this moment, the Longquan sword in his hand seemed to have no secrets fully laid bare before Guo Xiao. Even while holding the sword, he felt as if he was not holding a sword, but rather his own hand. With just a thought, the sword in his hand would stab in that direction. Is it really just the basic sword technique reaching perfection? Does it have such a powerful effect? What Guo Xiao did not know was that normally breaking through to perfection was not merely a matter of hard practice, it also required one's own insights and a bit of chance to achieve that level. Those warriors who had reached perfection had experienced much and had rich knowledge, so such changes were already. His luck in breaking through the basic sword technique to perfection was also due to the attribute panel, allowing him to achieve what many could not in a lifetime at such a young age. After all, if hard practice were effective, there would be no incidents of beasts attacking humans in this world. Am I really a genius? Confused Guo could only attribute this change to his innate talent in swordsmanship, which had simply gone unnoticed until now. Basic sword technique perfection 00. What is this situation? He initially wanted to continue elevating the basic sword technique to the next realm if his experience points were sufficient, but he did not expect this situation to appear on the attribute panel. No, wait. There should be other realms beyond perfection. Why is there no proficiency? Is there none? It shouldn't be. The true maximum level indicated by the beaming divine art provided by the system is what perfection should be. Could there be other progression conditions I am unaware of? Ultimately, I still fell victim to the limitations of education. Forget it, I'll take a nap first. When I wake up, I'll also break through my basic body technique. Having absorbed the information regarding the perfected basic sword technique, and after spending a considerable amount of time in the mysterious space, his spirit had reached its limit. The only reason he had been able to hold on until now was that the breakthrough of the basic sword technique had stimulated his spirit, making it active, so he didn't feel tired at all. Once the excitement in his heart faded, however, feelings of fatigue gradually emerged, and he could no longer hold on, leading him to instantly fall asleep on the sofa. Fourth brother, it's been almost 10 days, why hasn't that kid come out? I'm about to barge in. At this moment in a restaurant not far from Guo home, a few thugs were keeping a close watch on Guo house. From their faces it was evident that everyone was filled with impatience, suggesting they had been watching for quite some. Don't talk about you, I want as well. Just now I signaled the officers in uniform on the street, helplessly telling my subordinate beside me the key is, did you see that group? I saw them. If I don't want to eat free meals for years, I'd better just keep watching. As long as he leaves the city, right, I'll listen to you. Once we catch him, I'll make sure he pays for keeping my eyes glued for so long that they're about to go blind. Exactly. The few of them were the fourth brother and some thugs from the Fierce Tiger mercenary group who had been keeping an eye on this area for almost 10 days. If they hadn't seen Guo return home with their own eyes, they would have doubted whether he had come back at all. They wanted to barge in like this, but since 10 days ago the prosecutor's office had begun organizing personnel for patrols. They initially thought they could take advantage of the darkness to sneak in, but unexpectedly the prosecutor's office actually arranged for 24-hour patrols. This forced them to abandon the idea of a forced entry and just keep watching obediently. They had no idea what had gotten into the prosecutor's office. In previous years they only patrolled for 7 days before the martial arts examination, and even then it was just for show during the day, quitting by evening. This year, however, they were surprisingly cautious. The brothers who had caused trouble before the martial arts examination in previous years had still not been released. They were still young and did not want to lose their freedom over a small matter. At this moment, in the direction indicated by the fourth brother, Captain, there are a few people in that restaurant over there who have been watching us. No need to bother with them. As long as they don't cause trouble, they can watch for 10 years or 8 years. I'll let them do as they. The officer spoke weakly to the leading captain. The captain, knowing that the brothers below had been tired these past few days, encouraged them. Alright, don't be so downcast. Just a few more days of hard work, and once the martial arts examination is over we can rest for a while. Captain, what's going on in the office this year? Why are they doing 24-hour patrols? Do you know what year it is this year? It's the 500th anniversary of the martial Dao. Right, because this year marks the 500th anniversary of the martial Dao. The higher-ups of hundreds of martial arts universities will choose cities to observe the martial arts examination. It is said that this year the higher-ups from Modu Daidu Jiangnan and the First Military Academy are coming to our Honghai city. Captain, how do you know such confidential information? You're not just fooling us, are you? Shoo, let me tell you. My uncle's cousin's sister-in-law's nephew's cousin is a member of the security department of the Ministry of Education of Huagua, so this news is absolutely true. Really, it must be true. Would I lie to you? The reason it's so strict this year is to create a good impression in front of those top martial arts university higher-ups. Alright, just hold on for another 3 hours, then it will be our shift change. At that time I'll treat you to a big meal. Long live the captain. Captain, I love you. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. During this time Guo had not stepped outside even once. Immersed in his cultivation, he was completely oblivious to hunger. When he awoke from the mysterious space, he consumed a few grains of the pseudo-fasting pill. Originally, there were only 21 grains of the pseudo-fasting pill, yet he had managed to save some, and surprisingly, there were still 7 grains left in his little backpack. When Guo opened his eyes once more, a hint of joy flashed in his gaze. He had successfully elevated his basic combat technique to the perfect realm. A day ago, all his martial skills except for the basic combat technique had been elevated to perfection. Initially, he had no intention of enhancing it, but after some thought he realized that if his sword were to shatter, he could still rely on his own fists for close combat. Name Guo. Realm Warrior level 1 not upgradable. Technique, Biming Divine, Art Max level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry 664100000. Martial Skills Basic Combat Technique Perfect 00. Basic Sword Technique Perfect 00. Basic Body Technique Perfect 00. Sword Drawing Technique Perfect 00. Currently, he possessed experience points 260806. Warrior level 1 automatically increases by 10 points per minute. Not bad, not bad. At this moment he had reached his current peak state. Apart from the basic gymnastics 18 forms, there was no more experience to allocate. His realm had already reached the warrior level, rendering the techniques of the martial disciple realm completely useless. Thus he was too lazy to elevate the basic gymnastics 18 forms to perfection. He was not a perfectionist. After indulging in self-satisfaction for a while, he prepared to lie down and rest again. After all, practicing martial skills was also a labor-intensive task. At this moment, he still felt mentally fatigued, though not as much as before. Perhaps my mental strength has increased recently. Guo Xiao could distinctly feel that elevating the basic combat technique to perfection was not as exhausting as the basic sword technique, basic body technique, and sword drawing technique. Thus he speculated that it was due to the massive influx of information he had been receiving every day for the past few days, causing his mental state to swell, thereby slightly increasing his limits. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The phone in his little backpack vibrated, notifying Guo Xiao that someone was looking for him. Su Qing. Looking at the contact displayed on the screen, Guo Xiao suspected that Su Qing had dialed the wrong number. Hello. Hello, Teacher Su. Do you remember what day next Monday is, eh? I know. It's Father's Day. He glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall and replied without thinking. I knew it would be like this. Guo Xiao, your mindset is quite dangerous. You actually forgot such an important day as the martial arts and college entrance examination. Having been immersed in martial skills these past few days, he truly forgot about the martial arts college entrance examination. Upon hearing Su Qing mention it, he suddenly recalled and quickly explained, Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I was just dozing off and didn't react in time. Even though your realm is slightly low now, there is still hope for you to get into the martial university this year. Let me give you a tip. The admission scores for all major martial schools will be lowered this year. Although your realm has lagged behind, as long as your scores in cultural subjects and martial skills are a bit higher, you still have a chance to get into martial university. Listening to Teacher Zu's guidance over the phone, Guo Xiao fell silent. He couldn't just say that he had already broken through to the warrior level. Are you listening, Guo Xiao? Teacher Su, having spoken for quite a while, noticed Guo Xiao's silence and asked slightly, Yes, Teacher Su. All right. I won't say much more. You have a few days left, so focus on studying the cultural subjects and aim for a perfect score. Okay, Teacher Su. Just as Guo Xiao was about to hang up, Teacher Su suddenly said something that made him pause, almost hanging up the call. By the way, arrive at the multimedia classroom for the martial theory exam before 8 a.m. next Monday and gather at the school playground at 11 a.m. for the realm assessment. Do not be late. Understood. Upon hearing Guo Xiao's acknowledgement, Teacher Su directly hung up the phone as the martial arts college entrance examination was approaching, and she still had many things to handle. If it weren't for Guo Xiao being special and not being in the senior class 5 group chat, she wouldn't have bothered to call to notify him. Beep beep. Beep beep. Listening to the phone that had already been hung up, he was left alone in a state of disarray at home. He originally wanted to ask if there was any student ID or something like that. So busy. Not even asking if I understood. Any questions? He placed the phone back in his little backpack and lay down to sleep. In the teacher's office of Honghai No. 7 Middle School. Sigh. Su Qing put down the phone in her hand, letting out a sigh. Teacher Su, what happened? A nearby female teacher noticed her sigh and asked. It's nothing, I'm just worried about Guo Xiao's future. Upon hearing this, the other teachers in the office fell silent as well. Although Honghai No. 7 Middle School is a well-known elite high school, there are still some students from less fortunate backgrounds who can only scrape together to send their children in, all for that slim hope. Their class usually has 1 or 2 such students. However, no matter how unfortunate, they were still a bit better off than Guo Xiao and Teacher Zu's class. The first female teacher to speak said, In my class, Lin Rin is still only at warrior level 4. With only a few days left, it seems unlikely for him to break through to warrior level 5. In my class. The entire office began to lament as teachers they genuinely hoped their students could be admitted to martial university. After all, in this era, for students aspiring to succeed, the martial arts college entrance examination is the simplest path. Yet unfortunately, this seemingly simplest path is fraught with difficulties. Honghai City has a total of 7 high schools, and Honghai No. 7 Middle School is relatively good, being an elite school with high entry standards. In the other high schools, they know that students from families like Guo Xiao's are everywhere. These individuals are destined to engage in the most arduous and exhausting jobs in the future. The next day, crackling sounds. Guo Xiao awakened from his slumber, stood up, and stretched, a crisp sound emanating from his body. He glanced at his phone to check the date, in time realizing that only one night had passed. Not bad, I actually woke up this quickly. It seems my mental strength has indeed increased. He had originally thought it would take at least 2 days for him to awaken. After all, based on his previous experience of breaking through the basic sword technique, basic movement technique, and sword drawing skill to perfection, he had at least been in a deep slumber for 2 days. Unexpectedly this time, he woke up after just one night. Fortunately, there were no ill-intentioned individuals around, otherwise he would not know how he would have met his end. There are still 5 days left. I should take some time to gather more experience points, so that when I start studying new techniques and martial arts at the Martial Arts University, I can jump right in. Having already planned out his short-term goals, he eagerly tidied himself up and headed out to hunt magical beasts outside the city. Shall see what's going on. He's just a kid at the martial disciple stage. How come we haven't caught him after so many days? Hearing the calm words of Steward Sue on the phone, Shao Si quickly explained. Steward Sue, that kid has been hiding at home for the past several days. There's nothing we can do. Are we not going to break into his house? Recently, with the martial examination approaching, the nearby police patrols have been too frequent. We can't just barge in. Steward Sue on the other end fell silent upon hearing Shao Si's response. As the mayor's steward, he naturally knew these matters. He was aware that these ruffians were cowardly and would not take such risks during such a tense time. Hurry up and bring him in, even if it's just his corpse. The patience of the people behind me is limited. Although he didn't know who was behind Steward Sue, for some reason his heart suddenly felt cold, and he hurriedly replied on the phone, Steward Sue, I understand. Beep beep. Listening to the beeping sound from his phone, he finally relaxed a bit, but his back was already. He was well aware of the consequences of failing to complete Steward Sue's orders. The previous leader of the Tiger Mercenaries' 4th team had been killed by his own team leader for failing in his duties and causing trouble. If it weren't for his cleverness and compliance, it would have been impossible for him, a martial artist at the 5th level, to hold the position of the 4th team leader. Despite his current glitzy status, one misstep could cost him his life. Fourth brother. Suddenly Shao San rushed in, causing Shao Si to frown unconsciously. However, since Shao San was someone he intended to cultivate as a trusted aide, he didn't want to say too much, but still mentioned, Shao San, be more careful in your actions. Luckily it's me. If it were the boss, you would be in for a lecture. Fourth brother, I understand. Alright, what's so urgent? Fourth brother, that kid has gone out. Oh, our people are What? That kid has gone out. Where is he now? Seeing fourth brother so agitated, Shao San couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't we agree to be cautious? He just left. He should be outside the city by now. Heaven is helping me. Just earlier, Steward Sue had called for him to act quickly, and he was worried about how to handle it. When Guo Xiao unexpectedly left, heading outside the city, wasn't this a blessing from heaven? The two contacted their underlings who were tracking Guo Xiao and headed to his location. Boss, here's your phone. Shao San took the phone handed over by the underling, and before he could ask, fourth brother urgently inquired, where is that kid? He left the city half an hour ago. I'm only at the martial disciple 3rd level and didn't dare to follow him out. Although he didn't understand why his boss was so anxious, he still replied honestly. Hearing that they lost track of him after half an hour, he wanted to lose his temper, but couldn't. Given that the martial disciple 3rd level was already impressive enough to follow him this far, let alone continuing to track Guo Xiao out of the city, even if it wasn't looking for death. Alright, you can go back. Okay, boss. Hearing that he could return, the underling was extremely happy, as the corpses scattered around made the place feel eerie. If not for the pressure from his superior, he wouldn't want to stay a second longer. Wait for the brothers to arrive, and then we'll go out of the city to search for that kid. If we can't catch him alive, we'll deliver a corpse to Steward Sue. Fourth brother said coldly to Shao San. Seeing fourth brother's cold demeanor, the originally carefree Shao San understood the seriousness of the situation. Fourth brother understood. Seeing that Shao San had also sobered up, he reminded him, Steward Sue has asked us to handle this quickly, or the fate of the previous 4th team leader will be our lesson. Fourth brother, I get it. He knew very well how the previous 4th team leader had died, since he was present at the time. Only now did Shao San understand why fourth brother was so anxious. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be as composed as fourth brother, and would have panicked. I didn't realize I was already this strong. Looking at the 11 fallen wind wolves around him, a slight sense of pride appeared on his face. Although he had faced so many magical beasts alone before, nothing compared to this moment. Previously, the green snake and toad had already been weakened after a night of battle at only 30% of their full strength. Now it was different. He was facing 11 wind wolves at their peak. Not even their prideful speed managed to land a hit on Guo Xiao, who easily dispatched them. Experience gained 6,000, experience gained 5,500. While the efficiency of the Biming Divine Art has increased quite a bit. While absorbing experience points, he noticed that the efficiency of the Biming Divine Art had indeed improved significantly. Unfortunately, he still had to physically touch them to absorb it. In a short while, all the wind wolves on the ground had vanished, leaving behind 11 wolf skins as the only proof of their former existence. Wind wolves are merely level 1 stage 6 magical beasts. Relying on his martial artist realm, it's just bullying the weak. This is nothing to be proud of. I must stay grounded. After tidying up the wolf skins, he casually chose a direction and walked, not forgetting to reflect on himself while walking. After all, breaking through from the martial disciple realm to the martial artist realm brought about a qualitative change in strength, not to mention that his martial skills had all reached perfection. Facing only level 1 stage 6 wind wolves, if he couldn't defeat them, wouldn't that make him useless? What Guo Xiao didn't know was, though wind wolves are only at level 1 to stage 6, their speed combined with their overall strength, while not matching that of human martial artists. They typically appear in packs. Generally, freshly promoted martial artists are reluctant to face wind wolves, especially without a team. Killing them is difficult, and escaping is even harder. It's truly a frustrating experience. Guo Xiao had traveled approximately 80 kilometers away from Honghai City, and the number of magical beasts began to gradually increase. However, the magical beasts he encountered were mostly level 1 and rank 8. Any magical beast he laid eyes on was unlikely to escape death. At that moment, a flash of crimson light in the distance caught his attention. These are crimson leaf grass. Several clumps of grass, all entirely crimson, were obscured by weeds. If it weren't for the sunlight shining down on a portion of the exposed crimson leaf grass, he might not have noticed them at all. If he remembered correctly, this should be crimson leaf grass. It is one of the main ingredients required for body refining pills with a market value of up to 200 yuan per clump. Moreover, crimson leaf grass is not only a main ingredient for body refining pills, but also for body refining. Guo Xiao recalled that in his second year of high school, the herbal medicine teacher had specifically explained this type of herb. Crimson leaf grass, entirely crimson, is one of the easiest herbs to identify. After all, crimson herbs are already rare, let alone those that are entirely crimson. He remembered the teacher jokingly telling them in class that if they weren't afraid of dying, they could venture outside the city for a chance. If they were lucky enough to harvest a clump, they could make at least 200 yuan. This was a deeply ingrained memory in his mind. Once he had also fantasized about venturing outside the city for luck, thinking that if he could harvest a few clumps, he would no longer worry about the resources needed for his cultivation. However, fearing death at the hands of the magical beasts outside the city, he abandoned that thought. He never expected that today he would realize that long-held dream. Although the original Guo Xiao was no longer present, having inherited all his memories, he could be said to have fulfilled a small dream. Experience points, 10000. 10000 points. My goodness. He truly did not expect that such a small clump would yield 100 experience points after absorption. He remembered that absorbing a bag of body refining powder only provided 500 points. Damn, a bunch of... The price of a bag of body refining powder is 300 yuan, while a clump of crimson leaf grass costs 200 yuan. The price difference was more than 6 times, but the efficacy difference was shocking. Although he didn't know the price of body refining pills, it certainly required a considerable amount of money, and he once again cursed a group of swindlers in his heart. What Guo Xiao did not know was that body refining powder was made from the leftover residue from refining body refining pills, and after adding some herbs it was prepared. If he had known this, he would have cursed those alchemists again, and he would even consider whether to study alchemy when he attended the martial arts university. Experience points, 10000. Experience points, 10000. Today is truly lucky. This place hasn't been discovered at all. These crimson leaf grasses provided him with a total of 110 experience points, which could be considered a free gain. He wasn't considering harvesting them to sell, as he already had plenty of magical beast pelts on him along with quite a bit of... Moreover, if he remembered correctly, once this type of herb was harvested, it needed to be stored in a specific container, otherwise the medicinal effect would gradually diminish. He did not have any containers to preserve these herbs, so it was more cost-effective to absorb them for experience points. Since crimson leaf grass can appear in this area, there should be more nearby, right? Although the possibility of them being nearby is slim, it wouldn't hurt to pay attention. Perhaps he could find 1 or 2 more clumps of crimson leaf grass, which would still be quite valuable. After all, a single clump could yield 100 experience points, which was indeed enticing. Xiao Wang, Dragon Brother, absolutely true. 2 months ago, I and several friends were responsible for clearing this area, but at that time the crimson leaf grass had not fully matured. We disguised ourselves, and calculating the time, it should be just about ready now, even if it hasn't fully matured yet. Xiao Wang spoke respectfully to the leading dragon brother, but his heart was filled with bitterness. If it weren't for Dai and Scar's mysterious disappearance, he wouldn't have reported this news. 2 months ago, when they discovered the crimson leaf grass, some of its leaves hadn't fully turned crimson. The price of immature crimson leaf grass was at least 2/3 less than that of mature crimson leaf grass, so they disguised themselves and originally agreed to check back together 2 months later. What they didn't expect was that several of them mysteriously disappeared, and no matter how they tried to contact them, they couldn't reach them. If they had known, they should have harvested it directly back then. If the crimson leaf grass is still there, I'll remember your contribution and promote you to squad leader. The leading dragon brother naturally didn't ask too much, and instead he credited him with a contribution, not mentioning the fact that they had discovered the crimson leaf grass 2 months ago without reporting it. Thank you, dragon brother. Hearing that he would be promoted to squad leader afterward, Xiao Wang's bitterness gradually faded, and he even prayed in his heart that the crimson leaf grass hadn't been discovered by anyone. Xiao Wang led Dragon Brother for about half an hour before finally seeing familiar scenery, and he immediately joyfully exclaimed, "Dragon Brother, just by that tree ahead." Dragon Brother responded calmly, but he was also filled with anticipation in his heart. Crimson leaf grass is not an ordinary common good, but rather a rare treasure. If he could refine a few body-refining pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the cultivation resources needed for his martial artist realm anymore. Even using them directly could elevate him by 2 minor realms. He had been stuck at rank 5 for quite some time solely due to the lack of cultivation resources preventing his advancement. As the two approached the location of the crimson leaf grass, Xiao Wang felt increasingly anxious. Whether he could achieve the position of squad leader depended on this opportunity. In the next moment, their expectations shattered in an instant. Where the crimson leaf grass had once grown, there were only weeds, and not a single trace of crimson leaf grass remained. Dragon Brother, it must have been picked by someone else, Xiao Wang said, brushing aside the weeds with his hand, speaking dejectedly to Dragon Brother. Dragon Brother glanced at the original location of the crimson leaf grass, remained silent, and crouched down to sift through the weeds, feeling the ground with his hand. If Guo Xiao were present, he would be astonished to find that the spot Dragon Brother was touching was exactly where he had just stood, an unsealed small hole among the weeds. This indentation has likely existed for about an hour. Based on his experience, he deduced that someone had harvested the crimson leaf grass here about an hour ago. The key detail was that there were a total of 11 unsealed small holes, and these holes were roughly the same size. This indicated that at least 11 clumps of crimson leaf grass had been harvested. Dragon Brother's heart raced with excitement. Xiao Wang had only mentioned a few clumps. He assumed there were only 2 or 3, but he didn't expect there to be so many. They must have been harvested not long ago. Let's search nearby. If that person is still here, we will demand them back. Dragon Brother emphasized the last part of his statement. Upon hearing Dragon Brother's words, Xiao Wang, who had initially been disappointed, was suddenly filled with excitement again. His hopes for the squad leader position were revived. Indeed, I was overthinking it. After wandering around the vicinity for a considerable while, he failed to discover even a single red-leafed herb. It was to be expected. After all, this place was not desolate, and if there were any, they would have been picked long ago. Recalling the place where he had previously found the red-leafed herb, he realized that the layers of grass surrounding it were a deliberate disguise. Even if he was foolish, he understood that someone had intentionally camouflaged it. Perhaps the red-leafed herb was not yet mature at that time. He had given up on searching for it again, letting things take their natural course. What sound was that? Could it be that I got too excited today? Upon hearing the noise, Guo Xiao quickly looked around, only to find the surroundings empty, with not a single shadow of a beast in sight, thinking he might be hallucinating. Am I too tense? Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak. Hiss hiss. The sounds this time were noticeably longer than before, but they were too distant to be clearly heard. I told you, how could I be tense at such a young age? How could I be hallucinating? It's broad daylight. Could beasts be fighting each other? Due to the distance, he couldn't ascertain the situation of the distant beasts, and could only make a wild guess, thinking it was once again beasts fighting each other. Though he was uncertain about the situation, it did not deter Guo Xiao from going to take a look. He still vividly remembered the last time he got lucky. He had earned at least around 500 experience points. If there were still beasts fighting in the distance, it meant he could get lucky again. He followed the direction of the sound, but unfortunately the beasts had already stopped their cries. He could only wait in place for the next call from the beasts. Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak. Just under a minute after he stopped, intermittent cries reached his ears again, prompting him to quicken his pace and hastily head towards the source of the sound. As the sounds grew clearer, his expression became increasingly peculiar. This was not the sound of beasts fighting. If he heard correctly, there were only 3 beasts ahead. Among the sounds coming from the 3 beasts, one was likely a bird's call. Another was likely the sound of a snake. As for the last one, he could not identify what type of beast it was. It sounded like a mouse's cry, but not quite. At that moment, he was already deep within the forest surrounded by tall trees, though he couldn't identify their specific. Forget it, since I'm here, I'll go take a look. If there's danger, I'll run away immediately. With his perfected foundational movement skills and the surrounding terrain, he was confident he could escape even from a 3rd-level beast. The trees within the forest were unfriendly to certain beasts, as some were too large to move freely among them. Is that a 2nd-level beast? The Gale Sparrow, he thought uncertainly upon spotting the Gale Sparrow perched on a branch in the woods. After all, during his high school years, he had mostly learned about 1st-level beasts with less instruction on 2nd-level beasts, but that didn't mean they weren't in the textbooks. However, the images in the textbooks could only serve as references. He had never seen a real Gale Sparrow, so he couldn't know what it looked like. He could only guess that the beast before him was a gale sparrow. As for the third-level beast, he couldn't fathom why they would appear in such a place. He quietly advanced a short distance, and his field of vision suddenly opened up. In front was a steep cliff approximately 30 to 40 meters high with 3 beasts currently facing the cliff in a triangular standoff. As his line of sight expanded, he also spotted the other 2 beasts. One was a beast resembling a giant holding 2 sword blades entirely green with a triangular head and 3 eyes. It was a second-level double-bladed mantis. As for the other beast, it was unmistakably a king cobra. Its most notable feature was its neck swelling with a pattern resembling glasses, and it was also a second-level beast. The 3 beasts were currently at a standoff, occasionally shouting something. Guo Xiao admitted he didn't understand beast language, but it wasn't hard to guess they were likely communicating something. Since the 3 beasts were in a standoff, it indicated that the gale sparrow was also a second-level beast. If the gale sparrow had already advanced to a third-level beast, then even if the double-bladed mantis and the king cobra teamed up, they would not stand a chance against it, and would have long been treated as snacks by the gale sparrow. Strange, these 3 beasts should be considered natural enemies. Why are they so cautiously at a standoff now? Guo Xiao felt puzzled watching the 3 beasts before him. He didn't dare to recklessly show himself. He couldn't afford to underestimate these 3 beasts just because they were fewer in number. Something's not right. Though the 3 beasts were at a standoff, he could subtly see them occasionally glancing towards the mountain. However, their movements were too slight. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed. I don't see anything abnormal. Guo Xiao looked towards the cliff, but did not discover anything unusual. Is that a cave? He changed his position and discovered an entrance in the right front of the cave was obscured by bushes, so it was hard to spot without careful observation. His previous position was conveniently blocked by 2 trees, which obstructed part of his view, resulting in him not noticing the concealed cave. Could there be something valuable inside? He thought that since 3 second-level beasts were fighting over it, the cave must contain something good. Just as Guo Xiao was contemplating the cave, the 3 beasts which had been in a standoff seemed to have not reached an agreement and began to grow tense. Watching the tense atmosphere, Guo Xiao involuntarily began to feel anxious. The king cobra on the left lost patience first and initiated the attack. The king cobra opened its mouth and shot out 2 streams of dark, sticky liquid towards the double-bladed mantis and the gale sparrow. However, this speed was utterly insignificant to the gale sparrow and the double-bladed mantis. The double-bladed mantis merely took a small step to the right to evade it completely. The gale sparrow found it even simpler, soaring into the sky. The mist streams of liquid shot straight ahead, with one aimed at the gale sparrow hitting a tree about 10 meters in front. He could clearly see the spot where the dark, sticky liquid hit, sizzling and corroding the tree, and in the blink of an eye a small hole had formed, which was visibly expanding. Seeing the small hole expanded to the size of a basketball, Guo Xiao was taken aback. If that had struck him, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. Indeed, no matter the era, the venom contained in the king cobra is terrifyingly potent. He had a feeling that the 3 demon beasts before him were already aware of his presence. Guo Xiao's instincts were correct. The moment he arrived, the 3 demon beasts had sensed him. However, upon noticing his feeble stature, they chose to ignore him. Immediately, the swift-winged sparrow hiding on the branch saw the king cobra launch the first attack and followed suit with its own abilities. Swish! Swish! Its 2 wings flared outwards, then snapped back together, unleashing 2 visible wind blades towards the king cobra and the mantis. What the hell? This is definitely a level 2 demon beast, not a level 3. The king cobra could attack from a distance, which was acceptable. After all, he had a similar ability to spit venom, though with far less power. But the wind blade attack from the swift-winged sparrow astonished him. Unbeknownst to him, unlike other bird demon beasts, the swift-winged sparrow learned the wind blade attack automatically upon reaching level 2. The king cobra, seeing the wind blades, resolutely braced itself with its body. Meanwhile, the mantis showed no signs of panic at the incoming wind blades, barely moving, and remained still as the blades approached. The mantis raised its right forelimb, resembling a large blade, and with a swift motion sliced through the wind blades, which instantly split and flew past its body. This is truly cool. Guo Xiao, watching from afar, was genuinely impressed by the mantis' effortless display of skill. Then the mantis, having sliced through the attacking wind blades, erupted with its own speed and charged towards the nearest target, the king cobra. It wasn't that the mantis didn't want to attack the swift-winged sparrow, rather the sparrow was perched on a branch at a height it could not reach. The mantis moved swiftly, closing in on the king cobra, leaping into the air as it brought its 2 large blades down with great force. The king cobra, however, flicked its tail, attempting to swat the mantis away. But the king cobra underestimated the mantis. It quickly adjusted its attack trajectory in midair and targeted the king cobra's tail. The 2 demon beasts collided head-on, both flying backward. Through the trees, Guo Xiao could see the eyes of the king cobra and the mantis narrowing, revealing a hint of caution and murderous intent. Suddenly, the king cobra's tail moved again, swiftly sweeping towards the mantis. The mantis raised its blades defensively, retreating 4 steps before stabilizing. Once it steadied itself, the mantis forcefully pushed back against the king cobra's tail with its blades, leaving 2 bloody gashes on the tail, prompting the king cobra to retract it in pain. Seeing the mantis injure the king cobra, the swift-winged sparrow seized the opportunity. It darted from the branch, its claws aimed at the pained king cobra. Just as it was about to successfully strike down the king cobra, the mantis suddenly raised its 2 blades, its form shooting out with explosive speed, striking down heavily on the sparrow's wings before it could react. The swift-winged sparrow was enraged by its wounded wing, but it had no choice. On the ground, it was no match for the mantis and the king cobra. At that moment, the swift-winged sparrow lost interest in attacking the king cobra and immediately took to the air, knowing it held the absolute advantage as long as it was airborne. Unfortunately, the king cobra couldn't let the wounded swift-winged sparrow escape so easily. Before the sparrow could ascend much higher, the king cobra lunged, ensnaring it midair with its serpentine body. The ensnared swift-winged sparrow frantically pecked at the king cobra's body with its sharp beak. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. The king cobra cried out in pain from the sparrow's attacks, its scales peeling off one by one, and several bloody holes appeared on its body. In agony, the king cobra exerted even more force. Crack, crack. Gua Xiao from a distance could hear the sound of bones breaking within the swift-winged sparrow. After a while, the swift-winged sparrow let out a few final cries before completely falling silent. The mantis, observing the king cobra entangle the swift-winged sparrow, refrained from acting recklessly, but the caution in its eyes became increasingly evident. At the moment of the swift-winged sparrow's death, it finally made its move. Although the king cobra was preoccupied with the sparrow, it kept a close watch on the mantis, wary of a sneak attack. In an instant, it released the swift-winged sparrow, swinging its tail heavily towards the mantis. Hiss hiss. With a loud cry towards the sky, the king cobra's expression hardened as it shot towards the mantis. Then it opened its mouth wide, attempting to swallow the mantis whole. The mantis was taken by surprise, not expecting the king cobra to adopt such a reckless strategy, trying to engulf it and kill it with venom. However, it wasn't defenseless in the king cobra's mouth. It used its left hand to brace against the snake's jaws, preventing them from closing, while its right hand slashed wildly around. The 2 beasts held on for a while, but the mantis held in the king cobra's mouth was the first to give in completely, losing its strength. As it fell, it aimed its 2 blades at the snake flesh above. The king cobra, exerting force to close its mouth, sensed that the mantis was about to succumb. A flicker of joy crossed its face. Indeed, after just a bit longer, the king cobra completely pierced through the mantis. However, it soon collapsed, thrashing about wildly, even trying to expel the mantis from its mouth. Strangely, no matter how much it struggled, it could not expel the mantis from its mouth. If the king cobra could see within itself, it would clearly notice the 2 large blades of the mantis fully embedded. Moreover, it seemed that after slaying 2 demon beasts, the king cobra's luck had run out. One of the mantis blades had unwittingly pierced the king cobra's brain, and it likely never imagined that it would take revenge right before its death. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. After struggling on the ground for a while, the king cobra finally ceased to have any life. Are they all dead? Gua Xiao gazed at the scene, utterly unable to fathom how these 3 demon beasts had ended up in such a mutually devastating battle. However, he was somewhat uncertain whether the Cobra King had truly perished, for it had collapsed with its back facing him, making it difficult to discern clearly. Cautiously approaching the Cobra King, he drew the Long Quan sword with a swift motion and stabbed it into the beast's body before turning and fleeing without looking back. Hearing no movement behind him, he halted and turned to look toward the Cobra King's position. Seeing it still motionless, his suspicious heart finally eased. Scaring myself for no reason, what a fool. Although muttering these words, his feet moved swiftly as he ran back to the Cobra King and reached out to touch its serpentine body. He's so smooth. The Cobra King's skin is truly exquisite. He activated the Biming Divine skill, absorbing experience from the Cobra King while not forgetting to praise its skin. Since the twin-blade mantis was trapped in the Cobra King's mouth, it could be absorbed together as experience. Soon the 2 demon beasts were completely absorbed. Experience gained 150000. He realized just how much experience the Cobra King and twin-blade mantis had contributed. 150000. Truly worthy of a rank 2 demon beast. Just these 2 beasts had given him 1500 experience, and there was still the corpse of the Gale Sparrow waiting to be absorbed. Experience gained 70000. As expected, after absorbing the Gale Sparrow's corpse, his experience increased by another 70000. Not a wasted trip, just watching a show earned me 2000 experience. Afterwards, he gathered the 2 demon beast pelts from the ground. He had expected 3 pelts, but only found those of the Cobra King and Gale Sparrow, the twin-blade mantis. He suspected it might be hidden inside the Cobra King, but after thoroughly searching inside and out, he found nothing. Thinking pelts might also yield experience, he used the Biming Divine skill on the 2 pelts. After waiting for a while, aside from the suction in his hands, there was no reaction. Guo Xiao concluded that twin-blade mantises either have no skin or their skin holds no value. But upon reflection, what use would mantis skin have? Could it really be made into clothing? Guo Xiao imagined the absurdity of wearing mantis skin garments and shuddered. The cave. His mind still buzzing with the joy from gaining 2 of his zero experience, he suddenly recalled how the 3 demon beasts had fought fiercely over this cave. He had a feeling that there must be something valuable inside. Pushing aside the bushes at the cave entrance to create a passage, he stepped inside and was stunned. Contrary to his expectations of rare treasures, the cave was utterly empty. Sunlight filtering through gaps in the bushes allowed him to see clearly that the cave ended roughly 10 meters ahead. It was a cave whose end was visible at a glance. Could there be a hidden chamber behind this stone wall? Approaching the end, he examined the stone wall. According to typical stories, there would usually be a hidden space here, often the meditation site of a great martial master. Many supreme arts and weapons awaited a destined inheritor. Yet looking at the pitted and uneven wall, it hardly resembled a hidden chamber. Such walls should be smooth according to tales. With a doubtful heart, he drew the Longquan sword and struck the— What am I doing? I must be crazy to be chopping at a stone wall. After 10 minutes, Guo Xiao had carved a depression about 20 centimeters deep with the Longquan sword and began doubting himself. Sure enough, I shouldn't have indulged in wild thoughts. Such things could never happen to me. Fortunately, his Longquan sword was of excellent quality. Had its blade chipped, he would have been even more frustrated. Drip. A drop of liquid fell from the cave ceiling, landing squarely on Guo Xiao's head. The ceiling was pitch black. The darkness was so profound that the outside light could barely illuminate the cave's interior structure. He was at the cave's deepest point, making it impossible to discern the nature of the liquid, but he was certain it was not saliva left by any demon beast. Drip. Another drop fell, this time landing on Guo Xiao's lips. Feeling the liquid, he subconsciously pursed his lips. It tastes quite sweet. Despite being just a drop, he detected a pleasantly sweet flavor. The next moment his body began to feel feverish. He initially thought the cave's environment caused it, but the internal heat intensified rapidly, and he sensed something was amiss. Poison. Feeling the increasing heat within, Guo Xiao realized the drop must be toxic, and regret clouded his face. Why had he instinctively tasted an unknown liquid? Overwhelmed by the heat, Guo Xiao immediately removed his clothes to cool down and even attempted to flee the cave. Yet after only 2 steps, the internal heat suddenly vanished. Just as he thought he was saved, a cold chill surged through him. The cold came swiftly. Shivering, he put his clothes back on and wrapped himself tightly in the multi-layered demon beast pelts he had acquired. He felt his body growing ever colder despite the thick wrapping, but the chill showed no signs of abating. My fate is sealed. Believing death was imminent, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of martial path nor witness the vastness of the cosmos. And now he was to die in such a humiliating manner. Despairing, he closed his eyes and silently awaited death. Heat. So hot. Intensely hot. Suddenly the cold dissipated, replaced again by a burning sensation. Mistaking the cold for turning into heat once more, his heart already consumed by despair, he paid it no mind. Something was wrong. He realized this heat was unlike before, not emanating from within, but caused by an— He swiftly cast aside the demon beast pelts. I'm not dead. Once free of the pelts, everything returned to normal. Breathing a sigh of relief, he patted his chest and murmured, luckily, it was only a drop. Had there been more, I probably would have been done for. In the future, one should never casually consume things of unknown origin. After reflecting on himself, he rolled up the beast's skin that he had tossed aside, and once again strapped it to his back, leaving the cave, without looking back, preparing to return to Honghai City. As he stepped out of the cave, he looked at the experience points he had gained from this outing. Name: Guo Xiao. Realm Warrior, level 1, 50,000. Martial Art, Biming Divine, Art Max level. Basic Gymnastics, 18 Forms, Beginner 664100000. Martial Skills, Basic Combat Techniques, Complete 00. Basic Swordsmanship, Complete 00. Basic Movement Technique, Complete 00. Sword Drawing Technique, Complete 00. Currently possessing experience points 894006. Warrior level 1, automatically increasing by 10 experience points per minute. Not bad, not bad. With the additional 10 experience points gained every minute after so many days, combined with the experience absorbed from the Biming Divine Art, he once again broke through his previous record, reaching 8900 experience points. What's going on? Guo Xiao, who was staring at the experience points below, glanced at his realm. Upon discovering that the realm no longer displayed the words unable to improve, he found that he had also gained 5,000 experience points, but the upper limit still showed as 0, leaving him puzzled. He tried to inject experience points into his realm, but it was of no use. 5,000 points remained as 5,000 and not increasing at all. Where did these 5,000 points come from? Could it be? After breaking through to the warrior stage, he hadn't consumed any pills, and it was even less likely to be due to his own cultivation. Suddenly a possibility struck him. It couldn't possibly be that liquid that nearly killed him earlier. There was no way he would swallow that. He did not want to experience that hot then cold sensation again. However, since it could increase his experience points, he could catch the liquid with his hands, and then absorb it using the Biming divine art, directly converting it into experience points. One drop increased his experience points by 50. If he got thousands of drops, wouldn't that mean? The task of returning to the city completely slipped from his mind as he excitedly ran back into the cave. As for whether the liquid could be converted into experience points using the Biming divine art, he filtered that thought out. 6,000 points. Watching the liquid disappear from his palm, and seeing he gained 6,000 experience points, he was truly stunned. A drop of that mysterious liquid actually contained 6,000 experience points. Moreover, he discovered that directly absorbing the mysterious liquid with the Biming divine art yielded 1,000 points more than swallowing it. However, in a moment, he understood. After all, anything consumed would always incur some loss, and nothing could be completely absorbed. This discovery led him to decide that unless absolutely necessary, he would use the Biming divine art to absorb and convert into experience points. It was simply more cost-effective. He gestured to position himself, took a step sideways, then drew his Longquan sword, and began chopping at the stone wall above. Since there was liquid dripping down, there must be a source on the wall, once he absorbed it all. As Guoxiao excitedly chopped at the stone wall, two groups of people arrived outside the cave. One group consisted of Long Gu and his underlings. The other group was surprisingly the fourth brother and third brother from the Fierce Tiger mercenary group. The underling following Long Gu became a bit anxious upon seeing the Fierce Tiger mercenary group members. He had heard many times from the scarred face about how ruthless the fourth captain was. He was only at the realm of warrior level 7, so he was just here to tag along. Moreover, at this moment, the members of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group clearly had the advantage in numbers, causing him to feel increasingly tense. Just when he thought that both sides would start fighting, the next moment left him dumbfounded. Long Gu, fourth. Looking at the fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group, who was slightly respectful in addressing his boss Long Gu, while his boss was actually accepting it calmly, even smiling, and greeting the fourth captain. Fourth, what brings you here? Long Gu, we are looking for a kid named Guoxiao. We heard the cries of the beast, so we... Guoxiao. Hearing Fourth's words, Long Gu recalled a kid named Guoxiao that Lin Kai had asked him to deal with some time ago. Could it be the same person Fourth was referring to? Long Gu, do you know him? Is that kid from Honghai No? 7 high school in the senior year? Although Long Gu wasn't sure if the Guoxiao Fourth was talking about was the same one he knew, he still asked. Yes, that's him. The fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group replied with certainty. They had already investigated, and there was only one Guoxiao in the entire Honghai No. 7 high school, there couldn't be a second. What a coincidence. Have you found any trace of him? No, but the brothers down below reported that the kid is still outside this. Regarding Guoxiao's whereabouts, the fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group did not hide anything and honestly answered Long Gu. He also curiously asked Long Gu, has that kid caused you trouble too? Sort of. The notification from above said to teach that kid a lesson. I saw in the intelligence that he was at warrior level 3, so I sent a warrior level 5 and a few warrior level 3 brothers to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, that kid pretended to be weak and hid his realm. I estimate that those few must have been dealt with by now. Their remains are probably unrecognizable. Hearing Long Gu mention the notification from above, the fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group felt a He knew that Long Gu was also one of Steward Zu's men. Although they generally acted as if they did not know each other on the surface, they had not had little contact behind the scenes. Long Gu, what a coincidence. The notification from above said that if that kid can be captured alive, do your best to capture him alive. If not, just bring back a corpse. Then changing the subject, he continued, I heard that scarred face from our group was unexpectedly ambushed and killed by that kid some time ago. Long Gu's underling felt a jolt upon hearing their conversation. I have a feeling that the few people Long Gu mentioned should be a Dai and the others. As for the scarred face mentioned by the fourth captain, it was surely the one he knew. No wonder he couldn't contact a Dai and scarred face. No matter what, it turned out they had already died. The name Guoxiao was instantaneously etched in his mind with hatred. If it weren't for him, he would have definitely been able to claim 1/3 of the Chia grass. He wouldn't have needed to report to Long Gu. Ding ding dang dang dang. The fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group was just about to ask Long Gu whether they were here on a mission and if they needed their help, when suddenly several clear sounds reached their ears. Long Gu and the fourth captain of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group simultaneously looked towards the cave where Guoxiao was. Your people. Your people. The two asked each other, but then shook their heads, indicating that these were not their people. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing that no one was speaking, Long Gu said, shall we go in and take a look? Long Gu had a premonition that the person inside the cave who was striking the stone was the one who had stolen his Chi Yi Chao. Although he didn't know the opponent's level, it was likely within the range of a 5-star warrior. Long Gu was aware that recently in Honghai City, aside from a portion of warriors above the 7th tier who needed to stay behind, most had already gone to the Wild City. Of course, if he discovered that the situation was beyond what he could handle, he would immediately flee, leaving his little... He was quite familiar with this matter. As long as his own life was secured with his 5th-tier warrior level, how could he not find his little brothers? Although the 4th leader of the Menghu mercenary corps did not know what Long Gu was thinking, his thoughts aligned closely with Long Gu. The two exchanged subtle nods, and then led their little brothers into the cave. Unbeknownst to them, they had already positioned themselves in the middle and back of the group. Guo Xiao. Upon entering the group, found Guo Xiao, who was holding a bottle containing some kind of liquid. Aside from the little brothers brought by Long Gu, the others exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the excitement of the Menghu mercenary corps members, Long Ji's joy stemmed from the bottle in Guo Xiao's hand. No, it should be said that it was the liquid inside the bottle. He recognized that liquid, stalactite. He had once had the fortune to attend an auction with Butler Su, and even after several years, he could not forget the astronomical price that a small bottle of stalactite fetched. The liquid in Guo Xiao's bottle was exactly the same as he remembered. He never expected to have the fortune to obtain such a treasure today. At this moment, Guo Xiao, holding the bottle, looked at the incoming crowd a bit stunned. Just a moment ago, a seam had unexpectedly been pierced in the cave's ceiling, or rather there was originally a space that had been hidden by someone. After discovering the secret of the cave, he became even more excited and finally managed to expand the entrance a bit after knocking and tapping. Once the entrance was expanded, he had initially thought that the space inside would be pitch black, but on the contrary, weak glimmers of light emanated from the stone walls above, just enough to see clearly, but his current position was below, preventing him from seeing the specific situation above. The hidden entrance. A mysterious space. Various signs indicated that there must be something good inside, or rather an opportunity. Just as Guo Xiao was about to jump up, the mysterious liquid began to drip down drop by drop, causing him to temporarily give up on checking the mysterious space. He planned to absorb the mysterious liquid first before jumping up. Just as he absorbed nearly 2,000 experience points using the Beiming divine skill, he suddenly remembered that he had a bottle of pseudo-bigodan in his small satchel. He swallowed the remaining pseudo-bigodan and then held the bottle to collect the mysterious liquid. Although he did not know what this mysterious liquid was, since it could enhance cultivation, it must be a good thing. Since he had a container, he planned to save a bottle. Even if it turned out to be useless later, he could directly absorb it using the Beiming divine skill and convert it into experience points, so he couldn't lose either way. After collecting about 50 drops of the mysterious liquid, which filled almost half a bottle, he saw the group that had just entered. Who are you? We are from the Menghu mercenary corps. Who do you think we are? That's right, behave yourself, and maybe we will let you go. Kid, since you killed Scar, you must pay the price. If you know what's good for you, come with us. At this moment, the 4th leader of the Menghu mercenary corps raised his hand to signal his little brothers to quiet down. Once they settled, he spoke to Guo Xiao. He attacked first. Am I just supposed to give up resistance and let him kill me? Guo Xiao seemed to have heard a joke. Clearly it wasn't his fault. Why did it feel like he was the one in the wrong? Kid, your mistake is that you shouldn't have killed Adai and Scar, and you also made the mistake of being born in the wrong place. Long Gu stepped forward and spoke. Adai? Guo Xiao looked at Long Gu as he spoke, feeling a bit puzzled. He did not remember killing anyone named Adai, and Long Ji's voice seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly recalling something, he asked in surprise, are you Long Gu? Remembered? Then be obedient, give up resistance, and come with us. Long Gu did not want to act immediately. If Guo Xiao accidentally knocked over the pill bottle in the process, he would have no... As for the stalactite that was still dripping, he filtered it out automatically. Who knew how much more stalactite was left? The stalactite in Guo Xiao's hand that was about to be filled was the most crucial. As for the space above, he could check it after dealing with Guo Xiao. In the brief standoff, the pill bottle in Guo Xiao's hand was already filled with the mysterious liquid. Ignoring the puzzled gazes from the others, he sealed the bottle cap and placed it into his small satchel. As for the dripping liquid, he had no choice but to deal with the few people in front of him first. Seeing Guo Xiao put the pill bottle into his satchel, Long Gu felt steadied and coldly said, do not make any pointless struggles or resistance. Come with us, and maybe we can spare your life. I just don't want to die. What wrong have I done? Even a fool would know this, yet they kept insisting he give up resistance. He had already killed Long Gu and the subordinates of the Menghu mercenary corps. How could he possibly survive by going with them? Did they think he was an idiot? Embracing the philosophy of striking first to gain the upper hand, Guo Xiao directly grasped the hilt of his Longquan sword and charged towards Long Gu and his group. Sword drawing technique. The leading Long Gu was amused to see Guo Xiao actively attacking them. He knew that Guo Xiao was at most a 7th-tier martial apprentice and could not be their opponent. Overestimating yourself. Long Gu also drew the long knife at his waist, instantly blocking Guo Xiao's sword drawing technique. The next moment, Long Gu's entire body was sent flying backward, crashing into one of the little brothers of the Menghu mercenary corps. Those present who were aware of Long Gu's strength were also stunned. Long Gu was a 5th-tier warrior, yet he had been knocked back by a kid at the martial apprentice level. Guo paid no mind to whether the people inside the cave were stunned or not. After sending Long Gu flying with a single strike, he immediately pivoted sideways and delivered a horizontal slash to another man, so swift that the target had no time to react before being bisected at the waist. The man felt no pain at all, though death claimed him instantly. The fourth captain of the mysterious Tiger Mercenary Corps hadn't even registered what had happened when one of his subordinates lay dead before him. "You're actually a martial cultivator." Long Gu, having crashed to the ground, sprang back upright in an instant, his gaze locked tightly on Guo, grave calculating. Though he'd held back slightly in that initial strike, he'd still unleashed nearly 80% of his strength. Yet Guo had deflected it with effortless ease. So what if I am? Relying on his perfected foundation sword art and basic body movement technique, Guo swiftly overwhelmed the entire group. Within moments, only Long Gu and the fourth captain remained standing. Everyone else lay slain. The fourth captain watched in icy dread as his men were slaughtered one by one, brutally, mercilessly. Some were cut cleanly in half at the waist. Others decapitated. Still others cleaved vertically from crown to sole. Though he himself enjoyed inflicting cruelty, this was something far beyond mere torment. It was carnage raw and absolute, and terror now coiled cold in his gut. He wasn't ready to die, not yet. This vibrant world still held pleasures he hadn't tasted. His life was far from over. Trembling, he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Spare me, and I'll tell you who sent me after you." "Oh, then speak. Should your information prove useful, sparing you isn't out of the question." "A steward named Su ordered it. He instructed me to capture you alive. If that failed, I was to bring back—" "Who is Steward Su?" Guo had barely finished asking the fourth captain when Long Ji's voice cut in, cold, venomous, and edged with lethal warning. "Shall see. If you value your family's safety, say nothing." But terror had already hollowed out the fourth captain's resolve. Survival eclipsed loyalty. He spilled every detail he knew without hesitation. "I don't know his true identity. I only know he wields absolute authority in Honghai City. Truly, I beg you, spare me. You know nothing but a title. What use is your life to me?" Ignoring the kneeling, pleading fourth captain, Guo ended him swiftly, then turned his gaze toward Long Gu. "Boy, dare you fight me 300 rounds." Long Gu was no coward like the fourth captain. Submission was alien to him. He existed only to command surrender. Oh! A flash of steel blurred through the air. Before Long Gu could even blink, his sword-wielding hand dropped to the ground, severed clean away. Af! Agony exploded in his skull. With his remaining left hand, he clutched the stump of his right arm, trying desperately to stanch the pain, but only succeeded in amplifying his shriek. "Speak, or suffer further. Even if you kill me, I'll reveal nothing." Another blade flash. This time Long Ji's left leg vanished at the hip. "Af! Speak, or suffer more." He collapsed onto the blood-soaked earth, writhing and howling, utterly unresponsive, utterly defiant. Faced with Long Ji's ironclad silence, Guo hesitated. This was his first time extracting information. Coercion was uncharted territory for him. Suddenly Guo crouched low and placed his palm upon Long Ji's forehead. The Bei Ming divine art ignited. "Even if you snap my neck, I'll say nothing." "What are you doing?" "No, don't. I'll talk. Just grant me a swift end." Long Gu mistook the touch for execution, until the next moment. His entire body erupted in torment, as though devoured by 10,000 ravenous ants. Flesh sloughed away grain by grain while he watched helplessly as his own form shrank, reduced inch by inch, until only bare bones remained. Worst of all, his hard-won fifth-rank martial cultivator cultivation, painstakingly forged over years, dissolved entirely, vanishing without a trace. Even his bones began to itch, a final unbearable mockery of his shattered existence, driving him into anguished, broken pleas. Once Long Gu surrendered, Guo ceased the Bei Ming divine art. He'd merely tested the technique, never expecting it would succeed so completely. "Speak. Tell me everything you know." Steward Su serves the Lin family. Their patriarch Lin Feiguang is the mayor of Honghai City. Last time A Dai and his men were hired by Lin Feiguang's son Lin Kai to discipline you. "I've told you everything. I beg you grant me a swift end." Without prompting, he poured forth every scrap of intelligence he possessed, not hoping for clemency, only yearning for a merciful immediate death. Just as Guo raised his blade to end Long Gu, he paused, recalling something. From his small satchel he withdrew a pill bottle, and asked, "Do you recognize the liquid inside this vial?" "Stalactite essence. I know only that it enhances cultivation." "One last question. How much money do you have in your account?" 150,000 yuan. Pauper. He'd briefly considered keeping the sum, if it were substantial, but Long Gu proved poorer than himself. Risking his life for such a paltry sum. Not worth it. Seeing no further answers forthcoming, Guo granted Long Gu his wish, swift, decisive, and honorable. He kept his word. As Guo blade pierced Long Ji's heart, relief softened his features. Gratitude flickered in his eyes, as if liberation itself had been bestowed, before his eyelids fell shut in serene finality. Lin Feiguang. Lin Kai. This was the second time Guo Xiao had heard Lin Feiguang's name, the first having been from Wang Yang's account. As for Lin Kai, he was nothing but a petty lust-driven fool. All because Guo Xiao had uttered a single dismissive "get out" to several members of the Honghai No. 7 middle school news department. Lin Kai had hired thugs to punish him. What could possibly make Lin Feiguang take interest in this body of mine? Raised under government welfare, orphan young, inheriting no wealth, Guo Xiao could fathom no reason why Lin Feiguang would fixate on him. Enough. Once the martial examination concludes in a few days, I'll leave this place immediately. Revenge was not his immediate aim. Long Gu had confirmed Lin Feiguang stood at least at 7th rank Grand Martial Master, while Guo Xiao had only just broken through to 1st rank Martial Cultivator. He stood no chance. If it were Lin Kai alone, perhaps. But confronting Lin Feiguang directly would be walking straight into the lion's den. As the saying goes, a noble man bides his time, 10 years if need be. This time Guo Xiao resolved to play the noble man, even if he preferred playing the villain. A villain exacts vengeance overnight, but even villainy demands its due. After piling the corpses together, he laid his hand upon one and activated the Bei Ming Divine Art to absorb experience points. 135000 experience points. Combined with Long Ji's contribution, roughly 200, the total harvested from these slain foes approached 1500 experience points. So little it's not even worth more experience points than a stalactite. He thought disdainfully, looking at a pile of clothing on the ground. Stalactite. Mentioning the stalactite reminded him of the one still dripping from above, and he quickly ran over to take a look. The dripping speed from above was no longer as fast as before, so he hurriedly cupped his hands to catch it and absorbed it directly for experience points. No, I should go up and take a look. He realized that standing here to absorb experience points was not a solution, as it was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, since Dragon Brother and his group could find this place, others would come too. He remembered something and quickly ran to the pile of clothing, feeling around. Earlier he had vaguely heard the sound of a pill bottle falling to the ground. There really is one. He found a pill bottle among the clothing which contained only one pseudodan. He didn't mind and swallowed the remaining pseudodan, then placed the pill bottle under the still dripping stalactite, preparing to jump up to see what was inside the mysterious space above. After placing the pill bottle, he caught a glimpse of the scene outside the cave and walked back to the cave entrance, pushing aside some bushes to disguise it again. Looking inside the cave, which had noticeably darkened, he nodded in satisfaction. So beautiful. After jumping into the mysterious space above the cave, faint glimmers of light shone from the stone walls onto a milky white stone. The milky white stone sparkled under the light, appearing dreamlike, and for a moment Guo Xiao was captivated. In his previous life, and this one, he had never seen such a beautiful scene. Drip. In the quiet space, a drop of liquid fell. Directly beneath the milky white stone there was a depression about the size of half a football, from which a drop of liquid dripped from the stone tip, extending from the stone above. The earlier sound had come from here. And this drop of liquid was the stalactite. No wonder it keeps dripping below, it turns out it's full here. He tried placing his hand on the milky white stone and began to circulate the Bei Ming Divine Art, feeling a pulling force emanating from his hand. To his surprise, he could actually absorb it. He felt an energy flow from the stone into his hand, disappear. After a while he no longer felt the energy being absorbed, so he withdrew his hand and looked at the experience he had just gained. Experience points 9 million. Units tens hundreds. Millions. 9 million. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. He never expected that a stone would provide 9 million experience points. At this moment, the milky white stone began to dim, losing its previous breathtaking beauty. The liquid inside must have been absorbed by me. He wondered if more stalactites would be produced in the future. I don't plan to destroy the milky white stone either, although I don't know how many years it took to produce so much stuff. But he understood the principle of not overexploiting resources. He sat cross-legged on the ground and gently placed his hand on the stalactite in the depression, then began to absorb it. He really wanted to keep a few bottles of stalactite liquid. After all, Dragon Brother said that one bottle could sell for a sky-high price. Keeping a few more bottles wouldn't hurt. Unfortunately, after rummaging through the clothing on the ground, he found only a few small bags and one pill bottle, so he couldn't store more. He could only absorb it all. Experience points 6,000. Experience points 6,000. Guo Xiao watched as the experience points on his attribute panel increased at a rate of 6,000 per second. He thought it would be like the milky white stone absorbing it all at once, but unexpectedly, it didn't work that way. The experience points on the attribute panel reached 998,3006, about to break through the 10 million threshold. Ding. As the experience points hit the 10 million mark, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Before he could react, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, as if losing all sensation. However, his hand continued to absorb the stalactite. The experience points continued to grow at a rate of 6,000 per second until the stalactite in the depression was completely consumed. If his consciousness were still awake, he would clearly see that the attribute panel was upgrading. But the speed of the upgrade progress bar was very slow. 5 days later, when the upgrade progress bar went from 99 to 100. Ding. At that moment, Guo slowly opened his eyes while lying on the ground. What happened to me? I was just absorbing stalactite. How did I end up on the ground? He recalled that he suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind, and then lost consciousness. At that moment, a surge of information flooded his mind. This information was about the attribute panel. So I never truly bound the attribute panel. Fortunately, this place is relatively safe. From the information, he learned that he had never truly bound the attribute panel, and only when the experience points reached 10 million could a complete soul binding occur. Even during the binding process, one would lose consciousness, and prior to this 123321 previous host had been killed during this period. And he was the 12332220 host of the attribute panel, the only true host. Even if one day he suddenly died, as long as his soul did not vanish, no matter how many times he was reborn, the panel would accompany him. Although the process was a bit dangerous, the gains were substantial. From the information, I now know that such situations will not occur again, and even some functions in the attribute panel will gradually open up as experience points increase, but the specific amount of experience required was not detailed in the information. No explanation was given. That's a poor review. Although Guo did not know where this attribute panel came from after it bound to his soul, he no longer felt the previous sense of unreality. In the past, every time he improved his realm or martial skills, he felt as if he were in a dreamlike state. Because these gains were simply too easy, in such a short time, he had broken through from a level 3 martial disciple to a level 1 martial artist. Moreover, most people's martial skills could not reach perfection, yet he had already achieved the perfect state. In all the martial skills, he learned a level most would not even dare to imagine. He also feared that one day these gains would suddenly vanish, but now he no longer felt that way. It was a sense that came from deep within his soul, although he still did not understand what the soul truly was. Even during the binding process, one would lose consciousness, and prior to this 123321 previous hosts had been killed during this period. That is, the North Ming divine art can absorb experience points from a distance, but it can only do so with inanimate objects. To absorb from living beings, one still needs to make contact. Moreover, the distance for distant absorption is limited to 1 meter, but he was satisfied. He no longer had to touch corpses to absorb experience. Each time he absorbed experience, he truly felt like a freak. Name Guo. In-realm martial artist level 1 cannot be improved. In technique, North Ming divine art max level. In basic gymnastics, 18 forms entry 6641000. Martial skills, basic combat technique perfect 00. In basic sword technique perfect 00. In basic body technique perfect 00. Swordsmanship perfect 00. In current experience points, 17336026 martial artist level 1 automatically gains 10 experience points per minute. Tisk, as expected of me. In looking at the attributes panel, especially the impressive 17 million experience points, he nodded in satisfaction and even praised himself. However, why do I always feel like there's something very important that I need to accomplish immediately? And although he was happy looking at the attributes panel, he felt deep down that there was something significant he needed to do today. Forget it, I'll think about it later. And he packed his belongings and returned to the cave. And after jumping down, he saw the pill bottle he had left on the ground, which was almost full of stalactites. He happily sealed the pill bottle and placed it in his small satchel. And then he looked at the entrance he had expanded, contemplating how to block it off, as the milky white stone above might still produce stalactites in the future. Leaving the entrance exposed like this would surely lead to it being destroyed. And I've got it. He remembered that there was a stone near the milky white stone that was about the same size as the entrance, which would fit perfect. He quickly jumped back up, and just as in his mind, he found a stone that was neither too big nor too small, perfectly capable of blocking the entrance to the mysterious space. Since he had what he needed, he quickly set up some small tricks on top. And then he jumped down, and at the same time the entrance was perfectly blocked. Not bad, it can't be seen at all, and the chances of it being discovered are low. After the entrance was blocked by the stone, the entire cave became completely dim. Given the current brightness of the cave, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to find it without lighting tools. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded and turned to leave the cave. Knots outside, the sky was still a gloomy gray, likely around 4 a.m. Guo didn't think much of it, assuming only a night had passed. After all, how many binding systems would take several days? He did not want to check his phone to confirm the time. When he woke up, he did take his phone out from his small satchel, but it was out of. As for the few people he had killed, one of their phones was cut in half, and the other 2 were also out of battery. And looking in the direction to return, Guo quickly ran back with the beast skin on his back. At that moment, within the mysterious space above the cave, the originally dim, milky white stones began to emit a mysterious glow, gradually returning to their previous crystalline appearance. Even a droplet of stalactite was slowly beginning to form at the tip of the stone, extending from the milky white stone, albeit at a slower rate than before. Guo, who was far away, was completely unaware of everything happening in the mysterious space above the cave. In front of Chen's clothing store. Oh Boss Chen, what a coincidence. Between the two stone lions in front of Chen's clothing store, Boss Chen turned after hearing someone call him, only to find it was his old acquaintance. Especially when he saw the beast skin behind Guo, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, and he enthusiastically said to Guo, "And, brother Guo, I must say we are truly fated. The beast skin from the last order I received from Guo has been processed and sold out completely, making at least 600 after costs." This time, seeing his old acquaintance with another pile of beast skins, how could he not be happy? Come enter my shop, and I'll have my staff prepare breakfast for you. Then I won't be polite. And after waking up in the morning, he felt his stomach growling. He remembered eating quite a few fake fasting pills yesterday, but he thought it was probably due to the energy consumption from breaking through to the martial artist realm. Moreover, the fake fasting pills were not genuine pills, so he could understand their inferior effects. And thus Guo had to endure his hunger, as he was used to this feeling from his memories, so he didn't find it unpleasant. Shall he go to the nearby breakfast shop and bring back some food? Upon entering Chen's clothing store, Boss Chen said to a staff member who was tallying data, even subtly nodding. "Okay, boss." And Shao Li, seeing Boss Chen's gesture, acknowledged it. As soon as Guo entered Chen's clothing store, he noticed the beast skin on Guo's back. If he didn't have some insight, he wouldn't have been made the main manager of Chen's clothing store. Shao Li put down the notebook in his hand and ran to the nearby one-star hotel to order a large amount of food, even urging the hotel to deliver it to Chen's clothing store as quickly as possible. As for why it was a one-star hotel, it was because it was the only one nearby that sold food. Shao Wang, incoming boss. Take the beast skin behind this guest and tally it up. He then added, count it at the highest price. Boss Chun was very satisfied with employee Shao Wang. Any beast skin identified under him would at least be priced 30 higher, and the reasons provided were irrefutable. Thus he quickly added another remark to prevent him from underpricing it. Brother Guo, would you like to sit in my office? Sure. And after having the staff member named Shao Wang take the beast skin, he followed Boss Chen to his office. Knock. Knock knock. Come in. This efficiency is really fast. And this isn't lunch, is it? He thought in surprise as he looked at the dozens of dishes. It turned out that the knock on the door was the breakfast from the nearby one-star hotel. He had thought it would just be some buns, but he never expected it to be dozens of dishes, and the speed was indeed a bit too quick. Guo naturally had no idea that Chen's clothing store was a major client of the nearby one-star hotel, so they had directly delivered the meals ordered by others. Otherwise, how could dozens of dishes be prepared in less than 10 minutes? Brother Guo, come and try. Once the dishes were served, Boss Chen smiled at Guo, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shao Wang rushing in. Boss! Little Wang rushed in without knocking, and fortunately Guo and Boss Chen were not doing anything inappropriate, or it would have been hard to explain. How have I told you to behave? In our line of work, we must be mature and steady so that others will find us reliable. Hearing his boss say this, little Wang calmed his originally anxious heart. What happened? Boss Chen, seeing his capable subordinate calm down, finally spoke up. Just now in that gentleman's beast skin there are the skins of a level 2 beast, the spectacled cobra, and the gale sparrow. What? Why didn't you say it earlier? Let's hurry and take a look. Boss Chen quickly pulled his capable subordinate towards the area for identifying beast skins, leaving Guo behind in the office. What happened to your serious tone just now? What about being steady? Watching Boss Chen and little Wang hurriedly leave the office, Guo felt speechless, holding a steamed bun, and followed them to the identification area. Wow, how complete. As soon as they arrived at the identification area, they heard Boss Chen and several employees praising the findings. It's just a level 2 beast, why all the surprise? Following the direction of the voices, he found one of the identification rooms. Guo, these 2 beast skins must be sold to me. I will offer you double the price. Seeing Guo enter, he looked at him with eyes filled with eagerness, and Boss Chen felt a chill in his heart. He was not the one to be taken advantage of, and quickly said, Fine. After hearing Guo's consent, he turned back to the unassessed skins on the table, hoping to find another spectacled cobra or gale sparrow skin. I was too greedy. After about 10 minutes, once the beast skins on the table were all accounted for, and he found none, he shook his head in disappointment. Isn't it just a level 2 beast? Is it really that precious? Let me tell you frankly, we recently accepted a commission from the Guanghe Group, which requires the skins of snake-type or flying-type beasts to create some specific garments. If it were just ordinary snake or flying beasts, we would have some means, but they specified the spectacled cobra and the gale sparrow, which are the most troublesome of the level 2 beasts. Warriors at the practitioner stage do not want to take such risks, and we cannot afford the fees for those at the martial match. After hearing Boss Chen's explanation, Guo Xiao understood that in the end it was because Boss Chun and his team had not considered things carefully. They initially thought the time given by Guanha Group was ample and accepted the commission, but they did not expect that very few people would hunt these two types of beasts recently, and even those obtained were in terrible condition, completely unusable. However, the beast skins Guo Xiao brought perfectly met their production requirements. How could he not be happy? Though Boss Chin did not mention how much the breach of contract penalty would be, seeing his excited demeanor, it was like the spectacled cobra and gale sparrow are special, and their prices are significantly higher than other level 2 beasts, generally around 200 to 2500, making a price of 500 for the two a top-tier price. Since I said I would buy at double the price, that means it's 1000. The rest of this pile of level 1 beasts counts for 3000. Hey, race the list, take a look. No need, just go with the price you mentioned, Guo Xiao said, not even glancing at the list. Alright, then shall we proceed with the transfer? Until the transaction is completed, these things do not belong to their Chen's clothing shop, and Boss Chun did not want the duck he had caught to fly away. Sure. Hey, I wonder if my son will achieve good results today. Don't mention it. My son is only at the 5th level of the practitioner stage, and it's hard to say for this year. What day is it today? What time is it now? After finishing the transaction with Boss Chun, hearing the conversations of several parents nearby, a bad premonition started to emerge in his heart, and he hurriedly asked Boss Chun. Today, June 19th, it's 7:43. Why? Boss Chun took out his phone to check the time, and is today the day of the martial arts entrance exam? Yes. I sent my son to school this morning for it. It starts in about 50 minutes. I hope my son performs well today. 50 minutes. Yes. The exam starts promptly at 8:30. Although he did not know why Guo Xiao was so anxious, he still spoke honestly. There's still time. Boss Chun, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Upon hearing that the exam started at 8:30, knowing he still had time, he hurried towards his school. Fortunately, Honghai City is not too large, and with his first-level martial artist speed plus his perfected basic movement techniques, he should still make it in time. As for taking a taxi, he had already passed on that idea, as it was peak commuting time, and it would likely take longer than running there himself. What's wrong with him? Boss Chun looked puzzled as he watched Guo Xiao dash out of Chen's clothing store. Old Chun, is that your nephew? No, just a client. He rushed out upon hearing about the martial arts entrance exam. Hey, that kid wouldn't happen to be a senior in high school, would he? And forgot that today is the exam day. I think that's possible, though otherwise why would he be so flustered? That shouldn't be the case. That kid just returned from the wild. Are today's high school students really that capable? Old Chin, hearing the comments of several old friends, thought uncertainly. He had never asked Guo Xiao's age or identity, as he had seen Guo Xiao return from outside the city several times, thinking it was just that Guo Xiao looked young, so he hadn't probed further. That shouldn't be the case. Boss Chun looked in the direction Guo Xiao had left, still finding it hard to believe. After all, the spectacled cobra and gale sparrow are level 2 beasts, if he really is. At that moment, Guo Xiao was sprinting down the road using every ounce of strength he had, just hoping to get to school quickly. He had only bound the attribute panel with his soul, yet it took him a full 5 days. No wonder the previous hosts 321 had not truly succeeded in binding. In this situation, if it weren't for his bit of good luck, he would probably have met his end. No wonder his phone ran out of battery. It wasn't even a high-end phone. Not to mention 5 days, even 2.5 days would likely drain the battery. He even foolishly thought it was, because he forgot to charge it. Honghai No. 7 High School. Fortunately, there is still time. From a distance, Guo Xiao could already see his school, Honghai No. 7 High School, and the entrance gate was still open, indicating that the exam time had not yet arrived. Do you think that famous person from our school has given up? I haven't seen him come in since early this morning. Not sure, maybe he has given up. I was hoping to see him embarrass himself again, but it seems I won't get to see that. However, a youth on the other side of the gate, hearing their conversation, frowned slightly and decided to interject. As fellow humans, there's no need to target him like this. Clearly, the others completely ignored his words and continued their discussion. The youth, realizing they weren't paying attention to him, sat down beside the gate and closed his eyes in contemplation. The few people saw the youth closing his eyes again and looked at him with disdain. Because someone is coming from that direction, seems like it's heading towards us. It's that kid who I didn't expect him to actually come to take the exam. Spotting the figure in the distance, he recognized, then thinking of something, he pointed to the clock next to the gate, indicating to the two beside him. The two looked at the clock and instantly understood Young Guest's intention. Just as Guo Xiao was about to dash into the school, they blocked his way. Guo Xiao from class 3-5. Though puzzled as to why a few youths were guarding the gate, he didn't mind and quickly reported his class and identity. I don't know you, Ao. Just because you say you're from class 3-5, how do I know you're not here for someone else? Show me. Guo Xiao frowned, glancing at the clock hanging on the gate, realizing there were roughly 5 minutes left, just enough time. Here, old Wang inside the gate knows me. He quickly took out his ID from his small bag and handed it to them. We'll check it ourselves. Who knows if you colluded with that old man inside the gate. Go in. The exam is about to start. The youth who had been contemplating beside the gate opened his eyes and spoke to Guo. Thank you. Guo thanked the speaking youth and reached out to take his ID back. What are you thanking for? What he says doesn't count, and we'll check, and if everything is fine we'll let you in right away. He slapped Guo hand away as he reached for his ID, mocking you. What do you mean? Do you believe I can keep you from entering the exam room? Guo noticed the mocking expressions in their eyes, realizing they were deliberately making things difficult for him, preventing him from entering the school smoothly. You guys are crossing the line. The youth who had initially allowed Guo to enter spoke again. Lu Chuanfeng, you should take care of yourself. Be careful you don't get killed by a beast one day. Kid, if you bow to us a few times we might let you in if we're in a good mood. Hearing the leader of the group say this, Guo realized they were clearly not allowing him to take part in the first martial arts theory exam. I don't remember offending you guys. Kid, we are the former president and vice president of the Honghai No. 7 High School News Department. What do you think? Guo truly hadn't expected that simply refusing an interview with the news department would lead to so many issues. If he had known, he wouldn't have said that word roll back, then, which brought him so much trouble. Indeed, beautiful women can bring trouble. Aren't you afraid of being punished for delaying me like this, eh? You think you can punish us with your martial apprentice level 3? Don't make me laugh. Do you know which martial arts university we are from? The Imperial Capital's Martial University and the Demon City's Martial University. Do you think they would punish us for a level 3 martial apprentice like you? So this is how the Imperial Capital's Martial University and the Demon City's Martial University teach their disciples. Today I have gained some insight. Guo hand slowly reached for the bronze sword, preparing to give them a profound lesson. At this moment, Guo, what's going on with you? Didn't I tell you to arrive before 8 o'clock? It was his homeroom teacher Su Qing who rushed out from a side path. She had arrived at the school gate early and had been keeping an eye out for students in her class. As it turned out, Guo was the only one who had not yet arrived, making her anxious. She was worried that something might happen and wanted to give herself and the students half an hour of buffer time, so she informed them of the exam starting at 8 o'clock. Unexpectedly, a few students did encounter some issues, but aside from Guo, they had mostly been resolved. Guo was unreachable, and he wasn't even at home. Just now she had returned from Guo's home and didn't expect to find him right here. Hurry, time is running out. If the bell rings it will truly be too late. Ding dong. Ding dong. It's over. Su Qing sighed helplessly upon hearing the bell. As a teacher, she truly hoped Guo could make it, but now that the bell had rung there was nothing she could do. Once the bell rang, even if it was just 1 second late, he would lose the opportunity to enter the exam room. Looking at Guo's disheveled appearance, Su Qing, who initially wanted to scold him, felt her heart soften. After all, what was done was done. Oh, what could she do? I had enough time, but those guys blocked me and forced me to waste 10 minutes. Guo knew he had disappointed Su Qing, but looking at the few people beside him who were relishing in his misfortune, he spoke directly. 10 minutes. What? Su Qing looked at the few people Guo was pointing at in disbelief. This was simply stealing someone's future, not to mention 10 minutes, even 3 minutes, would be a significant loss. Nonsense, it was clearly only 5 minutes. How did it turn into 10 minutes? Exactly, you're just talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. We were just following the rules, checking his ID. What if he was impersonating someone else? Iga saw his 2 companions speaking so foolishly and was furious, feeling like they were total fools. He could only grit his teeth and explain Su Laosher si. Guo shrugged, indicating that he wasn't lying, just remembered the time incorrectly. Lu Iwang Gang Lin Hua, we let you guard in case outsiders come to cause trouble, not to make things difficult for you. Do you know what mistake you just made? Oh. Now leave immediately. As for the credits you earned from guarding, don't even humph. The 3, Lu Yi and his companions, heard Su Qing's remark, paid it no mind, and turned away to return to the temporary rest quarters the school had assigned them. In their eyes, Su Qing was nothing more than a high school teacher at Honghai No. 7 High School. Oh, what could she possibly? After 4 years, once they graduated, numerous schools would be eager to hire them as high school teachers. As science from Daidu and Modu, they believed they had the pedigree to secure such posts. As for academic credits, such matters were far beyond the authority of a mere high school teacher. Su Qing watched their departing expressions and understood exactly what they were thinking. But this was not the moment to deal with Lu Yi and his cohorts. She turned to Guo's side and said, Guo, do you understand what missing this year's Wudao entrance exam means? It means you will be confined to the lowest rungs of work in the future unless a rare opportunity befalls you or you choose to enlist in the army. She sincerely hoped any student under her care could gain admission to a Wudao university. Even the humblest such institution could alter the course of a life. After all, this era ultimately belonged to those who cultivated martial strength. You have already missed the first subject, Wudao theory, but I still recommend you attend the realm assessment and the subsequent martial skill appraisal. The Wudao entrance exam only comes once in a lifetime. You should experience it even if the final score is far from ideal. Teacher Su, what are the requirements to get into a Wudao university? Guo Xiao asked his homeroom teacher with genuine curiosity. He had not familiarized himself with any details of the Wudao entrance exam. His memories from a previous life contained nothing on the subject either. He was not utterly worried about failing to enter a Wudao university because of one missed exam, but he had little confidence he could meet the thresholds of the top institutions. It was not that he desperately had to attend a Wudao university, but gaining admission would at least provide swifter and safer access to cultivation manuals and martial techniques than trying to acquire them through unofficial channels. Su Qing watched Guo Xiao's lack of concern for his future and assumed he had abandoned the ambition to become a martial practitioner. There was little point in criticizing him further. Since he had asked, however, she explained, so he would know precisely what he had missed this year. The Wudao entrance exam comprises 3 components. The first, the one you missed, is Wudao theory worth 100 points. The second component is the realm assessment beginning at 11 o'clock. Wutu first rank yields 10 points, Wutu second rank 20 points, continuing up to Wutu ninth rank, which grants 90 points. The third component is the martial skill appraisal conducted personally by instructors from the Wudao University's entry-level grants 10 points, minor mastery 30 points, major mastery 70 points. And this year, due to special circumstances, a total score of 140 may suffice to secure admission to the Wudao Institute. Only 140 points. That low. Blunt and candid, he voiced his incredulous thought aloud. By Su Qing's breakdown, the 3 components totaled 260 points, 190, and 70. Yet only 140 was required. The threshold struck him as absurdly low. Wasn't that comparable to vocational colleges and lower-tier universities in his previous life? Su Qing rolled her eyes on the verge of retorting, "You already know the cutoff is rubbish, so why can't you get in?" According to last year's admission standards, even the lowest-ranked Wudao University required a total of 150 points. So do you understand what you missed this year? Guo Xiao fell silent at Su Qing's words. Without the attribute panel he had obtained this year, he truly might have had a chance to enter a Wudao university on the strength of being Wutu third rank. If those men led by Lu Yi had blocked him today as well, then Guo Xiao dared not continue that line of thought. The actions of Lu Yi and his companions had been tantamount to cutting off someone's future, and his own failure to strike them down earlier was a grievous error. Xiaoqing. As silence settled, the 3 who had accosted him now followed another youth. Seeing Su Qing, that young man ran toward her with evident delight. "Senior Lu Yang." Su Qing offered a cool greeting. "So you're at this school?" "Xiaoqing, look at you. You've clearly lost weight." Lu Yang drew close, looking unusually solicitous. Guo Xiao read the expression on Lu Yang's face and recognized him as an admirer courting his homeroom teacher. "Senior, please call me Su Qing, or Junior. Do not call me Xiaoqing." Lu Yang was not offended. Of seeing her again filled him with joy. He had not laid eyes on her for a year. "Junior, let me introduce you. This is my brother Lu Yi. Last year he happened to be admitted to our Daidu Wudao University." Lu Yang said, pointing to Lu Yi behind him. "This is your brother. Do you know what he just did?" Su Qing interrupted, asking sharply. "He told me about it. I've already given him a talking to." Lu Yang had heard his brother's account in the temporary quarters and took it lightly. After all, by his brother's own admission, it was just a penniless Wutu third-rank troublemaker. A talking to. Do you think reprimanding him is sufficient? I will report this to the Academic Affairs Office and let them handle it as they see fit. Su Qing regarded Lu Yang with an impassive face and said, "Junior, I do not believe that's necessary. My brother and his friends were acting according to the rules, and he is after all only a Wutu third rank. Even if allowed into the exam hall, the result would be the same." Lu Yang hurriedly tried to placate Su Qing, arguing that reporting the matter to the academy would not amount to much. At worst, Lu Yi would receive a warning, yet it would nonetheless tarnish the Lu family's reputation. "Senior Lu Yang, if you truly think this way, you are profoundly disappointing." Su Qing looked at him. What had once been mere annoyance at his persistence in the academy had curdled into genuine disgust. Su Qing could not bear to stay another moment. Without looking back, she led Guo Xiao away toward the venue for the realm. Seeing the loathing on Su Qing's face as she departed, Lu Yang realized he had been spurned. No amount of shameless persistence would remedy it. "Xiao Yu." Lu Yang wanted to scold his brother, but found himself at a loss for words. "Brother, she's just a high school teacher. Why be so?" Lu Yi began about to protest his attentions towards Su Qing, but when he saw his brother's sour expression, he wisely fell silent. "Do you understand what you mean when you dismiss her as just a high school teacher? How have I always told you, do not hastily speculate about others until you have thoroughly investigated their background. Do you know who the director of the Academic Affairs Office is? Looking at his brother and Wang Gang beside him nodding in acknowledgement, he continued, "Su Qing is her disciple, but being the director's disciple is not an easy task. It is said that one must undergo some special assessments. I never expected to encounter her here today. I was just about to catch up to her, but because of your trivial matters it has completely ruined my chances." Sigh. Lu Yang spoke to Lu Yi and the others for quite a while, originally thinking their faces would show some shame, but upon seeing them, he realized they were completely disregarding his words, and he could only let out a helpless sigh. I can do nothing about this matter. You should report it to your parents yourselves. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation, but this time Lu Yi and his friends have truly been impulsive. After all, he is just a poor kid at the third level of martial discipleship, yet he still dares to seek trouble with me, not fearing the loss of his reputation. As for the credits for this task, don't even think about it. Speaking of this task, Liu Yang felt his teeth begin to ache. There are not less than 8,000 students at the Imperial City Martial University, and he had to pull quite a few strings to get Lu Yi assigned to this duty. As for Wang Gang, he is just a guy who had a stroke of bad luck. He had spent quite a bit of goodwill for this task, yet Lu Yi and the others easily got themselves involved with that so-called news department, making Liu Yang inwardly want to curse. However, thinking it over, he felt relieved that he was not present at the time, otherwise he would have been crying in the restroom. Liu Yang had pursued Su Qing for so long and knew her character. If it was Lu Yi and his friends, they would not involve anyone else. Sigh. On the way to the temporary lounge, Liu Yang sighed again, unsure if it was out of helplessness or Brother Yi, what should we do now? After Liu Yang left, Wang Gang and Lin Hua looked at Lu Yi, panicking at this moment. Let's listen to my brother and tell our families about this matter first. At most we will just receive a penalty. How could they expel us? Lu Yi was also unsure how to handle it and could only follow his brother Liu Yang's advice. He was not worried about Wang Gang and Lin Hua. Having been a rascal together for so long, their family backgrounds were not much different from his own. It's our bad luck, but it's all that Guo Xiao's fault. The three of them simultaneously resented Guo Xiao, thinking that if it weren't for him, such a situation would not have happened. Lu Yi and his friends had completely forgotten that if they had not deliberately blocked Guo Xiao, this situation would not have occurred. Ultimately, it was still the trouble caused by a beauty. Teacher Su, are the students from Magic City and Imperial City Martial University really like this? Su Qing stopped and looked at Guo Xiao with an unfriendly expression, saying, I am also a student of Imperial City Martial University. Do you think my character is like this? Teacher Su, someone as understanding, gentle, caring, and beautiful as you? Certainly not. That was purely a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Feeling nervous under Su Qing's gaze, he knew he had indeed misspoken and hurriedly explained. That's more like it. That kind of trash exists in every school, but you just happened to pick up 4 of them due to bad luck. Seeing Guo Xiao being so tactful, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and resumed her forward pace. Watching Su Qing walk ahead, Guo Xiao wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and thought, are women really this terrifying? On the playground of Honghai No. 7 Middle School. Old Zhang. A voice echoed from the sky onto the high platform of the playground. An elder on the high platform looked up at the distant direction and smiled faintly. Old Du. Besides the elder who spoke, the other mentors from the Martial University looked at the direction where the sound came from with puzzled expressions. In the distance, a visible figure quickly flew towards the playground, arriving at the high platform in just except for the elder who spoke, the remaining few stood up simultaneously, respectfully addressing the flying figure. Principal Du. Principal Du. Principal Du glanced at everyone and responded blandly before walking towards the elder who had spoken earlier. Why did a bunch of useless people come from Magic City and Imperial City? Didn't the 2 deputy deans say they would come to Honghai No. 7 Middle School? Principal Du asked the elder. Upon hearing Principal Du refer to them as useless, the mentors on the high platform felt angry, but dared not express it, letting the words go in one ear and out the other, as they knew they could not match Principal Du even if they united. It is said that there is a kid at Honghai No. 1 Middle School who has mastered the basic gun techniques to a high level, so they went to recruit him. Oh, the basic gun techniques at a high level are barely acceptable. Why don't you go recruit him yourself? For a high school student, achieving a high level in basic martial skills is quite remarkable, yet in Principal Du's eyes, it was merely passable. Everything has its destined course. Oh, what should come will come, and what should not will not come, the elder said, stroking his beard lightly. Don't try to fool me. Ultimately, it's because you are weaker than others. The elder, who was originally stroking his beard, abruptly stopped his movements upon hearing Principal Du's words. Principal Du was speaking the truth. He truly could not compete with others. Speaking of Magic City and Imperial City, it annoys me. Why does the Education Bureau allocate so many resources to them only for most of the disciples trained to become useless and pests? Principal Du, this is not something allocated by our Education Bureau. It can only be said that you are not skilled enough and have not faced the students from those 2 martial universities. Slowly descending from the air was a woman dressed in ancient Han attire, smilingly teasing Principal Du. Director Ding. Director Ding. The mentors from Magic City and Imperial City Martial Universities who had originally sat down stood up again respectfully upon seeing the woman descend. They were merely instructors from the academy, only at the level of martial spirits. Originally, they were supposed to go to Honghai No. 1 Middle School, but somehow they were assigned to Honghai No. 7 Middle School. Director Ding waved her hand to the mentors from the various academies, signaling them to sit back down. However, shortly after the crude words of Principal Du left the instructors from Magic City and Imperial City martial universities unable to raise their heads. Nonsense, just look at the situation in recent years' 100 school competition. What has been the outcome for the students from my school and old Zhang's? Either severely injured or missing an arm or leg. It would be strange if they could win against us. If it weren't for our two schools fighting to the death on the front lines, they wouldn't be so at ease. Is that all? They barely outshine us. If everyone were in their prime, you'd see how incompetent those two schools truly are. At this moment, Principal Du was incessantly spouting words to the crowd, and the more he spoke, the more the mentors from the Demon City and Imperial Capital martial universities couldn't hold their heads high. There was no denying that Principal Du was speaking the harsh truth. In the previous 100 school competitions, the opponents they faced were either severely injured or had lost most of their fighting capabilities while they were completely in their prime, which gave them a significant advantage. As a result, under such circumstances, their two martial universities only managed to slightly outperform the rest. Director Ding was well aware of the past 100 school competitions and believed that the efforts of Jiangnan Martial University and the First Military Academy were completely disproportionate to their gains. All right, old Du, we can only blame our misfortune for this matter. Look at how good Director Zhang's attitude is. Old Du, you should really work on your temper, Director Ding interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. Both Director Zhang and Director Ding understood Principal Du's temperament. If allowed to continue, he could easily speak for an entire day and night without repeating himself. The mentors from the surrounding martial universities only dared to listen to their conversation, having no courage to interject. Are their students arriving this early? Director Ding observed Su Qing and Guo Xiao approaching from afar, expressing her confusion. Perhaps they are teachers from this school. The martial theory exam has only just begun. Oh, no matter how fast, they wouldn't be done for at least another half hour, Principal Du casually remarked. Today was the day of the martial arts college entrance exam. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to release their divine senses within the city. Instead, they were consciously shrinking their divine senses. As for spiritual senses, no one dared to let them loose. Each school had specialized equipment to detect spiritual senses. While it might not matter on ordinary days, they didn't want to be misunderstood as aiding students in cheating on such an important day. Is that him? Director Zhang murmured upon seeing Guo Xiao. Director Zhang was the elder whom Guo Xiao had encountered in the woods, and he had a vivid impression of this young man, never expecting to see him here. Old Zhang, do you know him? Principal Du, standing beside Director Zhang, could naturally hear his words and asked with mild curiosity. I suppose we can say we know each other to some extent. The principal of Honghai No. 7 High School, observing Su Qing and Guo Xiao from the high platform, was equally perplexed. She could guess that Su Qing as a teacher was here for a valid reason, but why was Guo Xiao not in the multimedia classroom for the martial theory exam? The one in front is our senior class 5 homeroom teacher Su Qing. The one behind is her student, she introduced to the surrounding mentors and directors, though still unsure of the situation. Principal, esteemed mentors. Su Qing greeted everyone as she entered with Guo Xiao. Ms. So what's going on with Guo Xiao? Why is he here? The principal quickly interrupted Su Qing's greeting, pointing at Guo Xiao. Isn't he supposed to be in the multimedia classroom for the exam? No matter what mistake he might have made, students should be allowed to finish their exams first before dealing with other matters. He was feeling increasingly anxious, hoping it was not as he feared. No matter what mistake he might have made, students should be allowed to finish their exams first before dealing with other matters. He was feeling increasingly anxious, hoping it was not as he feared. Guo Xiao watched the sweat pouring down the principal's face as he stood behind Su Qing, blinking in thought. Is the principal really that weak? Why is the sweat dripping down like that? Should I anonymously send him some Dinkin pills or 10 full tonics? If it weren't for the principal, he wouldn't be enjoying the monthly benefits of a fitness powder. He, Guo Xiao, was indeed a person who valued gratitude and repay kindness. Principal, this isn't a convenient place to talk. After all, Guo Xiao was a student of the Imperial Capital Martial University, and he didn't want such scandals to be overheard by others. Seeing Su Qing's somewhat unnatural expression, the principal's heart sank, sensing something was off. At that moment, the principal of Honghai No. 7 High School's face grew even paler as he feared his career. The crowd on the high platform noticed the principal's expression and clearly sensed something was wrong, assuming that Honghai No. 7 High School was preventing the student in front from participating in the martial arts entrance exam. Especially upon seeing Guo Xiao's disheveled appearance, they increasingly believed that he had been mistreated. There's nothing inconvenient about this, let's talk right here. Director Ding directly asked Su Qing. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, she had the right to inquire. Earlier, Su Qing naturally recognized Director Ding and could only internally apologize to the Imperial Capital Martial University, relaying the events as they occurred. You see, I wasn't wrong, right? After receiving so many resources, they ended up producing such students. After hearing Su Qing's account, Principal Du, who already held disdain for the martial universities in Demon City and the imperial capital due to resource allocation issues, looked down on them even more. After today, I will report this matter to the Bureau. Some things have their limits, Director Ding said, her anger rising after hearing the full story, as she genuinely had not expected this. Typically, such surreptitious behavior could be overlooked due to lack of evidence, but now they were brazenly displaying it, especially on such an important day as the martial arts entrance exam. Everyone present knew what it meant to miss a subject in the martial arts entrance exam. After listening to Su Qing's account, the principal suddenly felt relieved and even began contemplating how to reward Su Qing. At that moment, the mentors from the martial universities in Demon City and the imperial capital, after hearing Su Qing's words, felt even more unable to hold their heads high, silently sitting aside. Even if they hadn't witnessed the events firsthand, they wouldn't doubt Su Qing's words, for such people indeed existed within their academies, acting lawlessly due to their backgrounds. Sometimes, even their mentors were not given respect, which was quite infuriating. Although they felt a bit ashamed now, they couldn't help but revel in the misfortune of others, thinking serves them right. Guo Xiao stood behind Su Qing, looking around at the several teachers on the high platform. He didn't recognize any of them except for the principal, but that didn't stop him from feeling disdain in his heart. Why is no one concerned about me? I am the victim here. At the very least, they should offer some compensation. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that the few people on the high platform had significant backgrounds, especially the beautiful woman in Hanfu, who seemed to be the leader, clearly a person of high status. Especially that disheveled, muscular man who dared to criticize the Magic City and the imperial capital's martial arts university in front of so many people. He clearly had a strong reputation. Suddenly, Guo Xiao's gaze sharpened as he noticed the disheveled, muscular man take a small step to the side, just enough for him to see Dean Zhang sitting off to the side. It's that old man. He remembered that the swordsmanship manual he had received was tossed to him by the old man on the swordsmanship had provided him with significant assistance. Without it, he was confident that he could rely on his perfected basic sword technique and body technique to kill a beast, but it would not have been so easy. Dean Shun on the high platform also noticed that Guo Xiao recognized him and nodded as a greeting. After all, Honghai City is neither too big nor too small, and encountering each other again was also a matter of fate. Alright, anyone can talk nonsense, but I won't say anything else. Just ask how to handle this kid. What will you do about Guo Xiao at the Magic City Martial University and the Imperial Capital Martial University? After finishing his remarks, Principal Du pointed at Guo Xiao, who was behind Su Qing, and asked, "We can offer some compensation. If his grades are not up to standard, we can arrange for him to study at the Longxing Martial Arts School we partner with." The teachers from the Magic City and Imperial Capital discussed and came up with a solution. As teachers, they still had the authority to arrange for someone to study at their own martial arts school. Of course, whether the martial arts school would teach anything valuable was not up to them. What the hell? Just like this. It's not that I look down on you. After taking so many resources, you just wipe your hands clean when something goes wrong. Before anyone else could speak, Principal Du directly scolded them. He knew well what the so-called Longxing Martial Arts School was like. Frankly, it was set up just to make money teaching only basic martial arts. Our proposed solution is like this. If you're not satisfied, you can directly recruit him into your school. Shall you? Perhaps angered by Principal Du's scolding, a young teacher from either the Magic City or Imperial Capital Martial University directly shouted angrily at Principal Du. Those around them began to feel tense. After all, their identities were significant. Even if Principal Du killed them, now he wouldn't face any repercussions. Principal Du raised his hand and lightly slapped Teacher Yu. A crisp sound echoed, and Teacher Yu, along with two other instructors beside him, was sent flying 5 meters back, falling below the high platform. When they stood up, they saw that half of Teacher Yu's face was swollen. Disrespectful. I never strike against the human race. Consider this slap a lesson for you. After saying this, he ignored Teacher Yu and turned to Guo Xiao, saying, 3 years, as long as you serve in the military for 3 years, I will specially recruit you into the 1st Military Academy. Guo Xiao, you should thank Principal Du. This is an incredible opportunity, Su Qing said softly to Guo Xiao upon hearing Principal Du's words. Su Qing thought very simply at this moment. In her mind, even if Guo Xiao participated normally in the college entrance examination with good luck, he would only get into the worst martial arts university. Now being specially recruited into the 1st Military Academy for just 3 years of military service was an extremely favorable deal. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Principal Du. In Guo Xiao's eyes, this disheveled, muscular man was actually the principal of the 1st Military Academy. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. If it weren't for the existence of the attribute panel, he would have immediately agreed, but did he need to now? I won't go. Without a shred of hesitation, he spoke directly. Principal Du and the others were stunned. Who would refuse such a good opportunity? What? Are you afraid? Principal Du thought Guo Xiao was unable to endure hardship and feared facing beasts. After all, it didn't matter to Principal Du whether Guo Xiao went or not. He wouldn't lose anything. Why should I be afraid? Guo you. Su Qing looked at the bewildered Guo and anxiously tried to persuade him. Bang! A massive rock suddenly appeared and heavily landed on the high platform. Alright, everyone has their aspirations. If you don't want to go, then so be it. Since we have students here, let's start the realm testing. Xiao Fu, is everything prepared? Director, we still need 5 more minutes. The staff member fiddling with the computer looked up at Director Ding and replied. Alright, then let's wait a bit longer. At this moment, Guo was genuinely stunned by the rock that appeared out of nowhere. Is there really such a thing as a storage bag in this world? He thought incredulously, looking at the rock. Besides storage bags, he couldn't figure out how the rock appeared on the high platform. Teacher Su, how did this stone appear out of nowhere? It was always correct to ask the teacher when unsure. Su Qing was also at a loss at this moment. An immense opportunity had fallen on Guo head, and he actually rejected it. She didn't know what to say. Hearing Guo question, she helplessly said, "That's not a stone, it's a realm stone. You know about testing stones, right? This is an upgraded version of the strength testing stone. However, the method of testing with this realm stone is different. Later you just need to place your hand on it, and the realm stone will naturally display your realm. As for how the realm stone appeared out of thin air, I don't know either. It's a storage ring." Dean Zhang and Principal Du came over at this moment, and Principal Du casually mentioned, "Old man." "No, senior." Guo looked at Dean Zhang and promptly performed a sword salute, even honestly voicing his inner thoughts. However, for some reason, he couldn't bend his waist, as if something was watching him, preventing him from continuing this. Kid, you're right, he is just an old man. Why call him senior? Principal Du patted Guo shoulder. Dean Zhang, hearing Guo call him an old man, also felt both amused and helpless. No need for that. That swordsmanship is not a precious thing. Seeing Guo about to perform a sword salute, Dean Zhang waved his hand to stop him. Hearing Dean Zhang's words, Guo understood why he couldn't bend down. Is there a place to buy storage rings? How much do they cost? Since Dean Zhang himself didn't care, Guo expressed his fearlessness and instead asked the two. Knowing about the existence of storage rings, he truly wanted to possess one immediately. It would be so convenient for future outings. If there had been storage rings in his past life, how convenient would it have been for delivering packages or takeout? Kid, what are you thinking? Do you even know how these things come about? Principal Du looked at Guo as if he were dreaming. How do they come about? Do you know about the Kongming stone? Seeing Guo shake his head, Principal Du continued, if you don't even know this, how do you expect to want a storage ring? Kid, don't aim too high. Work on improving your realm. What you need to know will naturally come to you. Then Principal Du extended his finger, gesturing a number 1, and said to Guo, I take a liking to you, so I'll lower the bar a bit. If you just take a year, I'll specially recruit you into the first military academy. Guo truly felt a bit embarrassed. With Principal Du speaking so casually, could he really be the principal of the first military academy? And could you not point those 2 large gold rings at me? No. Guo, you can come up now. Just as Principal Du was about to say more, the principal from Honghai No. 7 Middle School spoke up. The equipment on the platform was already prepared and could be tested at any moment. Teacher Su, didn't you say it wouldn't start until 11 o'clock? As long as the equipment is ready, the assessment can begin at any time. However, that would be chaotic and increase the workload for the staff later. So we decided to conduct assessments by class, which also makes it easier to tally the results in the end. However, this year, there was an unexpected situation with you, so we started early just to check if the equipment is functioning normally. Before Su Qing could explain, Director Ding from the Education Bureau suddenly appeared beside Dean Zhang and directly spoke to Guo. Sure enough, martial arts experts like to come and go without a trace. Just a moment ago, he was on the platform, and in the blink of an eye, he is beside him, but... Seeing Director Ding suddenly appear beside him startled him, but he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the strange expression in Director Ding's eyes. That kind of gaze seemed familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen it. However, it was obviously not the time to ponder. He hurriedly walked up to the platform. Come here and stand here. The principal of Honghai No. 7 Middle School pointed in front of the realm stone. Seeing Guo standing in front of the realm stone as instructed, he added, Guo, just place your hand directly on the realm stone. An energy will flow from the realm stone into your body. Don't panic, that's a normal phenomenon. Principal, left hand or right hand? Use whichever hand you prefer, left or right. The principal looked at Guo with a face full of black lines, wondering how he hadn't noticed such an unconventional student in his school. Oh, Guo extended his right hand to place it on the realm stone, while his left hand still held the Longquan sword. In this era, no one would dare to use lethal force openly except for those who were truly reckless. Is this the energy the principal spoke of? It feels so weak. A mysterious energy flowed from the realm stone into his body, but just as it reached his arm, it was devoured by the true chi within him. Experience 10. Hey, not bad. I just earned 10 experience points for free. He hadn't yet learned any martial artist techniques, and was unable to control the true chi within him, allowing it to freely consume the energy coming from the realm stone. 1 minute passed. The realm stone still showed no response, and everyone on the platform began to feel puzzled. Little Fu from the Education Bureau was also a bit puzzled. He had tested the realm stone earlier, and it was functioning. Why was it not working now? Guoxiao, please take your hand down for a moment, let me try. The principal of Honghai No. 7 Middle School was present during the previous test, and naturally knew that the realm stone was fine, but decided to test it himself, just to be sure. In case there was a real problem, there would still be time to get another realm stone. Martial Apprentice Level 5. Guoxiao watched as his principal placed his hand on the realm stone, and after about 5 seconds, the words Martial Apprentice Level 5 appeared on the realm stone. Martial Apprentice Level 5. Is the standard for being a principal this low now? Guoxiao, confused, could only exclaim at how low the martial arts realm of his principal was. Smack. What do you mean by martial apprentice? I am at the level of a Grand Master 9. Hearing Guoxiao's exclamation, he suddenly slapped Guoxiao on the shoulder. Ouch. Principal, but the realm stone clearly shows martial apprentice level 5. Is it broken? Guoxiao rubbed his shoulder and looked at the realm stone uncertainly. Broken? Nonsense. I just wanted to see if the realm stone had any issues, so it only showed martial apprentice. What have I always told you? You need to read more. Just because the textbook doesn't cover it doesn't mean you shouldn't look. Seeing Guoxiao's helpless expression, the principal of Honghai No. 7 Middle School could only sigh and resign. He had completely forgotten that the textbooks at his own school only contained information on force measurement stones and merely touched upon the subject of realm stones. Little Fu, this shouldn't be a problem. Why was there no effect just now? After teaching Guoxiao a lesson, he turned to Little Fu from the Education Bureau and asked, I'm not too sure, let me test it as well. Martial Apprentice Level 4. Little Fu tested it again, and the results were identical to the previous test. He couldn't understand why Guoxiao had such a situation, and could only say uncertainly, maybe the scholars in the Bureau haven't maintained it for a long time. Little Ding. I'm not saying it's my fault, but with so much funding every year, can't you get them to have their students maintain? Principal Du, seeing the scene on the platform, turned to Director Ding. You can't blame me. I notified them a few days ago to maintain it, and just yesterday, I specifically inquired, and they told me everything was normal with the equipment and realm stone. Director Ding had an expression that suggested he was not taking the blame. Maybe they were lying. Guoxiao, please put your hand back on, and try again. Guoxiao nodded, placing his hand back on the realm stone. That mysterious energy once again flowed from the realm stone into his body, and just like before was quickly devoured by the true chi within him. Experience 10. He successfully gained another 10 experience points, and the result was naturally the same as before. The realm stone showed no response. What on earth is happening? Why isn't it displaying anything again? He waited another 30 seconds, yet the realm stone remained utterly unresponsive. Xiao Fu from the Education Bureau hurried forward and placed his hand upon the realm stone once more. Martial Apprentice 6th rank. A murmur rippled through the crowd as they stared blankly at the stone. Then one female instructor whispered hesitantly, could it be that he possesses no cultivation at all, and thus yields no reading? That's impossible. When I last encountered him, he was certainly, at least, Martial Apprentice 7th rank. Upon hearing the instructor's remark, Principal Zhang immediately dismissed such uncertainty. The first time he'd met Guoxiao outside the city walls, he had personally scanned him with his divine sense. Martial Apprentice 7th rank was beyond doubt. Su Qing, overhearing the principal's words, cast a skeptical glance at him, thinking, Martial Apprentice 7th rank. Wasn't it 3rd rank just moments ago? That makes even less sense. Let me see. Upon hearing Principal Zhang's assertion, Dean Du released his divine sense and swept it across Guoxiao. Then turned to the principal, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. Are you absolutely certain he's at Martial Apprentice 7th rank? Are you suggesting my eyes have grown dim with age? Hardly. Though advanced in years, I remain firmly within my prime. How could my perception possibly falter? As Dean Du extended his divine sense toward Guoxiao, both Principal Zhang and Director Ding naturally sensed it too. This was no clandestine affair requiring secrecy. Though puzzled by Dean Du's question, Principal Zhang likewise unleashed his divine sense to probe Guoxiao's cultivation. Martial Practitioner 1st rank. Yes, Martial Practitioner 1st rank. Stunned disbelief flooded Principal Zhang's gaze as he stared at Guoxiao. Just days earlier, his own scan had confirmed only Martial Apprentice 7th rank. Yet now impossibly the youth stood at Martial Practitioner 1st rank. He had suffered no injury in over a century. His prior assessment outside the city walls could not possibly have been so egregiously mistaken. Moreover, the chi coursing through Guoxiao's body surged with extraordinary vitality, a clear sign he had yet to master any martial arts techniques of the martial practitioner realm, and thus lacked control over his newfound power. In other words, in merely 20 days he had ascended from Martial Apprentice 7th rank to Martial Practitioner. Young man, I offer you an immediate special admission to 1st Military Academy. Upon enrollment, 500 credits will be granted instantly. No 1,000 credits transferred directly to your account. Ignoring Principal Zhang's stunned expression, Dean Du addressed Guo Xiao directly. Until now he had never deliberately probed another's cultivation. Thus he'd remained unaware of Guo Xiao's true level. Based solely on Su Qing's earlier remark, he'd assumed Guo Xiao's martial attainment was modest. Hence his earlier suggestion, to enlist first, allowing Guo Xiao to elevate his rank during military service, thereby making his special admission to First Military Academy both legitimate and seamless. Had he known Guo Xiao's actual rank, he would have offered special admission outright. Even martial apprentice 8th rank qualified for such privilege, let alone full martial practitioner status. Martial practitioner 1st rank. Truly astonishing. Director Ding glanced between the two men, baffled, then herself probed Guo Xiao's cultivation. Upon confirming the rank, she uttered incredulously, "Martial practitioner 1st rank. Martial practitioner 1st rank. Martial practitioner 1st rank." Gasps erupted simultaneously from the senior instructors assembled upon the dais. They well understood what martial practitioner 1st rank truly signified. It shattered a century-old record. Whether achieved through rare pills or innate talent mattered little. For any academy, securing his enrollment could ignite sensational publicity, catapulting its prestige to unprecedented heights. Student Guo Xiao, Huffing Martial University waives your tuition for the next 4 years and grants 1,000 credits on your first day of enrollment. Tianshan Martial University adds an additional 1 million credits per month atop Huffing's offer. Xinjiang Martial University tops Tianshan's package with yet another 1 million credits. The dais erupted into chaos. Except for the elite academies, Modu Difu Jiangnan and First Military Academy, every other institution scrambled to outbid one another, their offers soaring ever higher. They were gambling, not merely on Guo Xiao's present rank, but on his untapped potential. If his meteoric ascent continued into sophomore year, victory in the upcoming 100-school martial tournament would be theirs. They dared not squander a single opportunity to ascend their standings. Enough, we'll settle this later. And furthermore, this matter must remain confidential until the conclusion of the Martial Dao entrance examination. The Education Bureau will issue an official announcement thereafter. Do you all understand? His final words carried unmistakable weight. Understood. Understood. They were far from foolish. Premature disclosure would benefit no one. Only a handful of elite academies had dispatched representatives to Honghai No. 7 High School. If others learned of Guo Xiao's breakthrough, their chance would vanish entirely. Even if Guo Xiao ultimately declined their offer, they stood to lose nothing, merely maintaining the status quo. If a new generation could transcend to martial practitioner rank, then surely a second, and perhaps many more, would follow. For humanity, this was undeniably auspicious. Director Ding, may I escort student Guo Xiao back for now, while we await the instructor's formal visits? Their principal tactfully intervened, effectively excusing Guo Xiao from the upcoming martial technique assessment. After all, mere attainment of martial practitioner rank had already justified these astronomical offers. Director Ding watched students returning from the first examination station beyond the athletic field, and agreed Guo Xiao deserved rest time to deliberate carefully among the prestigious martial universities. She dismissed the martial technique assessment outright. Teacher Su, please accompany Guo Xiao home and introduce him to each university's distinctive merits. But principal, my class is Senior 3 Class 5. Su Qing began, intending to explain she was responsible for maintaining order during her students' rank assessments. Before she could finish, the principal cut in. I've assigned other faculty to oversee those duties. With arrangements finalized, Su Qing had no choice but to lead Guo Xiao from the campus. Xiao Fu from the Education Bureau exhaled deeply as the pair departed. He had genuinely feared the realm stone malfunction due to inadequate maintenance. After all, he bore responsibility for its upkeep. Now assured the device functioned perfectly, he felt genuine relief. The incident might otherwise have cost him. Such realm stones are designed primarily to assess ranks within the martial apprentice stage. While higher ranks can be measured, success requires precise control over one's internal chi. Otherwise, the mysterious energy transmitted by the stone is absorbed and dissipated, rendering accurate measurement impossible. Teacher, today I will treat you, no need to be polite. At this moment, Guo Xiao and Su Qing had already left the school and were now at a restaurant near Guo Xiao's home. Guo Xiao, with a bold expression, pointed at the menu on the wall and spoke. Su Qing looked at Guo Xiao with a face full of disbelief as she had seen the dishes and prices on the menu. Even if they ordered everything, it would only cost a little over 100 yuan. This was a restaurant called a breakfast shop. Moreover, it was already noon, and besides the mixed noodles and dumplings, there were no other dishes available. Su, teacher, don't underestimate this small shop. Its taste is exceptionally good. Guo Xiao thought Su Qing was concerned about the shop being small and somewhat dirty, and he said, I'll have a serving of mixed noodles and dumplings. All right then, Xiao, what about you? After explaining to Su Qing, the shopkeeper's wife turned to ask Guo Xiao. The usual. Okay, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Su, teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Guo Xiao, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Su Qing's gaze, couldn't help but ask. I've looked at you from various angles, and no matter how I look at it, I can't believe you've actually reached the realm of a martial artist. Tell me, did you get possessed by some dark mountain demon? Knowing Su Qing was just joking, Guo Xiao was startled when he heard the term possession, but his expression remained unchanged as he rolled his eyes at Su Qing and said, Su teacher, are you daydreaming? Then tell me what happened to your martial apprentice level 3. That day I was feeling unwell, completely weak. I said I couldn't be tested, but they dragged me to test my strength, and I ended up showing 300 gene of strength. Then you can retake the test. I wanted to, but every time they organized a strength test, they mocked me from the sidelines, which made me furious, so I just skipped it. Your previous homeroom teacher was really something. I always thought you didn't participate in tests because you were afraid of losing face due to your martial apprentice level 3. At this moment, Su Qing also began to complain about the previous homeroom teacher of class 3-5. She took over 2 months after the start of the senior year 5 class, and the previous homeroom teacher left for another province on the day she took over for certain reasons. Naturally, she was unaware of the specific situation at that time. However, Guo Xiao was not lying to Su Qing. Before his rebirth, he indeed avoided the strength tests out of fear of being laughed at. If asked about his level back, then he could casually say he was at martial apprentice level 5. After all, there is a saying, if 9 out of 10 statements are true, saying one falsehood will still be believed. So, the food is here. Just as Su Qing was about to ask Guo Xiao what his level was at that time, she was interrupted by the shopkeeper's wife, and she could only wait until they finished eating and got to Guo Xiao's home to ask. After all, eating was the most important thing. Half an hour later at Guo Xiao's home. So you were only at martial apprentice level 5 back then. And then you broke through to martial artist level 1 in just 1 year. Once back at Guo Xiao's home, Su Qing repeated the question she wanted to ask earlier. I should say I was at the peak of martial apprentice level 5. It's just that I didn't dare to break through to martial apprentice level 6. Didn't dare to break through. Su teacher, I'm poor. I was afraid that if I broke through to martial apprentice level 6, I would starve to death. At this moment, memories of breaking through from martial apprentice level 2 to level 3 flashed in Guo Xiao's mind, and a look of terror appeared on his face. His expression was not feigned, but truly one of fear. Seeing Guo Xiao's face, Su Qing felt a pang. As a teacher, she naturally understood the energy consumption of a martial artist. Although she came from a well-off family and had never experienced the kind of feeling Guo Xiao spoke of, it didn't mean she was unaware. Su Qing certainly knew what Guo Xiao's family situation was like. Achieving martial apprentice level 5 during his senior year was already quite remarkable. Then how did you break through to martial artist level 1 afterward? After a moment, she continued to ask. Maybe it was because of my talent. Since I had access to resources, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching martial apprentice level 9. Originally, I thought that was the end, but during a hunt for demon beasts outside the city, I encountered some fortuitous opportunities and obtained some rare herbs which allowed me to break through to the martial artist realm. Because I consumed rare herbs, it took me some time to break through to the martial artist realm, which is why I didn't arrive at school before 8 o'clock. At this moment, Guo Xiao was quite impressed with himself. After recounting what he said, everything became reasonable. However, to ensure she believed him 100, he still took out a bottle of stalactite from his small bag. Stalactite. No wonder you were able to break through to the martial artist realm. Su Qing still held a skeptical attitude towards Guo Xiao's claims, as it was nearly impossible to break through to the martial artist realm without the appropriate cultivation methods for that level, and rare herbs were not so easily encountered. However, when Guo Xiao took out the stalactite, she was completely convinced. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the martial artist realm would require martial artist level cultivation methods or techniques for absorbing spiritual energy. Yet there was still a possibility, which was to consume certain rare herbs. For example, stalactites, monkey wine, and other rare herbs could enable an ordinary person to break through to the martial artist realm if consumed over a long period. Su teacher, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Thank you. As a student with no special skills, I can only offer this somewhat unremarkable item. Though he was reluctant to part with the stalactite, he still extended his hand and placed it in front of Su Qing. Su Qing was undoubtedly a good teacher, knowing he was a poor kid at martial apprentice level 3, yet still resolutely supporting him with 10 packets of body refining powder. No matter how one looked at it, that was very precious for him at that time. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. A bottle of stalactite would only convert to about 600 experience points. If he killed a few more demon beasts, he could absorb that much, especially since his current experience points were as high as 17 million, so he wasn't particularly concerned about that 600. You should keep it. You are currently in great need of resources, and this is something you earned through your own efforts. Outside the city is a realm of demon beasts which poses considerable danger for a martial artist at the martial apprentice stage. One can imagine the dangers Guo Xiao faced. This made her even less able to accept such a gift. Enough, put it away. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao reluctantly stowed the vial containing stalactite essence into his small shoulder bag, a speed so swift that Su Qing admitted she could not match it. Once everything was secured, she asked him, "Have you decided which martial arts university you'll attend? After all, with your current qualifications, you're eligible for any martial arts university in the nation." Guo Xiao had only been reborn into this world for less than a month, his days consumed entirely by cultivation or grinding experience points. He truly knew nothing about martial arts universities. As for his original self, with merely the third-rank martial apprentice realm, he'd long abandoned all hope. "Actually, I sincerely hope you enroll at the Capital Martial Arts University. It ranks first nationwide and stands among the very finest in the country." Su Qing smiled as she spoke. Guo Xiao naturally recognized her subtle invitation. After all, she'd mentioned earlier that she herself was a student there. Especially since Teacher Su was an educator, she naturally wished her alma mater would recruit outstanding talents, though he remained curious as to which graduating class she belonged. "Teacher Su, could you explain the differences among these martial arts universities?" "Of course. I've been assigned by the principal to accompany you home precisely to clarify these matters lest you remain uninformed. Martial arts universities differ fundamentally in resource allocation, and their environments vary accordingly. Nationwide, there are exactly 123 such institutions. Only 123. That seems surprisingly few. Not at all. Our nation currently hosts 912 universities in total, yet only 123 are dedicated to martial cultivation. The remaining 789 are conventional institutions offering foundational disciplines like architecture or finance. You need only concern yourself with those 123 martial arts universities. The rest are irrelevant." Guo Xiao well understood this lifetime. If he sought the pinnacle of martial cultivation and glimpsed the vastness of the cosmos, he would never choose one of those 789 ordinary universities. A prestigious martial arts university can at times determine a cultivator's entire future. The higher the institution's prestige, the greater its instructors' cultivation realms and practical experience. At the Capital Martial Arts University, even the least senior faculty hold at minimum the martial spirit realm. What fundamentally is the most vital element in martial cultivation? Su Qing suddenly posed a foundational question. Innate talent and resources, refined through diligent effort afterward. Though puzzled by the sudden inquiry, he answered faithfully, reciting textbook doctrine. Correct. Beyond personal diligence, cultivation hinges upon innate talent and external resources. Talent aside, for now, let us examine resources. Take the Capital Martial Arts University. Each month students receive no fewer than 3 body forging pills and 1 Huanglong pill. By contrast, lesser institutions grant only a single body forging pill monthly. Initially, the disparity may seem negligible, but over time, does it not widen exponentially? Even martial techniques and cultivation manuals differ starkly. For instance, our university's Jeet Kune Do technique costs merely 1 academic credit to redeem, whereas students from other schools must expend at least 100 credits for the same. Weapons follow the same principle. Now let me elucidate environmental distinctions. Su Qing's tone grew solemn. What followed would be critical. Metropolitan Martial Arts University, Capital Martial Arts University, Jingqing University. These lie in relatively secure zones where annual fatality rates hover near 5%. Jiangnan University, First Military Academy, Second Military Academy. Unfortunately, their locations carry far greater peril, with fatality rates averaging 30% annually. 6-fold disparity. How could the gap be so immense? Picture a circle. Low fatality institutions cluster near its center, while high-risk ones occupy its outer fringes. Beyond the periphery lie the domains of monstrous beasts and terrifying aberrations. Guo Xiao grasped her analogy instantly. Was this not simply the distinction between safe zones and toxic zones? Teacher Su, what distinguishes Jiangnan Martial Arts University from the First and Second Military Academies? In truth, there is little difference, save institutional structure. Jiangnan affords greater autonomy, whereas the military academies enforce stricter discipline and impose tighter constraints on personal freedom. Hearing his question, Su Qing deduced Guo Xiao's likely shortlist, yet continued earnestly, "Still, I recommend you first hear out the enrollment incentives each university offers before making your final choice." Understood, Teacher Su. If fate permits, I still hope you join the Capital Martial Arts University. Should fortune smile, we might even meet again at semester's start. Then I'll introduce you to some senior sisters. Su Qing extended the invitation once more, this time deploying charm as strategy. Fortune smiles, we'll meet at semester's start. Guo Xiao frowned inwardly. Was Teacher Su also leaving Honghai No. 7 high school next term? Indeed. I'm currently a second-year student at the Capital Martial Arts University, though I've taken a temporary leave to undertake a special evaluation. Regardless of its outcome, I'll return when classes resume. By September, I'll enter my 3rd year. How swiftly this year has flown. And please drop the teacher. Call me Sister Ching. After all, I'm scarcely older than you. Su. Sister Ching. Yet you appear at least 30. Have you repeated grades many times? Guo Xiao remarked, startled by the faint creases at her temples. Nonsense. I merely took 1 year's sabbatical. This face you see is simply makeup. Indeed. One of China's 4 forbidden arts, makeup, thrives across all realms and eras. Ding dong. They've arrived, the university mentors. I must depart now. Don't rush your decision. Hear every institution's enrollment offer before committing. With that final counsel, she rose and headed for the door. Understood, Sister Ching. As she opened it, Su Qing bowed respectfully to the figure outside, Principal, and the woman leading the group paused, startled. Rarely did she venture beyond campus, and few outside recognized her as vice principal of the Capital Martial Arts University. To be identified by a high school teacher astonished her. Who are you? Xiao Su. Principal, and sensing Su Qing's aura, spoke uncertainly. Yes, Principal, and I never expected to meet you here. A year has passed so quickly. You must be going back to await the final assessment results, right? Principal and naturally knew about Su Qing's assessment, as she was present when the assessment tasks were announced, but she did not expect Su Qing to choose Honghai City as her location. Then Principal, and may I leave now? There are still some matters to attend to at school. Su Qing knew it wasn't the right time for conversation, and she needed to return to Honghai No. 7 High School to handle remaining affairs. However, as she was leaving, she gently nodded to Principal, but then shook her head. Go ahead. Principal, and could see from Su Qing's nod that it indicated she had already communicated with Guo Xiao and even invited him to join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. As for the shaking of her head, it likely meant that Guo Xiao had not given a definite answer. Xiao, and you all are quite crafty. Thankfully that kid did not agree, or otherwise it would have been a wasted trip today. The principal due behind also noticed Su Qing's actions and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It's just luck. Besides, that kid didn't agree either. It all depends on who offers the more enticing rewards. Alright, and girl, you go in first. Well, follow shortly. Do Jiangshan look at Tiangu, then look at yourself? Can't you be a bit gentler? Always so rough. Principal, and said, glancing at Dean Zhang, her expression inadvertently softening a bit before turning her gaze to Principal Du and speaking with evident disdain. Having said that, she entered Guo Xiao's house. Outside, only the mentors from Modu Jiangnan and the First Military Academy remained, as other martial arts universities had already given up. The price offered at Honghai No. 7 High School was their last struggle. Originally, at least 10 martial arts universities had come to Guo Xiao's residence, but they were driven away by Principal Du's icy glare, which spoke volumes. Seeing Principal Dus gaze, those mentors finally realized. Because Guo Xiao had broken a century-old record, they were momentarily blinded, only now realizing they had no right to compete. If their own principal were here, they might have had a chance, but they were merely small mentors lacking any qualification. Inside the room. Hello, Guo Xiao. I am in Zhengxi, the vice principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. I deeply apologize for the events that occurred earlier, and I will personally address them upon my return. This bottle contains our university's unique purification pill, which can eliminate impurities from your internal true energy. I hope you can let go of what happened before. Principal and did not first mention her conditions, but instead apologized to Guo Xiao and even offered him the exclusive pill from their university. She had already heard from Dean Zhang and others about the events that took place at the school gate on her way here. The pill offered now served both as an apology and carried a deeper meaning. What exactly happened before? Guo Xiao asked curiously, honestly placing the pill, given by Principal, and into his small bag. He hadn't taken the matter to heart. At most, he was just thinking about how to seek some compensation from those people later. He never expected to gain something unexpected, the unique purification pill, which should be a good item. Seeing this, Principal and couldn't help but smile. Since Guo Xiao could say that it indicated that the previous matter had passed. She then spoke of the enrollment rewards from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. As long as you choose our university, 1 book of Xian level technique and martial skill, 1,000 credits, a weapon forged at level 400 and doubled alchemical pills each month, along with a mentor no less than martial spirit level 9 to guide you. You can think it over. Principal and had already laid out the best offer the Imperial Capital University could provide. Whether it could be realized depended on luck. Alright, Principal, and I will consider it. After hearing this, Principal and nodded and walked out of the room. Now it's my turn. Upon seeing Principal and come out, a middle-aged man who had been in line behind her spoke. Entering the room, he looked at Guo Xiao and directly stated, Modu Martial Arts University offers 1 book of Xian level technique and martial skill, 1,000 credits, a weapon forged at level 400 and doubled alchemical pills every month. Having said that, he turned and left. What is this all about? Watching the man's arrogant expression and casual tone, his attitude suggested that he could easily crush him like a grasshopper. Guo Xiao couldn't help but feel indignant. Although he was indeed a grasshopper, now he had immense potential, didn't he? What was it again? 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not bully the young and poor. Just as Guo was lost in thought, Principal Du entered. "You brat, what are you thinking? Even if the rewards offered by those martial arts universities are satisfactory, you should also listen to what I and old Zhang have to say before making a decision." Principal Du assumed Guo was dazzled by the rewards of the first two martial arts universities and hurriedly spoke up. "No, it was just that teacher from earlier that." "Oh, he is just like that. His words can be a bit cold, but he is trustworthy." "You brat, the price I can offer at the first military academy isn't much. One book of Shin-level technique and martial skill, 1,500 credits, a weapon forged at level 400, doubled alchemical pills every month, and you can choose any mentor from within the academy." Guo rolled his eyes. Did he think he was picking cabbages? And he could just choose it? Well, martial artists must fight between life and death to unleash all their potential, allowing them to break through realms faster. While one can develop steadily in a safe environment, it ultimately lacks some bloodshed. "I won't say much else. We'll go call old Zhang in," Principal Du said hastily before stepping out to call Dean Zhang. "Senior, one book of Xian-level technique and martial skill, 1,500 credits, a weapon forged at level 400, and doubled alchemical pills every month. As for the mentor you can choose when the enrollment test takes place, there's no rush." Just when it seemed it would end, Dean Zhang added, "If you choose Jiangnan Martial Arts University, this ring is my personal contribution to you." Dean Zhang held up a storage ring. When Guo previously inquired about storage rings, he had noticed the faint longing in Guo's eyes. And he just happened to have an extra storage ring. At this moment, Dean Zhang had no choice but to resort to this plan. Although he would incur a personal loss, recruiting Guo was not a bad outcome. In recent years, outstanding students have mostly gone to martial arts universities in places like Magic City and Imperial Capital, which are relatively safe. Among the martial arts universities in the outer circle, aside from the first military academy and second military academy, the rest have started to decline. Especially his Jiangnan Martial Arts University. While the overall strength of the students hasn't decreased, the quality of the recruits each year has shown a marked decline. Now it is crucial to have students like Guo make a name for themselves among the new generation. If Guo can maintain this rate of improvement, he might even excel in the upcoming competition among hundreds of schools. "Old man, no, Dean, this isn't right." Although Guo was unaware of Dean Zhang's various thoughts at this moment, his hands obediently accepted the storage ring. He had originally intended to choose Jiangnan Martial Arts University, let alone the enticing storage ring now, especially since Dean Zhang was the elder who taught him the sword drawing technique. No matter what, he should attend Jiangnan Martial Arts University out of gratitude. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. What was an unintentional act back then has surprisingly brought such great fortune today. Looking at Guo taking the storage ring, he sighed, knowing Guo's choice. He completely forgot about his act of tempting Guo with the storage ring. "Dean, how do I use this storage ring?" "Just drop a drop of blood on the storage ring, and you can use your will to take in or release external items. The internal space of this storage ring is about 2 cubic meters, which is something I unexpectedly obtained." Guo followed the elder's instructions and dropped a drop of his blood on the storage ring. Then, as Dean Zhang had said, he found that the internal space was indeed around 2 cubic meters. "Oh, why are there 2 pieces of paper and a pen inside the ring?" Guessing it might belong to Dean Zhang, he took the paper out of the space. A martial arts entrance exam application form and an admission notice. Looking at the 2 pieces of paper in his hand and their contents, he knew without guessing. "Do I write my name on this admission notice myself?" After filling out the information on the martial arts entrance exam application form, he looked at the blank space on the admission notice and asked, "He'll do that." Guo's pen suddenly broke free from his hand and began writing Guo on the admission notice by itself. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have doubted that the name Guo was printed. It looked nothing like handwriting. Dean Zhang put away the martial arts entrance exam application form and said, "The enrollment rewards I mentioned earlier will only be given to you when you officially enroll. Does that mean I have to wait for 2 more months?" He shrugged at the thought of having to wait 2 months to obtain the techniques for the warrior realm. What's wrong? Isn't it that after breaking through to the warrior realm, there are no corresponding techniques? It's uncomfortable to wait. This is exactly what I wanted to say. I still need to recruit a few students in the next couple of days. I plan to leave Honghai City in about 3 days. If you have nothing on your mind, we can leave together. Once we return to the academy, they'll have the instructor handle your enrollment procedures first." No problem, I can leave today." "Alright, then you can just rest at home these days. They'll come to pick you up in 3 days. "What's wrong? Do you have something else?" Seeing Guo's hesitant expression, Dean Zhang asked instead. "Dean, I want to return this sword drawing technique to you. Could you exchange it for a lightness skill manual for me?" Guo smiled as he handed the sword drawing technique back to Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang frowned as he looked at Guo, then relaxed his expression and said, "I know that young people tend to think of giving up when they encounter difficulties, but..." Guo knew that Dean Zhang misunderstood him and directly demonstrated the completed sword drawing technique. "Completed." Dean Zhang, being a sword practitioner himself, immediately recognized that Guo had just showcased the completed level of the sword drawing technique, and he was utterly astonished. In just a short period, barely 20 days, Guo had actually cultivated to the completed state, and he could even sense that Guo was holding back, clearly not just at the beginning stage of the completed level. I've struck gold. His heart surged with joy. Dean, maybe I don't need that lightness skill manual anymore. Seeing Dean Zhang's expression turn impassive, he realized he had displeased him and gave up on the idea of requesting the lightness skill manual. He had initially said it with a bold face, not really expecting it to work. It's useful enough, but just this once. You can keep this sword drawing technique for yourself. Dean Zhang looked at Guo with an impassive expression as he used his divine sense to move the sword drawing technique manual onto the table before leaving Guo's home. Guo shrugged and didn't notice the joyful expression Dean Zhang revealed after turning around. Tian, congratulations. Old Zhang remembered to treat us to dinner. The onlookers outside thought Dean Zhang's expression was merely due to successfully recruiting Guo. Dean Zhang looked at them and wondered how they would react if they knew that Guo had actually reached the completed level in a martial skill. Alright, let's go to the next student's home. After saying that, the group flew away simultaneously. The people on the ground looked up at them in admiration and respect. Have I gone too far? Am I being a bit too greedy? Guo reflected on himself. He also felt that he had indeed been a bit too arrogant lately, even considering whether he should read more books to cultivate his character. After some reflection, he prepared to place the sword drawing technique manual into his storage ring space. Guo then noticed something strange about the manual. It was noticeably thicker. Upon picking it up, he discovered there was another martial arts manual underneath the sword drawing technique. Stepping on snow without leaving a trace. Turns out I was overthinking. Old man, thank you. Stepping on snow without leaving a trace, a high-quality, yellow-level lightness skill. Cultivating to the highest realm allows one to be as light as a wild goose, leaving no trace in the snow. High-quality, yellow level. Truly worthy of the Dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, so affluent, or just casually giving away a high-quality, yellow-level lightness skill. Having already left, Dean Zhang only then realized he had given the wrong manual, but it was too late. He could never ask Guo for it back, and leaving behind a low-quality, yellow-level lightness skill was unacceptable. As the Dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, he still had to maintain his dignity. Opening the manual of movement techniques in his hand, his eyes gradually became more vacant as he watched. The manual seemed to manifest a small golden figure dancing, and then flying directly into Guo's eyes. What followed were the secrets of the snow trackless technique. 2 hours later, Guo, coming back to his senses, looked at the time and realized that 2 hours had already passed. Indeed, the yellow grade techniques were much more difficult than the common grade ones. If this were a foundational movement technique, it would probably have already reached the perfected realm. Checking the information on the martial arts panel, it was indeed a superior yellow grade technique. However, reaching the entry level to minor perfection required a full 100 points of proficiency. At this moment, the proficiency of the snow trackless technique had just reached entry level 500. 100,000. His current experience points had reached a staggering 17 million, directly elevating the snow trackless technique to minor perfection. He initially intended to elevate it to the perfected realm, but feared he would spend too long in the mental space and miss the time to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University with Dean Zhang and the others. The mental space was the mysterious realm he had entered before to enhance his martial skills. When he raised the snow trackless technique to minor perfection, information about this realm followed. He had originally thought that his consciousness would enter the mental space after receiving the information, but oddly enough this time, he did not enter the mental space. Now he could clearly feel the surrounding environment, with his consciousness firmly rooted in his body. The next, he felt his legs starting to ache, a sensation akin to ants crawling on his feet. Uncomfortable, yet not hindering his movement. After about half an hour, the ache began to fade, replaced by a refreshing sensation in his legs. This function must be something that comes after the soul binding. This broken panel doesn't even provide an explanation, or it makes me figure things out on my own. Guo complained about the attributes panel before standing up from the sofa. With a light push of his foot, he glided back and forth across the living room. Yes, he was gliding. Although he had not yet reached the realm of the snow trackless technique, he was clearly moving twice as fast as before. This feeling is truly marvelous. After experiencing it, Guo sat back down on the sofa and spent 100 experience points to elevate the snow trackless technique to major perfection. Just as he was about to elevate it to the perfected realm, he hesitated. The leap from major perfection to perfected realm required 1 million experience points, and he was conflicted about whether it was necessary. 1 million experience points was no small sum. If it were 400 or 500, he would have raised it without a second thought. Damn, the experience points earned are meant to be spent, and the spent experience points are for earning even better rewards. With that thought, he decisively elevated the snow trackless technique to the perfected realm. A surge of information flooded into his mind like a raging tide, instantly exhausting his spirit, leading him to lie back on the sofa and drift into a deep sleep. If someone were to observe him closely, they would see his legs twitching from time to time, as if he were undergoing some kind of Lin family. Bang. I didn't expect that kid to actually be at the first level of martial artist, just like his parents. Truly a prodigy. Upon hearing the news of Guoxiao's realm testing, Lin Feiguang was truly furious. He had originally thought he was only at the 3rd level of martial apprentices, then at the 7th level, but now it had unexpectedly turned out to be the 1st level of martial artists. This was something no one had anticipated. Damn. I was planning to capture him after the martial arts exam and make good use of him, but now such a huge change has occurred. It must be that you two wretched people secretly left behind cultivation resources. Otherwise how could your poor son possibly cultivate to the martial artist realm? You caused me to have no friends. I will definitely capture your son and let him experience the feeling of being cut off from his lineage. Lin Feiguang angrily pounded the table, while Butler Su remained silent beside him. After a long while he said, "Xiao Fei, go notify those people that I agree. But boss, we haven't confirmed the identities of those people yet. Are you sure you want to cooperate with them?" At this moment the two rarely dropped their formal titles and addressed each other as if they were brothers. "It doesn't matter, it's just some insignificant positions. Let Xiao Yu and Meng Hu arrange for more personnel to keep an eye on them. It shouldn't be a problem." Then with a fiery gaze he said to Butler Su, "Xiao Fei, do you know what price they offered me for those insignificant positions?" Lin Feiguang extended 4 fingers and said excitedly, 4 spirit transformation pills, 4 of them. In the end, all 4 of us can break through to the martial spirit realm. Do you know what that represents? Upon hearing about the spirit transformation pills, especially 4 of them, Butler Su naturally knew what that represented, and at this moment his heart began to boil. Lin Feigang's next words made him abandon all resistance. Moreover, as long as we cooperate further, they can provide us with corresponding resources, even the legendary Martial King pill. Lin Feiguang looked at Butler Su internally, screaming with excitement, and the rebirth pill as well. Butler Su rasped, addressing Lin Feiguang. Half an hour later he said, "Butler Su, go call someone to clean the table for me." "Okay, head of the family." At this moment the two had regained their composure, and their earlier brotherly demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Sigh. The children from poor families have a hard path to take. There are many in this world like Guoxiao, clearly possessing good talent, yet only a few can break through like Guoxiao. Indeed. In the meeting room, the educators from the Education Bureau and Honghai No. 7 Middle School listened to Su Qing's account and learned how Guoxiao had elevated to the martial artist realm, which was simply risking his life. This left them feeling uneasy, but unfortunately their abilities were limited, and they couldn't help their own students. Please tally how many students from poor backgrounds will be in the senior year next semester. Let's secretly distribute a package of body tempering powder and low-grade blood replenishing pills every month. But principal, regarding resources, you don't need to worry about that. Just report the list to me, and I will personally contribute a bit more. I still have some funds for that. The principal patted his teachers on the shoulder. In the early days I proposed providing some cultivation resources to poor families. Even the leader agreed, but unfortunately those people disagreed, so it has remained unresolved since then. Director Ding of the Education Bureau spoke up at this moment. She herself came from a humble background, but had the fortune to be in the right place at the right time, which allowed her to reach the position of deputy director today. I know that most of you present come from humble beginnings, and have previously complained about why the leader doesn't help you. However, the country is not solely determined by the leader. He has put in a lot of effort regarding this matter, but unfortunately. But with Guoxiao as an unprecedented example, this matter will likely be resolved soon. 2 days had slipped away unnoticed. Upon awakening from his slumber, Guoxiao realized that time had already passed, and tomorrow was the appointed day to depart Honghai City. Name: Guoxiao. Cultivation Realm Martial Artist Stage 1 Irreversible. Martial Art Bei Ming Divine Art Mastered. Basic Physical Exercises 18 Forms Beginner 66410000. Martial Techniques. Basic Combat Arts Perfected 00. Basic Swordsmanship Perfected 00. Basic Body Movement Arts Perfected 00. Sword Drawing Technique Perfected 00. Traceless Snow Treading Perfected 00. Current Experience Points 16264628. Martial Artist Stage 1 automatically gains 10 points per minute. I truly am extraordinary, he murmured, gazing at his attribute panel, where every martial technique had reached perfection, and at the staggering 16 million experience points, indulging momentarily in quiet self-admiration. Gurgle. Gurgle. I'd forgotten. The false pill of abstinence ran out last time. He casually reached into his small shoulder bag, intending to retrieve and swallow another false pill of abstinence, only to find it empty. A faint recollection stirred, and he murmured softly to himself, As for the 2 vials of stalactite essence, he had long since stored them within his spatial ring upon acquiring it. He kept the shoulder bag merely as a decoy, to avoid drawing attention and exposing the existence of his spatial ring, thereby sparing himself unnecessary complications. I still have roughly 1.6 million left. Might as well spend it all on pills. Glancing at the hollow bag, he mused aloud. From Su Qing, he had learned that money held negligible value within Wudao University, where all transactions were conducted exclusively using academic credits. Thus he resolved to spend it all here in Honghai City before departure. Even if funds were needed later, credits could always be exchanged for currency. He simply did not know the exchange rate. 1 credit for how much money? Strolling along the street, Guo glided effortlessly toward the apothecary selling low-grade, blood-replenishing pills, employing only the intermediate stage of traceless snow treading. He refrained from using its perfected form not out of inability, but because its cultivation energy consumption was prohibitively high. Moreover, even at the intermediate stage his movement drew no undue attention. After all, many passers-by moved faster or with more flamboyant grace. Yet among them none matched his youth. Half an hour later, "Master," he called out to the apothecary owner reclining lazily in his chair. "Ah, it's you again. Back for more low-grade, blood-replenishing pills." The shopkeeper chuckled, having just settled in for a rare midday respite, when Guo Xiao's voice interrupted him. He remembered this young man well. The previous time Guo Xiao had purchased 9 low-grade blood-replenishing pills in one go, netting him a handsome profit. "Do you carry mid-grade blood-replenishing pills?" Guo Xiao shook his head and asked. The low-grade variant had grown too weak for his needs. "None on hand. And even if I did, they wouldn't suit you. Mid-grade blood-replenishing pills are meant for cultivators at the martial artist level." The apothecary doubted Guo Xiao's cultivation status, and truthfully held no such pills in stock. "What about genuine pills of abstinence, not the false ones?" "Yes, we do, but they're considerably more expensive. 15,000 per bottle, 21 pills per vial. Such a vast price difference between false and genuine." "You didn't know? False pills of abstinence are flawed byproducts of apprentice alchemists, discounted heavily, otherwise they'd never sell." Guo Xiao flushed slightly upon hearing the apothecary's words. So the pills he'd consumed were failed attempts by novice alchemists. No wonder their taste had been foul and their efficacy feeble. "Give me 50 bottles of pills of abstinence." 50 bottles? Are you jesting with this old man? "Why would I jest? There's no profit in it." Guo Xiao rolled his eyes and replied. "Fine. Then 20 low-grade blood-replenishing pills and 10 packets of body-forging powder as well. Total 1.65 million. I'll waive the change. Please settle the payment first." The apothecary clearly doubted Guo Xiao's ability to afford such a sum and preferred not to dispense the goods prematurely. Only after the full 1.6 million transferred successfully into his account did the apothecary's skeptical expression melt into eager deference. "Young master, please wait a moment. I'll prepare your order right away." Watching the apothecary hurry off to gather the medicines, Guo Xiao exhaled in quiet relief. His bank balance now stood at less than 20,000. Had the apothecary not waived the 50,000 change, he would have faced acute embarrassment. 10 minutes later. "Young master, your order is ready. Please inspect it." Guo Xiao popped a pill of abstinence into his mouth and nodded approvingly. "Tastes excellent." Compared to the rancid sour tang of the false pills, the genuine pill of abstinence carried a delicate, refreshing fragrance, a testament to the adage quality commands its price. An hour later, Guo Xiao stood before the Yongxing slaughterhouse. He wished to see Wang Yong once more, to express his gratitude. Without the blood-replenishing and qi-enhancing pill Wang Yong had given him earlier, his cultivation advancement would not have proceeded so smoothly. "Come in." After knocking on Master Yang's office door, Guo Xiao heard the familiar voice inviting him inside. "Xiao, what brings you here?" Wang Yong exclaimed, surprised. "Did you get into Wudao University?" He pressed on without waiting for Guo Xiao's reply. Wang Yong had intended to ask yesterday, but hesitated, fearing Guo Xiao might have failed the Wudao Gaokao and would thus be disheartened. He decided to wait a day or two before calling. "I've been accepted into Jiangnan Wudao University." Guo Xiao withheld mention of his cultivation realm, revealing only his admission, lest he overwhelm Wang Yong. "Jiangnan Wudao University?" "Yes." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Though Jiangnan carries greater peril, it also offers unparalleled opportunity." Wang Yong knew precisely where Jiangnan Wudao University lay, and believed Guo Xiao's choice was sound. Attending an inland Wudao University would guarantee stability, yet access to resources remains, whereas institutions like Jiangnan Wudao University, though riskier, offered indigent students extraordinary rewards for courage and perseverance, far surpassing what inland universities could provide. "With 2 months until enrollment, why not work here for a while? I'll offer generous wages. You'll have some funds when you arrive at Jiangnan Wudao University." Or, Guo Xiao felt warmth bloom in his chest at Wang Yong's concern. "Uncle Yong, no need. I understand Wudao University operates entirely on academic credits. Credits won't serve you outside campus. but in Jiangnan City money remains indispensable. True money isn't omnipotent, but without it nothing is possible. Uncle Yong, thank you. Guo Xiao bowed deeply before Wang Yong. What do you thank me for? This success is entirely the fruit of your own relentless effort. Not a single thread of it ties to me. To say goodbye so soon. Wang Yong froze, then sighed deeply after a long silence. He had never imagined Guo Xiao would leave Honghai City so abruptly. Tomorrow. It's better this way, better that he leaves. After all, Honghai City is still too small. A sudden realization struck him: Guo Xiao's departure from Honghai City might indeed be for the best. Wang Yong harbored an uncanny premonition that within the next 1 or 2 years Honghai City would undergo some profound and seismic change, though he could not fathom why this intuition gripped him so firmly. Uncle Yong, thank you. Guo Xiao bowed deeply before Wang Yong. What do you thank me for? This success is entirely the fruit of your own relentless effort. Not a single thread of it ties to me. A subtle ripple passed through Wang Yong's gaze. He well understood Guo Xiao's gratitude. Yet in his own eyes he had merely offered a modest elixir. The rest was forged solely by Guo Xiao's unwavering perseverance and sweat. And I am your uncle. He gently patted Guo Xiao's shoulder. The unspoken bond between them needed no further words. They conversed for a long while, yet most of it was Wang Yong speaking and Guo Xiao listening intently. All right, go home now. It's already late, and tomorrow you depart on a long journey. Uncle Yong, then I'll take my leave. Go on. You're just like him, brother. Watching Guo Xiao's retreating figure, Wang Yong's eyes suddenly grew moist. Brother, sister-in-law, your son has stepped forth. I miss you both so deeply. As Guo Xiao walked away, he glanced back once at Yongxing slaughterhouse, and inexplicably his heart grew heavy. This parting may last an age. None can say when we shall meet again. In this world, Wang Yong remained the sole uncle who, though bound by no blood, held kinship deeper than kin. He did have other blood relatives, but contact had long since faded into silence. Faint memories surfaced. His parents' union had ignited fierce discord between their families, severing all ties completely. When his parents perished on a mission, not a single relative came forward to offer aid. Not then, nor ever since. He had once railed against fate, but those grievances had long since dissolved into quiet acceptance. Shaking his head clear, he headed toward the park near his home. His perfect realm technique, snow-step traceless, activated fully. Under the cloak of night, he became little more than a spectral blur racing swiftly along the path etched deep in memory. No wonder this is a supreme rank yellow-tier cultivation art. The speed exceeds my prior capability by at least tenfold, though the consumption of qi is alarmingly rapid. He checked his internal qi reserves. In mere minutes, they had dwindled to less than half. Could it be that without a formal martial cultivator's foundational art, my control over qi remains coarse? Hence this excessive depletion. Since mastering Snowstep Traceless, he had gained tentative command over his qi. Along the precise meridian pathways required by the art, its flow was seamless and fluid. Yet beyond those channels, its movement grew strained and uncertain. He could only surmise, without further evidence, that the absence of a proper martial cultivator's foundational art lay at the root of this limitation. Pat. Why? Just as Guo Xiao sensed his qi's ebb and flow, a voice pierced clearly in. Why can't I even grasp the rudiments of a basic sword art? Am I truly, as they say, destined only for order? I refuse to accept this. The youth collapsed onto his knees, pounding his fists hard against the earth, his entire being trembling with raw, unyielding defiance. Following the sound, Guo Xiao glimpsed a sallow-faced youth kneeling rigidly on the ground, striking the pavement in furious, helpless despair. History repeats itself with eerie fidelity. There was a time I lived precisely thus. As he gazed upon the youth, he saw himself, uncannily mirrored in sorrow and struggle. In his past life, lying frail upon a hospital bed, he had stared into the midnight stillness, cursing heaven for delivering a terminal cancer diagnosis at 30. In this life, too, memory echoed that same anguish, the same desperate yearning, the same torment of stagnation, the same bitter rage at an immovable cultivation barrier. Yet all that changed the moment he was reborn. Everything began to turn. With a gentle press of his foot, he drifted upward, alighting silently atop a street lamp. Then discard the sword and take up the saber. If the saber fails, master the spear. Among the 18 martial arts, surely one shall suit your spirit. Guo Xiao looked down, his voice calm, yet resonant, addressing the youth below. He had no choice. He and the youth beneath were both too young. Were he to approach directly and utter those words face to face, the boy would likely dismiss them outright. Worse still, he might mistake them for mockery. Hence this subtle stratagem. And it proved remarkably effective. The youth below stood utterly frozen. The youth remained motionless, not because Guo Xiao was handsome, but because he appeared no older than himself, yet had ascended noiselessly to perch upon the lamp above. After a long silence, a hoarse whisper escaped the youth's lips. Saber training. Can I truly do it? His tone dripped with doubt directed inward, not at Guo Xiao. Why not? How can you know failure without first trying? Our innate foundations are fixed, but that does not mean they cannot be transcended. Believe this, even the finest talent crumbles before abandonment. Even the humblest gift sustained by unwavering will shall one day bear fruit. These words were spoken not only to the youth below, but also to himself. Through sheer grit, relentless striving, and a touch of providential fortune, he had ascended to where he now stood. Had he feared death, clung obediently to convention, he might today barely have reached the 9th rank of martial initiate. Snap! Guo tossed his small satchel down before the youth. Inside lay 10 packets of body-forging powder, 5 inferior-grade blood-replenishing pills, and 1 vial of embryo-sustaining pills, originally intended for absorption as cultivation experience points. But having encountered the youth here, he bestowed it all without hesitation. After all, absorbing the powder would yield only 5,000 experience points. As the satchel plummeted, it seemed burst under gravity's pull, and the youth's pupils contracted sharply. Though he could not identify the 2 vials of pills, he recognized the body-forging powder, and in such abundance it was nothing short of divine fortune. Though you stand now as a student with no accomplishments to your name, I believe, truly believe, you shall one day become extraordinary. Who are you? Why help me? Such unexpected grace left the youth incredulous, his voice rising in stunned disbelief. Who I am matters not. As for why I help you, it is because I see myself in you. Tread your path wide. With that, Guo lightly tapped his toes, and soared away swift and silent. And as he vanished into the night, he left behind one final flamboyant verse. I ride the wind to come, slaying demons beneath heaven and earth. Beneath the lamplight the youth watched the fading silhouette and murmured softly, the me of before. Then his gaze hardened, resolute, and he picked up his wooden sword to begin practicing foundational saber forms. Whether his practice followed correct principles remains unknown. The next day, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Guo eyes, causing him to squint involuntarily. After returning from the park last night, he had remained quietly in the room where his parents once lived, staring at the photographs on the wall. The photographs prominently featured a young Guo alongside his parents during their lifetime. Tap tap, tap tap. Guo, are you home? I am Teacher Lin from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. A series of knocks sounded from outside the door, followed by the voice of the instructor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Coming, he shouted from within the room before rising to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he paused and returned to carefully wipe the photographs on the wall. I'm leaving now, but I'll come to see you again next time. After finishing the wiping, he glanced at the photos and smiled faintly. These words served as a farewell to both his previous life and his rebirth. Starting today, he would embark on a remarkable life. Guo. Upon opening the door, the instructor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University smiled gently at Guo. It's me, sorry to keep you waiting. It's no trouble at all. I'm Teacher Lin from the enrollment office of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Is your stuff ready? Do we need to wait for you a bit longer? After introducing herself, Teacher Lin noticed that aside from the sword in Guo's hand, he had no other belongings. Assuming he hadn't prepared his luggage, she inquired. As a teacher at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, she was aware of the existence of storage rings. Having already seen Guo's background in the documents, she naturally doubted that he would possess a storage ring. No need to, I really have nothing to organize. I can just buy whatever I lack later. Guo spoke the truth. He had only prepared 2 sets of change of clothes. Teacher Lin did not doubt Guo's words. After all, every year there were a few students who found it cumbersome and simply bought everything at the academy, though most ended up regretting it. Alright, then we still have a few other students to pick up. Shall we go together? I'm fine with that, Teacher Lin. Guo felt that Teacher Lin was being overly polite. After all, he was just a recent high school graduate. Little did he know that Teacher Lin had not slept a wink all night. Teacher Lin had learned from the principal about the exclusive news that Guo had already reached the realm of a martial artist, and his martial skills had at least attained the level of great accomplishment. She understood what this meant as an enrollment officer. Thus, she was both excited and nervous, which resulted in her sleepless night. Just as dawn broke, another enrollment officer came to pick him up. Teacher Su, let's go to Honghai Square to pick up the other students, shall we? After closing the car door, she spoke to the teacher in the driver's seat. Sure. Are we taking this vehicle to Jiangnan City? Guo asked curiously while seated in the van. Of course not. After we pick up the other students, we will head to the train station. As for this vehicle, it's a temporary loan from a colleague at the train station. Half an hour later. Here. The vehicle came to a smooth stop, and Teacher Lin opened the door, calling out to the students outside. Guo looked over to see a group waiting at Honghai Square, and upon hearing Teacher Lin's voice, they all approached. Unlike Guo, they were all carrying large bags. In particular, one chubby boy was holding a rice bag filled to the brim with snacks. Fortunately, the van was relatively spacious, otherwise it would have been difficult to fit all these items. Parents, shall we head off now? Otherwise we won't make it in time for the train later. Teacher Lin, please take care of my son on the way. And my daughter. Teacher Su and Teacher Lin were clearly seasoned professionals. Seizing the opportunity, they stepped on the gas and quickly left Honghai Square. Phew. Teacher Lin wiped the virtual sweat from her forehead, casting a glance at Guo, thinking to herself, if only everyone were as straightforward as him. A total of 7 students boarded the van, 4 boys and 3 girls. This made the already small van feel slightly cramped, not due to the number of people, but because of the excess luggage. Bro and Lin Tianxi, a level 8 martial disciple. Want some snacks? The chubby boy Lin Tianxi offered a packet of snacks to Guo. Guo. He shook his head, rejecting the snacks offered by Lin Tianxi, and said, do you want some handsome and beautiful? Lin Tianxi didn't mind Guo's attitude. After all, it was normal to be rejected upon first meeting. Sure. I'm Hifeng, a level 8 martial disciple. Li Weiyin, level 7 martial disciple. The others began to get acquainted under Lin Tianxi's snack strategy, even starting to disclose their martial arts realms. Among the 7 who boarded, 2 were level 7 martial disciples, while the rest were all at level 8. Moreover, their attire suggested that they were either wealthy or of noble lineage. Except for the chubby boy Lin Tianxi, who initially acknowledged Guo, the others kept their distance from him, as if he were an infectious disease. After all, Guo clearly looked like a kid from a poor family, especially with his indifferent demeanor. Aside from Lin Tianxi, they were not interested in Guo at all. 2 hours later. Train station parking lot. Students, make sure to take care of your luggage and follow Teacher Lin. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Teacher Su in the driver's seat opened the door for them, first addressing Guo and the others, then speaking to Teacher Lin. I need to get off at Old He's place. No worries, you can leave the car here. I can handle it. Teacher Lin insisted she could manage, even suggesting Teacher Su go return the vehicle. Alright then, I'll take my leave. After seeing Guo and the others ready with their luggage, she led them to the waiting hall to gather with the larger group. Old He, thank you. Teacher Su expressed her gratitude to a middle-aged man and handed him the keys to the van. No need for thanks, as long as you don't mind. Let's enjoy a drink next time you come by. How could we mind? Let's arrange for Old Wang and the others to join us next time. Alright, just remember to bring your companion along next time. I still haven't won her over in. As Teacher Su thought of Teacher Lin, a smile spread across her face. Guo, didn't you bring any luggage? The chubby boy Lin Tianxi, seeing Guo empty-handed aside from the sword in his hand, felt an unusual envy. Among the group, aside from a few girls, he had the most belongings, even thoughtfully helping one of the girls carry a suit. Naturally, this act by Lin Tianxi further annoyed several of the girls toward Guo. Guo. At this moment, a voice of surprise came from the side. Inside the waiting hall, Lu Chuanfeng was taken aback when he saw Guo, who was following behind the mentor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He knew that Guo had not participated in the first martial arts theoretical examination, so it was clear that he had been specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University. At the security office by the school gate, he had heard Lu Yi and others mention that Guo was only at the 3rd level of martial disciple. Every time he thought back to the day of the martial arts college entrance exam, he felt regret. If only he had been a bit more assertive at that time, maybe Guo could have smoothly entered the multimedia classroom and started the first martial arts theoretical assessment. What he didn't expect was to encounter Guo here. Given that Guo was currently following the mentor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University, it was evident that he was also a special recruit. Can a martial disciple at the 3rd level really be specially recruited? Seeing Guo enter the martial arts university eased his heart a little, but he still felt puzzled. Thank you for what happened a few days ago, Guo said with a smile upon seeing Lu Chuanfeng. Though Lu Chuanfeng had helped him at the school gate, and even though he ultimately did not enter the multimedia classroom, it did not diminish his goodwill towards Lu Chuanfeng. I should be the one apologizing you. I should have been a bit more forceful last time, perhaps. What do you mean? Guo shook his head, clearly not wanting to continue the topic, and instead asked, returning to the first military academy, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lu Chuanfeng, a prospective 2nd-year student. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Guo, a prospective 1st-year student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Guo, our academy's gathering point is over there. I will lead the other students there first. We still have about half an hour before boarding, so you can go over by yourself later. Teacher Lin, who was leading the way, glanced at the clock in the waiting hall and pointed in a direction as he spoke to Guo. Okay, Teacher Lin, I will go over shortly. After hearing Guo's response, Teacher Lin nodded and left with the other students. Aren't you going back to rest during the summer break so early? I originally didn't plan to come back this time, but coincidentally took on a task and just happened to return to visit family. After chatting for a while, Guo took his leave. Neither of them left their contact information for each other. Guo felt they were not that familiar, and since they were not attending the same martial arts university, he didn't bring it up. Lu Chuanfeng also thought it would be too much trouble. He knew that once Guo enrolled, the school would issue phones, and the current contact numbers might not work later, so he also didn't mention it. Both felt that they would meet again if fate allowed, so they did not exchange numbers. Sitting here we will be boarding soon. Teacher Lin pointed to an empty seat next to him after seeing Guo. The surrounding mentors also nodded kindly at him. They had long known about Guo's level and felt honored to recruit such a promising student. He walked over to the empty seat next to Teacher Lin and sat down. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people behind him were looking at Guo's back with puzzled expressions. The front row was reserved for the academy's mentors, and the fact that Guo was invited to sit in the front row clearly indicated that he was highly regarded. They were also specially recruited students, and naturally did not believe they would lose to Guo. Guo, how could he be here? A group of girls behind Guo were chattering, and one of them looked at Guo with a hint of confusion. Swear, what's going on over there? Nothing, I just feel that person looks familiar, but I must have mistaken him for someone else. The girl named Shuer glanced at Guo, then shook her head and smiled. Perhaps she was overthinking it. How could Guo be specially recruited to Jiangnan Martial Arts University? That person came with us. Oh, what was his name again? Right on the bus, it seemed like everyone owed him 3 million, wearing a sour face. The 4 girls who came with Guo in the same van looked down on him a bit, but they were not unreasonable. They were merely recounting Guo's demeanor on the bus. Hey, that student is named Guo. A chubby boy, Lin Tianxi, suddenly popped up and said to Shuer, introducing. What a coincidence. The girl named Shuer looked surprised as Lin Tianxi's mention matched precisely with the name she had in mind. Ding ding, ding ding. Attention passengers heading to Jiangnan City, please prepare. Students, please gather your belongings. We are preparing to board the bus. A male teacher stood up and addressed the. When the girl named Shuer entered the bus, she also saw Guo sitting in the front row. She was stunned in place. Shuer. A girl behind her saw her standing there and thought something was wrong, so she asked with concern. I'm fine. Shuer took a long look at Guo before walking into the bus. Does she know me? Or have I become handsome again recently? Guo noticed a girl looking at him, and feeling a bit confused thought she was admiring his looks, so he turned his head to look outside the window. The girl was indeed Guo's classmate, Ning Shuer. Little did Ning Shuer know that Guo did not recognize her at all, and had no idea how she would feel. The train slowly started up. In this era, long-distance travel was only left to trains, as the tracks for high-speed trains had already been destroyed or occupied by demon beasts. Only the train remained a result of the ceaseless efforts of their ancestors, and after continuous improvements, its originally slow speed had increased, although still not as fast as a high-speed train. This time we will be traveling for about 10 hours. You can read books, chat, or do something to pass the time. It was likely a teacher from the admissions office standing at the entrance of the carriage speaking to Guo and the others. Okay. After leaving the city, the noise faded, and they could occasionally hear the cries of demon beasts, but they only dared to shout at the train from their positions. Oh, what do we do? I don't want to die. Fear, anxiety, and clamorous voices spread throughout the carriage. Students, please remain calm. The train is guarded by a martial spirit cultivator, and no beast will harm you. Moreover, our academy's principal is aboard this train today. There is no cause for concern. Upon hearing their instructor's words, the panicked students gradually fell silent. What's happening? Staring at the chaotic carriage, Guo had no idea what was unfolding. Outside. A trembling boy behind him stammered. Outside. Hearing the voice, Guo turned toward the window and saw a dense swarm of flying demonic beasts hurtling straight toward them. They were less than a few kilometers away. So many. Guo recoiled in shock as the beasts drew nearer, not from fear of combat, but sheer awe at their overwhelming numbers. Outside Honghai City, he had witnessed at most 100 demonic beasts locked in battle. This was his first time confronting such a vast horde. Yet he felt no dread, for was not his own Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy's instructor present. And even if his own instructor proved insufficient, there were also instructors from the First Military Academy seated nearby. He recalled Lu Chuanfeng mentioning they were on the same train, though Guo would disembark before them. Besides, Su Qing had once remarked that faculty at elite martial academies were at minimum martial spirit cultivators, further easing his mind. In another carriage, this compartment housed Dinzhong Principal Du and their respective faculties, all observing the performance of their specially recruited students on screen. They're already panicking before the beasts even draw near. Truly, each generation declines further. Principal Du gazed disapprovingly at the students displayed on the monitor. Most have never faced demonic beasts before. This reaction is quite understandable. Dinzhong offered quietly, more to console himself than to argue. Look at that insolent brat, and compare him with ours old Zhang. Can you fathom my frustration? Principal Du knew well this was natural, but seeing Guo's unruffled demeanor, even watching the approaching beasts with genuine curiosity, only deepened the contrast. The disparity once highlighted became painfully stark. This young woman possesses commendable composure. Her name is Ning Shuer. That chubby lad isn't half bad either. And this one? The faculty members ignored their principal's commentary entirely, focusing intently on the screens, scribbling notes with meticulous care. Those special recruits had already negotiated formal terms upon enrollment. Certain implicit privileges were allocated post-assessment. Otherwise, uniform treatment would render merit-based incentives meaningless. Ordinarily, evaluations unfolded gradually through daily observation. Yet today's sudden assault by flying demonic beasts altered all plans. Esteemed seniors, I shall drive them off immediately. A uniformed man strode in from an adjacent carriage and addressed them. Xiao Wang, stand down this time. I'll disperse them myself, then release several grade 1 demonic beasts into both academies' student carriages. Principal Du, seemingly struck by an idea, issued the order. Then I defer to your wisdom, senior. Waving dismissively, Principal Du turned to the assembled faculty. Observe closely. 50 academic credits for outstanding performance, 100 for each beast slaying. As instructed by Principal Du of the 1st Military Academy, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy faculty murmured uncertainly, glancing toward their own principal. Understood. Once their principal assented, the Jiangnan faculty affirmed in unison. Student safety, however, was quietly omitted from their considerations. Since Principal Du had specified grade 1 beasts, they were indeed grade 1. And among these special recruits, even the weakest stood at 7th rank martial disciple. Teacher Wang, weren't we told a master cultivator was guarding us? Why are the beasts drawing ever closer? Exactly. Teacher. Students crowded around Instructor Wang of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, pressing him with urgent questions. Instructor Wang stared helplessly at the advancing swarm. Normally, they should have been scattered long before this point. Noting the anxious circle of students, he declared firmly, "Have no fear. I am here. They cannot kill you." Yet inwardly he added, "True, they cannot kill you, though a few bruises are inevitable." How they'd react learning their most trusted teacher had just sold them out remained unimaginable. Why's that old Du fellow flying out now? And why does his gaze feel so peculiar? Guo Xiao, still gazing out the window, watched Principal Du of the 1st Military Academy soar into the air and glanced directly toward his carriage. It wasn't aimed at him personally, Guo Xiao realized. He could discern the subtle distinction. He held no illusions that the principal had singled him out. His mouth fell open in wonder. Wow, truly magnificent. Just as the demonic beasts neared the train, Principal Du burst forth, hovering midair, eyes blazing as he thundered. "Miserable beasts, how dare you defy order!" Sky-shattering palm. With a single thrust, he unleashed a colossal energy palm that swelled exponentially mid-flight before hurtling toward the dense swarm. In an instant, 70% of the swarm dissolved into crimson mist, vanishing utterly, while the remaining 30%, paralyzed by terror, scattered wildly in all directions. My heart aches. Watching countless beasts dissolve into mist within the carriage, Guo Xiao clutched his chest, genuinely pained. Even if every beast were merely grade 1, their collective experience yield would easily surpass 10 million points. And he'd glimpsed grade 2 windstorm sparrows, and other unfamiliar species besides. Teacher Wang, save us. Just as Guo Xiao lamented those lost experience points, several flying beasts suddenly breached the carriage. The relatively composed atmosphere shattered instantly. Students scrambled frantically, dodging the air. Had the panicked students paused to observe calmly, they'd have realized the intruders posed no real threat. Grade 1 demonic beast, sparrow. This little girl shows promise. And this one is acceptable too. And this one as well. And inside the instructor's carriage, mentors watched their students' performances on screens. Yet their repeated headshaking betrayed clear dissatisfaction with their students' current conduct. After delivering a palm strike, Principal Du guided several level 1 demon sparrows into the carriages reserved for his own 1st Military Academy and Jiangnan Martial Arts University special recruitment students, using his divine sense, then promptly returned. Tsk, how timid today's students have become. And I merely released a few level 1 demon sparrows, yet chaos has erupted. Shaolin, deduct 100 academic points from every student except these few. Principal Du watched the screen showing utter pandemonium inside the carriage. His expression darkened. Fortunately, a handful of students had already launched counterattacks against the demon sparrows, slightly easing his grim countenance. Understood, replied Teacher Lin, the one addressed as Xiao Lin. Acknowledging his principal with quiet, this cohort frustrated him deeply. Their mental fortitude was alarmingly weak. He even contemplated arranging an intensive training regimen upon returning to the 1st Military Academy. Growing increasingly agitated while observing his own carriage, Principal Du shifted his gaze toward Jiangnan Martial Arts University's carriage. Old Zhang, I thought our 1st Military Academy recruits were in dire straits, but it appears you fare even worse. His earlier irritation dissolved into schadenfreude as he beheld Jiangnan Martial Arts University's special recruitment carriage. Guo Xiao's carriage proved far more chaotic. Excluding Guo Xiao himself, only 4 students displayed even marginally commendable composure. Inside Guo Xiao's carriage, Ning, Xuerlin Tianxi, and 2 other classmates stood vigilant, eyes locked on the level 1 demon sparrows circling overhead. Several students had already sustained superficial lacerations from the sparrow's razor-sharp wings. Mere surface wounds, nothing more. Yet even these trivial injuries sent them sprawling on the floor, wailing in terror. Are level 1 demon beasts truly so fearsome? Guo Xiao blinked, surveying his classmates. The creatures wreaking havoc within the carriage were unmistakably level 1 demon sparrows, no stronger than 5th rank at most. Level 1 demon sparrows were descendants of pre-martial era sparrows, though over 99% constrained by ancestral bloodlines never surpassed 5th rank. What Guo Xiao did not know was that aside from himself and Instructor Wang, everyone else in that carriage faced demon beasts for the very first time, having previously sparred only gently with martial arts instructors sheltered like delicate blossoms in a greenhouse. Ning Shuer, Lin Tianxi, and their two companions struggled desperately, barely holding their ground. Though inexperienced against demon beasts, the quartet had swiftly adapted to the sparrow's attack patterns during those brief moments of combat. Indeed, they now held firm confidence in unknown duels. Each believed he could slay a level 1 demon sparrow unaided. Seeing that Ning Shuer and her companions could mount no effective offense, the sparrows redirected their assault. Those already paralyzed by fear fared poorly, each sustaining minor injuries. "Crouch down. They won't attack us," Na female classmate cried out. Most obeyed, instantly kneeling, some even flattened themselves, fully hands shielding their heads. This unexpected tactic left the sparrows momentarily baffled, hovering uncertainly in midair. As for Instructor Wang, they instinctively kept their distance. He radiated palpable danger. Since Instructor Wang refrained from striking, the sparrows wisely avoided provoking him. They longed to flee through the windows, but every pane remained tightly sealed. Then Guo Xiao rose. And detecting no threat within him, the sparrows instantly fixed their focus upon him, wings unfurling as they dove straight toward him. "Guo Xiao, get down." Ning Shuer's warning rang out sharply the moment she saw him stand. "And why should I cry?" Just as Ning Shuer, Lin Tianxi, and the others braced for Guo Xiao's imminent injury, time seemed to freeze. All four stood utterly transfixed. A flash of light streaked across the air. The sparrows nearest Guo Xiao collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. Calmly, he sheathed his sword and turned to Ning Shuer and the others. Merely a handful of level 1 demon beasts. Merely a handful of demon beasts. Guo Xiao's words struck Ning Shuer and her companions like barbed ice, so piercing, so humiliating. They had fought tooth and nail just to endure. He had drawn once and ended them all. In that single stroke, none of them had even glimpsed the blade's emergence. And what astonishing speed! Instructor Wang, watching nearby, murmured in genuine admiration, then turned exasperated toward the students still crouching or prone. Enough. The beasts are slain. How long do you intend to remain on the floor? Teacher Wang, why didn't you intervene and slay those beasts yourself? A student's voice broke the silence, voicing what many had silently wondered. His tone held no anger, only honest, unclouded curiosity. Your performance falls profoundly short of expectations. These level 1 demon beasts possess strength inferior to each of you present. Yet collectively you faltered before mere sparrows. As Guo Xiao aptly observed, merely a handful of level 1 demon beasts. And Instructor Wang offered no direct answer to the student's question. Only disappointment etched into his words. Every student except Guo Xiao bowed their heads in shame. The truth stung. Ning Shuer, Lin Tianxi, and the others had felt proud merely enduring the sparrow's onslaught. Privately, each had even imagined triumphing alone in single combat. Now Instructor Wang's words pierced their illusion. Even at peak physical resilience, a level 1 demon sparrow barely matched a 7th rank martial disciple, and every student present ranked at least 7th rank. How then had they been reduced to such abject disarray? A pity, so many here, yet impractical to absorb them as experience points. Guo Xiao mused, gazing at the fallen sparrows with quiet regret. He had just forfeited millions of experience points, and now another 20,000 slipped away. Inside the carriage where the mentors were, a commotion erupted as they watched the screen, showing Guo Xiao slaying a monster with a single sword strike, leaving them utterly astonished. The mere fact that Guo Xiao had reached a martial artist level was enough to surprise these mentors, but what astonished them even more was that he had also achieved mastery in a martial technique. It's over. I should have invested more earlier. Principal Du, looking at the screen, realized what he had missed, regretting not increasing the rewards at that time. Perhaps Guo Xiao would have been a student of his military academy now. He then looked at Principal Zhang with a resentful gaze and said, "You knew all along, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me? It seems that all my years of affection were ultimately misplaced." Principal Zhang, observing Principal Du's feigned innocence, smiled and replied, "I only learned about it later myself, but by then he was already considered a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, so I didn't mention it to you." Old Zhang spilled the beans. "What kind of treatment did you offer that kid?" Principal Du was eager to know what Principal Zhang had provided to recruit Guo Xiao. A few days prior, Principal Du would never have asked such a question, but now that Guo Xiao had entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he felt no psychological pressure in asking. The entire carriage fell silent instantly, and the mentors from both academies were filled with curiosity about Gua Xiao's admission benefits, especially since it was personally handled by Principal Zhang. It's nothing much. I offered that kid a profound level martial art and technique, each 1,500 credits, a weapon forged at 400 and doubled the monthly medicine supply. The mentors from both academies were taken aback. The treatment provided by Principal Zhang was indeed exorbitant. So far, the best treatment they offered to special recruits included only a yellow-level upper-grade martial art, 500 credits, and a weapon forged at 200. Really? The treatment I offered that kid was the same? Could it be that my luck was bad? Principal Du looked at Principal Zhang, suspiciously, disbelief etched on his face. Principal Zhang merely smiled and shook his finger. To the other mentors it seemed a simple gesture, but Principal Du, with their long-standing friendship, understood its meaning. I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Knowing that Gua Xiao had been lured by a storage ring offered by Principal Zhang, he shook his head, indicating he couldn't match it. Meanwhile, the results of this year's martial arts college entrance examination were announced. No. 1. Chen Miaoyin from Huan. No. 1. High School, 259 points. No. 2. Wang Di from Tian'an. No. 2. 258 points. No. 3. Wu Zishir from Honghai. No. 1. High School, 257 points. The national martial arts champion score of 259 points once again broke the historical record of 258 points. In contrast, Gua Xiao's total score was a mere 100 points, placing him at rank 123,456 nationwide. The discussions across the nation revolved around students ranked within the top 1,000, let alone anyone paying attention to Gua Xiao, who was far beyond the top 100. In a study within the Gua family courtyard of Jianggu City, an elderly man was writing, while two middle-aged men stood beside him, not daring to breathe. What are Lin Wen and Xiao Yu's martial arts results? After finishing his writing, the elder turned to the two. Lin Wen ranked 10th in the nation with a total score of 245 points. Xiao Yu ranked 4th in the nation with a total score of 255 points. Upon hearing the elder inquire about Lin Wen and Xiao Yu, the expressions of the two middle-aged men flashed with pride, as they calmly answered the elder in turn. Not bad. After the elder simply said not bad, he fell silent again, then added, however, they must continue to work hard when they reach Martial Arts University. The entrance exam is just the beginning. Upon hearing the elder's words of praise, both men showed slight joy on their faces. Since the elder was able to say not bad, it was clear he was quite satisfied. Upon hearing the elder's admonition, the two acknowledged it. Grandma, can you let Grandpa agree to our training in martial arts now? Yes, Grandma, I've been eyeing that Qingfeng sword technique for a long time. All right. The voices of a boy and a girl came from outside the study, causing the two middle-aged men inside to exchange glances, a hint of embarrassment passing between them. After a while, the three entered the study. Ling Tian. Just as they entered, the elderly woman helplessly said to the old man at the desk. The elder had long prepared the manuals, initially intending to present them as gifts during dinner, but now that his grandchildren were so eager, he had to take them out. Otherwise, he would be bombarded with questions. His old partner had set a precedent. Take it. Thank you, Grandpa. The boy and girl happily said to their grandfather. These two are yellow-level upper-grade martial techniques. If you have any questions, you can ask your father, and strive to reach minor mastery within these 2 months. The elder reminded them after they took the manuals, and don't neglect your cultivation level. Got it, Grandpa. Grandma will head back to practice now. Go on, the elderly woman said kindly to her grandchildren. The old man watched his bouncing grandchildren and shook his head, turning to the two middle-aged men and saying, Lin Wen and Xiao Yu's mentality still needs refinement. Understood, Father. He'll make sure they read more books when we return. The two middle-aged men quickly replied to the elder's admonition. How Bei How Tian, the Martial Arts University. Lin Wen and Xiao Yu are preparing to enroll in. I forgot to ask earlier. Mom, they are enrolling in Magic City Martial Arts University. Magic City Martial Arts University is good, relatively safe. Upon hearing that her grandchildren were attending Magic City Martial Arts University, the elderly woman felt pleased. I think Xiao Yu can attend Magic City Martial Arts University, but Lin Wen should go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University or the First Military Academy. How can he improve his cultivation level quickly while staying in a safe place? The old man expressed his dissatisfaction with the martial arts university his grandson was applying to. What's the point of cultivation if your life is on the line? Hearing the elder's discontent, the elderly woman crossed her arms and replied angrily. Yes, let's stick with Magic City Martial Arts University. The elder, seemingly afraid of his wife, quickly agreed with her. The two middle-aged men looked at their father, holding back their laughter. Sigh. If only Hao Nan were still around. Their child should be the same age as Lin Wen and Xiao Yu now, right? For a moment, everyone in the study fell into silence. It was akin to the single character written by the elder on the desk, stillness. Inside the carriage where Gua Xiao is. 15 minutes later. The carriage has completely shed its previous chaos, and everyone is quietly sitting in their seats. The few demon beasts on the floor have already been cleared away by the trained staff. Watching the staff's skilled movements, it is evident that this is not their first time dealing with such situations. The carriage has returned to a noisy atmosphere, but from the expressions on their faces, it's clear that the events that just occurred still haunt them, even causing some embarrassment. Swear I misjudged him. I didn't expect that classmate to be so formidable. Yeah, I thought he was just a country bumpkin before. If only he could be our teammate in the future, that would be great. At this moment, several girls around Ning Shuer are chattering, mostly discussing Guo. Ning Shuer had been quietly listening to the girls' topics. When she heard the word teammate, her heart skipped a beat. After the earlier incident with the demon beast, she and Lin Tianxi have become quite familiar, even deciding to register as a small team once they arrive at school. If Guo could join them, it would certainly make their future mission safer. Moreover, they are all classmates in the same year, so there's no reason he would refuse them. Ning Shuer is quite confident in her charm. I have no problem, but will he join us? Shuer, you could go ask. After discussing and gaining agreement, Ning Shuer stood up and headed toward Guo's seat. When she reached the front of the carriage, she flipped her long dark hair and softly said to Guo. Guo. The nearby boys inadvertently caught sight of Ning Shuer flipping her hair and were momentarily mesmerized. It wasn't until Ning Shuer called Guo's name that they snapped back to reality, shyly lowering their heads. However, their eyes frequently darted toward Ning Shuer. Upon catching sight of Guo, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. But just the thought of Guo slaying the demon beast with a single sword extinguished their jealousy. They had witnessed Guo draw his sword just moments earlier, and they knew clearly that they were no match for him. Who are you? Guo remembered the girl in front of him. He initially thought Ning Shuer was staring at him because, however, seeing that Ning Shuer seemed to recognize him, he felt a bit confused as he truly didn't know who she was. Noticing Guo's puzzled expression, Ning Shuer, who had been flipping her hair, paused momentarily before casually letting her hand drop. Ning Shuer was genuinely surprised that Guo did not recognize her. After all, they had been classmates for 3 years. Even if they weren't in the same class, he should at least know her, as she was well known as the school beauty at Honghai No. 7 High School. How could someone not recognize her? Ning Shuer. Ning Shuer. She said her name somewhat frustratedly. Ning Shuer. That name sounds familiar. Hearing the girl's name, Guo felt as if he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Ning Shuer looked at Guo's blank expression, and at this moment, she was genuinely impressed. Your classmate, Ning Shuer. Oh, now I remember why that name sounds so familiar. It's you. Sorry, Ning classmate, I was startled by the demon beast just now, so my mind was a bit muddled, and I didn't recognize you right away. The people around them were instantly dumbfounded by Guo's words. Did he really not need to prepare a script for his lies? He just blurted it out. Moreover, the excuse he found was genuinely impressive. They didn't even know who had just confidently claimed it was just a few level 1 demon beasts. Ning Shuer looked at Guo with a face full of black lines. If it were any other excuse, she might have accepted it, but saying he was startled by the demon beast, wasn't that just making fun of her? Why did you arrive at Jiangnan Martial Arts University so early? Ning Shuer clearly did not want to recall what happened in the carriage earlier and hurriedly changed the subject. The academy provided a free martial arts manual, so I thought I'd hurry up and select a light body movement technique. Oh, just in case I encounter a demon beast one day and can't fight, I can still escape. Ning Shuer rolled her eyes. What did he mean by if you can't fight you can still escape? Although she felt that Guo was somewhat trying to fool her, upon reflection it seemed he had a point. If one couldn't win, it was smart to run away. After all, who would wait with a clean neck for death? The nearby students who had been paying attention also felt that Guo's words made sense, and were contemplating whether to learn a light body movement technique once they got to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Don't listen to him. The special recruitment benefits provided by the academy only allow you to choose high-grade yellow-level techniques, and the credits needed for high-grade yellow-level techniques are not something you can earn in the short term. The teacher suggests that you focus on cultivating martial arts techniques, first to break through to the warrior realm. Of course, if you have a family legacy technique you can choose freely. Finally, let me remind you that once you officially enroll, there will be another opportunity to receive a free martial arts technique, though it will only be a medium-grade yellow-level technique, but that is sufficient for your cultivation. Mr. Wang saw that the students around him seemed to take Guo's words seriously and hurriedly intervened to stop their thoughts. These students were specially recruited with great difficulty. Their main task now is to break through to the warrior realm before focusing on martial arts techniques. They must not put the cart before the horse. As for Guo, although he wasn't sure what benefits he would receive, he estimated that since he was already at the warrior realm, he would at least get a martial arts technique and a martial skill. The train is about to arrive in Jiangnan City. Please prepare your luggage if you need to get off. At that moment, the train's announcement interrupted the students' thoughts. Students, prepare your luggage. We are about to arrive in Jiangnan City. Please follow the teacher in an orderly manner to the assembly point of the academy. Mr. Wang, upon hearing the train's announcement, quickly addressed the students. Before long, the academy teachers who had previously left the carriage had all returned to assist Mr. Wang. At the moment the announcement rang out, Ning Shuer realized it was not the right time to invite Guo Xiao, so she could only return to her seat, helplessly preparing her luggage and awaiting disembarkation. The invitation she originally planned for Guo Xiao would have to wait until after enrollment. Finally arrived, this train ride was truly uncomfortable. Yeah, I wonder what the scenery and food at Jiangnan Martial Arts University are like. Listening to the voices of the surrounding students, Guo Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, what kind of classmates are these this year? Did they come to Martial Arts University for a vacation? Scenery and food. 5 minutes later the train came to a steady halt. Under the organization of the teachers at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, they arrived at the parking area of the train station. Xiao Yue, how could I live without you? Xiao Yu, why does this scene look so familiar? As soon as they arrived outside the parking area, Guo Xiao heard a scene he was very familiar with. He remembered there had been a TV drama in his past life that played out just like this, except the female lead had a different name now. So heartfelt, it would be great if my future husband were like this too. Right? This guy is so handsome. I wonder why that girl would abandon him. Aside from Guo Xiao and the teacher, everyone else looked on with sympathy at the boy slumped on the ground. What they didn't notice was that all the mentors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University had taken a step back, many of them looking awkward. After a while the boy who was slumped on the ground stood up and walked over to a nearby chair, looking lost in thought. Everyone assumed he was just sitting there heartbroken. But the next second it completely overturned their perceptions. A van slowly drove out from the parking area. Upon seeing the vehicle the boy immediately ran toward it in tears, shouting, Sia, please don't leave. Sia, how can I live without you? Sia. Watching this familiar scene unfold, everyone's worldview collapsed simultaneously. Tisk. This young man has potential, but his expression lacks sincerity, it seems a bit too fake. Guo Xiao remarked, smacking his lips as he looked at the boy in the distance, finding him truly exceptional. Even a love expert from his past life probably wouldn't dare to act like this. Li Mubai, can you embarrass yourself any more in front of the academy? Teacher Lin, clearly unable to watch any longer, yelled angrily at the boy in the distance. Oh, Teacher Lin, what a coincidence. Hearing someone scold him, Li Mubai wasn't angry at all. Instead, he put on a cheeky smile as he approached Teacher Lin and Guo Xiao. Teacher Lin, do you really think this spirited young man is from our academy? Guo Xiao said with disbelief. Li Mubai was just too extraordinary. Teacher Lin, do you really think this spirited young man is from our academy? Guo Xiao said with disbelief. Li Mubai was just too. A spirited young man is someone who looks vibrant and full of energy. Guo Xiao earnestly explained to Li Mubai, you have good taste. Oh, I can tell at a glance that I am indeed a spirited young man. I like this term. Guo Xiao looked at Li Mubai, unsure how his mind worked. Li Mubai's eyes flicked to the crowd and brightened upon spotting Ning Shuer. He patted his clothes slightly, and then with a very stylish and enthusiastic demeanor called out to Ning Shuer. Come, junior sister, let me help you. It's truly painful for a delicate girl like you to carry such heavy luggage. Li Mubai said with an expression full of sincerity and concern for Ning Shuer. The surrounding students fell silent. It was their first time encountering someone whose facial expressions changed so rapidly. Li Mubai. Teacher Lin was genuinely angry at this moment. She reached out her hand, and a rope appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Li Mubai. Not only that, but another female teacher behind Teacher Lin waved her hand, and a piece of cloth from the trash can was precisely stuffed into Li Mubai's mouth. Whoa. Guo Xiao, could you please drag him along with us? Guo Xiao initially wanted to ask why it was him, but seeing the teacher's expressions, he wisely walked over to Li Mubai and picked him up effortlessly. He obediently followed Teacher Lin and the others into the station. I say, brother, why do you provoke the teachers for no reason? Whoa, what did you say? Whoa, do you mean to take the cloth out of your mouth? Li Mubai nodded repeatedly, even starting to plead with Guo Xiao to quickly remove the cloth from his mouth. Looking at the cloth stuffed into Li Mubai's mouth, Guo Xiao thought for a moment and decided to take it out. It was truly foul-smelling, no wonder it had come from the trash. Stuffed in his mouth like this, it was likely to suffocate him. Fortunately, Li Mubai was a martial artist. If he were a normal person, he would probably have been suffocated by now. Do you dare? Teacher Lin suddenly turned around and sternly warned Guo Xiao, then turned back to continue walking forward. It's not that I don't want to help you, just endure it. It's only going to smell bad. Li Mubai closed his eyes in despair. His reputation was completely ruined today. 10 minutes later, Guo Xiao successfully boarded the bus prepared by the academy heading for Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Fortunately, there weren't many special enrollments arriving at the academy, or else there wouldn't have been enough space for everyone. As time passed, they began to see the scenery of Jiangnan City. Unlike Honghai City, which is filled with skyscrapers, Jiangnan City has mostly single-story houses that even appear quite dilapidated. Jiangnan City has a unique geography that isn't suitable for building with reinforced concrete, so it primarily uses a fully wooden structure for ancient buildings. In case of collapse, they can be rebuilt at any time. This was said by Li Mubai, who was sitting next to Guo. At this point, the garbage cloth in his mouth had somehow come loose. Seeing Guo lost in thought, he assumed he was curious about the architecture of Jiangnan City and began to explain. Junior, my name is Li Mubai, and I am the prospective president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Society, a 7th-tier martial artist. Guo looked at Li Mubai with a hint of suspicion. He couldn't understand how someone like Li Mubai could become the prospective president of the Martial Arts Society. What kind of look is that? Are you doubting me? Li Mubai noticed Guo doubtful expression, clearly not believing that he was the prospective president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Society. He had been elected based on his talent. Guo, if you don't believe me, you can ask the teachers present. They can all vouch for me, and my status as prospective president was agreed upon by them. His voice had noticeably risen, and the nearby teachers naturally heard him looking a bit awkward. Although Li Mubai can be a bit reckless, he is indeed an exceptionally talented individual. Junior, did you hear that? It's not bragging. Achieving a breakthrough to the 7th rank of a warrior before the 2nd year's start is no small feat. I can't claim to be the best in the world, but am certainly among the top. Wow. Except for Guo, the other students gasped in astonishment. They weren't naive. Even reaching the 4th rank of a warrior before the end of their freshman year would be a blessing. Hearing what Li Mubai said truly left them in disbelief, making them question if they were indeed inferior. Could the gap between people be this vast? As for Guo, he merely scoffed. If it weren't for his lack of a cultivation method for the warrior realm, he would have easily broken through to the warrior master level. Junior, since you just entered the martial arts university, you might not understand the harsh realities of society. How about joining my team? He'll protect you as your senior. Upon hearing Li Mubai inviting Guo to join his team, Ning Shuer and the others grew anxious, since Guo was originally their pre-selected teammate. A team? Don't you know? After entering the martial arts university, the academy encourages students to form teams of 5. This way, when facing certain dangerous tasks, the risk of casualties is minimized. Is it really that complicated? It's not a hassle, especially during certain tasks. Having more people is actually, of course, if you believe your strength is sufficient, you can choose to act alone. However, as your senior, I still recommend you join a team, because some tasks can only be undertaken by a team. Moreover, the rewards for such tasks are incredibly generous. So what do you say? Will you consider joining my team? No, acting alone is much better. If I can't defeat an opponent, I can just run away. With teammates around, they might. Li Mubai initially thought Guo would agree to join his team, but to his surprise, Guo outright refused, even calling teammates a burden. This made him regard Guo with newfound respect, but he would soon regret it after the semester started. After all, such a lone wolf mindset wouldn't work at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The 4 who initially wanted to invite Guo to join their team also temporarily set aside their intentions. Alright then, I hope you won't regret it later. I can hold a spot for you in my team for now. Though it's a pity Guo didn't join his team, Li Mubai remained optimistic, knowing that in time Guo would realize how ridiculous his current stance was. Li Mubai had a good impression of Guo. As Guo was leaving the station, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. After all, he was already at the 7th rank of a warrior, while Guo as a newcomer was at most at the 9th rank of a warrior disciple. He trusted his instincts, believing Guo was no ordinary person. Seizing the opportunity before Guo enrolled, he invited him to his team, knowing that even if his intuition was wrong, he wouldn't lose anything. He'll think about it later. Upon hearing Li Mubai's invitation again, Guo did not refuse. In any case, he would never choose to join any team. Instead, he preferred leisurely hunting beasts to absorb experience points, which was quite delightful. If he teamed up to hunt beasts and couldn't absorb experience points, wouldn't that be a loss? Silence, I'm about to announce. At this moment, Teacher Wang addressed the students on the bus. Instantly, silence fell within the bus as all the students, including Guo, turned to look at Teacher Wang. Next, we will head directly to the Huang dormitory area. When I call your name, come to collect your dormitory keys. The keys will have corresponding dormitory numbers, and once you arrive, you will find your respective dorms on your own. The teachers and I won't be going in. Guo, Lin Tianxi, Ning Shuer, Teacher Wang are the dorms assigned based on strength rankings or randomly selected. One student, after receiving his dormitory key and noticing it was for dorm 106, curiously asked. Naturally, it's based on strength. Teacher Wang replied directly, as it's the truth whether it's said now or later. I can't even make it into the top 100. That person exclaimed, surprised. After all, he was at the 7th rank of a warrior disciple, yet he only ranked at Huang dorm 106. Oh, don't worry about such things. When I first entered Martial Arts University, I was only at Huang dorm 8, and now I've surpassed them all. Dorms are just places to stay. Looking at the slightly dejected expressions of the crowd, Li Mubai spoke up. However, what Li Mubai said clearly had an undertone of boasting in the eyes of the others. You don't need to feel this way. The dorm ranking is merely temporary, as we don't know your exact strengths. Before Teacher Wang could finish his sentence, he was drowned out by the noisy chatter of the students on the bus. So that's, I see. I wonder what number dorm Guoxiao is in. Someone in the bus said, causing the previously noisy bus to fall silent, as everyone turned to look at Dorm 1. Guoxiao felt somewhat uncomfortable being the center of attention. He glanced at his dorm key and replied nonchalantly. Wow. Even though I suspected it might be Dorm 1, hearing it confirmed filled me with despair. Me too. Upon hearing that Guoxiao was assigned to Huang Dorm 1, the students on the bus gasped in surprise. However, recalling the events that transpired on the train, it seemed only natural. However, some students clearly felt overwhelmed by despair as Guoxiao's strength was beyond their reach. Even Li Mubai looked at Guoxiao in astonishment. Initially, he had sensed that this junior was extraordinary, but he never expected him to be assigned to Huang Dorm 1. Some things, if they are not yours, should not be desired. The price one must bear is beyond what you can endure. Indeed, one must see oneself clearly and understand one's own capabilities. The mentors present were already exasperated. The students were already thinking about earning credits before even starting classes. Although selling his dormitory was Guoxiao's freedom, he still reminded the students for the sake of those on the bus. The few students who were initially interested also extinguished that flame upon hearing the mentor's words. Though they acted impulsively, they were not fools. Since the mentors in attendance said such things, it could only mean their strength was insufficient for the Huangzi No. 1 dormitory. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the dorm area at 9 a.m. tomorrow to process your enrollment procedures together. Understood. Good teacher. Is there also a Xuanzi dorm area above the Huangzi? Guoxiao asked Li Mubai beside him. Yes, the dormitory area of Jiangnan Martial Arts University is divided into 4 regions, Tiandi Xian and Huang. The Huangzi dormitory area is for first-year students, while the Xuanzi is for second-year students, leading up to the Tianzi dormitory area for fourth-year students. So what determines the ranking of these dormitories? He looked at the key in his hand, which was for Huangzi No. 1, and asked with some confusion. They are divided according to strength. Dormitories are not fixed. As long as you believe your strength is sufficient, you can choose to compete for one. The closer the dormitory is to the front, the greater the rewards one can obtain. As for the rewards, you'll find out once you can actually compete for them. Hearing Li Mubai mention this, he was a bit surprised. Of course, the academy even encourages such behavior provided it doesn't lead to life-and-death battles or serious harm. After hearing Li Mubai's words, he pondered for a moment and understood. Though he didn't know how much reward the Huangzi dormitory offered each month, it surely wouldn't be negligible. If it were trivial, it wouldn't ignite the students' desire to challenge. When the rewards are enticing enough, even if one cannot win at present, they will train diligently. Of course, some students are exceptions driven by those elusive rankings. The bus smoothly traveled for about half an hour before successfully arriving at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The driver also noticeably slowed down deliberately, allowing the students on the bus to view the place they would be staying for the next 4 years. Wow, how magnificent! At that moment, everyone on the bus marveled at the university's entrance. In the center of the entrance stood a massive stone tablet boldly inscribed with the words, Jiangnan Martial Arts. For many on the bus, it was their first time leaving Honghai City for another city. They were already amazed by the local customs, and to see such grandeur at the entrance of their martial arts university further fueled their aspirations. As Guoxiao gazed at the words Jiangnan Martial Arts University on the stone tablet, a wave of emotion surged within him, but it quickly faded away. These characters were personally penned by Ardeen Zhang, who reportedly infused them with a portion of his martial prowess. However, to date, no student has ever felt it. Li Mubai, who was beside Guoxiao, watched as he stared at the stone tablet until the bus moved away from it. Then he withdrew his gaze, curling his lip in explanation, clearly skeptical of the claims about martial prowess. Perhaps, Guoxiao said absent-mindedly. He had indeed felt something from those characters, but when he looked again, it was as if nothing was there. At that moment, he had already decided to return to the entrance later tonight to see if he could discover anything. Everyone, please be quiet. As the bus fell silent, Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction and continued, we will soon arrive at the Huangzi dormitory area, but there is one more thing I need to remind everyone. Remember to gather at the dormitory area entrance at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you miss the time, you'll have to wait until the new students officially enroll in 2 months to process it. After Teacher Wang finished, the bus smoothly stopped at the entrance of the Huangzi dormitory area. Alright, exit in an orderly fashion. After sitting for so long, everyone must be tired. Get some rest tonight, and see you tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teachers. Once all the students had exited, Teacher Wang spoke to the driver, Old Fu, please take us to the office area. Alright. Old Fu replied, and the bus slowly started up, disappearing into the Huangzi dormitory area. While they are all independent buildings, the academy is really wealthy. The biggest taboo for warriors in their training is having others around. Jiangnan Martial Arts University is not short on funds, so basically everyone has their own building. However, the dormitories closer to the front are also better. Moreover, no one is allowed to barge into the dormitories within the academy, because no one knows if the occupants are in a crucial moment of breakthrough. Violators will face severe punishment. Li Mubai acted as a guide for everyone beside Guo Xiao. Aren't you going back? Guo Xiao knew Li Mubai was a second-year student, and normally he should head to the Xuanzi dormitory area, so he didn't understand why he was following along and asked. I live next door to you. Li Mubai shrugged his shoulders and said. Next door to me? Yes, the Huangzi and Xuanzi dormitory areas are connected, arranged from big to small numbers, so we are neighbors. It may be closer this way. If I go from the Xuanzi entrance, I will have to take a longer route. I see. After listening to Li Mubai's words, Guo Xiao concluded Li Mubai wanted to take a shortcut. Li Mubai actually had another ulterior motive. He wanted to see Guo Xiao's strength. If he remembered correctly, several special recruits from various cities had already arrived that morning. Moreover, he had heard from a few friends that there seemed to be some troublemakers likely to compete with Guo Xiao for Huangzi No. 1 dormitory, so he followed along to observe Guo Xiao's strength. As expected. Now No. 5 is mine. Hand over the key. With your kind of strength you dare to compete for No. 7. You really don't know the limits of your abilities. You wait for me, or I will be back. As Guo Xiao and Li Mubai approached Huangzi No. 10 dormitory, they already heard the sounds of a dispute ahead. However, from the sounds it seemed the battle had ended. A few people then walked out with minor injuries, each returning to their respective dormitories. Clearly those who emerged were students who held the dormitories from Huangzi No. 10 to No. 20. Another group has arrived, but one of them seems to be a senior from the Xian district. Both of them are quite handsome, but that one clearly appears to be poorer. That's Senior Li Mubai, a sophomore. In front of the doors of dormitory No. 1 and No. 2 in the Huang district, a crowd had gathered discussing in small groups. They noticed Guo Xiao and Li Mubai approaching, and began to gossip, with much of the conversation centered around Li Mubai, as someone clearly recognized him. What are they doing? Just watching the excitement. Can't you see the people sitting over there? Li Mubai pointed at a few students who were sitting cross-legged on an empty patch of ground, and continued, they probably received news, and are waiting for you to arrive. Waiting for me? Guo Xiao was puzzled. He didn't even know those people, so why wait for him? It's about the ownership of dormitory No. 1. Seeing Guo Xiao's curious expression, Li Mubai rolled his eyes, and said, You're just bored. It's just a dormitory. Guo Xiao merely spoke a truth, but unexpectedly it drew dissatisfaction from those around him. Tisk tisk, people nowadays really know how to brag. Exactly, saying it's just a dormitory. I think he's just envious of what he can't have. Hearing the words of the freshmen around them, Li Mubai shot Guo Xiao a look clearly suggesting see. He then said in a mature tone, Junior, you don't understand the vanity of the young people, do you? Besides, anyone who can live in dormitory No. 1 is basically among the strongest of this batch. Even if they really don't care for this dormitory, they will still covet the title of the first among the freshmen. So if they can't have it themselves, they just can't stand to see others have it. Besides, why should I care about their opinions on dormitory No. 1? Not focusing on their training, but causing a ruckus like this. I see they are just bored. Before Li Mubai could finish, Guo Xiao interjected. However, his words were clearly not very friendly. With so many people gathered just to watch some excitement, wasn't that like a kid? State your name. Who do you think you are? TSK Tisk Jr. Your mouth is quite sharp, offending so many people with just a few words. Li Mubai chuckled, enjoying the commotion. Guo Xiao rolled his eyes. Even if everyone attacked him at once, he was confident he could defeat them. He had realized that during high school the highest he had encountered was at the martial disciple 9th level. In martial skills, the utmost he could reach was the great accomplishment stage, yet this crowd before him did not seem to possess the martial disciple 9th level or the great accomplishment in martial skills. I'm just speaking the truth. You're impressive. Li Mubai looked at Guo Xiao, who had offended so many people just after entering the academy, and felt a bit of admiration. This guy had offended so many, and probably few of the freshmen would dare to invite him to form a team, likely destined to be a lone wolf. And lone wolves had a hard time getting missions in the academy. Alright, you can do as you please, I'm going in to rest now. After saying this, Guo Xiao ignored Li Mubai and the crowd, heading straight to his dorm. He is the one in dormitory No. 1. No wonder he's so arrogant. The crowd watched Guo Xiao head straight for dormitory No. 1 and speculated that he was the owner, wondering why he wasn't in dormitory No. 2. Because the owners of dormitories No. 2, 3, A and 4 were currently sitting on the ground in front of Guo Xiao's dormitory. Are you the student living in dormitory No. 1? I'm Wan Yanggan from dormitory No. 2. A muscular man sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at Guo Xiao as he approached dormitory No. 1 and asked, I'm Sun Leking from dormitory No. 3. I'm Li Si from dormitory No. 4. Guo Xiao, do you all want the right to live in dormitory No. 1? Guo Xiao raised the key marked dormitory No. 1 and asked the few in front of him, No, the three of us don't care for this so-called right to live. Then what are you doing here? Guo Xiao was puzzled. If they didn't care, why were they sitting in front of dormitory No. 1? We just want to spar with you and see how strong the first freshman of this batch really is. Wan Yong'an stated their purpose directly. Before attending Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he had heard his uncle who worked in the academic affairs office mention Guoxiao, saying he was arguably the strongest freshman since the establishment of the school. At that time Sun Leking and Li Si were beside him and naturally heard it. They knew how meticulous Wan Yong'an's uncle was in the academic affairs office. Since he said it must be true, making them even more eager to experience Guoxiao's strength. You're not my match. Guoxiao shook his head, finding no interest in sparring with them. But it must be. Wan Yong'an was about to say, but it must be done to know the outcome, but was interrupted by a loud voice coming. Are you the owner of dormitory No. 1? If you know what's good for you, hand over the key. Otherwise you'll regret it. Wansan, this is not at the Wan family, or Jiangnan No. 3 high school. No one is going to pamper you here. Wan Yong'an frowned, and said to the leader of the yellow-haired boys with some displeasure. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you 3. The leader of the yellow-haired boys, Wansan, mocked Wan Yong'an. What, do you also want dormitory No. 1? Sorry, but I'm in charge here now. Guoxiao observed the 2 leaders, noting that they seemed to know each other, but their relationship wasn't particularly friendly. However, this had nothing to do with him, and he lazily ignored them, directly inserting the key into the dormitory door, preparing to enter. Kid, try moving again. The yellow-haired boy Wansan shouted angrily at Guoxiao's actions. You can do as you wish. This was assigned by the academy. If you have the ability, go ask the academy for it, or what? 1,000 credits, that's yours. Guoxiao looked at Wansan's obviously unfriendly words, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and pulled the key out, waving it at him. Kid, you should know better. When I Wansan set my sights on something, I've never bought it with money. If you don't want to suffer some physical pain, hand it over obediently. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. Wansan seemed to find something very amusing in Guoxiao's words, swaggering as he spoke. Well, turns out you're just a few broke kids. Wansan drew the sword from his waist, thrusting it fiercely towards Guoxiao. So it turns out you have mastered the foundation sword technique. No wonder you are so arrogant. Guoxiao's foundation sword technique had already reached perfection, so he could naturally see that Wansan's technique had attained great accomplishment. From Wansan's speed and momentum in his attack, Guoxiao estimated that Wansan must possess at least the strength of a 9th-level martial disciple. This also explained why Wansan had been so arrogant for so long without being defeated. Indeed, talent can lead one to selectively forget certain behaviors. Why isn't he resisting? Is he courting death? Be careful. The crowd watched as Wansan's sword drew closer to Guoxiao, yet Guoxiao showed no signs of reaction, as if he were petrified with fear. None of the onlookers had witnessed such a scene before. The girls closed their eyes in terror, while some of the boys were drenched in cold sweat. Is this Huang Zino? 1 just a facade? Wan Yong'an and the others murmured, observing Guoxiao's continued inaction. Not just the crowd, even Wansan, seeing Guoxiao's lack of response, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. This strike was fueled by his anger, leaving no room for retreat. It was the peak of his power, and he could not retract it in time. What worried him most was whether Guoxiao might be killed by his strike. If that happened, he would be done for as well. But in the next moment, what? How is this possible? A 9th-level martial disciple plus the perfected foundation sword technique was easily blocked. The crowd watched as Guoxiao extended 2 fingers, pinching Wansan's thrusting sword. With a flick of his fingers, Wansan staggered back several steps, landing on the ground, staring at Guoxiao in disbelief. Wansan could confidently say that in a fair fight at the same level, no warrior could withstand his full-force strike. Even if someone did, they would be injured. Yet he did not expect Guoxiao to block his powerful strike so easily. If Guoxiao knew Wansan's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. With Wansan's strike, he could easily dodge it as a 7th-level martial disciple. The 3 behind Wan Yong'an, seeing Wansan staggering back to the ground, were likewise filled with shock. Although they did not particularly like Wansan, they acknowledged his strength. In an unknown scenario, it would at most be a tie. But they never expected him to be so easily defeated. This also reminded them of what Guoxiao had said earlier: you are not my opponents. They originally thought Guoxiao was just boasting, but it turned out he had spoken the truth, and judging by the situation, Guoxiao clearly had held back. I don't have time to play these games with you. Oh, it's truly childish. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Guoxiao waved his hand impatiently and directly opened the door to enter his dormitory. But before going in, he gave himself a little advertisement. If you want dormitory Huang Zino, one of you can trade with me for 1,000 credits. I welcome you at any time. Wow, so strong. Is this the strength of the top student? Once Guoxiao entered Huang Zino, one dormitory, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed Guoxiao could be this strong. The few who had mocked Guoxiao had already slipped away, feeling utterly embarrassed. They truly could not see the situation clearly this time, and felt a burning shame on their faces, unable to stay any longer. Martial disciple level, and his strength could probably rank within the top 100 among second-year students. Li Mubai thought as he watched Guoxiao easily defeat Wansan. His heart filled with astonishment. The surrounding first-year students might not see it, but he could. As a prospective president of the Martial Arts Society at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, his vision was naturally sharp. In his eyes, Guo strength clearly reached the realm of a martial disciple. He just did not know the exact level of his martial arts. What astonished him was that Guo was a new student this year. Guo had just graduated from high school, yet he had already reached the realm of a martial disciple. Not bad, it saved me the trouble of organizing it myself. He looked at his tidy dormitory and nodded in satisfaction. The entire dormitory was structured as a one-bedroom apartment, which met his daily needs provided he did not practice extensive martial techniques. Beginner's Handbook. Seeing a book on the table in the living room labeled Beginner's Handbook, he picked it up and began to read it carefully. Each month receive 1 Huang Long Dan 100 points of credits and 10 hours in the gravity chamber. Is the gravity chamber a place to train the body? Residents of dormitory Huang Zi know. One can purchase items from the logistics department at a 10 distance. From the handbook, Guo learned about some benefits of living in Huang Zi know. One dormitory, in addition to pills and credits, there were also perks like the gravity chamber and a discount on purchases. However, what concerned him most was whether the elder's promise of double pills each month included the pills provided by Huang Zi know. One dormitory. Although I don't know what Huang Long Dan is, I imagine it should be a pill for martial disciples, right? By the way, there's also the compensation from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The purification pill. I wonder if this pill has any effect. He took the bottle of purification pills from his storage ring, poured one out, and examined it closely, even smelling. As he could not discern its properties, he simply swallowed a purification pill. 5 minutes passed, and he felt the pill had been digested, but he did not feel any purification of the impurities in his internal qi. Wasn't this thing supposed to eliminate the impurities within the internal qi? Why is there no effect? Could it be fake? He complained while looking at the remaining 4 purification pills in the bottle, but then he thought of another possibility. Or is it that my internal qi has no impurities? The reason he could break through to the realm of a martial disciple was largely due to the attributes panel, which led him to consider this possibility. If the attributes panel could provide Guo with answers, it would certainly tell him that he was not mistaken. 9 o'clock. He glanced at the wall clock. Without realizing it, the hour had already struck 9 in the evening. He recalled the characters inscribed upon the monumental stone at the school gate. Did they truly contain a fragment of Principal Zhang's martial cultivation aura? And could he through them attain some profound insight? Disinclined to remain in his dormitory any longer, Guo stepped out directly toward the school gate, specifically dormitory No. 1 Ishian character block. At that moment, Li Mubai sat before his dormitory door, gazing up at the star-strewn sky. Recently, he had acquired the star-pointing sword art, a technique said to accelerate cultivation when practiced beneath the night stars. Though skeptical, he chose to give it a try. Hearing the door of the adjacent dormitory close, he knew, without looking, that Guo had just left. Students from dormitory No. 2 Ishian character block had yet to return. Why is he going out at this hour? Rising from his reclining chair, he watched with curiosity as Guo retreating figure vanished into the night, well past 9 o'clock, and utterly unclear where he might be headed. After all, Guo had only arrived at Jiangnan Martial Arts University that very day. He knew nothing of the surrounding area. There was no logical reason for him to venture out so late, unless perhaps he intended something improper. Out of concern for the safety of their junior female classmates, Li Mubai resolutely followed Guo. Damn, it turns out I can't even keep up with him. As Guo accelerated further, he eventually dissolved into a streak of black shadow, surging forward with blinding speed, leaving Li Mubai no choice but to halt defeated. It wasn't reluctance that stopped him, it was sheer inability. Were his peers to learn of this, their astonishment would far surpass his own. Among second-year students, Li Mubai ranked unmatched in footwork and lightness art. Yet he'd just been outpaced by a freshman who'd left him stranded several streets behind. He cultivated the yellow rank mid-tier technique Grassover Flight, a specialized lightness art devoted solely to swift travel, and had already mastered it to its pinnacle. No wonder I sensed that fleeting aura of danger the first time we met, Li Mubai mused, recalling their initial encounter. Back then he'd merely sensed Guo exceptional nature, but never imagined how profoundly extraordinary he truly was. He stood at the 7th realm of martial cultivation, yet still couldn't match a freshman's speed. Staring into the darkness where Guo had vanished, Li Mubai stood alone, stunned and adrift in the night wind. Is Li Mubai insane? What on earth is he doing tailing me at this hour? Guo sighed inwardly, having long noticed Li Mubai seated on his lounge chair, and having grown increasingly perplexed as the other inexplicably began following him. He'd paid it no mind at first, but when Li Mubai persisted, Guo had no choice but to unleash his ultimate lightness art, Snowstep Traceless, determined to shake him off. He'd even resolved, if the pursuit continued, to confront Li Mubai outright and demand an explanation. Yet to his surprise, even the top-ranked sophomore proved no match, easily outdistanced. That spared him the awkwardness of inquiry. As for why he'd ventured to the gate at night, simplicity demanded discretion. That morning aboard the bustling Mubai had mentioned that not a single student thus far had perceived the martial aura embedded within the gate stone. Should he suddenly grasp something profound there, such revelation would draw undue attention. An ancient adage rang true: the tallest tree draws the fiercest wind. He understood that wisdom, well, in absence of necessity, humility remained the sovereign path. When Guoxiao reached the school gate, just as he'd anticipated, the entire area lay desolate. Only scattered lamplights pierced the enveloping darkness. The imposing gate stone stood centered before the entrance, its presence under moonlight exuding an air both mysterious and serene. As Guoxiao gazed once more upon the stone, he'd expected the characters etched upon it to spark revelation. Yet reality defied expectation. He felt absolutely nothing. The resonance he'd experienced by day had vanished entirely, as though it had been mere illusion. Could I truly have been overly sensitive? Or did that sensation originate elsewhere? Murmuring softly before the 6 characters, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he shook his head. No, that feeling was real. He immediately refuted himself, fixing his gaze anew upon the stone, time dissolving around him. Suddenly brilliance erupted before his eyes. The 6 characters shimmered with intensifying radiance, growing ever brighter, until instinctively, he shut his eyes tight. When he opened them again, his pupils contracted sharply at the sight before him. The gate stone had vanished, replaced by a colossal sword suspended midair, now descending upon him with lethal intent. Instinct screamed for evasion, but his body refused to obey. Paralyzed, he could only watch the blade fall. Boom! The titanic sword struck him. Agonizing force tore through his flesh and bone like rending silk. Pain racked him, driving him to scream. Yet no sound escaped his throat. Kneeling, he pounded the ground with clenched fists, desperate to alleviate the torment. What in the world is happening? He couldn't comprehend why a celestial sword hung above him, or why despite its impact he remained alive, consumed instead by unbearable soul-rending agony. Gradually the tearing sensation subsided. Trembling, he rose, only to freeze, sweat drenching his brow at the sight ahead. Before him the colossal sword reformed. Within moments fully coalesced, then descended once more. This time no respite was granted. Blow after blow rained down unceasingly. Ah, so painful. Cradling his head, he rolled violently across the ground, as if motion might dull the... Yet wherever he tumbled, the sword tracked him flawlessly, striking with inescapable precision. As time bled away, his contorted features softened, and clarity sudden and deep flooded his consciousness. He grasped something, yet grasped nothing. Struggling upright, he fixed his gaze upon the sword hovering above, its blade now dimmed, flickering faintly, as if poised to fade forever. Refusing such quiet dissolution, it blazed forth with incandescent light, illuminating the night. Watching its radiant ascent, an unexpected sorrow welled within him, a grief akin to losing one's... This very sword had inflicted his torment, yet its fading stirred such profound melancholy. He could... As the light emanating from the massive sword grew brighter, he could not help but close his eyes. After a while, when he opened them again, a faint yet piercing aura flashed past him, instantaneously turning the leaves scattered at his feet into... This aura came swiftly and departed just as quickly as if it had never existed. Did what just happened occur in a hallucination? Looking around, everything appeared as it did when he first arrived. The welcoming stone still stood firmly at the entrance of the school, and there was no sign of a massive sword. He couldn't help but doubt himself. No, something doesn't feel right. I can sense that what just occurred was not an illusion. He felt his mental state and spirit elevate significantly, though he couldn't comprehend why this sensation had arisen. Yet he could still feel the changes within his spirit. At this moment, he was not even looking at the ground, but he could clearly perceive the patterns of the leaves scattered beneath him. Everything felt as if a girl stood before him, without any clothes on. He could clearly discern any part of her. This sudden change was evidently brought about by the massive sword. However, it also left Guoxiao with a link. In this era, warriors had just begun to develop, and what had just transpired clearly exceeded the capabilities of this time. He could not believe that his school's principal possessed such power. If it truly were the principal's ability, then those students passing by the school gate daily would be immensely powerful. Yet from what he observed, the students he saw were merely of normal human caliber, including the top student of the second yearly Mubai. Can I re-enter the place I was at just now, Guoxiao thought as he gazed at the welcoming stone. Though he had been tormented by the massive sword earlier, the gains were substantial. He accepted this form of equivalent exchange, for in this world nothing came without hard work. His seventh sense within told him that no matter how he looked, he could not discern anything substantial. Yet he held on to a hopeful thought, and once again with difficulty gazed back at the welcoming stone. Half an hour later, the school gate was still the same. The welcoming stone remained unchanged, and it was as if the earlier appearance of the massive sword had never happened. The only change was that staring at one object for an extended period made his eyes begin to feel sore. This also confirmed that his earlier seventh sense was not mistaken. He could no longer experience the cleansing of the massive sword again. Taking out his phone from his storage ring to check the time, he realized it was already 4 a.m. And couldn't help but exclaim, "Time really flies, and not a single person disturbed me during such a long duration." He remembered arriving at the school gate just after 10 p.m., and now it was already 4 a.m. the next morning. At least 6 hours had passed, yet no one had come to disturb him. If it had been an enemy, he would have been in deep trouble. He cast a deep glance at the welcoming stone standing at the school gate and walked straight into the academy. At this moment, while his spirit had suddenly elevated considerably, the prolonged torment from the massive sword had also left him with a slight sense of fatigue. With less than 5 hours remaining until 9 a.m., he needed to return and rest for a while. He paid no mind to the gradually increasing number of students and activated his technique snow treading without a trace, swiftly heading towards his dormitory room 1. Did a figure suddenly appear at the welcoming stone just now, eh? No, there wasn't. Have you not rested well last night? I also saw it. There was indeed a shadow that suddenly appeared by the welcoming stone. That should have been a senior returning, right? It's possible. At this moment, more and more students began to gather at the school gate. Some students who saw Guo suddenly appear in front of the welcoming stone pointed in surprise at its location and spoke to those nearby. But soon after, a perfect excuse overshadowed the incident. After all, no one would believe that there would be a tremendous opportunity existing at the welcoming stone of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Back in his dormitory, Guo habitually glanced at his attribute panel and was astonished to find that it had changed unnoticed. Name Guo, Realm Warrior Level 1, unable to increase. Techniques Martial Skills and Intense. Current experience 1635108. Warrior Level 1 automatically gains 10 experience points per minute. However, this was clearly not the time to look at the attribute panel. He decided to rest for a while first, and it wouldn't hurt to check the panel after waking up. After all, his current realm was only Warrior Level 1 and not sufficient to avoid rest. The attribute panel was already bound to his soul and wouldn't run away. It was the same whether he checked it now or later. That kid is back. Li Mubai, who lived next door to Guo, knew it was Guo returning to the dormitory upon hearing the door close. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 4. Last night he had followed Guo, but was shaken off several streets away. He stubbornly continued in the direction Guo had left until he reached the school gate, where he found no trace of Guo and had to return to his dormitory helplessly. The youth these days have no sense of restraint at all. In the end, he could only speculate that Guo had gone to the city center, perhaps to engage in some nefarious activities, just as he himself liked to do when he first arrived in Jiangnan City. Time passed gradually, and it was soon nearing the designated meeting time for the special recruits. Aside from Guo, all the special recruits had already arrived at the entrance of the yellow dormitory area, half an hour early. Is this the special recruit for this year? Time flies so quickly. Before I knew it, I have already reached my second year. This year's female students are much better than those of our year. Have you noticed that the number of special recruits this year is significantly higher than in previous years? Students passing by from a distance upon seeing the crowd standing in the yellow dormitory area couldn't help but express their thoughts. They were all students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, naturally aware that every year's special recruits arrived early, but they didn't expect this year's special recruits to be significantly more than in previous years. Once I successfully complete my enrollment procedures, I'll first go choose a technique. Me too. Do you think I should choose a technique or a martial skill? Once my credits are received, I'll immediately exchange for cultivation pills. It's fine to select techniques after breaking through to the warrior realm. The special recruits at the entrance of the yellow dormitory area were discussing the rewards they would receive after successfully enrolling in groups of 2 or 3. Clearly, they were all eagerly anticipating the life that awaited them over the next 4 years in university. Good morning, Teacher Lin. Good morning, Teacher Wang. The special students from the city respectfully greeted their admission teachers. Students from Huan City, gather over here. Those from Tian'an City, come this way. Those from Honghai City, gather here. The teachers responsible for Honghai City, Lin and Su, arrived on the day to pick up Guo. After counting the students, they realized one was missing and hurriedly asked the few from Honghai City, "Where is Guo? Have you seen him?" "I haven't seen him since yesterday." "Neither have I." Hearing the students' cluelessness, Teacher Lin began to feel a headache. Clearly they all came from the same city, yet these individuals were so united that they overlooked Guo. Do they not know that Guo is at the warrior level? Teacher Lin slapped his forehead. So far they had kept Guo's level a secret, so it was normal for everyone to be unaware. Forget it, I'll ask him myself. Teacher Lin felt fortunate that he had asked Guo for his phone number at the time. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. The vibration of the phone startled Guo, who was still caught in slumber. He picked up the phone and saw that it was already 9:04. Just as he put down the phone, the screen lit up again. Displayed on the screen was Teacher Lin, and he quickly answered. "Guo, where are you?" "Teacher Lin, I'm sorry. I practiced too late last night and lost track of time." They'll be there in 2 minutes. Alright, well, wait for you at the entrance of the Huangzi dormitory. Beep. This broken phone, didn't I set an alarm that? Why didn't it wake me up? After grumbling about the phone, he neglected to wash up and ran outside. If the phone had consciousness, it would surely cry out in injustice, as it had rung several times, yet Guo remained as oblivious as a dead pig, unable to wake up. Clearly the events that transpired in the morning at the welcoming stone had affected Guo spirit. Ever since he became a warrior, as long as his mental energy wasn't overly exhausted, he could fully recover after resting for 23 hours. Guo, are you interested? Li Mubai, who had been waiting at his door for a long time, hurriedly inquired upon seeing. At this moment Guo had no time to pay attention to Li Mubai and rushed towards the entrance of the Huangzi dormitory, even using his perfected skill of silent snow treading. As for the perfected skill of silent snow treading, he instinctively chose to hide his abilities. What's going on? Originally wanting to ask Guo if he was interested in joining the martial arts club, he was surprised to see Guo turn his back and head straight towards the dormitory entrance. Oh right, they need to complete the enrollment procedures this morning. Forget it, he'll follow along. Only after Guo back was no longer visible did Li Mubai realize, and he too headed towards the Huangzi dormitory entrance. He was now the vice president of the martial arts club, and it was his duty to help the academy with enrollment procedures, although he didn't need to do it himself. Of course, his main purpose was to see if he could invite some students to join the martial arts club, as those who were specially recruited to Jiangnan Martial Arts University typically had great talent. Teacher Lin, did Guo say where he is? Ning Shuer asked Teacher Lin. She and Guo were classmates for 3 years in high school, and would be classmates again for 4 years in college, so she should be concerned. He's in his dorm. He'll be here in about 2 minutes. Teacher Lin instinctively mentioned the time Guo had given. 2 minutes. Even giving him 5 minutes, he might not make it here on time. The gathering area for Wansan was right around Teacher Lin, and since Teacher Lin didn't whisper to Ning Shuer, being a warrior of the 9th stage, he could naturally hear. He then spoke disdainfully towards Ning Shuer and the others. Let's be clear, he currently resided in Dormitory 5 of Huangzi. With his foundational movement technique at the perfected stage, it would take at least 10 minutes to rush over from Dormitory 4, let alone the even farther Dormitory 1. No worries, we can wait a few more minutes. Teacher Lin naturally understood what Wansan meant, as she actually didn't believe Guo could arrive here in 2 minutes. Unless Guo had learned a lightness skill of at least mid-tier yellow grade, and had also perfected it, it would be practically impossible for him to arrive here in just 2 minutes. Guo, wait for me. At this moment a voice came from within the Huangzi dormitory area. Everyone looked towards the Huangzi dormitory area, and surprisingly saw 2 black figures swiftly approaching them, with the figure in the back clearly moving faster. However, since they were all merely at the warrior realm, they couldn't clearly identify who the 2 black figures were. Compared to the students, the mentors present, being warriors of the spirit realm, could naturally see clearly. The figure in front was Guo, and the one behind was Li Mubai. What astonished the mentors wasn't Li Mubai. They knew that Li Mubai had practiced a mid-tier yellow grade technique, called grass flying, to perfection, and with his warrior level at the 7th stage, having such speed was quite normal. But from the information, Guo had just broken through to the warrior level. How did he manage to refine a lightness skill to perfection, and where did he get the secret manual for the technique he was currently using? In the blink of an eye, the 2 black figures arrived before everyone simultaneously. Wow, is he really from our cohort? Upon seeing one of the figures was Guo, the students exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had already guessed from the earlier sounds that one of the figures was Guo, they still couldn't believe it. After all, even if there were some differences among the new students of the same cohort, it couldn't be such a ridiculous gap, right? However, seeing this scene with hundreds of pairs of eyes still left them in shock, and they exclaimed, I said, couldn't you slow down just a little bit? Li Mubai naturally placed his hand on Guo's shoulder as he spoke. He had witnessed Guo's true speed last night, and now that he could catch up to Guo, it was evident that Guo had let him keep pace. Sorry, I'm not into that. Looking at Li Mubai's hand resting on his shoulder, combined with the fact that Li Mubai had tailed him the night before, Guo instinctively took a step back and said to him, What are you thinking? With my looks, how could I possibly be that kind of person? And why would you have such sordid thoughts? Do you really find me so unworthy in your eyes? Seeing Guo instinctively take a small step back, even the words that slipped from his mouth made Li Mubai furious as he directed his anger towards Guo. With so many classmates present, if this rumor were to be confirmed, how could he establish himself at Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the future? Those senior sisters and junior sisters, currently trapped in a dire situation, were still waiting for him to save them, making it even more imperative that this rumor did not fall upon him. Watching Li Mubai frantically explain, Guo became even more convinced that there was something wrong with Li Mubai's orientation. Upon hearing Li Mubai's question, Guo displayed a sincere expression and seriously responded, I never expected someone as handsome as Li Mubai could be of that orientation. I heard from a sophomore sister yesterday that Li Mubai is still single, and often spends the night with male classmates. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out to be true. It seems I have to keep my distance from Senior Lee in the future. The surrounding freshmen and seniors began to point and whisper about Li Mubai. They had all witnessed Li Mubai so casually leaning on Guo Xiao's shoulder, initially thinking they were quite familiar with each other, but seeing Guo Xiao's expression, now, it was clear their relationship wasn't that close. Since they weren't familiar, Li Mubai's behavior was clearly a bit abnormal. Even a social butterfly would likely not engage in such actions. Rumors about Li Mubai began to circulate. All the signs indicated that there was indeed something off about Li Mubai's orientation. After analyzing, all the male classmates instinctively took a step back. It's over. Li Mubai looked at his classmates who were whispering around him, feeling that his innocence was about to be questioned. As the male classmates instinctively took a step back, it felt like a sword piercing his heart. He couldn't understand how such a small action could ruin his reputation. He understood that any further explanations would only make others think he was trying to defend himself, and the more he explained, the more it would appear that he was indeed that kind of person. He could only helplessly appeal to the instructors present, hoping they could clarify for him. Enough, stop making wild guesses. Li Mubai is not the kind of person you think he is. Have you all watched too many dramas, always thinking about these absurd things? Li Mubai is the prospective president of the Martial Arts Society. If he were really that kind of person, would we agree? It was unclear which instructor spoke first, but soon the surrounding instructors began to defend Li Mubai. However, the expressions on the instructors' faces clearly indicated that they were more amused than concerned, evidently enjoying Li Mubai's predicament. They knew what kind of person Li Mubai was. When he campaigned for the position of prospective president of the Martial Arts Society, his lifestyle had been thoroughly investigated, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to run. However, this joke was still a joke. It couldn't be allowed to solidify into a rumor. After all, Li Mubai was the prospective president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Society, and if such a joke were to spread, it would ultimately harm Jiangnan Martial Arts University. I said, how could someone as handsome as Senior Li Mubai possibly be of that orientation? Exactly. Wow, I almost considered moving away. Seeing the instructor speak up for him, he let out a sigh of relief. What the instructors said was ultimately more convincing than what he could say. Sure enough, the unfavorable tide had suddenly turned in his favor. Li Mubai shot a resentful glance at Guo Xiao and immediately distanced himself from him. If something else were to happen, it would truly be impossible to clear his name. Feeling the fiery gaze from Li Mubai, Guo Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Evidently, Li Mubai was still harboring ill intentions, but in such a public setting it was inconvenient to act further. Looks like I need to be more cautious in the future. After all, there are indeed not many exceptional individuals. Guo Xiao, how did you come by your snow trackless skill? Principal Bai. The surrounding instructors and some students above sophomore level respectfully greeted the descending figure. I am Bai Xinyuan, the current vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Bai Xinyuan nodded to the surrounding instructors and then introduced himself to the freshman, looking at Guo Xiao waiting for his answer. As he passed overhead, just now he accidentally saw Guo Xiao demonstrating the snow trackless skill. He had heard about Guo Xiao from Dean Zhang a few days ago and had no doubts about his identity. But precisely because of this, he knew that this manual had recently been placed in the logistics department. Even the instructors were unaware of it, so how could Guo Xiao, who was in Honghai City, have learned it? This could only indicate an internal issue within their academy, and he boldly suspected that someone in the logistics department was privately selling their academy's manuals. Selling academy resources privately was something he could not condone, but without evidence, Bai Xinyuan could not directly confront Feng Wuda from the logistics department. He could only ask Guo Xiao first to see how he had learned the snow trackless skill. At this moment, the crowd around looked at Guo Xiao with curiosity, wondering how he had acquired such a martial arts manual, knowing that in this era manuals were highly valued. Unless one happened to stumble upon one by sheer luck or came from a wealthy family, it was virtually impossible for commoners to obtain them. The instructors present had already reviewed the materials. Evidently, Guo Xiao did not belong to the latter category, but they also did not believe anyone could truly stumble upon a martial arts manual, especially one that appeared to be of high quality. Clearly, Guo Xiao had an undisclosed identity. Compared to the instructors, the students' thoughts were much simpler. Having just seen Guo Xiao demonstrate his martial arts skill, it was evident that it was no ordinary technique. Although their families could be considered affluent, they still couldn't access high-grade martial arts manuals. The martial arts manuals learned by their parents and elders were mostly obtained from martial arts universities, and without authorization, they would not dare to pass them on to their descendants. Even if they were to teach privately, they would not use it as openly as Guo Xiao did within the academy. Now they were simply curious about Guo Xiao's family background. After all, someone capable of cultivating such strength must have an extraordinary background. Even Ning Shuer looked at Guo Xiao with curiosity. During high school, it was widely rumored that Guo Xiao's parents had long since passed away, and he survived on government assistance. But after witnessing Guo Xiao's strength, she no longer believed in those rumors. It's not mine. It's from Dean Zhang. Although he didn't understand why Bai Xingyuan suddenly asked this question, he still truthfully answered. Once he spoke, he suddenly realized. In this reborn world, the copyright of martial arts manuals is taken very seriously. For social martial artists, even if they used them, they would only assume they had purchased them or exchanged them within the martial artist guild. No one would ask too many questions unless they were unfortunate. However, he had just graduated from high school and originally came from a not-Sagriat family, so it was entirely normal for him to be asked this question. If it were him, he wouldn't believe that a poor kid like himself could suddenly learn a high-level lightness skill manual. Nevertheless, at this moment, he wasn't afraid as the martial arts he learned were all legitimate. Upon hearing Guo Xiao mention the old man, Bai Xingyuan immediately switched to asking about Dean Zhang, which left him puzzled. Still, he continued to inquire, is Dean Zhang Zhang Tian? It should be. I only know he is the dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but am not too clear on his full name. Bai Xingyuan's question left Guo Xiao genuinely unsure of how to respond. He only knew that Dean Zhang was the dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts University and had never bothered to learn his full name. It wouldn't do to call Dean Zhang directly by his name if they met later, as that would be quite disrespectful. Besides, Dean Zhang was a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, and calling him by name would be an act of disrespect. Well, it seems it really was old Zhang who provided it. He should have told me a few days ago, making me overthink. As a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, Bai Xingyuan could naturally sense that Guo Xiao was not lying. Combined with the fact that Guo Xiao was specially recruited by Dean Zhang, it indicated that the Snowless Steps manual was essentially given by Dean Zhang, causing him to silently curse Dean Zhang in his heart. He almost thought there was a traitor in his academy. He had even prepared to personally clean house if such a traitor appeared. Suddenly, Bai Xingyuan looked at Guo Xiao, his pupils contracting slightly, as he realized a shocking possibility. If it really was given by Dean Zhang, then it means he has mastered the Snowless Steps in just a few days. No way, I need to find old Zhang to confirm. Cultivating martial arts to mastery is not a big deal for someone at their level, but Guo Xiao was merely an 18-year-old high school graduate, making it extraordinary. If what he thought was true, then Jiangnan Martial Arts University had truly struck gold. Although he was anxious to find Dean Zhang, he still maintained a calm expression. Snowless Steps is being used quite well. Strive to reach perfection. I have something to attend to, so I will. After giving Guo Xiao a slight compliment, he addressed the other instructors present, and then soared into the air, clearly heading to find Dean Zhang. Tisk, the old man is really generous. No wonder he is the dean of an academy. His generosity is on another level. Watching Bai Xingyuan soar away, Guo Xiao felt grateful to Dean Zhang once more. Clearly the Snowless Steps manual was quite precious, otherwise Bai Xingyuan wouldn't have specifically asked him about its origin. Once Bai Xingyuan had flown a distance away, the students who were initially tense finally relaxed, as encountering a martial emperor-level powerhouse always brought a sense of pressure. But soon after they were filled with shock. Wait, Dean Zhang was directly referred to as the old man. How come I've never heard that Dean Zhang has such a grandson? Looks like I need to curry favor with Guo Xiao. He actually called Dean Zhang the old man. That's remarkable. Wan Yong'an, Wan San, and Li Mubai looked at Guo Xiao and understood why his strength was so impressive. If they had a dean of a martial arts university behind them, they were confident they could also have strength comparable to Guo Xiao. The crowd, initially astonished by Guo Xiao's strength, now felt as if the clouds had parted and the sun shone through, as everything suddenly made sense. If Guo Xiao had the ability to read minds at that moment, hearing these nonsensical and increasingly absurd thoughts, he might not know whether to laugh or cry. He was clearly relying on his own strength. How could he be linked to a dean? Alright, I've wasted quite a bit of time. Since everyone is here, let's head to the conference room in Teaching Building No. 1. An older instructor, seeing that Bai Xingyuan had left, addressed the rest of the crowd. The first 10 students to arrive will each receive 50 credits. Hearing about the credits, everyone became excited. The older instructor added, making the students even more thrilled. By the way, Guo Xiao is not counted among these 10 spots, but he will still receive 50 credits. With one more spot, maybe I have a chance. I originally thought there were only 9 spots. Now that there are 10, perhaps. This year's rewards are so high. Why did my batch only receive 10 credits? At least you got 10 credits. My batch had the last 10 deducted 20 credits. As new students, they had opened the new student handbook right after moving into the dorms yesterday, and naturally knew the significance of credits. Although they didn't know what exactly 50 credits could be exchanged for, receiving credits right upon entering school still made them very happy. As upperclassmen, hearing about such generous rewards sparked discussions among them. 50 credits could be exchanged for 5 packets of body refining powder. While it wasn't much for them, it was quite a fortune for freshmen. If they knew that this year's entrance rewards for special recruits were generally around 500 credits, they would surely be. Why am I not counted? I'm a new student too. Am I someone who needs special treatment? Who do you look down on? Guo Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Although he was delighted to receive 50 credits without effort, he felt he didn't need such privileges. If the surrounding students knew his thoughts at that moment, they would all say in unison, no, you do need them. Come on, think about it. If you really ran, what would happen to them? Teacher Lin, hearing Guo Xiao's tone of someone who gained a benefit, yet acted coy, rolled his eyes, and said, "Fine. I'll follow behind to prevent anyone from saying I ran too fast and affected your performance." He then looked at the surrounding students who were all on high alert, and couldn't help but think, "Ning Shuer, you're only at the 7th level of martial discipleship. Is that serious expression of yours for real? Clearly these 50 credits have nothing to do with you. Little fatty, you're already so fat, are you sure you can run? Don't you all have any self-awareness?" Looking at the few familiar faces around him, it seemed their only focus was on the credits. Clearly they had forgotten all their abilities for the sake of 50 credits. An hour later. "Mentor, how far is building no? 1. Is that not enough? Since you're tired, just lie down and rest for a bit." The leading mentor turned and smiled at the 5 people behind him, saying, "A man should never say he can't do it. Even if I have to run for another hour, I can still hold on." The boastful voice belonged to Wan San. If he could say this without gasping for breath, it would certainly be. They had already been running for nearly an hour under the lead mentor. If it weren't for the fact that these 5 were at the 9th rank of martial disciples, they wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. The other students had already been left far behind. "We've arrived, that building ahead is it." Perhaps seeing the paleness on their faces, he pointed to a teaching building in the distance. Wan Yanggan and the others perked up and looked in the direction the mentor pointed. With their 9th rank martial disciple eyesight, they could naturally see the mentor chatting happily at the entrance of building no. 1, clearly indicating their destination was right ahead, and their previously slowed pace picked up once again. As for why they were so sure it was building no. 1, it was because the entrance of that building prominently displayed the words building no. 1. Even a blind person would know that the building before them was indeed building no. 1. Youth is truly wonderful. The lead mentor looked at the students who had gradually increased their pace, shook his head. In the eyes of the mentors, Wan Yanggan and the others could easily secure a spot in the top 10, even if they slowed down a bit. Why push their remaining stamina? If they encountered danger ahead, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. They could only attribute it to the youthful competitive spirit. Meanwhile, at Guo Xiao's position, "Teacher Lin, this is way too far." Ning Shuer gasped as she spoke to Teacher Lin beside her. "Yes, it's really far. I feel like I've lost at least 10 pounds on this trip." Next to Ning Shuer, Lin Tianxi patted his belly in agreement. "I can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most, and I can't take it anymore." Although they were asking the mentor behind them, their eyes occasionally glanced toward Guo Xiao's position. Guo Xiao's movements were so graceful at that moment that it seemed as if he was barely touching the ground, floating effortlessly behind them. This scene made the chubby Lin Tianxi particularly envious, to the point where he was eager to exchange for the snow track lightness technique and start practicing immediately. He could already imagine himself performing the snow track lightness technique and the admiring gazes of future female students. "Just hold on a little longer, it's right ahead." At this moment, Guo Xiao was beside Teacher Lin, occasionally asking questions about the academy. Meanwhile, Bai Xin Yuan, who had already left, had arrived at Dean Zhang's office. "What a rare occasion. Why do you have—" Dean Zhang looked at Bai Xin Yuan and smiled. "Old Zhang, did you take that manual I left in the logistics department?" Bai Xin Yuan did not engage in small talk and directly asked Dean Zhang. "Yes. Feng Wuda told me that he couldn't quite understand the level of this manual and didn't know how many credits to assign it. I must say, among the lightness techniques of the same level, your snow track lightness technique is at least 30 stronger. How did you classify it as a high-grade yellow technique? In my view, it could barely be considered a low-grade mysterious technique." "Old Bai, what's wrong with you?" Dean Zhang had been speaking confidently, but upon seeing Bai Xinyuan's expressionless daze, he became concerned and asked. To see it reach the great success stage in such a short time is truly unexpected. Upon confirming that Dean Zhang had indeed taken the manual, it was clear that Guo Xiao had obtained the snow track lightness technique from him. What shocked him was that Guo Xiao had truly cultivated the snow track lightness technique to the great success stage in just a few days. "What do you mean by reaching the great success stage in such a short time?" Hearing Bai Xinyuan mumble to himself left Dean Zhang puzzled, and he turned to Bai Xinyuan. "Did you give that manual to Guo Xiao a while back?" Bai Xinyuan, hearing Dean Zhang's words, finally snapped back to reality and asked in return. "How did you know?" "I originally intended to give him a low-grade yellow technique, but I ended up giving him the snow track lightness technique because I was in a hurry." "Why do you suddenly?" As Dean Zhang spoke, memories of Bai Xinyuan's earlier mumblings came to mind. It was evident that Guo Xiao had successfully cultivated that manual and exaggeratedly reached the great success stage. He was also taken aback by this unrealistic notion. After all, Guo Xiao was merely a student who had just entered the martial arts university. At this moment, he awkwardly asked Bai Xinyuan, "Are you saying Guo Xiao has cultivated the snow track lightness technique to the great success stage?" I didn't believe it at first, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. There's no way it could be wrong. The mentors present could also attest to this, but since the snow track lightness technique had just been placed in the logistics department and had yet to be announced, they couldn't identify that Guo Xiao was using the snow track lightness technique, much less recognize that he had reached the great success stage. What kind of prodigy is this? Looking at Bai Xinyuan's ghostly expression, Ding Zhang also began to feel. In the past 500 years, he had seen countless young talents, but none like Guo, who first broke through to the martial artist realm, and then reached the great success stage of the sword technique, and even now attained the great success stage of the snow track lightness technique. No matter which achievement could be considered a genius at Guo age, but to achieve them simultaneously was an ancient millennium occurrence. Old Zhang, I can already foresee the upcoming 100-school competition. It seems it's our Jiangnan Martial Arts University's turn to take the top spot this time. Bai Xinyuan's face had transitioned from shock to excitement. Their Jiangnan Martial Arts University's overall strength was slightly stronger than that of the imperial capital and the Magic City, yet each time, they had poor luck and ranked low. In recent years, due to the issue of mortality rates, some exceptionally talented students obviously leaned more towards the imperial capital and the Magic City Martial Arts Universities, which had caused him much worry over the past couple of years, turning his hair gray. The two talked for quite a while in the office until Ding Zhang said they should be in the large conference room of Building No. 1 today. Please go bring Guo over so we can confirm it on-site and avoid any false hopes. Alright, I'll head over now. Bai Xinyuan was not at all angry that Ding Zhang did not believe his words. Instead, he excitedly flew out, clearly heading to Building No. 1 to bring Guo over, as sometimes it's good to double-check. It's been hundreds of years, and you're still so impatient. Do you think a phone is just for show? Watching Bai Xinyuan vanish, Ding Zhang shook his head and muttered to himself. He then lowered his head to continue processing the official business at hand. 15 minutes later, all the special recruits of the first year had arrived at the No. 1 teaching building. Phew, finally here. I'm exhausted. What a pity I was so close to being the 10th. I'm so hungry. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground, having exhausted themselves from continuous running. The student who reached 10th place was panting heavily, but a look of luck was evident on his face as the 11th place was less than 30 centimeters behind him, almost catching up. Come on, this little distance shouldn't tire you out this much. I'm not saying you all just look at classmate Guo, then look at how you all have turned out. One of the instructors looked at the tired students sitting on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. He pointed at Guo, mocking the students sitting on the ground, clearly intending to use Guo to provoke them. Upon hearing the instructor's words, everyone collectively chose to ignore him. However, they couldn't help but glance in Guo's direction as he seemed so relaxed. Despite being of the same age, and even the same cohort, the difference was stark. What are you all staring at me for? Did something happen? Guo, who had been pondering about credit exchange, looked around in confusion, unaware of what was happening. Guo, who was just thinking about credit exchanges, had completely missed the instructor's sarcastic remarks. Even if he had heard, he probably wouldn't have cared, as it was simply the truth. What are you doing outside? Hurry up and get inside. A girl walked out of the No. 1 building, questioning the crowd. Then she spotted Li Mubai, who was mixed in with the crowd, and said to him with hands on her hips, irritated, Li Mubai, do you know what time it is? Didn't I tell you to come before 8 o'clock yesterday? Ding Lan, I was just following the main group, and I'm not late yet. Besides, you are here, so I trust you to handle things. Li Mubai laughed awkwardly and hurriedly explained. He would never admit that he overslept and waited for Guo at his door, which caused his delay. Wow, such a beautiful senior. Li Senior, is she a sophomore or a junior? What good is being pretty? The male students sitting on the ground, very conscious of their image, stood up, trying to present a good impression in front of the female students silently watched the girl coming out of the No. 1 building, attempting to compare themselves, but soon became disappointed, realizing they seemed to fall short in every aspect. Esteemed instructors. The girl named Ding Lan respectfully addressed the instructors present. Ding Lan, have you been waiting long? Is everything ready? The instructors looked at Ding Lan, their expressions much more amiable, clearly valuing her highly. It's ready, just waiting for the junior students. Alright, let's head inside. We'll start processing your enrollment. Inside the large conference room of the No. 1. At this moment, 2 elderly men were quietly conversing at the podium, and from the expressions of the surrounding instructors and students, it was clear that the 2 elders held high status. They are late, even more than expected. I remember that last year there were at least 10 students at the 9th level of the martial artist realm, but this year, there are only 5. This cohort really pales in comparison to the previous ones. Let's wait until the semester starts to see. After all, some students don't want to come so early. True. The 2 elders watched the students entering in an orderly manner, their originally relaxed expressions gradually turning slightly grim before they stopped paying attention to the incoming students, evidently dissatisfied with the quality of this cohort. Only after Guo had taken his seat did the people on the podium begin to speak. Hello students, let me introduce myself. I am the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Lin Ditian. I am the head of the Logistics Department, Feng Wuda. It's a pleasure to be here. Half an hour passed. No matter which world it is, leaders love to give long-winded speeches. Can't they just get to the point? Guo drowsily watched the 2 on the podium ramble on with what seemed like nonsense, pondering why leaders enjoy talking so much. Another 10 minutes passed before it was the turn of the Logistics Department head, Feng Wuda. Initially Guo Xiao thought it would take another half-hour of long-winded speech, but to his surprise he directly got to the point. This made Guo Xiao start to listen attentively. Ding Lan, pass out the phones one by one. In a moment you will receive a phone. After turning it on, follow the instructions displayed on the screen for authentication. This phone serves as your student identification, and the software installed allows for real-time credit transactions, even enabling you to view items that can be exchanged for credits. Of course, to exchange for items you still need to come to the logistics department. We do not support delivery. As for your enrollment rewards, and the 50 credits for the top 10 of today, they will be credited to your accounts. While the logistics department head Feng Wuda was still speaking, Guo Xiao received the mentioned phone. Indeed, the better the academy, the more extravagant. They even give out phones. It's somewhat similar to the fruit phone from my previous life, but clearly more advanced, and doesn't it not require a SIM card? He played with the phone he received, and then began following the procedures as instructed by Feng Wuda. Fingerprint lock, pupil scan. After a series of authentications, a line of text appeared on the screen. Welcome to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Just as Guo Xiao was about to study it, the conference room door was opened. Principal by instructor by. The members and instructors of the martial arts club nearby quickly greeted the entering by Xinyuan. Old by, what brings you here? Feng Wuda and Lin Ditian looked puzzled at the entering by Xinyuan. They thought it was unnecessary for him to host this enrollment procedure for the special recruits. It's fine, you all continue. Bai Xinyuan said to the two, then directed his attention towards Guo Xiao, saying, Guo Xiao, step out for a moment. Bai Xinyuan's words directed the collective gaze of the room towards Guo Xiao, making him once again the focal point of the conference room. Is he the Guo Xiao that old Zhang mentioned? Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda looked at the bewildered Guo Xiao, pondering internally. The students who had entered earlier had already made them feel slightly disappointed, prompting them to lose interest in watching the subsequent students. Thus, they naturally didn't pay attention to the later arriving Guo Xiao. According to past conventions, the students who entered the No. 1 building conference room first were generally the stronger ones. They did not sense any martial arts realm from Guo Xiao and merely assumed he had not entered the academy early. Unlike Bai Xinyuan, they were not idle enough to specifically check the enrollment materials of the new students, and thus naturally did not know what Guo Xiao looked like. Principal Bai, you were looking for me. It counts, but it doesn't count, Bai Xinyuan replied, lifting Guo Xiao and flying away. Under the gaze of many students and mentors, Bai Xinyuan flew off with Guo Xiao. What happened to Lao Bai? Why is he in such a hurry, and why is he carrying Guo Xiao away? Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda watched Bai Xinyuan fly away, puzzled by the situation. Lin Ditian then turned to Li Mubai and Ding Lan beside him, and said, Li Mubai and Ding Lan, you two will take charge for now. Oh, I have something to attend to, and will be leaving first. After finishing, Lin Ditian floated out of the conference room, and followed behind by Xinyuan. Well, I've said what I needed to say, you two can guide the junior students. Watching his good friend Li Feng Wuda also reminded Li Mubai and Ding Lan, and left as well. As Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda left, the people in the large conference room began to chatter. Those two mentors were actually martial emperor level experts. What great treatment. I also want to experience flying through the air like Guo Xiao. Oh, it must be a wonderful The direction they flew seemed to be towards the office building. Was something happening? Although everyone was curious about why Guo Xiao was taken away by Bai Xinyuan, it certainly didn't seem like a bad thing. If it were truly a bad thing, Bai Xinyuan wouldn't have been so amiable. Just now he could have sent someone to grab him without needing to take matters into his own hands. A single phone call could have solved it. Although Bai Xinyuan had maintained a blank expression, those who had worked with him for a long time could tell he was quite anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so hurried in taking Guo Xiao away. This was clearly because Guo Xiao had caught his attention in some way, prompting him to learn more urgently. Look, Principal Bai is flying away with someone. It was too fast, so I couldn't see clearly. Were they from that direction? Seems to be the principal's office. Guo Xiao, seeing the students below pointing at him, tried to negotiate with Bai Xinyuan to let him down. Isn't it embarrassing? What's there to be embarrassed about? Your face isn't worth much anyway. Besides, I don't mind. Why should you? Bai Xinyuan replied, pointing at the ground. Bai Xinyuan then said, Are you sure you want me to let you down now? Hearing the principal's words, Guo Xiao felt utterly hopeless. We were at least 50 meters off the ground, and he was just a first-level martial artist. If he fell, he would either die or be severely injured. He still had a bright future ahead, and didn't want to end up crippled like this, praying internally to reach their destination quickly, so he could be let down. It was just too humiliating. Lao Zhang, here's the person I brought. Oh, why are you two here as well? As soon as they entered Dean Zhang's office, Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda followed in. I said what needed to be said over there, and seeing you in such a hurry, I wanted to come and see what was going on. Oh, it's nothing major. Just some small matters to ask this kid about, Bai Xinyuan casually pointed at Guo Xiao. Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda looked at Bai Xinyuan and thought it was just a student. Even if there were questions, there was no need to bring him here. While they were puzzled, Dean Zhang turned to Guo Xiao and asked, Did you learn the footwork technique I gave you last time? I learned it. Did you master it? I guess so. Show us what you can do. Here. Looking around Dean Zhang's office, although it was spacious, if he accidentally stepped into the wrong area, it could cost him his life. Moreover, this space itself wasn't suitable for demonstrating the snow without traces technique. Let's go outside. Dean Zhang seemed to pick up on Guo Xiao's apprehension and realized that this space indeed wasn't fit for showcasing the mastered snow without traces technique, so he pointed to the outside of the office. Outside the office building, kid, use the same speed you had this morning. If it satisfies me, everything is negotiable. Just as Guo Xiao was about to demonstrate his technique, Bai Xingyuan suddenly spoke up. Really? My words are like spilled water, they can't be taken back. Hearing Bai Xingyuan's confident statement, Guo Xiao was clearly moved. Originally, he had only intended to demonstrate the speed of his recently mastered snow without traces technique, but Bai Xingyuan's words made him decide to showcase his fastest speed. As for the perfected state, he had no intention of demonstrating that exhibiting the mastered snow without traces was already enough to be extraordinary. If he showed the perfected state, he truly feared being captured by those with ulterior motives for research. As Guo Xiao executed snow without traces and floated away into the distance, Lao Zhangxi, I told you I wouldn't have been mistaken this morning. He really has reached the mastered state. What kind of footwork is this? So fast. I don't remember any such footwork technique in the academy. Lin Ditian looked at Guo Xiao's lightness technique with some confusion and asked the other three. In his impression, Guo Xiao's technique was clearly not any of the lightness techniques in the academy. However, what Dean Zhang had just said clearly indicated it was from their own academy. Isn't this snow without traces? How did that kid learn it? And he clearly has mastered it, otherwise with his level he wouldn't be so fast. Feng Wuda looked at Guo Xiao, his face filled with shock. He knew about the snow without traces technique. In fact, he had also managed to shallowly reach the mastered state. It was precisely because of this that he knew the difficulty of mastering snow without traces was significantly higher than that of other techniques of the same rank. Although he already knew that Guo Xiao had reached the mastered state with snow without traces, seeing it with his own eyes still left Dean Zhang in awe. He then explained to the unaware Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda. Just as Dean Zhang finished explaining, Guo Xiao, kid, how did you manage to master snow without traces? Feng Wuda looked at Guo Xiao in disbelief, having just learned from Dean Zhang that Guo Xiao had only had the snow without traces manual for a few days. It's not something you can just casually practice and achieve. Doesn't it take a long time? Guo Xiao replied curiously, not realizing he wasn't bragging. He had indeed just casually tapped on his attribute panel and reached the perfected state. If someone else had said this, they would have surely scoffed, but they had just witnessed Guo Xiao performing snow without traces. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, everyone was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. We have other matters to attend to, so we want to see you off. You have nearly 2 months left. Manage your time wisely and focus on your cultivation. The techniques and martial skills granted by the enrollment rewards have been recorded under your name. You can now go to the library to choose your materials. Dean Zhang looked at Guo Xiao, unsure of what to say. Guo Xiao's talent truly astonished them. Since it has been confirmed that Guo Xiao has achieved mastery in the snow track art, there is nothing more to ask him. The remaining matters can be discussed among us later. Do you have something else? Seeing that Guo Xiao showed no intention of leaving, he asked. Well, Principal Bai, does what you just said count? Guo Xiao's eyes were bright, clearly remembering what Bai Xingyuan had said earlier. Old Bai, let's head in first. Hearing that Guo Xiao was looking for Bai Xingyuan, Dean Zhang finished speaking to Bai Xingyuan and led Feng Wuda and Lin Ditian back to the office first. Alright, I will go in right away. Speak up, what do you want? Bai Xingyuan could tell what Guo Xiao was thinking just from Bai Xingyuan, who valued principles above all, knew that since he had made a promise, he would naturally give Guo Xiao a satisfactory reward. 1 volume of heavenly level techniques. Are you dreaming? I don't even have one myself, how could I give you one? What about earth level techniques? None of. Then how about exchanging my 400 crafting weapons from the enrollment rewards for a treasure weapon and adding a few thousand credits? That should be acceptable. That can be arranged, but you can only choose one, either the treasure weapon or 1,000 credits. Bai Xingyuan stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment, and realized Guo Xiao's request was indeed acceptable. Then I choose the treasure weapon. Ooh, I want a sword. Here, hurry up and go. Bai Xingyuan, clearly possessing a storage ring, took out a sword from it and tossed it to Guo Xiao before rushing back into the office without looking back. Hee, I didn't expect to bargain my way into a treasure weapon. This is a win. Guo Xiao chuckled inwardly, looking at the treasure weapon in his hand. I didn't expect to be able to make such a big request. I was just inspired and used my street bargaining skills, and to my surprise I got an unexpected reward. Of course he wasn't ignorant either. Clearly it was his talent that satisfied Bai Xingyuan, allowing him to make such a request. Otherwise, how could a vice dean of a martial arts university possibly accommodate a freshman? What kind of request did that kid make? That brat clearly isn't an easy one to deal with. Heavenly level techniques, earth level techniques, and huge credits. It's simply a dream. Bai Xingyuan first recounted Guo Xiao's demands, then added, in the end, I gave him a weapon crafted from 508 materials. That can be considered a treasure weapon. How could you part with it? What's there to hesitate about? I have more than 10 of such weapons, giving him one isn't a big deal. Besides, old Zhang originally promised that kid a 400 crafted weapon, so raising the quality a bit isn't an issue. That's right. That kid's talent is worth such an investment. You know the national martial arts competition is less than 2 years away. Oh, a good weapon can provide some survival capabilities. Indeed, but Dean Zhang, sitting in his chair, listened to the conversation of the three, but his gaze was fixed on a photo standing on the desk. In the photo, a couple embraced each other, looking very intimate, and it was easy to tell that the man in the photo was a young Dean Zhang. Alien, I believe that child will help us. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Your wish will soon be fulfilled. Dean Zhang thought silently as he gazed at the woman in the photo. Please take out your identification for scanning. Identification. Oh, you are this year's freshman. Just use the phone issued to you. Place it in this area. Is this sufficient? Following the administrator's instructions, he placed the phone in front of a camera. Another piece of black technology. Are there so many black technologies in this era? Sometimes it feels so backwards. Guo Xiao watched as a red light shot out from the camera and quickly vanished, feeling puzzled inside. You can choose one technique or martial skill of the earth level or above for free, or one of the yellow level intermediate techniques or martial skills. Of course, if you want to look at other manuals, you can also choose to exchange them for credits. Each manual has its exchange price and transaction code indicated below. Thank you. After thanking the administrator, he walked into the library. It seems this person should be the newcomer king of this year. Just enrolled and already has 2,150 credits, not to mention the heavenly level techniques and martial skills. Impressive. The administrator couldn't help but sigh as he watched Guo Xiao's figure. Are all these shelves filled with manuals? So many. The changes in the world, 5 credits. How to become an excellent warrior, 10 credits. How the 1,000-year kill is formed, 3 credits. What is this? Does the 1,000-year kill need to be explained? What are all these? Aren't these basic? Why do they require credits for purchase? It would be better to buy them with money in the city. Guo Xiao thought, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the various books on a shelf. Are you a freshman this year? At that moment, a cleaning girl happened to pass by, and seeing Guo Xiao's expression was identical to her back, then she couldn't help but smile. Yes, I'm Guo Xiao, a freshman. What about you? I'm a sophomore, Lin Yuyu. Oh, so you're here to clean. Did you get lucky and snatch up the task of cleaning the task? Yes, the phone has a built-in app for task assignments containing various tasks with different rewards, but the most common is credits. The shelves in this area contain miscellaneous books. If you need to find techniques and martial skills, you can go check that. Lin Yuyu pointed in one direction and added, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. All right, senior. After watching Lin Yuyu leave, Guo Xiao couldn't help but think there are still warm-hearted people in this world, but someone as beautiful as her is rare. Tianzhu Qi Gong, a yellow-grade medium-level Qi cultivation technique. In life-saving art, a yellow-grade upper-level body refining technique. Kueihua Gong, a yellow-grade lower-level Qi cultivation technique. When paired with the corresponding martial skill, the Shadow Sword can unleash tremendous power. It is recommended for women to practice. Following the direction pointed out by Lin Yu, Guo Xiao also found the technique area, and at this moment, he was flipping through the books on the shelf one by one. It's a pity that these manuals cannot be opened for viewing. If they could, he could learn them all in no time. The manuals on the shelf can only be seen but not touched. To hold them in hand, one must first purchase them. Fortunately, there are brief descriptions of the techniques available, otherwise he would have been at a loss for how to choose. However, if he could flip through them, he would indeed want to learn all these martial manuals. And Shantian Gong, a yellow-grade lower-level Qi cultivation technique, expands the true Qi capacity and allows for rapid recovery of true Qi, but the cultivation difficulty is extremely high. Those lacking talent should not choose it. A high cultivation difficulty is good. Generally, the more difficult the cultivation, the more powerful. Taking out his phone, he scanned the transaction code below the manual, and a line of text popped up on the screen. You can choose one yellow-grade lower-level technique for free. Would you like to choose Shantian Gong? Just as Guo Xiao was about to click yes on the screen, a shout from behind halted his hand. In Guo Xiao. It turned out to be Lin Yuyu and Ning Shuer coming over, and judging by their laughter, they clearly already knew each other. In Shuer, do you know him? Looking at Guo Xiao, Lin Yuyu felt how small the world was, as she had just met this junior, and unexpectedly her cousin Ning Shuer knew him. This is my cousin Lin Yuyu, and he is my high school classmate Guo Xiao. Ning Shuer thought Guo Xiao and Lin Yuyu were not acquainted, so she introduced them to each other. That's quite a coincidence. I just saw this junior over there. And Guo Xiao, are you here to exchange for a technique? Ning Shuer asked curiously. Her purpose for coming to the library was to choose a technique and martial skill. It was just right that her cousin said she was also here, so she came over to gather a bit. Then Ning Shuer seemed to remember something and quickly added in. By the way, is there a manual for the light body technique you used this morning in the library? I heard what Dean Bai said about the snow. She remembered the technique Guo Xiao had demonstrated, the silent snow, which was clearly very suitable for a beautiful girl like her, but she couldn't recall the name of the silent snow at that moment. Silent snow. And there should be one in the library. Guo Xiao said uncertainly. The manual he had was given by Dean Zhang, and he wasn't sure if the library had it, but he thought it should be available. Yes, silent snow, will go look for it later. And click. And while they were talking, Guo Xiao had already clicked confirm exchange on his phone screen, and the cabinet containing Xiantian Gong opened at the same time. After obtaining the manual, he didn't directly place it into his storage ring, but instead tucked it into his bosom. After all, there were people outside, and he wasn't in a position to expose the existence of the storage ring at the moment. Did you choose a technique so quickly? And, I've been looking in the library for a long time. Oh, I barely found. You keep looking. I'll go check out the martial skill area. And, okay, see you next time. And Xiantian. After Guo Xiao left, Lin Yu curiously looked at the empty cabinet, which clearly had the 3 large characters Xiantian Gong written on it, making her unable to contain her surprise. Cousin, is this Xiantian Gong very powerful? And, your classmate is really not ordinary. He can cultivate a yellow grade lower level technique right after entering school. Yellow grade lower level. Hearing her cousin mention the rank of the manual made Ning Shuer unable to help but exclaim. Realizing she was in the library, she quickly covered her small mouth with her hand. Yes. Lin Yu also exclaimed slightly, as she knew that she hadn't learned any yellow grade techniques or martial skills up to this point. But it won't be long. After completing this month's tasks, I will just meet the credits required for a yellow grade lower level technique. Lin Yu's thoughts flashed through her mind. Then she said to her cousin Ning Shuer, Shuer, do you have any techniques or martial skills you want to learn? I can help you advise on it. Cousin, do you have any recommendations in it? After bidding farewell to the 2 sisters, Guo Xiao headed straight to the martial skill area. Looking at the various martial skills on the shelf, he was dazzled. There were all kinds of martial skills available. In Water Wave Palm, a yellow grade lower level martial skill, when cultivated to perfection, can unleash a palm strike that creates ripples on the sea. Storm Spear Technique, a yellow grade lower level martial skill, when cultivated to perfection, unleashes like a raging storm. Wait, this thing has actually been sold 1677 times. Is this a scam? And originally Guo Xiao saw a series of 1000-year kill martial skills displayed on them. Among them were some peculiar martial skills like index finger 1000-year kill and middle finger 1000-year kill, which were surprisingly on the shelf, and the purchase credits reached 50 points. One of the middle finger 1000-year kills specifically stated up to April of the year 500 of martial Dao, 1677 copies sold. Looking at the 1000-year kill martial skill, he found it hard to imagine that in a battle against demonic beasts or humans one would suddenly stab backward. No, I'm just thinking about something. In shaking his head, he dismissed those chaotic thoughts and turned his gaze to another shelf. Qinglong Claw, a yellow grade lower level martial skill, refined to. N. Immortal's Finger, a yellow grade upper level martial skill, refined to. N. Breeze Sweeping Willow Sword, a yellow grade lower level martial skill. When performed, the swordplay is akin to a gentle breeze, making its trajectory hard to grasp. The Breeze Sweeping Willow Sword is acceptable, and it just happens to be a yellow grade lower level skill. Forget it'll go with this one. He was too lazy to search further. Finding martial skills was too troublesome, and heaven knows why the martial skills in the library are so randomly placed. Next to the Breeze Sweeping Willow Sword were yellow grade lower level and medium level martial skills. If he hadn't looked closely, he would have almost missed the Breeze Sweeping Willow Sword. I just need one more. I remember seeing it right here earlier. And found it just right. This one is also a yellow grade medium level technique. In his hand was a manual called Concealment Art. And the Concealment Art can hide one's own cultivation level. He currently has 16 million experience points, which can easily lead to a breakthrough if some attentive people noticed and thought he had some treasure. Wouldn't that be disastrous? So this type of manual is a must-learn. He originally wanted to get a yellow grade lower level one, but after searching for a long time, the highest he found was this yellow grade medium level Concealment Art. Half an hour later, he returned to his dormitory now, one with 3 martial arts manuals in hand. Junior, wait a moment, called out Li Mubai and Ding Lan, who had clearly been waiting for a long time. Is there something? Well, we would like to invite you to join the Martial Arts Society, Li Mubai stated, revealing their purpose for coming. Martial Arts Society. Yes. What are the benefits of joining the Martial Arts Society? At least 50 credits each month gets not much, but it's stable. When taking tasks in the task hall, having the identity of the Martial Arts Society grants certain privileges. At the logistics department and the library, you can get a 10 discount. Is that all? What do I need to give in return? Although he was a bit disappointed with the benefits of joining the Martial Arts Society, he could consider joining if it required no cost. You need to assist the instructors regularly, as well as complete the tasks assigned each month and organize new. No need to say more. I'm not interested in joining the Martial Arts Society. You can ask Wan Yangan and Wan San about it. They already joined the Martial Arts Society this morning. The benefits are really good. Ooh, I strongly suggest you consider it, Ding Lan said, surprised that someone could resist the temptation of the martial arts society. During the morning meeting, anyone who heard about the benefits of the martial arts society agreed, without much thought, so it was unexpected that Guo Xiao would refuse. I'm very busy. I'm either on the path to a breakthrough, or in the midst of one. I have no time to join any martial arts society unless. Li Mubai directly asked, having witnessed Guo Xiao's strength last night. With his level 7 martial artist prowess, he surprisingly couldn't outrun a junior, indicating that the junior's strength was unfathomable. The waste in the academy doing these trivial tasks. Unless what? Li Mubai directly asked, having witnessed Guo Xiao's strength last night. With his level 7 martial artist prowess, he surprisingly couldn't outrun a junior, indicating that the junior's strength was unfathomable. If he reached his second year, how strong would he be? He had just been promoted to the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, and he was in dire need of manpower, with Guo Xiao being a very suitable candidate. No work, just money. Credits should at least multiply by 10. Are you robbing me? You have to understand my time is also very precious. I can't waste it playing this child's game with you. You? If I don't join, then I won't join. Is it interesting to humiliate our martial arts society like this? Hearing Guo Xiao's words, Li Mubai and Ding Lan knew that this matter would come to nothing, but what angered them was Guo Xiao's dismissal of the martial arts society as a child's game. They had worked hard to compete for the positions of president and vice president, even though luck played a part. I'm just speaking the truth. Since the academy provides us with resources, it's naturally to encourage us to practice diligently, to serve our country, and to benefit Jiangnan Martial Arts University. If I spent all day doing these trivial matters with you, that would be absurd. Alright, I'm busy cultivating. You can do as you please. Bang. Ding Lan had never endured such humiliation, and was about to rush into Guo Xiao's dormitory to give him a heavy lesson, but was stopped by Li Mubai. Don't do anything foolish. This is the academy, not outside. I was just too angry. I'm glad you stopped. Ding Lan, who was originally filled with rage, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her upon hearing Li Mubai's words, instantly calming her down. Alright, let's head back to the Martial Arts Society. And he'll say something unpleasant. You might not even be able to defeat him. How is that possible? I'm at level 6 as a martial artist. How could I lose to a freshman? It's true you haven't seen. Li Mubai took Ding Lan back to the Martial Arts Society, casually explaining Guo Xiao's strength and his speculations along the way. Once back in his dormitory, Guo Xiao completely disregarded the events at the door. After all, what he said was, he looked at the 3 manuals placed on the table and began to flip through them one by one. Xiantian Gong, a low-grade qi cultivation method with a total of 9 levels. The first 3 levels correspond to the martial artist realm, the next 3 to the martial master realm, and the last 3 to the grandmaster realm. Close your eyes and meditate. After running the cultivation method from the manual, he felt no sense of stagnation, and the true qi circulated perfectly within his body. He originally thought he would need to spend some time to cultivate Xiantian Gong to the entry level, but unexpectedly, just by following the manual, he succeeded in his cultivation. That's it. Didn't they say the difficulty of cultivation was extremely high? This is purely nonsense. He thought it was just his illusion, and specifically checked the attribute panel. Xiantian Gong level 0, 510, 0000. Could it be that I truly am a genius buried by resources? The attribute panel clearly displayed that he had preliminarily learned Xiantian Gong. If he hadn't learned it, it wouldn't show up on the panel. What he didn't know was that his rapid initial learning of Xiantian Gong was not only due to his own talent, but also because he had already sensed the true qi in advance. After finishing his thoughts, he immediately flipped to the next manual. Qingfeng Fuliu sword consists of 8 styles. The first style is Qingfeng. The first 7 sword techniques were ordinary, but the final technique, Qingfeng Fuliu, was impressive. With his current realm, if he were to unleash it with all his strength, it would definitely cost him a considerable price. Fuliu, sword is sword. Oh no, I actually forgot that I have a precious weapon. Seeing the word sword reminded him that he had a precious weapon in his storage ring. He had hurried to the library after receiving it in the morning and hadn't examined it closely. Swish. A cold light flashed. The precious weapon from the storage ring was drawn out. He casually waved it, creating a flurry of swordplay, and touched the sword body to examine it. It was cold. As soon as his hand touched the sword body, his expression changed. A chill spread from his hand. He could tell this was not just an ordinary cold, but a cold that could seemingly freeze the soul. However, after just a moment, the icy sensation disappeared, replaced by warmth, as if the sword in his hand had come to life, welcoming its new master. This feeling was comfortable, but in the next second all sensations vanished, and everything that had just happened seemed like a mere illusion. Did I just experience an illusion? He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to ponder over it. What he needed to know would naturally come to him. From now on you shall be called Qingfeng Sword. Looking at the unresponsive Qingfeng Sword, it was evident that a sword could not respond to him. He then continued, "Since you want speak, I shall take it, as your agreement. From now on you shall be called Qingfeng Sword." Looking at the unresponsive Qingfeng Sword, it was evident that a sword could not respond to him. "Old friend, I will play with you one last time." Saying this, he drew the Longquan sword beside him, executing the Qingfeng fully used sword technique he had just learned. After all, having obtained the superior Qingfeng sword, the Longquan sword in his hand was basically unnecessary. Thus, using the Longquan sword one last time to perform the sword technique could be seen as a fitting conclusion for it. Swish, swish. As he performed the Qingfeng fully used sword for the first time, there was no sense of hindrance. It flowed smoothly. With the foundational sword techniques and sword drawing skills at the perfection level, although he couldn't break through to the minor success realm, reaching the introductory stage was still not an issue. Of course, since he had only just begun with the Qingfeng fully used sword, its power was evidently a bit lacking. As if recalling something, he stepped into the perfection levels, treading snow without leaving a trace. Immediately his figure flickered like a ghost in his dormitory. He only stopped when the true qi within him was reduced to just 5 layers. The combination of Qingfeng fully used sword and treading snow without leaving a trace is truly effective. Looking at the numerous sword marks on the surrounding walls, he nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the synergy. Crack, crack, crack. The Longquan sword in his hand suddenly shattered on the ground without any warning. Seeing this, Guo Xiao couldn't help but be astonished. "I haven't done anything recently, have I? Why did it suddenly shatter? What a pity. I was actually thinking of taking this Longquan sword to sell for some extra funds. After all, it cost me 400 back then. I didn't expect it to break so suddenly." He cleaned up the broken sword pieces on the ground, and then picked up the last book, Hidden Art. Hidden Art. At the introductory realm, one can conceal their cultivation by 1 level, at the minor success realm by 3 levels, and at the major success realm by 5 levels. Why is there no explanation for the perfection realm? After flipping through the entire book again, it indeed only covers the explanations for cultivating to the major success realm, but there is no mention of how much one can conceal at the perfection realm, which puzzled him somewhat. Could it be that no one has ever cultivated this manual to the perfection realm? He could only helplessly. He was not mistaken. Since this hidden art had been placed in the library, no one had ever cultivated it to the perfection realm. Most had only reached the major success realm. After all, who would voluntarily conceal their cultivation? They would rather let others know their level. The training of hidden art was quite simple. Within no time, he entered the introductory level. Looking at the 3 manuals that had all reached the introductory level, he then turned to his attribute panel. The attribute panel had changed since he woke up that morning. The entire panel had become much tidier, and even an additional concept appeared. Concept: Sword Intent 0 layer, 110 million. Sword Intent. Have I comprehended this thing? Could it be? He recalled everything that had happened the previous night before the welcome stone, where the giant sword continuously struck him, and he faintly realized something. It was evident that he had grasped the sword intent at that moment. However, having just entered the realm, he couldn't fully sense the existence of the sword intent. "It seems I've truly struck gold and encountered a tremendous opportunity. 10 million. Just to advance to 1 layer requires 10 million. Isn't that asking for my life?" Looking at the 10 million experience needed for advancement, he mumbled to himself. Staring at the word sword intent, a phrase inexplicably popped into his mind. Only those sword users who possess sword intent can be considered true sword cultivators, otherwise they are merely ordinary sword wielders. Damn! Unable to suppress a curse, he then steeled his heart, and the 10 million experience points instantly vanished. A surge of unprecedented comprehension flooded into Guo Xiao's mind, a profound understanding of the sword and its essence rapidly enhancing at this moment. He could sense a deeper understanding of the Qingfeng fully sword he had just learned. Even for the foundational sword technique he had already perfected, he gained a different insight. Uncertain how much time had passed. At this moment, he was merely a step away from breaking through the sword intent from 0 layer to 1 layer. Boom. Without any bottleneck, he directly succeeded in breaking through to the first layer of sword intent. Buzz. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the Qingfeng sword began to vibrate, seemingly congratulating its master on the breakthrough. What happened to my sword? Why did the Hujiao sword suddenly vibrate? Is it an earthquake? Centered around Dormitory 1, within a 1,000-meter radius, all swords began to vibrate simultaneously. At this moment, some students who had not yet rested noticed that their swords vibrated unexpectedly, unsure of what was happening with their swords. However, many more students had already fallen asleep, completely unaware of the strange occurrences of their swords. The welcome stone standing at the school gate seemed to sense Guo Xiao's sword intent fluctuations. Its stone body flickered for a moment, and passing students paid no heed, thinking it merely a reflection of the streetlights. Not long after, when Guo Xiao opened his eyes, the phenomena around him simultaneously vanished. This left the surrounding students somewhat puzzled, as they could only assume it was a phenomenon caused by the higher-ups of the academy passing by and they soon shrugged it off, returning to their tasks. This power is impressive, truly impressive. This is simply killing without a trace. It was worth the 10 million experience points I spent. Looking at the sharp sword mark that appeared on the wall, Guo Xiao couldn't help but marvel. This sharp sword mark was caused by his instinctive activation of sword intent after opening his eyes. He hadn't expected the power to be so great. Even the sword mark was deeper than the ones left when he used the Qingfeng fully used sword. Moreover, he could feel that his spirit and mindset had significantly improved, clearly an additional effect brought by the increase in sword intent to the first layer. Initially, he had been distressed over the 10 million experience points that had vanished, but now he could only feel 2 words, truly fragrant. He even understood the reason behind the sudden shattering of the Longquan sword. It was because when he executed the Qingfeng fully used sword, he inadvertently attached the sword intent to the sword, while the Longquan sword was merely a newly forged weapon unable to withstand the sharpness of the sword intent, thus shattering. 20 million. Once the excitement in his heart faded, he checked the attribute panel again, and found that the experience required to advance his sword intent from the first level to the second had doubled, needing a whopping 20 million experience points to upgrade, which made him exclaim in surprise. It must be noted that the reason he had accumulated as much as 16 million experience was due to the absorption of stalactites, otherwise he would only have a few million experience points at most. If it weren't for that, he might not even be able to advance his sword intent to the first level at this moment. With over 6 million experience points remaining, I should first upgrade my techniques and skills. According to his estimation, it was unlikely that he could accumulate 20 million experience points anytime soon, so he must prioritize upgrading his current martial techniques and skills. After all, enhancing his overall strength would increase his efficiency in hunting beasts, thus naturally yielding greater experience points. Concealment technique, entry level 110,000. This concealment technique in its perfected form could only hide a 5th grade realm, and it was unclear how much it could conceal at the perfected stage. Looking at the concealment technique on the attribute panel, Guo Xiao also became a bit curious. He first spent 100 experience points to upgrade to the minor accomplishment level, then 100 for the major accomplishment, followed by 1 million for the perfected state. Sigh. Another one. 3 million experience points gone. Experience points really don't last long. Although he felt pained about losing 3 million experience points, he was still content with the perfected concealment technique. The perfected and major accomplishment levels of the concealment technique were evidently 2 extreme realms. The major accomplishment level could only conceal a 5th grade realm, while the perfected level not only concealed one's realm, but also one's aura. Unfortunately, the concealment technique could only hide practitioners within the realm of divine, since beings like the old man could detect signs as soon as they scanned with their divine sense. However, beings like them would likely not notice unless they paid special attention. Upon reaching the perfected state, he also learned from the information in his mind that as long as he did not wish to reveal his true realm, he would generally not be discovered by practitioners without divine sense. Even a powerful martial emperor with divine sense would overlook him if they did not look closely, as he was merely a small figure. How could those prominent figures afford to pay special attention to him? Though there was a bit of regret, he could accept it. After all, it was just a yellow-grade intermediate concealment technique. What more could he ask for? He then stopped dwelling on it and turned his attention to the Xiantian Bao on the attribute panel. Xiantian Gong level 0, 510, 0000. The first 3 levels of Xiantian Gong correspond to the realms of the practitioner. I should first cultivate to the 3rd level and see what happens. 100, 300. Xiantian Gong, level 300. Even the attribute panel knows to be considerate of me, preserving my experience points and intentionally not allowing me to continue upgrading. Upon seeing that he could not continue upgrading after reaching level 3 of Xiantian Gong, it was clear that some conditions had not been met, and he could only guess it was due to his own realm. Just as the thoughts in his mind finished, he felt a surge of true qi within him. If he could look in a mirror at that moment, he would clearly see his complexion alternating between pale and bluish hues. He was not bothered by this change. It would be strange if he had no reaction at all. The attribute panel merely reduced the time needed for him to cultivate techniques and martial skills, but in the short term his body would still undergo some changes. It was similar to when he previously practiced the traceless snow technique. During each stage of reaching the perfected state, his legs would experience some stimulation. However, once this sensation faded, he could naturally perform the perfected traceless snow technique as long as he focused his mind. There would be no phenomenon where his mind learned, but his body could not keep up. He endured the sensations caused by the fluctuation of true qi within him. After persisting for over an hour, his true qi finally stabilized. But the effects of the first 3 layers of Xiantian Gong are so powerful. Feeling the significant increase in his total true qi, he was somewhat amazed. He originally thought that increasing it by 5 layers would be impressive, yet it doubled instead. He could even feel that his true chi was extremely stable and obedient without a hint of instability. And this was only a yellow grade low tier technique. What about earth grade or heaven grade? This made him start to yearn within. Or perhaps I should learn a few more yellow grade techniques. While he couldn't learn earth grade techniques for now, yellow grade techniques were still possible. Since one could yield such significant effects, what about 2 or 3? Though he did not know if this thought in his mind was practical, it was still worth a try for him. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much, my current credits are insufficient, so I might as well exchange for a yellow grade low tier technique, which is not even worth changing. He currently had 2150 credits, which looked like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough to exchange for a yellow grade low tier technique. He was still about 400 credits short of a yellow grade intermediate technique. He did not believe that a yellow grade low tier technique would possess any significant power. If he were to learn, it should at least be a yellow grade intermediate technique, otherwise he would lose face. With 45 million experience points left, he decided to first upgrade the Qingfeng Fuliu sword using the remaining experience points to enhance his realm. After checking his remaining 45 million experience points, he contemplated in his mind and decided to upgrade his martial techniques first, then his realm. After all, upgrading his martial techniques would bring a brief period of stimulation to help his body adapt, and during this time, he could conveniently elevate his realm without wasting too much time. Martial techniques: Basic Combat Technique Perfected 00. Basic Sword Technique Minor Accomplishment Max Level. Basic Body Technique Perfected 00. Sword Drawing Technique Minor Accomplishment Max Level. Traceless Snow Technique Perfected 00. Qingfeng Fuliu Sword Minor Accomplishment 1200000. Minor Accomplishment. How did it suddenly upgrade, and does minor accomplishment mean the martial technique? Is it? Looking at his martial technique interface, he was a bit confused. His basic sword technique and sword drawing technique were originally at the perfected level, yet suddenly, they had been upgraded to the minor accomplishment realm. Is this also due to the increase in sword intent? He thought without hesitation that this change must be a result of his enhanced sword intent. After his sword intent reached the first level, he could sense a significant improvement in his understanding and perception of the sword, but he did not expect it to directly elevate his basic sword technique and sword drawing technique to the minor accomplishment realm. Even the Qingfeng Fuliu sword had risen to the minor accomplishment realm. I truly am a genius. The thoughts in my mind became clearer as I praised myself fervently. He couldn't be bothered to test the changes in his fundamental swordsmanship and sword drawing technique at this moment. He would find out the differences when he encountered a monster later. The Shin-level martial arts are indeed remarkable. Simply advancing from minor success to major success requires 200 experience points. He remarked in awe as he looked at the experience points needed for the Qingfeng Fuliu sword. The higher the required experience points, the more formidable the corresponding power would become. For instance, his silent snow step could increase his speed tenfold upon reaching perfection, which made him eager to see the power of the Qingfeng Fuliu sword at its full potential. As the 200 experience points vanished, his mind received the martial arts information for the Qingfeng Fuliu sword at the major success level, making him realize just how powerful it truly was. At this moment, he could confidently claim that with the major success level Qingfeng Fuliu sword, he could defeat 3 versions of his former self. Moreover, he began to feel a current sensation in his upper body, and as time went on, he could sense that he was becoming more adept at wielding the Qingfeng Fuliu sword. After a while, this sensation completely disappeared, and he no longer felt regret over the 2 million experience points lost directly upgrading the Qingfeng Fuliu sword to perfection. Qingfeng Fuliu sword perfection, 15 million. He initially thought that the Qingfeng Fuliu sword could not be upgraded further upon reaching perfection, but to his surprise, it could still be enhanced, evidently due to the elevation of the sword intent. What a pity there aren't enough experience points. Even if I absorb 2 bottles of stalactite, it won't be enough to elevate to the nuanced realm. Looking at the staggering requirement of 5 million experience points, he could only sigh helplessly. If there were a chance, he genuinely wanted to elevate further. After upgrading the Qingfeng Fuliu sword to perfection, he was left with around 26 million experience points. Even with the addition of 2 bottles of stalactite liquid, it barely reached around 5 million, still falling short by at least 5 million experience points from the required 5 million. Once the information about the Qingfeng Fuliu sword integrated into his mind, he turned his attention back to the attributes panel, then directly infused all remaining 26 million experience points into his realm. Warrior level 1, 115,000. Warrior level 2, 120,000. Warrior level 5, 46243780000. With 26 million, I can only elevate to warrior level 5. I thought I could at least reach warrior level 7. Feeling the true energy within his body surging again, he tucked away his thoughts and focused on refining. Meanwhile, after being angered, Li Mubai and Ding Lan returned to the office of the Martial Arts Society. At this moment, the current president of the Martial Arts Society was waiting in the office for the two. Seeing their dejected expressions, he smiled and asked them, "What happened to you two?" "Brother, by earlier Mubai and I went to invite this year's Rookie King to join our Martial Arts Society, and the result was..." Ding Lan recounted everything that had just happened to Baishur, the current president. The more she spoke, the more her previously calmed emotions flared up again. Playing house. Listening to Ding Lan's recount, Baishur muttered expressionlessly, "Yes, if he doesn't want to join, that's fine, but to insult us like this..." "You're mistaken, he wasn't wrong in what he said." Hearing what their president said, Li Mubai and Ding Lan found it hard to believe that the almost elected president and vice president they had competed so hard for were, in the eyes of the current president, merely a child's play. In fact, whether it's Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, or Magic City Martial Arts University, the Martial Arts Society is essentially just child's play in a meaningful sense. If Lin San were still around, you would understand why. Baishur said nothing more, only casually mentioned a name. Li Mubai and Ding Lan fell silent upon hearing the name Lin San. According to the original trajectory, the new president of the Martial Arts Society should have been Lin San, but he tragically perished during a mission, otherwise it wouldn't have been Li Mubai's turn to take office. At this moment, Ding Lan might have merely been a small cadre in the Martial Arts Society. Normally, the president of the Martial Arts Society should have been elected from among the second-year students. However, it was unclear why the college mentors had chosen first-year students like Li Mubai and Ding Lan. Baishur's presence here was also due to the need to quickly complete the handover with Li Mubai and others before the school year began. "Brother, by then why do I still continue to stay in the Martial Arts Society?" Baishur looked at the two who hesitated to speak and directly articulated what they wanted to ask. However, he did not answer, but instead asked them, "During your time in the Martial Arts Society, you should know that although I am the president, I never manage affairs, I throw everything to Lin San and the others. Do you know why?" The two shook their heads. A few days ago they would have said that Baishur was training Lin San's management skills, but it was evidently not as they thought. In fact, no matter which president it is, they never keep matters at hand, but focus on cultivation instead. The college mentors never need the Martial Arts Society's assistance, they just need to say a word and a multitude of students will rush to assist. Then why does the Martial Arts Society exist? It's because the talents and abilities of the members of the Martial Arts Society are among the best in all the years, and we need to bring glory to the college during exchanges with other martial arts universities. To put it bluntly, if your cultivation were to drop even slightly with your erratic temperament, you really wouldn't stand it. Li Mubai smiled awkwardly. After listening to Baishur for a long time, the two understood much more. So don't take your positions as president and vice president of the Martial Arts Society too seriously, as it really lowers the standard. When you are strong enough, naturally people will recognize you. "Brother, we understand," Li Mubai and Ding Lan both said to Baishur. However, while what Guo said is true, the dignity of the Martial Arts Society cannot be insulted or debated. Since he could say it, he naturally must pay the corresponding price. A few days later, the true chi within him successfully reached the 5th level of martial artist. After sitting for a long time, he stretched lazily and crisp sounds emanated from his bones, resembling the sound of caramelizing sugar. "I feel so strong now that Li Mubai is nothing but a pushover in my eyes. Wait, why am I even comparing myself to him? I should be comparing myself to who I was yesterday." Suddenly realizing why he was comparing himself to Li Mubai, he corrected himself and took out his phone to check the tasks in the Mission Hall. Mission Hall app. Cleaning task for teaching building no. 1 requires 5 people. Task completion rewards 10 credits. Firewood at the Weapon Academy for 1 day requires 8 people. Task completion rewards 30 credits. The Alchemy Academy requires volunteers for testing medicine, requires 2 people. Task completion rewards 50 credits, or an antidote pill. What kind of ridiculous tasks are these? It's just busy work. Casually complaining, he noticed that the tasks that had just appeared were suddenly gone. Clearly they had been snatched by someone. Who would want such a lousy task? Looking at the cleared tasks in the mission hall, he found it hard to believe that his classmates had so little ambition. It was unbelievable that even tasks with such low rewards would be accepted. He took another look at the mission hall and was struck by a first-level mission prominently displayed at the top. He clicked on it, and options for 1st to 4th level tasks popped up. I told you, how could there be so few missions in such a large martial arts university? It turned out that the mission hall defaulted to 1st level tasks, which were the simplest and suitable for students at the martial apprentice stage. As for the 2nd to 4th levels, they were categorized based on task difficulty, but upon inspection, he found that 4th level tasks basically required at least a martial teacher's realm to accept. Eliminate the wanted criminal Wang Xiaosan within Jiangnan City. Target martial artist level 5. Task completion rewards 1,500 credits. This one is good. You just killing a level 5 martial artist criminal can earn 1,500 credits. This is a guaranteed profit. Just as he clicked on the second level task, a new task popped up. It was his first time accepting a mission, so he thought it would be a good opportunity to try out his skills on this wanted criminal. Sorry, the criminal's location must be inquired at the prosecutor's office. It is not recommended for an individual to take this task. If you have a team, please accept the task there. Looking at the words that popped up on the screen, he suddenly remembered that Li Mubai had once invited him to join a team. The academy suggested that students form a team of 5, as some tasks required a team. Forget it, I won't accept such lousy tasks in the future. He looked at the detailed information of this task and realized that the prosecutor's office only provided a certain area range, ensuring the target had not left Jiangnan City. The rest relied on him to find. If it only provided this, there was no way he could complete it alone. No wonder the credits for completing the task were so high. The rewards were not meant for an individual, but for a team. Eliminate the attacking Gale Wolf Pack task completion, rewards 1,400 credits. This is good indeed. Killing demon beasts is most suitable for me. After reviewing the task description, he felt completely confident. This task of eliminating the Gale Wolf Pack rewards a whopping 1,300 credits. Once completed, he could just go to the library to exchange for a low-grade mysterious technique, and the Gale Wolf was a second-level demon beast, which provided substantial experience. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This task is recommended for a team. Are you sure you want to accept it? Confirmed. Sorry, your level is first. You can currently only accept first-level tasks. Please go to the logistics department for level certification improvement. What the heck, that first level was my own level. He saw the one in the upper left corner earlier, thinking it was because he was a freshman, which is why it showed 1. In fact, that was his level in the mission hall. Such a good task wasted. It seems I can only go to the logistics department for certification to see if I can raise my level. At this moment, he had already made up his mind that if he could not improve his level after certification, he would not take any tasks, and would simply go outside the city to hunt demon beasts. At the logistics department building. Old ancestor, I'm troubling you again this time. It's nothing to trouble about, Xiao Mo. You could have just called. There was no need to come over. We also hope to quickly drive away the Gale Wolves, so we came directly. It's not too far from here. That's true, there haven't been any casualties, right? No casualties, just some minor injuries are unavoidable. They come every few days, and there are hardly any young and strong men left in the village. Only the elderly, weak, and children can't withstand such turmoil. While the two were reminiscing, a girl in work clothes knocked on the office door. There must be something important for me. Is it okay for me to step out? No need. Come in. Seeing that the middle-aged man opposite him said no need, Feng Wuda shouted towards the door. Minister, a freshman has come for level certification. Can't you handle this yourself? Why are you looking for me? Feng Wuda said somewhat impatiently to the girl, as such trivial matters usually needed him to handle. Why did they suddenly come to find him today? No, Minister. You specifically instructed us that if someone named Gua Xiao came, we should notify you. The girl also sensed Feng Wuda's impatience, and quickly continued speaking. Meanwhile, she was curious why the village chief of such a small village warranted such special treatment from Feng Wuda, but she knew that this was not something a mere employee like her could comprehend. Curiosity has often led to trouble. Gua Xiao. Has that kid learned the newly changed technique? So eager to take on a task. Feng Wuda knew that Gua Xiao had already reached the martial artist realm, so naturally he would not be satisfied with just accepting first-level tasks. He must be here to get his level certified. However, he did not expect that only a few days had passed, and Gua Xiao was already so eager to come over. Old ancestor, should I step out for a moment? Little Mo sitting across from Feng Wuda naturally heard, and said, no need, he is just a freshman this year, but his talent and ability are quite good. Hearing his ancestors praise the middle-aged man called Xiao Mo no longer mentioned stepping out, but began to grow curious about Gua Xiao. To be praised by his ancestor for having decent talent and ability, he must be quite exceptional. It should be noted that his ancestors' standards were quite high, quite ordinary. He's fairly handsome, clean-cut though careless about his appearance. Yet he's merely a student, yet somehow exudes a faint aura of danger. I may not even stand a chance against him. The middle-aged man, known as Xiao Mo, silently observed Gua Xiao as he was led in. What astonished him most was that elusive, unsettling aura of peril Gua Xiao emitted. Though Xiao Mo himself had only reached the 9th realm of martial cultivation, years spent battling monstrous beasts had honed his instinct for such presences. No wonder the sect's venerable ancestor held this youth in such high regard. So, you wish to undertake level 2 assignments? Feng Wuda finally spoke as Gua Xiao stopped before his desk. Yes. To elevate your clearance to level 2 at the assignment hall, you'd normally have to wait until next semester. And what if it's not normal? Feng Wuda faltered. Hadn't he expected the standard follow-up? Are there any other options? First, leverage your cultivation level to join a senior squad, thereby qualifying for level 2, even level 3 missions. Feng Wuda raised one finger as he spoke. Any others? Guo Xiao shook his head. Joining a squad would be effortless. He'd already declined Li Mubai's invitation. Second, form your own squad and recruit seniors, raising your team's composite rating sufficiently to qualify for level 2 assignments. Isn't this just the first option repackaged? And why must everything revolve around squads? Guo Xiao rolled his eyes, inwardly exasperated. We actively discourage soloist tendencies among students. 2 centuries ago, those who pursued independent paths faced mortality rates exceeding 90%. Nowadays it hovers near 70%. Thus all martial academies strongly advise forming cohesive teams. Indeed, after institutionalizing team-based operations, fatality rates plummeted to under 30%. Feng Wuda offered the explanation unprompted, as though reading Guo Xiao's unspoken skepticism. Any further options? Obtain official certification from the Academic Affairs Office verifying your cultivation has genuinely met level 2 prerequisites. Guo Xiao's question revealed his intent, and though Feng Wuda would normally omit such details, he disclosed the third option. Nonetheless, Guo Xiao's talent was exceptionally rare. He represented their best hope of securing victory for Jiangnan Martial Arts University at the upcoming Interschool Grand Tournament 2 years hence, and Feng Wuda refused to let such promise perish needlessly. Yet he would not constrain Guo Xiao. Even if misfortune struck, that too would be part of his destiny. Just then, Xiao Mo, you're here too. Wuda, what matter requires Academic Affairs Office certification? Lin Detian, Director of Academic Affairs, soared in through the window. He'd overheard from afar, but missed the specifics. You've got a door, why always fly in through the window? As Director of Academic Affairs, don't you care about dignity? Feng Wuda sighed, then gestured toward Guo Xiao. This young man seeks to upgrade his assignment clearance. Oh, why neglect your newly acquired arts and techniques to chase assignments? If uncertainty holds you back, I'll assign you a personal mentor immediately. And why haven't you been training in the gravity chamber lately? These days it's nearly empty, but once formal term begins, bookings will flood in. You'll need reservations just to enter. Lin Detian promptly launched into his habitual lecture, endless earnest counsel urging Guo Xiao not to overreach before mastering fundamentals. I've already mastered them. Guo Xiao had naively assumed brief remarks would suffice. How naive. 30 uninterrupted minutes later, he conceded truly the Director of Academic Affairs was a director. Don't interrupt. Wait, what did you say? You've mastered them. Lin Detian mid-sentence froze. His usual half-hour monologue derailed. Guo Xiao's interjection left him speechless. Indeed, you're certain you mean all 3 manuals, not just the concealment art? As director, Lin Detian knew Guo Xiao's selections, the profoundly demanding Xiantian art and breeze-brushing willow sword technique. That Guo Xiao claimed mastery stunned him, prompting disbelief and scrutiny. Absolutely. You're not teasing me, yeah? Why tease? Even 6 manuals wouldn't daunt me, let alone. I refuse to believe it. Demonstrate right now. Lin Detian stood like a stubborn elder, face etched with utter skepticism. Even Feng Wuda shared his doubt, while Xiao Mo remained bewildered, watching the exchange in silence. If I demonstrate successfully, will you issue the certification? Should you truly succeed, not only the certification, but skipping grades, I'll process it instantly. You swear this? My word is as irreversible as excrement expelled, never retracted. Then watch closely. Before Lin Detian and Feng Wuda's eyes, Guo Xiao's cultivation surged, briefly flashing from first realm to third realm, then collapsing back to first realm. This. Both masters sensed the fluctuation, yet struggled to believe it. Though they hadn't actively scanned him with divine sense, how could a mere first-realm cultivator conceal such shifts? Before Lin Detian and Feng Wuda's eyes, Guo Xiao's cultivation surged, briefly flashing from first realm to third realm, then collapsing back. Within Guo Xiao's meridians, a veil of genuine qi masked his true aura, so subtle that even a momentary lapse in attention would have deceived them utterly. His ascension to fifth realm confirmed mastery of the Xiantian art. No other path could yield such seamless, stable advancement. Moreover, his qi flowed with profound solidity. No trace of artificial inflation from pills or How did you achieve this? Lin Detian and Feng Wuda asked in perfect unison, as if sharing. I acquired rare celestial herbs and combined them with accumulated foundation. The breakthrough came naturally. Guo Xiao shrugged, speaking with quiet, unshakable certainty. Feng Wuda and Lin Detian naturally understood what Guo Xiao referred to as the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, even with the assistance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, one should not directly elevate to the 5th rank of a martial artist. It's important to know that absorbing treasures also requires time for refinement. At this moment, the expression on Guo Xiao's face was just that, causing the two to momentarily become tongue-tied. Both of them, having spent hundreds of years together, coughed at the same time, breaking the sudden silence. And then Lin Detian continued, barely acceptable. The talent can be considered adequate. Of course, if it weren't for my inadequate talent, I might have already reached the 7th rank of a martial artist. Guo Xiao nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Dishan's words. This talent isn't good enough. Where did old Zhang find such a gem? Could this kid be putting on a show? The three present internally complained about Guo Xiao's words, especially the middle-aged man referred to as Xiao Mo, who, although not showing it on his face, was completely astonished inside. If he remembered correctly, at Guo Xiao's age he was only at the 9th rank of a martial apprentice and was already considered to have decent talent. Instructor, should I demonstrate the Qingfeng fully used sword for you? Forget it, no need to see it. Lin Ditian could tell from Guo Xiao's expression that he had truly mastered the Qingfeng fully used sword, otherwise he wouldn't have been so confident to mention it. Come on, use your strongest martial skill against me, let me see if your power is sufficient. Instructor, isn't this, what are you afraid of? You with your 5th rank martial apprentice strength can't possibly hurt me, Lin Ditian said dismissively, thinking Guo Xiao was worried about injuring him. Rest assured, even if your realm rises to a great martial master, you won't be able to harm a single hair of. After Lin Ditian finished speaking, he walked to the center of the office, the most spacious spot, with his hands behind his back, showing no sign of defense. This was all quite natural. After all, he was a strong practitioner at the emperor level. How could he possibly be harmed by a student at the 5th rank of a martial artist? Alright, then I will show my humble skills. Guo Xiao gripped the hilt of the Qingfeng sword with his left hand, focused on Lin Ditian, and gathered his spirit before drawing the Qingfeng sword and striking. Sword drawing technique. Initially intending to use the Qingfeng fully used sword, but this office setting clearly wasn't suitable, the sword drawing technique was the most appropriate. Moreover, he had just reached the subtle realm of the sword drawing technique, making it the perfect opportunity to test the power of this skill. A streak of sword light appeared from Guo Xiao's hand, attacking Lin Ditian in the blink of an eye. Guo Xiao originally thought Lin Ditian intended to take it heating with his body, but unexpectedly, just as the sword was about to strike Lin Ditian, Lin Dishan's 2 fingers tightly pinched the blade of the Qingfeng sword, which was now less than a centimeter from Lin Dishan's eyes. No matter how hard Guo Xiao tried, he could not budge the sword, prompting him to abandon his offensive actions. Damn, am I that weak? I can't even surpass 2 fingers. Upon hearing Guo Xiao's self-talk, Lin Ditian also reacted, suppressing the shock within his heart, and calmly said to Guo Xiao, it's mediocre, but the power of this strike is still considered passable. Then does what you just said count, instructor? Of course, no need for proof or anything, you just let old Feng assist you in getting a backdoor upgrade. Right, old Feng? You wait at the door for the staff member who brought you in, she will guide you through the procedures. Alright, then I'll trouble you. Next time I'll treat you both to a meal. After sheathing the Qingfeng sword and thanking them, he walked out of the office to wait. Shall later you take that little brother from earlier and help him process the task. Hall's level, yes, upgrade to level 2. Proof. No need, Lin Ditian, just set it in my office. As long as he gets to level 2, just handle it as you see fit. After Guo Xiao left the office, Feng Wuda picked up the desk's landline and dialed out, clearly contacting the staff member from earlier. Old ancestor, are you sure that person just now is a freshman this year, and not a sophomore, or even a junior? After Feng Wuda hung up the phone, the middle-aged man, Xiao Mo, finally asked in shock. Guo Xiao's sword strike, with his current strength at the 9th rank of a martial artist, was completely unable to withstand it. He would likely be instantly slain by that sword light. Don't say it's you. If I hadn't seen his information myself, I would also believe he was a sophomore or junior. That kid just used the sword drawing technique. I sensed he has already reached the subtle realm. Lin Ditian, watching Guo Xiao, who had already left, finally expressed what he felt from Guo Xiao's sword. This is impossible. Feng Wuda exclaimed. He naturally knew what the subtle realm was, but he couldn't imagine such a realm appearing in a newly enrolled student at the martial academy. Subtle realm. The middle-aged man, Xiao Mo, evidently didn't know what the subtle realm was, only pondering in confusion. Well, that kid's sword just now had at least the power of a 3rd rank martial master. And this probably isn't even his full strength. I distinctly felt that when the sword was about to hit me, he instinctively retracted a bit of force. Unfortunately, this technique can only be recognized by old Zhang. No one else can detect it. Lin Ditian truly found it difficult to determine whether Guo Xiao had reached the subtle realm in the sword drawing technique. If it had been any other martial skill, he could have discerned a thing or two. But the sword drawing technique only consisted of the actions of drawing and sheathing the sword. Unless Dean Zhang were present, no one would dare to affirm it. His current belief that Guo Xiao's sword drawing technique had reached the subtle realm was based solely on its power. Otherwise, based on Guo Xiao's realm combined with the completed sword drawing technique, it wouldn't reach the power of a 3rd rank martial master. Furthermore, Guo Xiao had already retracted some of his strength in that last strike. If he hadn't held back, the power would have been at least 1 or 2 levels stronger. Feng Wuda completely believed Lin Dishan's words. After all, expertise is specialized. Since he could serve as the head of the academic affairs office, it wasn't just about realm. He also had to possess insight into martial techniques and skills. Lin Ditian was right. Guo Xiao had indeed subconsciously held back some strength. Although he knew he wouldn't harm Lin Detian in the slightest, he still felt a bit nervous since he was his academy's instructor. Outside Feng Wu's office, Guo Xiao was completely unaware of the discussions happening inside. Guo Xiao. I'm here. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Li from the logistics department. Wang Li evidently picked up on something from the phone, otherwise Guo Xiao's task level in the hall wouldn't have been resolved so quickly, especially through the back door. One should know that following normal procedures would take at least some time. Although he was reluctant to accept such a tedious task, his strong professional ethics compelled him to smile and say to Guo Xiao, come to my office, and he'll help you with the formalities. Alright, Teacher Wang. Don't call me that, I'm just a staff member at Jiangnan Martial Arts University now. You can. Hearing Guo Xiao call her teacher, Wang Li felt quite happy. With this address their relationship had undeniably grown. My martial arts level is only at the 9th stage of Great Martial Master, so I cannot become a mentor at the academy yet. I'm just an assistant for now. Once I break through to the martial spirit realm, I can start working as a teaching assistant. As she spoke, a look of longing appeared on Wang Li's face, but it quickly turned into disappointment, clearly indicating that she still needed quite a bit of time to break through to the martial spirit realm. Sister Li, you are already at the 9th stage of Great Martial Master, just one step away from the martial spirit realm. Maybe you'll suddenly break through tonight. If only that were the case, but I just recently broke through to the Great Martial Master realm, and I still have a considerable distance to go to reach martial spirit. Wang Li smiled and shook her head, but her mood had clearly improved. Xiao Di, we've arrived. They chatted a lot on the way, and their relationship had visibly grown closer, as evidenced by their choice of address. On my way to pick you up, I thought of a way to elevate your level. You may not know this, but such task levels cannot be raised casually. Following the standard procedure, it is regulated to be processed within a unified time frame, the last of which was 1 month after the start of the semester. Even though you have received approval from Director Lin and Minister Feng, the process is still inevitable, especially since it's currently summer vacation. It will take at least 10 days to update your task level in the system. Listening to Wang Li's explanation, Guo Xiao naturally understood the academy's way of doing things. If someone with the martial disciple realm, or just breaking through to the martial artist realm, recklessly took on a second-level task, it would truly be tantamount to seeking death, and the academy clearly did not wish for such incidents to occur. Given your situation, you obviously don't want to wait, right? Seeing Guo Xiao nodding in agreement, Wang Li continued, one way is for you to form a small team yourself, and then I can adjust the team's overall level for you in the system. Of course, I will also help you apply for the task level in the hall. Alright, I appreciate your help, Sister Li. Please fill out this form, it'll go out, and report to Minister Feng. After Wang Li stepped out, Guo Xiao filled out the paper she handed him. As a cultured person, coming up with a team name is quite a painful task. Do I really need to fill out a description and entry requirements? Looking at the various terms on the application form, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Hey, I've got it. Suddenly a village and description from an anime in his past life flashed in his mind. Since this era has never seen such anime, he decided to use it without hesitation. Swish. Swish swish. I am indeed a genius, my thoughts are just so unique. Looking at the series of information he filled out according to the requirements, he nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Di, what's so unique? Wang Li, having finished her conversation with Feng Wuda outside the office, entered her office just in time to hear Guo Xiao's remark about being unique and curiously inquired. It's nothing, Sister Li, I've already filled it out. So fast. Let me see. Wang Li was clearly pleased with Guo Xiao's speed in filling out the form, but she still needed to check it to avoid any omissions. Team name, my description, where the leaves of my dance, the fire continues to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate this village and allow new leaves to sprout. Entry requirements, at least one perfected martial skill. Looking at the series of information Guo Xiao filled out, Wang Li was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she asked, are you sure your entry requirements are not written incorrectly? No, it's correct. Besides, I don't expect anyone to apply to join, but if someone really does, I probably won't agree. After looking again and confirming that she hadn't made a mistake, she replied, that makes sense. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, Wang Li felt it was fine. After all, the purpose of establishing this small team was merely to temporarily assist Guo Xiao in being able to take on second-level tasks. Whether anyone joined didn't really matter. Alright, I've scanned this into the system. I'm now going to deliver this information to Minister Feng. You can check the task hall to see if there are any tasks you like. Thank you, Sister Li. No problem. After Wang Li finished speaking, she left her office, presumably to go to kill the incoming wolf pack. Task completion, reward 1400 credits. This task hasn't been taken yet. I hope it's still available later. Immediately after, he continued to look at the content in the task hall. Meanwhile, Feng Wuda also saw the team application form filled out by Guo Xiao. Where the leaves of my dance, the fire continues to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate this village and allow new leaves to sprout. Good. Old Feng, when did you become so cultured? Hearing Feng Wu's murmurs, Lin Detian couldn't help but praise him 3 times, even throwing in some sarcastic remarks, clearly indicating that Feng Wuda would not be able to write something like this. Here, take a look for yourself. Not bad. I'm increasingly impressed with this Guoxiao kid. Looking at the signature on the application form made Lin Ditian unable to help but praise Guoxiao. This statement was just a casual remark for Wang Li and the middle-aged man Xiao Mo, but for Lin Ditian and Feng Wuda, who had lived for hundreds of years, it was a vivid reflection of their generation. In their understanding, the two characters, Mai, referred to the older generation in the village, while the character, Fire, represented the younger generation or the ordinary residents of the village. For fire to burn, it needs fuel. If one wishes for the fire to continue burning, it requires the leaves to serve as fuel for its continuation. And this village is clearly Huaxia. The younger generation is the hope for the future, while the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices made by the older generation are not meaningless. Rather, they inspire the young to become the pillars that bear the future. Is the efficiency this fast? Looking at the information popping up on the screen, it was evident that he had honorably been promoted to the captain of a team. After glancing at the task of killing the incoming Windwolf pack, he discovered that the task was still available and quickly clicked to apply. Are you sure you want to accept the task numbered 5006-1232 to kill the incoming Windwolf pack? After confirming that he had accepted the task, he nodded in satisfaction. He had spent half an hour in the task hall, but there were hardly any tasks available that he could accept. Either they required several people to complete, or the tasks themselves were too time-consuming, or his strength was insufficient to complete them. After looking around, he only accepted this one task, and just as his promotion information popped up, he was too lazy to continue browsing. Xiaodi, your application has been approved, congratulations. Sisterly, my phone just notified me, and I happened to accept the task. I saw this task in the morning, I didn't expect it to still be available now. That's because it's currently summer vacation and many second and third year students have returned home to visit their families. Generally they go out in small teams, so tasks aren't picked up quickly during this period. After some time, luck like this won't be so easy to come by. Wang Li explained while searching for the task that Guoxiao had accepted on her computer. Are you sure you can handle this task on your own? Wang Li, while searching for the task on her computer, looked at Guoxiao with a slightly strange expression mixed with The strangeness was due to the fact that this task was the one she had posted that morning, and the client was the middle-aged man named Xiao Mo from Fengwood's office. The concern stemmed from the fact that Guoxiao was just a freshman who was rashly facing a level 2 demonic beast, the Wind Wolf pack, fearing that his strength was insufficient and he might be killed by the beasts. It's just a pack of wind wolves, there's no pressure at all. Guoxiao looked at Wang Li's expression and thought she was worried about his ability to face a pack of wolves. Just be careful then. I'll notify the client, and you can take his car to the task location. Thanks, sisterly. At this moment in Fengwood's office, the middle-aged man, Xiao Mo's phone vibrated, indicating that his task, Old Ancestor, the task has been accepted, so I'll leave now. Go ahead. Lin Ditian looked at Xiao Mo, who had already left, and said with some regret. If Xiao Mo hadn't gone through that incident, he would at least have reached the martial spirit realm by now. All of this is for the human race, whether we can recover depends on this year's 100 schools competition. Human race. Xiaodi, you can go to the entrance of the logistics building. The client will be waiting for you there. The license plate number is 12,321. Okay, sisterly, I'll head over now. Alright, come back and visit me when you return, I'll treat you to a meal. Sure. My newly recognized brother has such remarkable strength, daring to face the Wind Wolf pack alone. After watching Guoxiao leave the office, Wang Li couldn't help but sigh. Being able to say he could face the Wind Wolf pack alone at the martial artist stage was something that surprised Wang Li. She remembered that when she was at the martial artist stage, she rarely accepted tasks to kill demonic beasts without teammates. At the entrance of the logistics building, Guoxiao couldn't help but think tisk, if this license plate 12,321 were in my previous life, it would definitely be eye-catching. Here it comes. Seeing a vehicle slowly turning from afar with his current eyesight, he could easily tell it was the client's car. There was no way to miss the conspicuous license plate. Guoxiao waved at the approaching vehicle. Is something the matter? Junior, is there something you need? Seeing it was Guoxiao, the middle-aged man Xiao Mo in the driver's seat asked curiously, clearly thinking that Guoxiao wanted to ask him something. Junior. Guoxiao was puzzled by the middle-aged man's address, wondering if he was also a graduate of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Is the task numbered 5006-1232 to kill the incoming Wind Wolf pack? Yeah. How did you know? The middle-aged man was a bit puzzled as to how Guoxiao knew, but then suddenly realized, saying in a daze, which my team are you? At this point, Guoxiao had already taken the passenger seat, smiling at the dazed middle-aged man, and saying, just in time to hitch a ride with you back, saving me the expense of taking a taxi. The middle-aged man thought his hitching a ride so blatant. He looked at Guoxiao's cheerful demeanor with a bit of helplessness, never expecting that the one accepting his commission would be this junior. It truly was fate. Hurry, the Gale Wolves are coming again. Quickly get inside and hide. A young man in his 20s rushed over and shouted towards the village. What? They're here again today? Huzi, drop your toy and run inside quickly. The once lively village fell silent upon hearing the newcomer's voice. Soon everyone quickly discarded what they were holding and helped the elderly nearby to run towards the nearest house. From their swift actions, it was evident that they were accustomed to such situations. The young man who had just entered looked at the retreating villagers and suddenly stopped at the entrance of the village, even shouting towards another person who was also preparing to flee. A Fey, let's buy some time for the villagers. Originally ready to retreat, a Fey halted, looking puzzled at his cousin, but when he glanced towards the village he understood. His aunt, nephew, and fellow villagers were among the fleeing crowd. At the speed of the gale wolves, there was no time for the villagers to reach the houses. In that moment his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle, but in an instant his gaze hardened, and he shouted loudly, "Brother, I understand." After saying that, he drew his weapon and stood at the village entrance, vigilantly gazing outside. "Liang, yes, and us too." "What nonsense." Hearing the childish voices behind him, the young man, Liang, abruptly turned around, his eyes sharply sweeping over them. The youthful voices before him were at most at the 8th rank of martial disciples. Facing the gale wolves, it was akin to seeking death, let alone a pack of them. "Brother Liang, we can do it. Yes, we're part of the village too. We aren't afraid." Though their legs trembled, their eyes were resolutely fixed on the two leading figures. "If you really want to help, then train hard. This is not something you little martial disciples can take part in. Indeed, you haven't brought shame to our Danan village. Good job. If you truly want to help, then go back and make sure the elders and villagers hide quickly." A Liang Xiao Fei were. From behind the small group, a few middle-aged men ran up. They first praised the little ones, and then spoke to the lead. "Listen to your uncles and go back. Also inform your brother Lin Mo to hurry back." A Liang at the entrance looked at the small group, his gaze softened somewhat, but he still sternly instructed them. "The gale wolves just came yesterday. Why are they here again so soon?" "I don't know. Xiao Fei and I saw the gale wolves rushing over from the trees over there and hurried back. I wonder how things are on Lin Mo's side. Did he bring back reinforcements?" "Oh well, oh well." As the sounds of the gale wolves grew louder, the few understood that the pack was nearly upon them. "With just a few of us at the 4th rank of martial artists, we may really not make it out of here this time. What's there to be afraid of? After 18 years there will be another champion. No matter what, we must hold them off." Listening to the howls of the gale wolves, the faces of the group darkened slightly. Clearly the number of howls instilled a sense of foreboding within them, yet they forced themselves to joke with each other. However, not a single person took a step back. Instead, their gazes grew ever more resolute. Because behind them lay their homeland, their loved ones. Though they could retreat safely now, their consciences would never be at peace afterward. In just a few breaths, more and more gale wolves appeared before them. So many. Looking at the densely packed gale wolves, their faces began to pale. "Oh well." The leading one-eyed wolf gazed at the group, its eyes growing increasingly cruel, clearly the king of the gale wolf pack. It had originally planned to toy with the humans for a while, but unexpectedly lost one eye due to negligence the day. This time it summoned all its minions, vowing to devour every human in the village. "Oh well." With its call, the gale wolf pack surged forward towards the group. "We must hold the line. I believe reinforcements will come. Uncle Mo, are we close?" After traveling for more than 4 hours, Gua Xiao began to feel a bit bored. "We're at the foot of the mountain now. Oh, just another half hour. But it only takes 10 minutes to run up there." Then why? "Some of the kids from the village got into the martial arts university this time. I brought some gifts for them. Otherwise I usually just leave the car at the foot of the mountain. Aren't you afraid of it being stolen?" Dinglingaling. Dinglingaling. At that moment a phone rang. It was Lin Mo's. "Village chief, what's wrong?" Lin Mo knew without looking who the caller was, as this ringtone was exclusive to his village chief. "Brother Lin Mo, hurry back. The gale wolves are here again." "What?" Lin Mo gasped and slammed. So many wolves." The voice on the other end was choked with tears and fear, clearly frightened by the pack. "I'm already at the foot of the mountain. Hold on, I'll be there soon." After saying that, Lin Mo hung up the phone. "Uncle Mo, which direction is the village? I have slightly better lightness skills. I'll go check it out first." "This direction? I'm heading up first." Lin Mo pointed in a direction and then ran off without looking back, clearly not believing Gua Xiao could outrun him. "Really, I'm so strong. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Indeed, sometimes being too young is a sin. Without thinking too much, he unleashed his skill Snow Trample without a trace and quickly ran towards the direction Lin Mo had indicated. Originally running ahead, Lin Mo suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him, and then a figure appeared before him, quickly distancing itself until it vanished from his sight. What? So fast? The village is saved now. Though he was only at the 9th rank of martial artists, it didn't mean he couldn't see that the figure that had just sped by was Gua Xiao. Initially surprised, he then felt a surge of joy. He truly did not expect that Gua Xiao, who was only at the 5th rank of martial artists, would be so much faster than him, who was at the 9th rank. "Brother Liang, we can't hold on much longer. Hold the line, even if it costs you your life. Brother Lin Mo has already reached the mountain's base. Just a few more minutes." One of the older men, a middle-aged man, suddenly cried out in agony as a galewind wolf sank its fangs into his leg. "Beast, die!" His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the wolf gnawing at his thigh, then swung his weapon down with crushing force onto the beast's skull. The wolf's death brought no relief, only despair. He was now crippled, his severed leg still clenched between the dead wolf's jaws. Yet this was not his deepest despair. The wound bled profusely, and the scent of human blood only inflamed the surrounding galewind wolves into greater frenzy. Already struggling to hold their ground, the group's odds collapsed entirely once he fell. "Uncle Lin! Uncle Lin!" Xiao Fei shouted desperately upon seeing his uncle motionless while galewind wolves closed in around him. Oblivious to the horror, he failed to notice his uncle had lost an entire leg. With a single stroke, he beheaded a lunging galewind wolf, then darted toward Uncle Lin using swift martial footwork. "Uncle Lin, how are you?" His voice trembled as he beheld the gushing wound and the hollow space where a leg should have been. "Uncle." No matter how urgently he called, Uncle Lin remained frozen in stunned silence. Xiao Fei fought off 3 wolves lunging at him, wounding them all, but in doing so, deep gashes were torn across his own arms by the beast's razor-sharp claws. Warm blood splattered across Uncle Lin's face. The sensation jolted him from his abyss of despair. His mind snapped back into clarity. Balancing precariously on one leg, he struck down a galewind wolf charging at Xiao Fei from the right. "Uncle Lin, Xiao Fei, are you alright?" A Liang sprinted over and exhaled in visible relief upon seeing Uncle Lin cleave the wolf mid-lunge. But as he drew nearer, a Liang's gaze hardened. He had seen Uncle Lin's mangled state. "Xiao Fei, get Uncle Lin back to the village, now." "Brother, do as I say. Brother Lin Mo is nearly here. We 3 can endure just a little longer." "Who asked you? I'm not dead, just missing a leg." Uncle Lin glared at the 2 brothers, his voice thick with indignation. Ever since Xiao Fei had rushed to save him, he had reached a grim epiphany. He was but a broken man. His death would mean nothing. Yet Xiao Fei and Liang were barely 20, sons of Danan village, bearers of its future. They must not die here. Huh. A torrent of overwhelming chi erupted from Uncle Lin's body, hurling nearby galewind wolves backward, and in the same breath, he seized both Liang and Xiao Fei, flinging them toward the village gate. "Lin Yong, you've lost your mind." The 2 men guarding the entrance stared, faces paling as they witnessed Lin Yong's sudden terrifying surge of power. Both knew precisely why his aura had surged so violently. "Leave the rest to me. I've lived long enough. When my son returns, tell him his father died a hero." Lin Yong smiled, fierce, unburdened, radiant, and bent his remaining knee. In an instant, he launched himself toward the galewind wolf Alpha, intent on striking the heart of the pack. "Olu." The Alpha fixed its solitary scarred eye upon Lin Yong's rapid approach, its pupil contracting sharply. Instinct screamed danger, threw back its head and howled, summoning its pack home. The charging wolves instantly reversed course, circling Lin Yong with bared fangs and bristling fur. Beasts remain beasts. If I were you, I'd flee now. Turns out, I still fear death. Lin Yong glanced back, toward Liang racing forward toward the distant village, and in that glance burned both tender love for this world and absolute resolve. His aura detonated anew. Raging saber slash. At the very edge of human endurance, he roared, and brought his blade down in a single shattering arc. Uncle Lin. Liang and Xiao Fei staggered upright where Lin Yong had hurled them, then froze, watching in horror as he strode alone into the heart of the wolf horde. Ignoring his exhaustion, Liang surged forward, but halfway there the 2 returning guards seized him and, "Let me go. Uncle, let me go." Yet no matter how fiercely Liang struggled, their grip never loosened. He could only watch helpless as Lin Yong vanished beneath the snarling tide. Boom. Lin Yong's slash sent a plume of dust billowing skyward, engulfing him completely. As the dust slowly settled, there stood Lin Yong, leaning silently on his weapon back, turned toward Liang and Xiao Fei. "Olu! Olu!" The Alpha's howl split the air. Its closest lieutenants lay slaughtered around it. Clearly, in that final moment, they had thrown themselves before the fatal blade to shield their Alpha. "Olu! Olu!" Enraged, the Alpha howled again, and the entire pack echoed its fury. Sensing Lin Yong's life force extinguished, it lunged forward, jaws wide, intent on devouring him whole, to sate its wrath. It meant to tear him apart with its own fangs, consuming him bone and soul to quench its rage. Just as its jaws neared Lin Yong's neck, instinct screamed, "Danger!" It twisted sideways in a desperate roll, dodging a killing strike by a hair's breadth. Still, it was too slow. A gash, deep, ragged bone-bearing, split open along the Alpha's spine. Without a sound, it fled, not howling, not roaring. Only scrambling, bleeding, vanishing into the pack. It survived. Guo Xiao had arrived. He'd sensed Lin Yong's ultimate surge, and hastened there immediately. When he arrived, he saw only one wolf lunging at Lin Yong, who stood rigid, eyes open, propped upright on his saber, motionless. Guo Xiao assumed he'd merely exhausted himself. Without hesitation he drew his sword and struck. Not with mere strength, but with full-blown sword intent woven into the blow. As Guo approached, he saw the man's wounds were catastrophic. One leg gone entirely, blood dripping steadily from the stump, clearly severed by wolf fangs. "Hey sir, are you alright?" Guo spared only a glance, then stepped before Lin Yong, scanning the encircling wolf pack, utterly unaware that Lin Yong was already dead. My! Instantly Guo whirled, his divine sense probing wildly. Nothing. Not a trace of life. Lin Yong's spirit had departed. Did I arrive too late? The one-eyed Wolf King stood in the midst of the wolf pack, watching Guo with a flicker of fear in its eyes, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. It sensed a familiar aura approaching from the foot of the mountain, an aura it could never forget belonging to the one who had blinded it. If it were just Lin Mo alone, it wouldn't be afraid, but with the addition of the unknown strength of Guo, especially the pain in its back, its fear grew. This fear intensified in its heart, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Guo or Lin Mo. "Awoo! Awoo!" The Wolf King howled towards the sky, and the surrounding wolves followed suit. The wolf pack that had surrounded Guo and Lin Yong gradually began to retreat, even taking one of its fallen companions with them as they left. Watching the surrounding wolves disperse, Guo did not pursue, but quietly stood guard by Lin Yong's body. After all, the dead must be respected. Although he was unafraid of these wind wolves, the safety of the villagers behind him was far more important. If even a few wind wolves managed to slip through, his conscience would be troubled. After a long while, Lin Mo also arrived. Did the wolf pack retreat? Lin Mo looked at the two men at the village entrance, as well as Aoyang and others emerging from the village, visibly relieved that Guo had arrived in time. Due to the angle, he could only see Lin Yong's back, unable to discern his current state, but the figure felt familiar. "I'm sorry," Guo said in a somber tone as Lin Mo approached. "Sorry." Guo merely shook his head, not saying much more, as Aoyang and the others had already come closer, and the subsequent actions informed Lin Mo of what had happened. "Brother Lin Mo, Uncle Lin Yo," Aoyang said, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, the villagers, having seen that they were safe, all emerged. In contrast to their usual noisy demeanor, they collectively fell silent, staring at Lin Yong, who stood alone with his sword for a long time, without a word. "Tiger, remember your brave uncle's face. He is the hero of our village. Children, remember." After a long silence, this quietness was finally broken. "Village chief, I shouldn't have," Lin Mo said, his face filled with sorrow as he looked at one of the elderly men. From Lin Mo's address, it was clear that the elderly man was the village chief of Danan village, whose lips trembled slightly. The fallen Lin Yong was his son. Just this morning they had been laughing together, planning to take him out to enjoy life, but unexpectedly a white-haired man sent a black-haired one to the grave. Sigh. Hearing Lin Mo's downcast tone made him sigh deeply. "This is not your fault, perhaps this is just Xiaoyong's fate." "Who is this?" Although he had been inside the house, he had seen that Guo had saved Lin Yong's body, just in time, preventing it from being consumed by the wolves. "Guo from my team of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. He is the one who accepted our village's request." After Guo introduced himself, Lin Mo continued following his lead. "Thank you." It was unclear whether the village chief was expressing gratitude for Guo saving Lin Yong's body, or for accepting their village's request. Perhaps it was both. "I'm sorry, but I may not be able to host you," the village chief said apologetically to Guo. Upon seeing Guo shake his head, indicating no need, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the nearby crowd. "Haoyan, please prepare an urn for Xiaoyong's ashes." "Of course." An elderly man about 50 years old, "Could you several please prepare the items and proceed with Xiaoyong's cremation? Let the children go home." It was better not to let them see the cremation. Starting tomorrow, the villagers would collectively go to the ancestral hall to pay their respects to Lin Yong for 7 days. The village chief was instructing the surrounding villagers to prepare for the cremation and the related matters. "Village chief, what about Ping Qi?" Lin Mo suddenly spoke up. "Speak. Also inform your aunt." Ping Qi was Lin Yong's son, who had moved to Tianshan City a few days ago. Lin Yong had originally intended to accompany him, but Danan village still needed him, and he wanted to wait until everything was completely resolved before reuniting with the two of them. Who would have thought it would end in eternal separation? All right. The next day. "Senior, good morning." "Senior." At this moment, Guo was inquiring about the usual locations of the wind wolves, preparing to deal with them all at once, when he heard two voices, but their address seemed somewhat off, prompting him to ask. "Lin Liang, sophomore student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Lin Fei, also a sophomore student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University." The two suddenly remembered that they had been too focused on handling Lin Yong's funeral yesterday, and had forgotten to greet Guo. "Although I would love to be your senior, it might not be quite appropriate." At this moment, Guo looked at Lin Liang and Lin Fei, and a thought crossed his mind like a crow flying by. These two are actually sophomores, but they look too mature. Not appropriate. Lin Liang and Lin Fei looked at Guo and Lin Mo with puzzled expressions. Lin Mo also looked awkward as her two cousins did seem to appear a bit older, but she forced a smile to defuse the situation. Gua Xiao is just a freshman. It is indeed not appropriate for you to call him senior. A freshman? Both exclaimed in surprise as Lin Mo's words seemed too fantastical. They had clearly seen Gua Xiao's strength yesterday. With a mere flick of his sword he had injured the Wind Wolf King. Thinking Gua Xiao was a senior above the third year since he was also a student at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, suddenly hearing he was just a freshman was hard for them to believe. Although I don't want to burst your bubble, I truly am a freshman. Have you two gone to the ancestral hall to pay respects? We have. I heard the village chief say the whole village is supposed to pay their respects. Gua Xiao asked Lin Liang and Lin Fei, curious about the village's complex family relations. It's not what you think. This is a tradition of our Danan village. Anyone who dies in battle for Danan village must go to the ancestral hall to be worshipped for 7 days, hoping they can find a good family in their next life. Lin Mo explained upon seeing Gua Xiao's expression. I see. That tradition is quite good. Alright, enough chit-chat. I'll be off now. If any wolf packs come, let me know. Sure, take care. Alright. After finishing, Gua Xiao floated away from the village, disappearing from sight in just a few breaths. Senior brother Lin Mo is Captain Gua Xiao back at the academy. Lin Liang had originally intended to address Gua Xiao as junior brother, but recalling his own inferior cultivation level, he hastily amended his title to captain. He's gone after the Stormwind Wolf Pack. Said he wants to complete the commission swiftly. What? Alone? Not difficult, is it? Would he really bring along 2 burdens like you two? Lin Mo rolled her eyes, speaking with faint peculiar amusement. Lin Liang and Lin Fei fell silent upon hearing her words. Indeed, with Gua Xiao's formidable strength, and that lightfoot martial art he'd just displayed, he could surely withdraw safely from the wolf pack even if victory proved elusive. Yet escorting them would demand divided attention and constant vigilance. Calling them burdens was in truth not. Don't dwell on it. Some are born warriors, destined for the path of martial cultivation, but they remain rare. Most like us walk a more ordinary road. Lin Mo gazed after Gua Xiao's retreating figure, her voice thick with quiet reflection. Enough. You've both labored hard these past days. Now that Gua Xiao has arrived, return to the academy at your earliest convenience. I'll depart 7 days after paying respects at Uncle Lin's memorial rites. And in the meantime hunt spirit beasts to earn academic credits. Same here. Brother, no need. We have enough. I have no use for them. Besides, the gravity training chamber has been nearly vacant lately. Aim to break through to martial cultivator 5th rank before term. Brother, no need. We have enough. I have no use for them. Besides, the gravity training chamber has been nearly vacant lately. Aim to break through to martial cultivator 5th rank before term begins. This Danan village occupies a perilous location, Gua Xiao murmured softly, glancing back over his shoulder as he departed. Were it not encircled entirely by natural barriers, with only a single entrance, the village would long since have been obliterated by spirit beasts. He had traveled barely several kilometers beyond Danan village when spirit beasts began appearing, most merely first-rank specimens. Yet even first-rank beasts swarmed in staggering numbers. No wonder Su Qing had spoken so grimly of Jiangnan Martial Arts University's high fatality rate. What a pity, Gua Xiao mused sorrowfully, gazing down at the fallen first-rank beasts. In the end he reluctantly severed their claws and departed. Crowds were growing too dense nearby for him to absorb experience points discreetly. Even though he could draw experience from a distance, a corpse vanishing mere 1 meter away, without warning, would inevitably draw suspicion. Rather than tracking the wolf pack directly through the forest, he veered wide around its perimeter. Dense woods invited disorientation, as Lin Mo had noted. Circumnavigating added negligible time. After all, he harbored little confidence in his own sense of direction. Nearby, a gang of petty thugs watched Gua Xiao effortlessly slay a first-rank level 4 spirit beast. Exchanging glances, they converged upon him. Their leader, a tattooed brute, spoke first. Brother, your skill is impressive. Care to join us hunting beasts for profit? No need. Truly, we've got a martial cultivator first-rank captain. You lure the beasts, we strike from behind. 1 beast falls, dead. 2 beasts fall, both dead. Rest assured we'll take a smaller cut. 10% goes to you. Hearing their boastful patter, Gua Xiao rolled his eyes. So they expected him to shoulder mortal peril for a pittance. Don't refuse our favor. It's your good fortune. Know this, legions beg to join our squad within this terror. Then go find them. We chose you. You're easy on the eyes. Otherwise, why approach you? This was no first-time scheme. Spotting Gua Xiao's youth, they pegged him instantly as a fresh academy recruit, precisely the type they preyed upon most eagerly. He possessed solid martial foundations, yet lacked battlefield acumen against spirit beasts. With several 9th-stage martial apprentices and 1 first-rank martial cultivator, they felt utterly in control. Another conscripted into Tianlong's labor corps. Keep clear. This isn't our affair. Such a refined young man. What a shame. Bystanders edged away, well aware of the gang's unsavory reputation in this region. You heard us. If you value your skin, obey. I'm a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Aren't you? Kid, go complain to your instructor. See if he'll rush here to restore your dignity. The thugs erupted in raucous. Seeing Guo Zhao's blank expression, they laughed until tears streamed down their cheeks. The tattooed leader finally composed himself and said, "Boy, none among us exceeds the martial cultivator realm. Tell me, how much face would your instructor lose coming here to rescue a university student from street cultivators?" Fair point, Guo Zhao nodded solemnly. Since enrolling at the university, he'd grasped the terrifying scale of resource disparity. Had he never entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he'd never have mastered the profound heaven art or the breeze through willows sword technique. Nor would he ever have attained the ethereal, ineffable sword intent at this stage. Truth be told, we street cultivators despise students like you most, hoarding immense resources while cowering like timid sparrows. Who else should we bully if not you? Enough wasting time. Go lure some beasts for us, boy. Assuming Guo Zhao's stillness signaled fear, the leader added, "Relax, we uphold principles. Your life stays intact." Hearing the gang's genuine intent to deploy him as bait, Guo Zhao quietly withdrew his concealed murderous intent. After all, in Honghai City, only his superior strength had spared him from being slaughtered by thugs like Scarface. Since your hearts aren't wholly rotten, I'll spare you this time. But bruises you shall certainly earn. Just as the thugs thought they'd misheard, suddenly immense force hurled them backward. Wincing, they staggered upright. Their leader pointed a trembling finger at Guo Zhao. "You, playing the fool to ambush the tiger. Next time sharpen your eyes. Some people are not to be trifled with." With that, Guo Zhao glided forward, leaving the stunned thugs staring dumbfounded at one another. This should be the right direction. After checking the map on my phone and comparing it to the surroundings, I finally felt reassured that I was on the right path, even grumbling a bit. Why don't they just send a few satellites into the sky? At least they should improve the positioning system. Experience points 40000. Afterward, I absorbed a nameless second-level monster, feeling a surge of joy. Snap. Suddenly Guo Zhao patted his head and muttered to himself, "I forgot again. Ooh, I should have chopped off its claws first." The task hall has ongoing missions for the long-term acquisition of monster claws and skins of any grade, which can be exchanged for credits at the logistics building. Of course, the higher the tier of the monster, the more credits its materials can yield. He thought about exchanging for a few more cultivation manuals, as he was currently short on credits. Although he didn't know how much the claws would fetch, he figured that every bit counts, especially since he had a storage ring, making it quite convenient. After another 2 hours, he had walked quite a distance in the jungle, but he had yet to encounter a single gale wolf, making him doubt whether Lin Mo had given him the correct location. Is that a village? Being in the jungle, he couldn't discern the right path, so he decisively leaped onto the tallest tree nearby. As the saying goes, only by standing tall can one see far, and by seeing far can one know the direction. He wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the tree, he spotted a vague village in the distance. However, it was too far to see clearly if anyone still lived there. It should be an abandoned village. The village in the distance appeared somewhat empty, with no signs of any walls or infrastructure. Clearly, it was either protected by powerful beings or simply abandoned. Guo Zhao leaned more towards the latter. The village in the distance was indeed deserted. Perfect, I can rest there for the night, and tomorrow I will look around this area again. If I still don't find any traces of the wolf pack, I'll head back first. After pondering for a moment, he decided on his next course of action. Originally, he intended to return before it got dark, but since there was a village where he could spend the night temporarily, he was too lazy to go back. Moreover, if there were so many monsters during the day, wouldn't there be even more at night? With his current strength, he had no fear of anything below the martial master stage. Even if he encountered a martial master, he was confident he could fight back, or at least escape. "Sister, I can't go on any longer. You all should hurry and leave." "What are you saying?" "As your elder sister, I must take responsibility for you all." Watching the approaching monsters behind them, she firmly planted her spear in the ground and said to one of the girls, "I will hold them off for a while. Second sister, you take fifth sister and leave here quickly. Elder sister, I'll stay with you. Let third sister and fourth sister take fifth sister away from here. No way, all of them are injured. Besides me, you are the only one who can still fight. What will happen to them if you stay here and they encounter monsters?" Elder sister glanced at her sisters and resolutely refused. To ease their worries, she added, "Don't worry. These monsters can't kill me. Ooh, I just need to buy some time to regroup with you. Elder sister, it's all my fault. If I hadn't killed that second-level monster, this wouldn't have happened." Fifth sister said with a tearful face, "Stop saying nonsense. It's only natural for us to hunt monsters. We just had bad luck and ran into the Black Lotus sect. Quit talking and leave quickly. Elder sister, we'll be waiting for you up ahead. You must come back safely." The others exchanged deep glances with their elder sister before second sister led them away swiftly. They knew that the best they could do now was to leave as quickly as possible. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be for their elder sister. Watching her sisters run quickly into the distance, elder sister felt a sigh of relief. Now all she needed to do was buy them some time. You want to kill me, Wu Onlian, with just you and this pack of beasts? You're dreaming. And, haha, I may not be able to kill you, but I can delay you and send— You want to kill me, Wu Onlian, with just you and this pack of beasts? You're dreaming. And, haha, I may not be able to kill you, but I can delay you and send your precious sisters off first. The black-clad figure showed no signs of anger, instead smiling as he spoke. Dream on. Without waiting for the black-clad figure to finish, Wu Onlian shouted angrily, gripping her spear tightly and charging directly at the group of monsters in front of her. Chirp chirp, and chirp chirp, and— What a third-level monster, Gale Sparrow. Seeing the two monsters flying overhead, Wu Onlian's face changed drastically. You have some knowledge. These two birds have just broken through to third-level monsters. While they may not be able to deal with you, they can easily handle those delicate beauties, especially since they are all injured. The black-clad figure, noticing Wu Onlian's change of expression, continued with interest. Imagine if my birds bring back the bodies of your sisters and place them before you. Wouldn't that be amusing? You're dreaming. Wu Onlian had no intention of continuing the fight and hurriedly ran towards the direction her sisters had fled. However, she was already surrounded by monsters. While they couldn't harm her, they could certainly delay her for a while. This made Wu Onlian anxious, and her movements quickened. And chirp chirp, chirp chirp, and— What? The fleeing group heard the cries of the flying monsters behind them, and their faces changed drastically. They clearly didn't expect that the Black Lotus sect had such a trick up their sleeve. It's the Gale Sparrow. Quick, as long as we can reach the forest ahead, we will be safe. Second sister, carrying fifth sister, turned back for a quick glance, and said, then continued running towards the forest ahead, without looking back. If they were at their peak, they could barely deal with two Gale Sparrows, but at this moment their fighting force was almost depleted, and all they could do was flee. Only by entering the jungle could they have a chance to escape this calamity, as the Gale Sparrows could not fully exert their strength in the jungle. Losing their advantage in the skies would decrease their power by at least half. Don't come out, quickly go into the jungle. Second sister shouted loudly as she saw someone just coming out of the jungle. The person emerging from the jungle was Guo Xiao. He proceeded in the direction he had seen from the tree earlier, unexpectedly. Although it seemed close, it was actually quite far. Nevertheless, he finally managed to exit the jungle. Don't come out, hurry back into the jungle. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered several beautiful girls who quickly ran towards him, constantly urging him to return to the jungle. It's the Gale Sparrow. Guo Xiao murmured as he observed the two beasts following the group of girls. He was not unfamiliar with the two pursuing beasts. They were indeed Gale Sparrows. However, they appeared larger than the ones he had seen in Honghai City, and they were also much faster. A big city truly deserves its reputation. Even the Gale Sparrows are tier 3. Initially, he thought their large size was due to their excellent diet. A big city truly deserves its reputation. Even the Gale Sparrows are tier 3. Initially, he thought their large size was due to their excellent diet, never considering they were tier 3. Hearing one of the girls mention tier 3, he suddenly realized. The second sister, seeing Guo Xiao still standing there unmoved, began to feel anxious. They certainly did not want to involve others because of their situation. Is he an idiot? Does he really think he can take on two tier 3 beasts? Subsequently, to the astonishment of the group, Guo Xiao actually retreated, instead of advancing, walking towards them, which made them curse him inwardly. To them, Guo Xiao was just a pretty boy without any muscle or impressive physique. He clearly did not seem like someone with great strength, especially when facing tier 3 Gale Sparrows. Forget it, let him be. If he wants to die, there's nothing we can do to stop him, the second sister said helplessly as she watched Guo Xiao approach. At this moment, the three of them could feel the ferocious aura emanating from the Gale Sparrows, indicating that they were— If they concerned themselves with Guo Xiao now, none of them would be able to escape. They had no choice but to give up on persuading him to return. At this moment, the Gale Sparrows behind were excitedly shouting as they were about to catch up with the fleeing girls. Thoughts of the delightful taste of humans from before flashed through their minds. Especially upon seeing another human emerge from the jungle, the two Gale Sparrows became even more excited. Initially, they worried that 4 people might not be enough for them to eat, but now that another one had appeared, it was just perfect for the two beasts to have a little extra meal. As for whether Guo Xiao was someone they could handle, that was beyond their consideration. Having broken through to tier 3, their confidence soared to new heights. Aside from the figure in black robes, they were confident that they could overpower anything with their own strength. One of the girls tripped over her own feet and fell forward. Fourth sister, third sister, the second sister, and the others were running when they suddenly heard a scream. Turning around, they discovered their sister had fallen to the ground. They could no longer care about their own safety and hurriedly turned back to help their fallen sister. We're doomed. Although they helped her up, the Gale Sparrows had closed the distance significantly. You all carry the fifth sister, I will hold them off. The second sister, seeing the Gale Sparrows drawing closer, grew resolute and took out her weapon from her storage ring, her gaze fixed on the two Gale Sparrows. Indeed, 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich, and the last one is exceptionally wealthy. The ancients did not deceive. At this point Guo Xiao was getting closer to the group. Upon seeing the adorable lowly wielding a weapon, he realized that she possessed a storage ring, which made him marvel. He was no longer the naive newcomer to this world, he understood what a storage ring was. However, when he saw the weapon in the hands of the cute lowly, he was utterly stunned. One adorable lowly was actually wielding a hammer weapon about a meter long. Can you imagine such a scene? Huh. Without waiting for her companion's agreement, the cute lowly immediately turned and charged at the two gale sparrows. But in the next second, she was struck away by the gale sparrows and crashed heavily before Guo Xiao. Second sister, are you okay? Seeing her second sister fly back, the others hurried over to help her up. It's my fault for being useless, I couldn't protect you. Second sister, let's be sisters again in our next life. Ooh, I will still recognize you as my second sister. The girls ignored Guo Xiao, huddling together and awaiting their demise, even comforting each other, touching words in the face of death. Guo Xiao looked at their strange behavior and couldn't help but feel speechless. Is it really necessary to save two gale sparrows? Although his realm was only at the 5th stage of the warrior level, he could easily slay the gale sparrows with his refined sword technique, not to mention the existence of his sword intent. The gale sparrows had now reached Guo Xiao and the girls, and feeling their ferocity, the girls screamed. Swish! Guo Xiao's hand relaxed from the Qing Feng's sword, as if he had never drawn his sword. The two gale sparrows in the air suddenly seemed to lose focus, but their bodies continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, they flew over Guo Xiao's head, and then crashed straight down to the ground. Boom! Boom! With a loud crash, the ground shook twice, and the girls who had been huddled together collapsed to the ground, clearly startled by the sudden tremor. Second sister, are we dead? The second sister looked at her third sister, as if she were an idiot, then gave her a solid smack on the thigh. Smack! That hurts, we're not dead. Wow, I almost didn't see the sun tomorrow. At this moment the girls burst into tears of joy, having thought they were doomed, only to find they had miraculously escaped death. They hugged each other again, then joyfully stood up. Experience points 25,000. Experience points 25,000. Looking at the now noticeably smaller gale sparrows, he suppressed the urge to continue absorbing, as there were still a few people over there sobbing, and if they suddenly looked this way and found the gale sparrows had vanished, leaving only their hides, it would be truly unexplainable. Being of the human race and not having enmity with them, his heart was not that cruel. After stopping the absorption of experience points, he chopped off the claws of the two gale sparrows. Tier 3 beast claws should be quite valuable. I wonder if the logistics department can recognize that these are the claws of the gale sparrow, which has advanced to tier 3. Looking at the claws in his hand, which were almost identical to those of the tier 2 gale sparrows, he couldn't help. Thank you for saving us. The few survivors calmed their excited hearts and approached Guo Xiao in unison to express their gratitude. Oh, it's nothing. Guo Xiao waved her hand dismissively, as saving them was merely a casual act, not costing her much time. Moreover, he had absorbed 500 experience points, which could be deemed perfect. Since you are so strong, could you help us save our eldest sister? At that moment a delicate voice asked Guo Xiao. Her expression revealed her embarrassment, but thinking of her eldest sister Wu Onlian, who delayed for them, she was greatly worried about her safety. I don't have time. Without a second thought, Guo Xiao flatly rejected her. A certain sage once said, cherish life and stay away from saintly figures. He was not the type to be unable to walk away from a woman, nor would he stubbornly cling to them. Even Zhang Wuji's mother once said the more beautiful the woman, the more one should keep their distance. After experiencing the incident at the news department of Honghai No. 7, he thoroughly understood this saying. When the few saw Guo Xiao speak, without hesitation they felt disappointed. However, they did not say anything. After all, saving their lives was already a great kindness, and they were not the type of shallow women who would insist on Guo Xiao helping them. At that moment, they could only pray in their hearts for their eldest sister to safely escape the encirclement of the demon beasts. I can offer you a reward. Just as Guo Xiao was about to leave, the cute girl with the big hammer suddenly spoke up. What kind of reward? Upon hearing the word reward, Guo Xiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to ask her. These girls were quite wealthy, especially the one with the big hammer, who even had a storage ring. Since she could offer a reward, it must be substantial, otherwise it wouldn't fit her status. At this moment, it seemed they could hear the cawing of crows flying overhead. Originally, their second sister also had the idea to ask Guo Xiao, but she did not expect Guo Xiao's expression to change so quickly. Where's your aloofness? Where's your integrity? This was the first time they had encountered someone who was so easily. However, soon their hearts began to swell with joy. As long as Guo Xiao could go save their eldest sister, they could afford a modest reward. 10 million. Wow, that's really rich. Right off the bat, it's 10 million. Wait. It seems I have no. Should I accept it or not? Guo Xiao's face remained unchanged, but internally, she felt conflicted. Looks like money doesn't work after all. Looking at Guo Xiao's expressionless face, they felt somewhat disappointed. If money could solve the issue, that would be the best, as money had already become insignificant to them. How about adding these cultivation pills? Looking at the pills in front of him, Guo Xiao's eyelid twitched. He only recognized one, the blood-boosting pill. The rest were unfamiliar to him. But what surprised him the most was that this delicate girl had actually produced pills out of thin air. As expected, he saw the ring on her hand, which was undoubtedly a storage ring, or otherwise it would be impossible to suddenly produce so many pills. He subtly glanced to the side and noticed the other two girls also wore rings. If he wasn't mistaken, they were also storage rings, which made him inwardly exclaim, "Whoa, they are all rich ladies. Moreover, they are very wealthy. I'll add a low-grade Xian level technique book, but you must help us solve this matter first. You can receive it after we return to the academy." Perhaps fearing Guo would refuse, the leading girl took out her phone and handed it to him, saying, "I am Du Mingming from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. This is my ID. You can take this to the academy to find me." Du Mingming didn't believe Guo would reject the temptation of a low-grade Xian level technique, and she even offered her ID as collateral. She wasn't worried that Guo would open the phone and see some private information. After all, if it wasn't used by the owner, it was basically a brick except for showing the time. She was quite trusting of the phones issued by her academy. "Forget about the phone, as since you are a fellow alumni, I won't worry about you scheming against me." Upon hearing it was from her own academy, Guo eyelid twitched, and then she casually replied, "Fellow alumni?" Du Mingming questioned. "Yes, from my team of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Xiao." Guo did not mention that he was a freshman, he simply stated his team. After all, when out and about, boys should also protect themselves. Sometimes maintaining a little mystery is better. Without waiting for Du Mingming to speak, he directly asked, "So what is your request?" "We were ambushed by demon beasts in the Black Lotus cult. Our eldest sister stayed behind alone to hold them off, and we need you to help rescue her." Upon hearing Guo request, Du Mingming no longer wondered about his identity and quickly pointed to the route they had come from. What is the Black Lotus cult? It should be some evil organization. But if this evil organization was truly powerful, these girls would have been captured long ago. Guo couldn't be bothered to ask, as the bottom line was save the person and then receive the reward. And since they were fellow alumni, he should be generous. 10 million, and those pills could be disregarded, and just taking a low-grade Xian level technique shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Alright. After uttering a single word to Du Mingming and the others, he activated his snow without traces technique towards the direction they indicated. He even didn't bother hiding this time, and fully unleashed his snow without traces technique, fearing that their eldest sister might be accidentally killed by the demon beasts or that Black Lotus cult. Where is he? Such fast lightness skill. Second sister, our eldest sister has hope now. Yes, Mengming with his speed, he must be able to save our eldest sister. Watching Guo speed made Du Mingming and the others gasp, but soon they relaxed. They had only been away for a short time, and based on their eldest sister's strength, she would definitely be fine for the time being. Xiao, put away the pills. Du Mingming said to the fifth sister, who had just taken out the pills, and then added, "I'll go take a look, you all wait for me here." Second sister, we should go too. The pill I just swallowed has already taken effect, and my true energy has recovered by 30. Then let's go together. The fifth and fourth sisters are injured more severely, and I don't feel at ease leaving them here. Du Mingming thought for a moment while looking at everyone, and decided to return together to find their eldest sister. Struggle all you like. Heh. I savor the sight of peerless maidens like you trembling in panic. Wahahaha. You're mistaken if you think they'll be safe. As long as I stand here, they will not fall. Listening to the black-robed man's twisted, envious voice, Wu Onlian withdrew her spear from the corpse of a demonic beast and gazed at him expressionlessly. Do you truly believe that possible? The black-robed man then leered again, his exposed eyes ravenous as they scanned Wu Onlian's form. I'm not mistaken. Your chi is nearly depleted, isn't it? Coo. A sudden wet thud. His mocking laughter choked off mid-cackle. 2 spurts of blood erupted from his mouth. How could my birds be slain? The black-robed man clutched his head in disbelief. Those 2 Galewind sparrows had been painstakingly cultivated by him. To ensure absolute obedience, he'd even employed a forbidden covenant art to bind them, sacrificing a portion of his own spiritual essence in the process. Their abrupt deaths triggered a violent backlash from the covenant. Thud. After spitting forth 2 more gouts of blood, exhaustion settled upon him. Not physical weariness, but a deep gnawing depletion of spirit. I must flee now. A cold dread crept into his thoughts. Though his Galewind sparrows had only recently ascended to level 3 demonic beasts, their blinding speed would have allowed them to evade even martial artists of Wuxia rank, unscathed. Just as he prepared to withdraw, an unfamiliar voice drifted down from a tree behind Wu Onlian. You're Du Mingming's elder sister. Guo stood atop the branch observing the girl below, her spear held firm against encircling demonic beasts, and called out, How is Mingming? Good, that means my luck holds. You haven't been killed after all. Clearly the girl besieged below was Du Mingming's elder sister. Relief washed over Guo. Wu Onlian paused mid-swing, flinging a level 1 demonic beast aside before fixing Guo with a dark, exasperated stare. Was that praise, or a curse? What did good luck mean? that she hadn't died. Her cultivation was formidable, she was not so easily slain. Yet now was no time for such grievances. Wu Onlian leveled her spear toward the fleeing black-robed man. He belongs to the Black Lotus sect. Don't let him escape. Hearing her words, Guo Xiao frowned as he watched the distant figure vanish. Clearly this Black Lotus sect wielded considerable influence. If she prioritized apprehending him over her own rescue, its threat must run deep. Still, that concern was secondary. Du Mingming had commissioned him to save her elder sister. Should Wu Onlian perish now, his reward, a grade 3 minor profound art, would vanish with her. He can wait. First, tend to yourself. Before departing, the black-robed man had issued a final lethal command. His demonic beasts were to converge and annihilate Wu Onlian. That sacrifice bought him precious moments to flee, and events unfolded precisely as he'd calculated. Phew. Thank heavens he chose to rescue her instead of pursuing me. This place is no longer safe. I must return at once and alert the others. Seeing no pursuer behind him, the black-robed man sighed in quiet relief. As long as the green hills remain, firewood will never run short. He believed this utterly possessing power, survival itself guaranteed opportunity, so long as he drew breath. Even as he pondered, his steps quickened, until he melted soundlessly into the forest's depths. Meanwhile, Wu Onlian surveyed the encircling demonic beasts. Her brow furrowed. Her internal chi was nearly spent. Pride and feminine reserve warred within her, hesitating to ask Guo Xiao for aid. Guo Xiao, unaware of her inner conflict, leapt from the branch and landed beside her. Are you mad? With so many demonic beasts surrounding you, why draw their focus by leaping straight into their midst? To die, eh? Wu Onlian stared at him as though he were a simpleton. Though astonished by his lightness art, she knew sound tactics demanded circling the perimeter, eliminating foes one by one, not charging blindly into the heart of danger. Why draw their focus? Because you lack skill? Watch closely. Guo Xiao read skepticism in her gaze, yet shrugged. Proof required no words, only action. You what? Wu Onlian opened her mouth to retort, then gasped, stunned into silence. Guo Xiao vanished, then reappeared amid the demonic horde. A flash of sword light cleaved the air, claiming at least one beast's life. His strength surpasses mine. No wonder his confidence runs so deep. The metallic tang of blood thickened, but the beasts froze, paralyzed as if sensing some primal terror. A guttural roar, then a shrill screech, broke the stillness. One level 2 demonic beast bolted, fleeing in blind panic. Its flight ignited a cascade. One by one the beasts retreated, then fled outright, scattering like leaves before a gale. See, these mere level 1 and 2 beasts, even tenfold their number, would fall before my blade. With practiced grace, he slid Qing Feng's sword back into its scabbard and turned to Wu Onlian, disdain curling his lips. Though she sensed his boastfulness, words failed her. Truth had already spoken. Elder sister. Du Mingming and the others arrived, spotting Wu Onlian standing amid the fallen beasts, and waved vigorously from afar. Mingming, and everyone else. Wu Onlian smiled warmly as she glimpsed them approaching. Are you unharmed, elder sister? Elder sister, have you been wounded? Seeing the bloodstains on Wu Onlian's robes, Du Mingming's face paled with alarm. I'm fine, just fatigued. This blood isn't mine, it belongs to the beasts. Smiling gently at their worried faces, she added, and you? Were you harmed? We're safe, thanks to Captain Mai's timely intervention. Without him, those Galewind sparrows would have claimed us. Recalling their narrow escape, Du Mingming shuddered and pressed a hand to her chest. Captain Mai? Yes. Du Mingming recounted the entire ordeal to Wu Onlian, including their plea for Guo Xiao. Although a low-grade mystic book is somewhat expensive in comparison to life, it is actually not much. Wu Onlian glanced at Guo Xiao, who was collecting the claws of the demon beasts, then smiled at Du Mingming and the others before continuing. Last time in the desolate city, we happened to obtain a martial arts manual. Since we can't cultivate it anyway, we might as well give it to him. Du Mingming, hearing what Wu Onlian said, was momentarily taken aback. She had been contemplating which manual to give Guo Xiao, but now she was no longer troubled. Since they obtained that manual, no matter how they practiced, they couldn't make any progress, which clearly wasn't their fault, but rather an issue with the manual itself. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone in their team to have failed to cultivate successfully. They had previously told Guo Xiao it was a low-grade mystic manual, and that manual just happened to be a low-grade mystic one as well. Hello, I am Wu Onlian, the captain of the Maidens Brigade. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I sincerely thank you for your assistance this time. My team Xiao. Seeing Guo Xiao's expression remain unchanged upon hearing the name of the Maidens Brigade, Wu Onlian couldn't help but regard him with higher esteem. Clearly this person was not so frivolous. It's known that among the students at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, aside from the Student Council, the most popular group is the Maidens Brigade that she founded. As for my team, she had never heard of it. With Guo Xiao's strength, it would be unexpected for him to be unknown in the Martial Arts University. He must be rather low-key. Wu Onlian thought to herself, deciding not to dwell further. After all, there were so many students at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and she didn't know many from her own cohort. She then took out a manual from her storage ring and handed it to Guo, saying, "Here, this is the reward Meng just mentioned to you. We're all from the same school, you're putting a lot of pressure on me." Guo replied, though his hands were quick to place the manual into his own storage ring. Indeed, he must be very low-key in the academy, Wu Onlian affirmed in her heart as she watched the manual suddenly vanish from Guo's hands. In this era, those who possess storage rings either have a powerful background or incredible strength. Clearly in her mind, Guo belonged to the former. If she knew that the storage ring in his possession was a gift from someone else, she couldn't imagine what she would feel. "He'll transfer the remaining amount to your personal account once I return," Du Meng then spoke up. I have principles, and since I already decided to give you a discount, I won't take the pills, or the 10 million, Guo. Then we will take our leave. Traveling at night can be quite dangerous, Wu Onlian said as she glanced at the time and bid farewell to Guo. "Do you need me to escort you back?" "No need, I just took the pills Xiao Rou gave me, and my true energy has already recovered to 60. Wu Onlian shook her head. Indeed, these individuals before me are wealthy. The fact that her true energy had recovered to 60 further confirmed Guo's thoughts. To recover to 60 in such a short time clearly indicated that the quality of the pills was not low and they were often very expensive. "Should I prepare some of these pills too? Just in case?" Before he could finish his thought, he interrupted himself, realizing how poor he was. He had merely 2,150 credits, altogether a pitiful amount. Jumping onto the nearest tree from the woods, he watched as Wu Onlian and the others left before confirming that no one was around and began to take action. He wasn't lingering over Wu Onlian and the others, rather there were simply too many demon beast corpses in the woods. If he didn't absorb this wave of experience, he couldn't forgive himself. Experience 6,000. Experience 50,000. Experience 14,200. Delightful. Wait, there are still 2 gale sparrows over there that I haven't absorbed yet, I can't let this go to waste. After converting the demon beast corpses in the woods into experience points, he remembered the 2 gale sparrows on the open plains. Experience 65,000. Experience 65,000. While absorbing experience points from level 3 demon beasts is truly satisfying. Calculating in his mind, he realized that a single level 3 demon beast provided him with 1 experience points, which made him unable to resist the thought. This is a huge profit. Checking the experience points on his attribute panel, he found himself reborn back to 1,000,000 and his heart soared with joy. Who just sent me a message? Wow, the 10 million really has been transferred. It turned out that the already departed Du Meng had transferred 10 million to his account, thinking to herself that since she had already mentioned 10 million, it wasn't a lot, so she just transferred it to Guo. As for how she knew Guo's account, that was a simple matter. They had directly searched for the My Team and naturally found the relevant information. Of course, they also learned that Guo was a freshman, which surprised them even more. At this time, the man in the black robe had already arrived at a village. This village was the same one Guo had previously looked at, but it had now been temporarily occupied by the man in the black robe. "Xiao Lu, you're back." A man with a bandage wrapped around his head greeted the black-robed figure who had returned to the village. "Fourth brother," the black-robed figure replied, and removed the cover from his head. "How did you get injured?" Seeing Xiao Lu remove his head covering, the man noticed his pale complexion and changed his expression, asking, "Did the inspectors chase you?" "It shouldn't be the inspectors, but we may not be able to stay here any longer," Xiao Lu said, somewhat uncertain. "He'll go inside and report this to the elder brother and see what he says." Yes. The two then walked together into the village, heading towards a small wooden house at the deepest part of the village, pushing the door open and entering. "We were just waiting for you two. Why are you so late today? Did you encounter some beauties?" "Huh." Upon seeing Xiao Lu and the other enter, one of the 3 men in the room joked. "Xiao Lu, you're injured." A bald man sitting among them frowned upon seeing Xiao Lu. The originally playful expressions of the 3 men vanished upon hearing the bald man's voice, and all 3 turned to Xiao Lu, saying, "Who is tired of living? Tell your brother, and I will avenge you." "Exactly, is that person still outside the city? If he hasn't returned yet, I will go take revenge right now." Xiao Lu felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing the concern from the others. "They are not from the prosecutor's office. I found a few female students from a university not far away. I originally planned to capture them for my brothers, but unexpectedly at the last moment she called for reinforcements." Then Xiao Lu recounted everything that had happened before in detail, and then turned to the bald man with concern and said, "Big brother, those girls recognized me as a member of the Black Lotus sect. I'm afraid they will call for help after they return. Should we retreat from here first? We will leave first thing in the morning. It's too dangerous to leave at night," the bald man said after a moment of contemplation. "Sigh, every day like this, when will it end? Soon. My lord told me that day is not far off. They are merely a group of ignorant people. How could they know the power of my lord? If they witnessed it, they would begin to worship the Black Lotus sect." The bald man spoke reverently to the stone statue in the corner. After hearing his devout words, the expressions of those present began to fill with longing, hoping even more that that day would come soon. My lord, who is that? The one who expressed confusion was Guo. After working hard for a long time in the forest, he finally converted all the beast corpses into experience points. Looking at the sky gradually darkening, he no longer hesitated and hurriedly ran in the direction of the village he had seen before. By the time the sky was completely dark, he finally arrived at the abandoned village. Initially thinking that this village was uninhabited, he was surprised to find a faint glow emanating from deep within the village at the entrance. The appearance of the glow puzzled him. He originally thought it was some mercenary group, but felt something was amiss. Adhering to a safety-first approach, he fully activated his concealment technique, minimizing his aura, and then used lightness skill to sneak onto the roof of a wooden house to scout for enemies. As a result, through the roof, he seemed to hear something significant, especially the mention of my lord by the bald man, piqued his curiosity. Creak. Not good. Upon hearing the sound, Guo thought to himself that something was wrong. It turned out that while he was pondering, he hadn't noticed that he was standing on a nearly worn-out tile, which finally gave way under his weight. Sure enough, the next moment a dart shot up from inside the house. After hearing the sound, the bald man immediately drew a dart from his body and threw it up, shouting angrily, "Who? Big brother, what's wrong? Someone is eavesdropping on us from the roof." The bald man's face darkened. If he hadn't heard the sound of the tile breaking earlier, he wouldn't have discovered Guo presence. I heard it too. I saw a shadow. Xiao Lu, after watching the bald man's dart create a hole in the roof, vaguely saw a shadow flash by and immediately told everyone. Upon hearing Xiao Liu's words, the expressions of the people inside the house began to change. If they released poison gas while they were sleeping, they wouldn't even know how they died. Damn, who had the audacity to eavesdrop on us? The people present were originally ruthless, so their tempers were naturally not good, and they all rushed outside, looking up at the roof arrogantly. When they came out, they found no one on the roof, and everything was quiet except for them. Damn, if you have the guts, don't hide. Come out, you turtle. I see you. Why aren't you coming out? You can still see me hiding here. Trying to scare me out. In your dreams. After glancing at his own shadow and realizing it wasn't projected outside, he knew it was a bluff from the other side and rolled his eyes while hiding behind the wall. He wasn't foolish enough to go out. Suddenly, 2 darts shot towards the corner of the wall in front of him, startling him. Come out. I know where you're hiding. Damn, did you really find me? Upon hearing the bald man's voice and seeing the 2 darts in front of him, he thought he had revealed himself and was discovered, so he decided to stop hiding and stood on the roof looking at the bald man and the others with curiosity, asking, how did you find me? Did I find you? You came out all on your own. I've never seen someone so foolish. Ha. The bald man couldn't help but laugh at Guo question as he saw him come out. He initially just randomly shot 2 darts in a direction to bluff. Unexpectedly, Guo naively jumped. This also relieved the bald man and the others. Clearly, if Guo could be bluffed out so easily, it only meant that the young man before them lacked experience in the martial world, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily deceived. As for whether Guo was from the prosecutor's office, they had already dismissed that idea inside the house. The prosecutor's office is just a bunch of brutes. If they saw them, they would jump out, without hesitation, not hide. So it turns out I was just being self-important. Hearing what the bald man said made Guo realize that he had scared himself out, which made him feel embarrassed. I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before. At this moment, Xiao Lu heard Guo's voice and vaguely found it familiar, but just couldn't remember where he had heard it. Suddenly a scene flashed in his mind. It's him. He remembered that the voice belonged to the one who was the rescuer behind Wu on Lian in the woods. Since he had his back turned at the time, Xiao Lu hadn't seen Guo's appearance, but he had heard the voice clearly. The more he recalled, the more certain he became, and he immediately said to the bald man beside him, big brother, this kid saved those girls and killed my beast. Are you sure? Yeah. Xiao Lu later let the brothers catch him alive for you to deal with him. Right. Be careful. Xiao Liu's swift wind sparrow has just broken through to level 3 beast, but it's not an easy target. Since it was killed by this kid, clearly his strength is not simple. The bald man reminded everyone at the right time. Big brother, rest assured we understand. The others were no fools. Hearing the bald man's reminder, they naturally guessed that Guo's strength was not simple. However, they were not afraid. Except for Xiao Lu, who was still at the warrior level, they had all already broken through to the martial master level. Although they had just recently broken through, there were many of them. At this moment, the bandaged man beside them revealed some news that excited them even more. The leader said, Boss, I can sense that this kid's cultivation level is not high. However, I am certain he is still at the warrior level. Although he gives off a strange feeling, I can't quite put my finger on it. Strange. He must be carrying some special treasures. He definitely has treasures. Don't you remember those students from the Martial University last time? The group recalled the students from the Martial University they encountered last time. The man wrapped in bandages also gave off a similar vibe. However, after defeating those students, their gains were quite substantial. Their breakthrough to the martial master level was also thanks to the fortune from a few days ago. Hearing the man's words, their anticipation grew even stronger. Kid, do you want to fight unknown or in a group? Hearing the extremely arrogant tone of one of the men, Guo Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by unknown, and what do you mean by group fight? Unknown means you fight us 6, while a group fight means we 6 fight you alone. How about it? Doesn't that sound like a great deal? Hurry up and make a choice, kid. With that, when the man below spoke, Guo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. So there is such a distinction between unknown and group fights. Not bad, I've learned something today. Stop playing around, let's take him down and see what treasures he has on him. Understood, boss. Upon hearing the bald man's directive, the group ceased their playful demeanor and looked coldly at Guo Xiao. Kid, since you've heard things you shouldn't have and seen things you shouldn't have, you must pay the corresponding price. Don't be a curious wildcat in your next life. Seeing that his brothers had stopped their playful antics, the bald man turned to Guo Xiao and said, "Oh, you think you can kill me with just the few of you?" Looking at the bald man and his companions declaring his sentence, Guo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Although he didn't know the strength of the people below, he was confident that he could escape using the perfected snow track. Do you think you can escape from us martial masters with your warrior level? After finishing his words, the bald man waved his hand, and several throwing darts shot towards Guo Xiao. At the same time, everyone except for Xiao Lu beside the bald man pulled out their weapons and charged at Guo Xiao. Xiao Lu was not idle either. He took out a flute from his waist and began to play. Howl! Howl! As the sound of the flute echoed, the surrounding area began to resonate with the howls of a wolf pack. Guo Xiao merely waved his Qing Feng sword, deflecting the incoming darts effortlessly. Iron Fist! One man shouted angrily, raising his right fist to strike at Guo Xiao. Sword drawing technique. The Qing Feng sword in Guo Xiao's hand was swiftly unsheathed and slashed towards that fist. As expected, the fist was cleaved in two, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. If the man hadn't retracted his arm in time, Guo Xiao would have severed his entire arm. What? Third. Seeing this scene, the people present gasped in shock. Just as Guo Xiao was about to continue his assault with another strike, he sensed something slightly shifting his body to the side as an arrow grazed past his arm. My! A slight pain in his arm registered in his mind. Guo Xiao looked at his arm and found a fresh wound. What puzzled him was that he had clearly dodged the incoming arrow perfectly. Why was there still a wound? This moment of distraction caused him to miss the perfect opportunity to strike. Third, are you alright? I'm fine, just a minor injury to my fist. A period of rest, and I will recover. Ignoring his own injury, he gazed greedily at the Qing Feng sword in Guo Xiao's hand, and said, "That kid's sword is at least of treasure-grade quality." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain. You should know my fists, ordinary weapons can hardly touch me, yet I've been injured so easily now. What do you think?" Although he spoke, his eyes never left Guo Xiao's Qing Feng sword. Common weapons, sharp weapons, treasure weapons. Each upgrade in level significantly increases the value, especially once it reaches the treasure level where such items are extremely rare. If they could obtain this weapon, whether to sell it or use it themselves, it would greatly benefit them. Capture him alive and interrogate him for his techniques and skills. You think you can do that? Seeing the greedy gazes of the bald man and his companions, Guo Xiao understood their intentions. However, after the brief skirmish earlier, he realized their capabilities, especially since he had temporarily incapacitated one of them, which made him more confident. Watching the bald man and the others regroup, he lightly tapped his foot on the rooftop and swiftly floated toward. "Good kid, I didn't expect you to come here looking for death." Seeing Guo Xiao charge towards them instead of fleeing, the bald man and his group were elated. But the next second they were astonished by Guo Xiao's speed. What? So fast? Apart from their basic movement techniques, having reached a high level, they hadn't learned any lightness skills. In their eyes, as long as one's cultivation level was higher than others, they could dominate through strength. The essence was that they were poor and unable to acquire the manuals for lightness techniques. "He'll take his arm. His right leg is mine. He'll cut off his left leg." The group exchanged glances and quickly devised a plan. However, none of them intended to completely finish off Guo Xiao. After witnessing his snow track technique, they all wanted to capture him alive and extract the manuals from him. They believed that no matter how tight-lipped he might be, there were ways to extract information. Sky-piercing finger, wind-chasing arrow, limb-cutting slash, torrential pear blossom needle. Except for Xiao Lu and the third brother who remained still, the other four unleashed their most powerful skills. "A mere trick, and you dare to show off in front of me." In midair, Guo Xiao had already unleashed the perfected Qing Feng waving willow sword technique. This sword strike even carried a hint of his sword intent. It could be said to be Guo Xiao's peak strike at this moment. What? Without any surprise, the attacks of the group were instantly shattered by Guo Xiao's sword strike, leaving them all severely injured. Second, the man who used the finger technique stood dazed. Regardless of how the others shouted, he showed no reaction. But the next second, that man was split from head to toe, toppling to the left and right. Second brother. Second brother. They watched as their brother who used to play and escape with them died, right before a wave of sorrow surged within them. They were all gravely injured and no longer a match for Guo. The bald man struggled for a moment, glancing increasingly closer at Guo, and with a determination in his heart, he took out a dart and drew it across his hand. Blood immediately gushed out. Has he lost his mind and started self-harming? Guo was clearly taken aback by the bald man's act of self-mutilation. However, the next actions of the bald man left him confused. Maramaraboom. The bald man was muttering something, and even the hand that had been cut by the dart began to glow. Although Guo did not know what the bald man was doing, an ominous premonition filled his heart, and he immediately drew his Qingfeng sword and slashed at him. But it was too late. The bald man lightly blocked Guo's sword strike with his hand. Seeing the bald man effortlessly stop his attack, Guo frowned. Clearly the series of actions from the bald man indicated he had undergone some kind of transformation, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to catch his Qingfeng sword so easily. Moreover, Guo felt himself unable to move. It was clearly his own body, yet he couldn't understand why it felt as if space had frozen around him. However, when Guo looked into the bald man's eyes, he seemed to understand something and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Lai Ercite." The bald man, no, it should be Lai Ercite, spoke, coldly looking at Guo. "Welcome, my master." "Welcome, my master." The few who were injured and lying on the ground heard Lai Ercite's words, disregarding their own injuries, and struggled to stand up, their faces filled with fervent devotion as they congratulated Lai Ercite. "Are these the ones who injured my followers?" Lai Ercite asked Guo displeasedly, while looking at the injured individuals, then waved his hand, and a green light flashed past. Next, the originally injured individuals seemed to have received some miraculous elixir, their wounds healing instantly. "Thank you, my master." As they looked at their injuries healed, their faces grew increasingly fanatical as they gazed at Lai Ercite. "Who exactly are you?" Guo observed the sudden recovery of the others, and his expression changed noticeably. Clearly Lai Ercite's powers exceeded his understanding. "You have harmed my follower. I shall condemn you to death." "Condemn me to death? Anyone can talk big. Who do you think you are?" Although he didn't know why his body wouldn't move hearing someone declare a death sentence, he retorted angrily. Hearing Guo's crude words, Lai Ercite's expression grew increasingly grim. First he harmed his follower, and now he insulted him. Lai Ercite pointed a finger at Guo. "Are you mentally challenged? Anyone can point a finger. Let go of me. I wouldn't mind giving you a few middle fingers." Guo scoffed at Lai Ercite's actions. Just after he said that, his expression began to change, because right in front of him a phantom was slowly coalescing, and he could sense an extremely dangerous aura. How is this possible? Move, damn it. Although Guo's face showed no expression, his heart was screaming in desperation, still his body remained immobile. Soon the phantom formed into a blade, and as Lai Ercite's finger came down, the blade-shaped phantom descended. What should I do? What should I do? As he watched the blade-shaped phantom approach, Guo grew increasingly anxious, his previously calm expression changing drastically. "Sword intent, yes, I still have my sword intent." Forcing himself to calm down. The only thing that could save him now was his sword intent. He didn't know if it would work, but at this moment he could only give it a try. As he watched the approaching blade-shaped phantom, he quickly summoned his sword intent. A powerful sword intent erupted from Guo's body, instantly coalescing into a long sword above his head. At the moment the long sword formed from the sword intent, he found that he was able to move his body. But it was too late. The blade-shaped phantom was already in front of him, and he could only muster all his strength to resist. "Block it for me." The sword intent above his head clashed with the blade-shaped phantom at his furious shout. Boom. In the eyes of the onlookers, a long sword suddenly appeared above Guo's head, and he clasped his hands together, shouting angrily at the blade-shaped phantom. The surroundings were instantly shrouded in dust, obscuring whether Guo had perished. "Fall." Lai Ercite, staring at the swirling dust, frowned, and softly uttered a single word. A miraculous scene unfolded. The swirling dust seemed to gain weight and fell to the ground. As the dust settled, everyone realized Guo's fate. At that moment, he was gasping for breath, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Lai Ercite merely watched calmly. From the moment Guo unleashed his sword intent, he knew that his strike would not be enough to kill Guo. However, he was surprised by Guo's age. In his perception, Guo was only 18 years old, and with a cultivation level of merely a warrior at the 5th stage, it was generally impossible for someone at this age to comprehend sword intent, yet such a person appeared before him. But the others were unaware of Lai Ercite's thoughts and exclaimed simultaneously, "What? He's not dead. Impossible. It must be luck." The chatter among the surrounding followers made Lai Ercite, who had been deep in thought, frown, but he said nothing. After all, they were his followers in this world. He couldn't just kill them. If it were in his own world, they would have been wiped out long ago, so he indifferently uttered a single word. "Silence." Once Resurrected spoke, those around him seemed to have received some order, instinctively closing their mouths, though their gazes toward Gua Shao remained filled with disbelief. Tell me your name, you are qualified to let me know. After catching his breath, Gua Shao calmed down, though he would not reveal his name to someone who sought his life, and sarcastically replied, Would I lose face if I just tell you because you asked? Resurrected regarded the stubborn Gua Shao, and chose not to say anything further. He was merely somewhat. Since Gua Shao didn't care, he couldn't be bothered to continue asking. His time was running short, and he extended his finger again toward Gua Shao. Another round. This time it's really over. The touch of the sword just now allowed him to escape with his life, but it came at a cost, especially as his mind now throbbed with pain. At that moment, seeing the knife-shaped phantom reappear before Resurrected, Gua Shao felt a sense of helplessness. Damn it. In an instant he shook off such thoughts and stood up to face Resurrected. Even if he were to die, he would die fighting, just like Lin Yong from Danan village. Ignoring the damage to his spiritual power, Gua Shao forcibly gathered his sword intent and infused it into his Qingfeng sword. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, what arrogance. Resurrected looked at Gua Shao once again, condensing his sword intent, and disdainfully said. Just as he finished speaking, Resurrected's expression involuntarily changed, and the yetiform, knife-shaped phantom fell directly towards Gua Shao. Break for me. Looking at the knife-shaped phantom, Gua Shao shouted, angrily executing the final move of the Qingfeng fully used sword. As expected, Gua Shao along with his sword was sent flying, and even the sword intent attached to the Qingfeng sword was dispersed. I acknowledge your talent. Resurrected looked at the flying Gua Shao with some surprise. Although this blade had not fully formed, it was not something Gua Shao could withstand. Resurrected couldn't help but praise Gua Shao again, but the knife-shaped phantom in the air showed no signs of stopping, and continued to slash down towards Gua Shao. Cough cough. Gua Shao, who fell to the ground, couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was completely unconcerned about his injuries, merely raising his head defiantly to gaze at the approaching knife-shaped phantom. I just want to live simply. Is that so difficult? Will I have another life? What a pity. Just as the knife-shaped phantom was about to fall, Resurrected murmured. What a pity. Isn't he? Does my master think this kid is talented, and feels it a pity for him to die just like this, eh? Resurrected's murmurs did not avoid the audience, and naturally several people nearby heard, looking at him with puzzled expressions. He's injured now, you all go kill him. Understood. The few who had been puzzled suddenly heard Resurrected's command. Although they found it strange, they obediently rushed towards Gua Shao. What the group did not notice was that just as they collectively charged at Gua Shao, Resurrected also collapsed to the ground, and his body gradually began to age. I'm not dead. Feeling the wounds caused by the sword chi on his face, Gua Shao, sitting on the ground, originally thought his brief life had come to an end. But the continuous pain on his face forced him to open his eyes again. The sight of Resurrected lying far away, and the 4 people rushing toward him, was clearly reflected in his eyes. Cough cough. Cough cough. After coughing up blood twice, the oppressive feeling in his chest dissipated considerably. He quickly looked at his attribute panel and poured all the experience points he had just gained into his realm. Warrior level 6, 913037160000. Feeling the true chi in his body starting to surge and gradually recover, he felt much more comfortable. Although he couldn't fully recover from his injuries, restoring his true chi would allow him to regain much of his combat power. This could also be considered a hidden ability of the attribute panel. He realized that every time he broke through a realm, his true chi was in a full state. Fortunately, with the hidden benefits of the attribute panel, otherwise, even if he hadn't been killed by Resurrected, he would have been cut down by the few people before him. How can he stand up? This must be the test my master has given us. Yes, look at the bloodstains on his face and his injuries. Clearly, he has been severely hurt. Together we definitely can overpower him. Looking at Gua Shao standing up, the 4 people rushing towards him were startled. However, when they saw the bloodstain in the center of Gua Shao's face and his injuries, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If Gua Shao were in perfect condition, they truly would not have been confident in dealing with him. But now that Gua Shao had been seriously injured by Resurrected, it was uncertain. Besides, Resurrected was right behind them, and even if they couldn't defeat him, they believed Resurrected wouldn't just watch him die. After all, they were the most loyal followers of Resurrected. This inexplicable confidence also made their speed. If any one of them had turned back, they would have seen Resurrected already collapsed on the ground. Who knows if this inexplicable confidence would directly turn into trembling fear. Kid, obediently die for me. Severed limbs slash. Steel fist. The 4 once again unleashed their strongest martial arts to ensure their master could see their strength. Now is the time. The Qingfeng sword in his hand shot out like a meteor towards the 4, as if the Qingfeng sword had never been drawn. As the 4 charged at Gua Shao, it seemed as if time had been paused, collectively holding a pose. My master. One of the men called Xiao Lu looked at Gua Shao in disbelief, then turned to look at Resurrected, discovering that Resurrected had already collapsed on the ground, and he called out to him, trying to hold back. In the next second, the 4 were severed in half, collapsing to the ground, completely dead. Except for Xiao Lu, the expressions of the other three were identical, maintaining an excited look, clearly fantasizing about their master's praise. Cough cough. Cough cough. Looking at the fallen ones, Gua Xiao also sighed in relief, but then felt a surge in his chest, and quickly covered his mouth, starting to cough violently. When he uncovered his hand, it was stained with bright red blood. He knew that the sword technique he had just used had exacerbated his internal injuries. However, it's so good to be alive. He then forcefully cut off the heads of the four, and placed them into his storage ring, beginning to absorb the bodies. He had a premonition that these people's heads would bring him unexpected gains. Experience 74,143. Experience 66,666. Experience 121,010. Experience 99,044. After absorbing the bodies of the four, the true chi in Gua Xiao's body reached a critical point, and in the blink of an eye he broke through the bottleneck. The true chi in his body surged significantly, clearly breaking through to warrior level 6. Even his injuries had recovered considerably, at least not as strenuous as before. Phew, this time I truly escaped death. I am still too weak. And what exactly happened to that person? How did he suddenly become so strong? While contemplating, he walked towards the collapsed Lalazite, or rather the bald man. What happened to this bald man? Looking at the bald man collapsed on the ground, Gua Xiao felt a chill run down. The man who had previously looked to be in his 30s now appeared to have aged dramatically, estimating at least 60 or 70 years old. He could even sense that the bald man before him had no trace of cultivation left, having completely turned into a useless person. Cough cough. The bald man coughed a couple of times, and just woke up, trying to struggle to stand, but having lost his cultivation and being severely injured, he immediately slumped back down. Old 3, is that kid dead? Old 3. Old 4. Little 5. Little 6. No matter how he called out, no one around responded to him. No need to shout, they are all dead. It seems my master didn't kill you, how ironic. After hearing Gua Xiao's voice, the bald man despaired and murmured to himself. How could you have turned into this? The bald man slumped on the ground, ignored Gua Xiao, staring blankly at the starry night sky, his aura gradually weakening until he completely died. Damn, who are these people? Even when they're about to die, they won't reveal anything. Adhering to the principle of utilizing waste, he began to convert the bald man's corpse into experience points. Thud! A stone statue fell from the corpse of the bald man. What is this thing? Gua Xiao picked up the stone statue, but without much force it shattered completely in his hands. Inside the Black Lotus sect hall. Bang! Layerst felt the deaths of several of his followers in his mind, and even with his usually good temper, he couldn't help but bang his hand heavily on the table. Junior brother, why did you suddenly lose your temper like this, eh? Junior brother, what happened? Disciple, what's going on? Seeing Layerst suddenly bang on the table and reveal a cold expression, the others understood that he was very angry, which was a rare sight in their eyes, and they inquired. My followers have died. Followers? It's normal for them to die. It's strange if 1,000 don't die any day. That's right, they died, just cultivate more. Disciple, could it possibly be from that world? The elder sitting at the head seemed to understand something and asked. Yes. Layerst gently nodded at the elder and then spoke to the people in the hall. Just now one of my followers suddenly summoned me. Then Layerst recounted his descent in detail. That shouldn't be. Although he couldn't exert much strength through the body of a follower, the intent of the blade should not be something they could easily resist, especially from a 5th-tier warrior. That's right. I remember the last time I descended, I only exerted less than 1 layer of blade intent and killed that so-called inspection team. After hearing this, aside from the elder at the head who said nothing, some of Layerst's senior brothers began to discuss. I don't know why, but this time my descent was very slow in condensing blade intent, as if it were being suppressed by something. Layerst had calmed his restless heart and shared his feelings about his descent. Are you sure? The elder at the head's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and he said with some excitement. Yes, master. It seems that heaven is favoring our Black Lotus sect. The elder couldn't help but laugh heartily. Master, is it a good thing that we are being suppressed? That is the final suppression of the world's power, indicating that the world is about to be unable to suppress itself. I believe that within 100 years at the latest we will be able to fully descend into that world. Looking at the confused disciples, the elder began to explain what he knew. Really? Yes, however, during this 100 years it will also be an era of geniuses emerging in that world, but based on the severed inheritance of that era, it is not a concern. No wonder that kid was able to comprehend a layer of sword intent at the warrior stage. Layerst, after listening to his master's explanation, finally understood why Gua Xiao could comprehend sword intent in such a barren world. Sword intent comprehended at the warrior level. What did you say? Comprehended sword intent. The people in the hall were shocked once again. They felt that comprehending a layer of sword intent was not particularly remarkable, but they were astonished that Gua Xiao actually comprehended it at the warrior stage. Everyone present had only begun to comprehend such ethereal existence at the great martial master level, but with that they were already deemed as holy-level geniuses. What level of talent did one possess to comprehend intent at the warrior level? This made everyone present gasp in shock. Are you sure? Master, I'm very sure that was definitely a layer of sword intent, otherwise how could he possibly resist my blade intent? Layers, thinking of the follower he had painstakingly cultivated being killed so easily, couldn't help but sigh again. What a pity, if only that follower's body could have been a bit stronger, or held on for one more second, I could have killed him. Junior brother, let it go, the follower is dead, what about the statue? Second senior brother, currently it's fine. Hearing Layers' words, the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, a follower dying was nothing significant, or at most it would just take some time to absorb more. But if the statue broke, the cost would be too high. Junior brother. Disciple. Layers suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the previously relaxed group to become tense again. My statue broke. What? Hearing Layers' painful expression shocked everyone. Take this bottle of soul-repairing liquid. As the elder at the head spoke, a bottle of pills flew from his hands toward Layers. Thank you, master. After swallowing the soul-repairing liquid, Layers' complexion visibly improved, and he thanked the elder at the head. Did you see who broke the statue? I saw it. The moment the statue shattered, I received a vision. It was that kid who killed several of my followers. That kid really is courting death. Exactly. Junior brother, send us the image. We will help you take revenge. Hearing that Guo had shattered the statue, Layers' senior brothers couldn't help but feel excited. In the meantime, just focus on healing. Remember, the soul-repairing liquid can only nourish your soul. It cannot restore the portion of your soul that you lost. Send that kid's image to your senior brothers, so that if they have the chance they can deal with him. After all, geniuses are always full of uncertainties. Yes, master. Layers also knew his current situation, and could only respond helplessly. Since his statue was destroyed, he could no longer absorb followers in that world. This made him harbor a deep hatred towards Guo, vowing to dismember him piece by piece and torment him with every cut. As for crafting the statue, it's not difficult, it's just the lack of cross-world stones that can only be left to luck. The elder seemed to understand Layers' thoughts, frowned in contemplation, and then said to Layers. Experience points, 1000300. Wow, 10 million experience. Looking at the suddenly increased experience points exceeding 10 million on the attribute panel, he was delighted, yet somewhat perplexed. He knew the extra 300 experience points were certainly provided by the bald man. After all, losing his cultivation, yet still being able to provide him with 300 experience was quite surprising. As for the 10 million, he genuinely had no idea where it came from. His gaze caught the fragments of the statue on the ground. Could it be this thing? Looking down at the statue fragments, he seemed to understand. No wonder the statue shattered so easily without much effort. It must have been because he absorbed the energy within the statue, leading to its immediate destruction. Tisk, although I almost met my end this time, the rewards are quite substantial. A howl echoed in his ears. He soon spotted the pack of wolves. As he gazed at the gradually appearing pack of wolves, especially the one-eyed wolf leading them, and the wounds on its back, it was undeniable that this group of Gale wolves was the same that attacked Danon village. Surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. For some reason, this phrase suddenly came to his mind, reflecting his current situation. First, he gained 10 million experience points, and now he encountered his mission target, the Gale wolves. What Guo did not know was that the Gale Wolf King had already appeared at the scene. However, when it saw Guo attacking the bald man and others with a sword, memories of being wounded by Guo and Danon village flooded its mind, causing it to flee in fear. Yet it did not run far, instead quietly hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Until it completely lost contact with the summoned Xiao Lu, thinking the battle here had ended. It brought its pack back. A howl. A howl. The one-eyed Wolf King initially felt fear upon seeing Guo, but when it noticed Guo was injured and appeared seriously hurt, its fear dissipated entirely. So you think I'm injured so you can act so arrogantly? Guo looked at the one-eyed Wolf King, seemingly understanding its intentions, and thought it amusing. Indeed, a tiger fallen to the plains gets bullied by wolves. Even beasts understand this. He chuckled at the pack of Gale wolves surrounding him. He was indeed injured, but he had recovered somewhat. Though he could not unleash his peak combat power, he was confident he could still handle this pack of wolves. A howl. As expected, with a command from the one-eyed Wolf King, the surrounding wolves began their assault on Guo. The attacks were straightforward thrusts, slashes, sweeps. Through his basic swordsmanship, he had completely transcended the basics. If outsiders were watching, they would not recognize that Guo was using basic sword techniques. Why does this human, clearly injured so severely, still possess such formidable combat strengths? The one-eyed Wolf King watched Guo effortlessly slay its subordinates, and it felt a renewed wave of fear. In the midst of battle, Guo unconsciously frowned, clearly having overestimated himself. He originally thought he could easily deal with the Wolf King before him, but unexpectedly after a short while, pain began to radiate through his body, and it was evident he could not hold out much longer. I must capture the leader first. It seems I will have to pay a price this time. After pondering for a moment, he glanced towards the Wolf King. Having made up his mind, he stepped forward with profound steps, and instantly appeared in front of the one-eyed Wolf King. Clear wind, 3 styles. A howl. The one-eyed Wolf King, startled by Guaxiao's sudden appearance before it felt its fur stand on end, clearly understanding Guaxiao's intentions. As the clear wind sword drew closer, the one-eyed Wolf King suppressed its inner tremors and extended its sharp claws to swipe at the sword. With a strike, the one-eyed Wolf King, being a second-level beast, possessed nearly the same strength as a 7th human warrior, and Guaxiao was currently injured, making it easy for the Wolf King to deflect his strike aside. A howl. The one-eyed Wolf King growled in surprise that did not expect Guaxiao's sword to be so easily swatted away. Its previously trembling heart was now filled with confidence. It roared and launched a fierce attack on Guaxiao, aiming to finish him off in one blow. However, after a brief display of arrogance, its back wound burst open, blood gushing out. This was the wound Guaxiao had inflicted earlier. It had merely been healing, but after the Wolf King's fierce attack, blood began to flow once more. What a good opportunity. The deterioration of its wound caused the one-eyed Wolf King to momentarily pause, allowing Guaxiao to see his chance. He slightly quickened his movements, bringing the clear wind sword down upon its back. The one-eyed Wolf King's back was already injured. As Guaxiao's sword struck down, there was no surprise. The one-eyed Wolf King was instantly cleaved in two. The one-eyed Wolf King, now severed in half, struggled for a moment on the ground before completely losing its breath, its wide eyes staring at Guaxiao in confusion. How could it have suddenly been cleaved in two when just moments ago it was evenly matched? Cough, cough. In order to quickly slay the Wolf King, he unleashed a burst of speed, clearly aggravating his injuries, causing him to cough twice. A howl. A howl. The surrounding wolves glanced at the one-eyed Wolf King that had been cleaved in two, then at Guaxiao, and howled to the sky. Even though blood was visibly flowing from the corner of Guaxiao's mouth, not a single Gale wolf dared to attack. After howling for a while despite still maintaining a crouched posture, the Gale wolves gradually began to retreat. Fortunately, my guess was correct. Seeing the wolves starting to withdraw, Guaxiao sighed in relief. If the Gale wolves were determined to fight him to the end, although he was not afraid his injuries would surely worsen. Once the Gale wolves completely vanished from sight, Guaxiao coughed up blood again. However, with this cough, he felt considerably more at ease.